Chapter 261, Goodbye Ziona. 267. After the game, Yu Hai felt a little strange. This magnetron should not be so weak. It was knocked unconscious after a few hits. He didn't know why the opponent was hiding his strength. If you say that Han Han's hit is very strong, as Han Han's trainer, how could he not know how strong Han Han is? Facing magnetron floating in the air, ground-based moves are useless. Unless you use Han Han's knockdown moves to knock magnetron down, you can use ground-based moves to hit the floating magnetron. However, the final result is the same. Rhino defeated magnetron, and Yu Hai also took back Rhino with the pokeball and left the competition venue. He knew that even if he defeated Huai's boyfriend this time, a stronger opponent would come out next time to target him until he was defeated, so he would leave tomorrow and would not continue to participate. After leaving the player channel, Xiaoying was very happy to see Brother Hai win, but he was not very happy to see Brother Hai. He did not ask the reason. He probably knew the reason, but just followed Brother Hai silently and left the club. Brother Hai's opponent was still an acquaintance. He also knew Huai's boyfriend. He often went to Huai's shop to massage mosquito-repellent frogs. It was normal for him to know this couple. When he thought that Brother Hai was also targeted, he couldn't be happy again, but he finally saw it. If you are not a member of the club, you will be targeted. The club really can't afford to lose. He also saw the ugly face of the club that can't afford to lose, and silently warned himself to deal with the trainers of the club less in the future. Watching Yu Hai leave after disappearing into the player channel, Aaron also left the competition venue. Yu Hai guessed correctly about this match. He deliberately showed weakness to lose to Yu Hai. According to his position in the club, he could not beat Yu Hai with his strength. He never thought of defeating Yu Hai. Sniping Yu Hai was just a formality. Even if he could win, he did not want to expose his strength too early. Being promoted to a higher level coaching position was much more important than this sniping mission. Facing internal competition, he would be unreserved and do his best to fight for a future. What's more, Taro would not allow him to defeat Yu Hai. Taro wanted to defeat Yu Hai himself and avenge his previous shame. As both sides left the field, the sniping battle ended so hastily. The audience did not even react. This was a sniping battle deliberately arranged by the club. However, just as Yu Hai left the club, the long-haired young man who had invited him before approached him again and asked him what he thought. "Sorry, I'd rather go out and travel." Yu Hai saw the long-haired young man and politely rejected him. He would not accept the boss's big promises, or he would have indigestion. "It's okay if you don't join. Then can you sell your method of breeding mosquito-repellent frogs?" The long-haired young man didn't care about Yu Hai's refusal, but asked to buy the breeding method. That kind of explosive power is trained by climbing waterfalls. It's not a profound skill. Let the mosquito-repellent frog practice more and it will be able to do it. Are you sure you want to buy it? Yu Hai's words made the long-haired young man embarrassed. Did he want him to say that they had worked hard for a long time and studied the video again and again, but still couldn't crack the secret of the mosquito-repellent frog's explosion? In the end, he could only scratch his head in embarrassment. He could see that the other party did not lie to him and was telling the truth. After all, when Yu Hai said this, he did not avoid his gaze, so there were only two possibilities. First, Yu Hai did not lie, and second, Yu Hai was a cunning old fox who lied without blinking. No matter how you look at Yu Hai, he doesn't look like an old fox, and there is no micro-expression on his face when he lies. It seems that he really didn't lie. "Haha, I wish you can get a good ranking." The long-haired young man was speechless at the end of the question, and could only use awkward laughter to cover up the embarrassment, which was really too embarrassing. Yu Hai heard the other party's farewell, but it sounded like a mockery. I don't know if the other party really didn't know, or pretended not to know, and actually let him get a good ranking in the league with shady dealings. Did he want to see him laugh? Finally, he also added, any combat skills require persistent training, not overnight. The training method is very simple. Whether it can be trained depends on the patience of the trainer. Just the burst training of climbing waterfalls, Mosquito Frog practiced for more than a month, practicing every day, and it was barely usable, and it was still a semi-finished product. If the other party can use it right after getting started, what is the point of their hard training for so long? Persistent exercise. The long-haired young man muttered to himself. He also knew the reason why they failed to imitate. It was just hard to say how many people could persist. After saying goodbye to the long-haired young man, Yu Hai just left the club with Xiao Ying, and a group of children chased after him, shouting Xiao Ying and his name. Xiao Ying, brother Hai, are you really here? You? Ziona. Xiao Ying looked back and saw the children in the orphanage. Thinking of Yu Hai's notification of the group of children to make money, it was not surprising to meet them here. We came here by ourselves, and we also have to thank Brother Hai's big-mouthed gulls for notifying the director. We all made a lot of money, a boy explained. Ziona, did your green caterpillar evolve into Butterfree? Yu Hai turned around and saw Ziona, only to find that the little girl he hadn't seen for a long time now knew how to take care of her hair. Her hair was not as messy as before, her clothes were washed very clean, and her face was even more red. It should be very elastic if you pinch it. However, he didn't do it in the end, mainly because he was embarrassed. Ziona is only 11 or 12 years old. If he pinches her and makes her cry, wouldn't he be a bad uncle? Brother Hai, my caterpillar has evolved and is now a metal pupa. Brother Hai, do you want to see it? Ziona was indescribably happy and joyful when she saw Yu Hai again. She thought she would never see Brother Hai again and cried for a long time. However, she didn't show her joy because she was afraid that she would never see Brother Hai again. It was her suggestion that they come here to find Xiao Ying and Brother Hai today because they saw Brother Hai's match on TV and they came to watch the match. Maybe they would run into each other. After Brother Hai finished the match, they left the audience and chased after him. Metal Copod. Attribute, Bug. Gender, Female. Potential, 56%. Level, 8.99%. Features, Molting /0.23%. Mastering the moves. Xiao Nai has cultivated the caterpillar very well. The metal copod is very healthy and will evolve into a beautiful Butterfree. Yu Hai took the pokeball and opened the panel of the metal copod. He found that the potential had reached 56 points, an increase of 10 points. It is likely to exceed 60 after another evolution. A Butterfree with the potential of a king and a long-winged gull with the potential of a quasi-king are enough to protect this innocent little girl. Brother Hai, is this for me? Xiao Nai was a little embarrassed when she was praised for cultivating the caterpillar. Her cheeks were red. She raised the small Butterfree pendant on her wrist and asked Yu Hai expectantly. Ever since the old dean gave her the Butterfree doll, she has been wearing it on her wrist. She put it on her wrist and slept with it every night, but the old dean never told her who left this Butterfree doll for her. Finally, after her soft and hard persuasion, the old dean told her the truth. This Butterfree doll was given to her by Yu Hai, which reminded her of her own Metapod, which would also evolve into Butterfree. I asked the old dean to give it to you. Do you like it? Yu Hai saw the Butterfree doll that Xiao Nai showed, which was the one he gave to the old dean the night he dealt with the strong men. I like it. As long as it is given to me by Brother Hai, I like it. Xiao Nai heard Yu Hai admit it in person, and happily hugged the Butterfree doll. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it, and she didn't want to let it go. Where is the long-winged gull? Xiao Nai, did you receive it? Yu Hai remembered that he also gave Xiao Nai a long-winged gull, but he didn't know if she had it with her. Here, Brother Hai. Xiao Nai heard the long-winged gull and quickly took out the pokeball to show Yu Hai. After Yu Hai looked at the panel of long-winged gull and found that long-winged gull had no problem, he returned the pokeball to Xiao Nai and finally messed up Xiao Nai's hair. Okay Xiao Nai, you guys continue to watch the game here. Xiao Ying and I have something to do. You can come to Xiao Ying if you have something to do. After touching Xiao Nai's head and messing up Xiao Nai's hair, he was ready to say goodbye to the children in the orphanage. They also had to go to the massage shop to massage the mosquito frog to relax. After 4 days of high-intensity weight training, the mosquito frog should also take off the weights and enjoy the massage to relax the tense body. It's not too late to rest for 2 days before training. Brother Hai, can I see you again? Xiao Nai asked hurriedly when she saw Yu Hai leaving. Yes, Yu Hai smiled and waved his hand, not wanting to deceive this innocent girl. When will they meet again next time? He didn't know if he could live to that time. Finally, he decided to tell a little lie, so that the girl could keep this beauty forever instead of being destroyed by him, which was the best farewell. After all, he really couldn't do such a thing as disappointing a little girl. He didn't have such an idea when facing Xiao Ying, let alone a cute little girl. As for the future, only the future knows. After Xiao Ying said goodbye to the boys in the orphanage, the two left the water club together. Watching the two leave, the boys were still talking about who played a very exciting game. Brother Hai won again, but it was a pity that Xiao Ying lost. Xiao Nai just silently looked at the two people leaving, raised her feet and put them down, and finally did not follow them. She still had brothers and sisters in the orphanage waiting for her to take care of them, so she couldn't go with them. Brother Hai won, and we can still see Brother Hai's game tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Of course, I just don't know if Brother Hai can win the championship. I think it's uncertain. There are many powerful trainers participating in this competition. I feel that Brother Hai's rhino may not be able to beat it. What are you talking about? Even if the rhino can't beat it, we still have to support Brother Hai. Okay, support Brother Hai. The boys returned to the club noisily and continued to watch the game. Xiao Nai didn't go with them. She was not in the mood to watch the game now. Instead, she returned to the orphanage to help the old director take care of her younger brothers and sisters. After saying goodbye to the children in the orphanage, Yu Hai and Xiao Ying recalled what happened just now and asked Yu Hai, Brother Hai, don't you tell them? No, they will be taken care of by you in the future. You are their real big brother. Yu Hai shook his head slightly and directly said that he was a fake. Brother Hai, I feel you are not fake at all, Xiao Ying immediately refuted Yu Hai. Yu Hai, this elder brother, did much better than herself. Haha, I think you wanted to expose me back then. Yu Hai raised his hand and slapped Xiao Ying on the back of her head, and even slapped Xiao Ying, who was serious, and staggered. Brother Hai, when are you going to leave? Xiao Ying was slapped, but she was not angry, but felt even more depressed. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, I'm not sure, I still need to replenish some daily necessities, otherwise I will be floating on the sea for several days, and the prices on the cruise ship must be very expensive. After defeating Huai's boyfriend, Yu Hai planned to board the ship and leave Hasa Island tomorrow. It didn't matter if he gave up the game. There was no need to participate in that kind of game. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow? Brother Hai is not going to compete. Xiao Ying looked at Yu Hai in surprise. Although both of them were targeted, Yu Hai, who won, actually didn't fight. Xiao Ying, that kind of game will be lost sooner or later, what's the point of playing it? Yu Hai was interested in playing 2 more games in the club league. Since the club is so shameless, he can just give up the game. Xiao Ying, some games can be played, some are unnecessary. Anyway, it's not a regional competition. That kind of league ranking is useless. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Xiao Ying was targeted and lost the game. Of course he understood. But they didn't know yet. If Taro knew that Yu Hai was going to give up the game, he would definitely be furious. Taro made so many preparations for this battle, even the electric beast evolved. When he told him that Yu Hai didn't want to play and give up the game, he would probably be so angry that he would tear anything in his way to pieces. Brother Hai, they just told me that Junsha had been to the orphanage. Xiao Ying felt it necessary to tell Yu Hai about this. After all, it was they who called Junsha. Junsha. Yu Hai thought of the intern Junsha he met when he changed his ID card address at the police station last time. The Junsha they met seemed to be very emotional and empathetic. They were all idealists, which was not a bad thing after all. Don't worry about that matter. It's not something we can participate in, Yu Hai reminded Xiaoying not to get involved. Once involved in the struggle in the city hall, no matter how strong she is, she will be coerced, even compromised, and unable to extricate herself, and she may even lose her life in the end. He still prefers to be a knight who breaks the law with force, robs the rich and helps the poor from time to time, and is more free to be a lone ranger. As long as he is sure of something, he will do it. There is no such thing as so many human relationships. What he hates most in his life is human relationships. After all, he had been beaten by society for more than 20 years in his previous life. What about the social etiquette? If he is not comfortable, he will make trouble. No one can help him. If he does not poke a hole in the sky, he is not called a time traveler. 268 Chapter 262, Destinations of the Island, Additional Update. 268. Not long after they left, Yu Hai and Xiaoying came to Hui Zi's massage shop. Hui Zi's massage shop is very close to the club. It's just that she just beat up the other's boyfriend, and now she comes to the other's massage again, which always feels weird. When he came here, he found that the shop door was closed, there was no one in the massage shop, and he didn't know where Hui Zi went. Just when they were about to leave, Hui Zi came back with her boyfriend Aaron. Having just defeated the other party on the battlefield, and now meeting again, Yu Hai always felt a little weird. Anyway, it was very awkward. Mr. Hai, are you here for a massage? When Hui Zi saw Yu Hai, she knew that business was coming. She cherishes every business of elf massage, and all the money is given to her boyfriend to cultivate elves, leaving only a small part. Today she also watched her boyfriend's game, and was defeated by Mr. Hai in front of her, but she did not blame him. After all, it was just a game. And her boyfriend will soon be promoted to the coach of the club, and then the salary will be high, but it is still not enough for her boyfriend to cultivate elves. If you are busy, we will come another day, Yu Hai replied awkwardly, and pulled Xiaoying to leave the massage shop. He really couldn't stay in this awkward atmosphere. We are not busy, Mr. Hai, you come in and sit first. Huizi opened the door and invited Yu Hai and the others to enter the shop. Seeing that Huizi had invited him, Yu Hai paused and had to bite the bullet and enter the shop. As soon as he and Xiaoying entered the shop, Huizi's boyfriend spoke. Mr. Hai, I'm sorry about the match just now. Aren felt embarrassed when he saw Yu Hai, but because his girlfriend was around, he could only take the initiative to talk to her and was ready to confess to Yu Hai. After all, the other party was not a fool and probably knew that he was being targeted, especially twice in a row. Mr. Hai, those were all arranged by the higher UPS, not something I can decide. Aren, is it possible that your sister is not angry? Aren immediately felt something was wrong when she heard her boyfriend's words and questioned him. Haha, it's all a small matter. I've thought of this kind of private match a long time ago. Yu Hai saw that the couple was about to quarrel and had to speak up to smooth things over. He didn't expect this man to be so straightforward and directly told him all the internal arrangements. What else could he say? He could only say that he didn't care. Mr. Hai, your next opponent is likely to be Taro. His Electabuzz has evolved into Electabuzz. Aren saw that Yu Hai was not angry, and immediately told the well-known news, which was not considered a surprise selling inside information. Electric Monster. Yu Hai sighed at the power of the electric monster on the surface, but he didn't care in his heart. Anyway, he was ready to give up the game. What electric monster or not, it has nothing to do with him. What does the game have to do with him? Whoever wants to fight can fight. He doesn't want to play anymore, is that okay? Mr. Hai, that Pokemon is very fierce. I just found out about such a Pokemon today. Aren said this with envy in his eyes, and his eyes vaguely looked at Xiaoying, because Xiaoying had an electric monster on her body. It is very powerful, Yu Hai echoed casually, released his mosquito frog, let the mosquito frog lie on the massage bed, and let Huiza massage the mosquito frog. Mr. Hai's mosquito frog? Aaron wanted to ask, if it was frog, it would be impossible to defeat the electric monster. I'm not sure which Pokemon will be used at that time. If it is an electric monster, I should use the ground-type Iron Rhino. Yu Hai was talking nonsense to the other party. It's okay to tell Xiaoying about his intention to give up the game, but it's impossible to tell a stranger, especially this stranger has a gentle girlfriend who can massage. So that's how it is. I asked too much. Sorry Mr. Hai. Aren realized that he had crossed the line when he heard who the Pokemon would be. He was like a spy trying to get the opponent's secrets. Asking too much would inevitably arouse suspicion. It's okay, Yu Hai just smiled and didn't blame the other party. It was all false information anyway, so it didn't matter how much he said. But this guy's eyes always stole glances at Xiaoying. Why is that? Is it an electric monster? When this guy talked about the strength of the electric monster, the greed in his eyes was not concealed. Could it be that this guy also wanted an electric monster, just like he wanted the same thing? Wanting it is wanting, but the other party always stared at Xiaoying and stole something. As an internal employee of the club, it should be easy for the other party to get an electric monster. There is no need to steal other people's Pokemon. After all, the risk is too great. Xiaoying also has a guard grandfather of the calf. If the other party dares to touch Xiaoying, he will be afraid that he will not see the sun tomorrow morning. In the end, I really can't figure out whether the other party is envious or can't stand others having electric monsters. Until the end of the massage, the other party did not ask to take a look at the electric monster, and Yu Hai didn't take it seriously. Although he will respond to anyone with the greatest malice, he will not regard others as evil people if there is no conflict of interest between the two parties. After all, there is no conflict of interest, how can the other party be an evil person? If you want to possess a powerful elf when you see it, you are also an evil person before you take action. Then he drooled when he saw the swimsuit lady on the beach. Is this considered an evil person? If it was in the universe country in the previous life, it would really count if he just looked at it, but there is no such thing here. Seeing the treasure of the breeding house, he also had the desire to possess it in his heart, but he did not take action. This is at most malicious, not evil. Only those who can't control the greedy desire in their hearts and take malicious actions, and the maliciousness of hurting others, can be considered evil. After all, they were just fantasizing, and they didn't bother or hurt others. They just wanted to kill them for a while. This is not just one person who is crazy, but the whole society. After the massage, Yu Hai used the poke ball to retrieve the frog, said goodbye to Keiko and left the massage shop. It was Keiko's boyfriend, Aren, who sent them out. He stood at the door of the shop and watched them disappear around the corner, and then returned to the shop at Keiko's call. After leaving the massage shop, Yu Hai and Xiaoying took a taxi directly back to the villa. It was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and they could have dinner after training the Pokemon for a while. There was nothing important to do next, just dinner and rest. The claw crab didn't need to go to the beach to learn sword dance, because the claw crab had already learned sword dance. Many Pokemon have learned to defend, including Butterfree, Slowpoke, Farfetch'd, Ditto, Orb Spinner, Smurf. Basically, they all learned to defend. In response, he also took off his own face towel and replaced it with Ditto's face towel, which can cover his face and protect him in public. When needed, it is a face towel. When not needed, it is trained to protect. When going out, it is hung around the neck, and it can be released at any time to protect him. A few days ago, Mosquito also learned to absorb punches and mud shooting, but he didn't have time to learn it for bodybuilding. He can learn it later. The shadow clone that Bardashu learned, Bardashu also learned, but Slowpoke didn't learn it. Basically these are the things, and there is no extra training tonight. He plans to give the elves 2 days off. After all, they will leave tomorrow, so there is no need to work too hard. They can also go to bed early tonight. Tomorrow, they need to purchase supplies and ask the old man about the boat ticket. The first stop is to go to Little Orange Island, which is the largest island in the Orange Islands. Play on Little Orange Island for 2 days, and then go north from Little Orange Island to see Crystal Rock Snake first. If you can meet it, you can subdue it directly. I have to capture a Magikarp with potential to be a Quasi King, and then go to the Lyugan Gym on Lyugan Island to see if I can become the gym apprentice of the red-haired gym leader. If not, I will try the Napuru Gym. If nothing unexpected happens, the next general itinerary will be like this, and it will not change for some time in the future. When I pass by the Magikarp waterfall on Tiangan Island, I will capture a silly thing with potential to be a Quasi King. There are many Magikarps in that waterfall, and I can definitely select a silly thing with potential 59. As for the silly thing in the swimming pool, I will release it when the time comes, but I don't know if the silly thing is willing to leave. In addition to the above itinerary planning, an interesting thing happened tonight, that is, the third Pokémon that Xiao Ying captured, the long-winged gull, actually evolved and became a rideable big-mouthed gull. As soon as the big-mouthed gull evolved, Xiao Ying couldn't wait to sit on it and flew 2 circles in the sky. Since Xiao Ying is lighter than him, the big-mouthed gull doesn't have any difficulty flying, at least it's much better than he was at that time. After Xiao Ying had flown enough, he showed him the pokeball of the big-mouthed gull. He also saw that Xiao Ying's big-mouthed gull's potential had already broken through the king, with a potential of 67 points. This big-mouthed gull only needs to be cultivated and trained step by step, and it is a sure thing to be promoted to the king, so there is no need to worry at all. What Xiao Ying needs to worry about is the Parasaurolophus and the frog. The frog is okay, and it only needs a high-level water stone to successfully break into the king. The Parasaurolophus is difficult to deal with, because the Parasaurolophus cannot evolve again. Xiao Ying can only find treasures with related attributes for the Parasaurolophus to improve the potential of the Parasaurolophus, so that the Parasaurolophus can break into the king. This is Xiao Ying's own opportunity, just like the dragon scales and silver feathers he got, and when Xiao Ying got the electric monster, they are all personal opportunities. It's still the old saying. What is destined to happen will happen, and what is not destined to happen should not be forced. 269 Chapter 263, Boat Ticket. 269. The 23rd day after arriving at Hassa Island, cloudy. Today is the last day to stay in the villa on Hassa Island. They all slept in today and got up after 10 o'clock in the morning. However, the elves who should get up also got up early and were playing in the swimming pool. Brother Hai, are you going to buy supplies later? Xiao Ying got up early today. Seeing Yu Hai get up, he had already prepared a simple breakfast. There's no rush to buy supplies. I'm going to ask your grandfather about the boat ticket first. Yu Hai got up and waved his hand, and went to wash up first. When he came back from washing up, he went directly to the dining table to eat the breakfast prepared by Xiao Ying. Is this the breakfast you made? Not bad. Yu Hai looked at the glass of milk on the dining table, and an egg, 2 pieces of bread, and some sauces of different flavors, and you can eat it. Being able to make such a simple breakfast means that Xiao Ying has learned to take care of herself. A child without a father or a mother has grown up early, is very sensible and careful, and knows how to take care of other people's feelings, but it is hard for this child. In the elf world, he has no parents either, but he had them in his previous life, and there are many brothers in his family, so he doesn't have to worry about his parents being left unattended. After crossing, he will be treated as a missing person, and his parents can also get a large insurance compensation. Anyway, fishermen like to go fishing in the wilderness, and it is normal for a few people to go missing. Brother Hai, it's not as delicious as you say. Xiao Ying was a little embarrassed after being praised, and ate breakfast with a silly smile. After the two finished breakfast, they also prepared breakfast for the elves, and then began to pack up. After leaving the villa, Yu Hai did not plan to come back, and would take a boat directly to the Little Orange Islands. When packing up, Yu Hai reminded Xiao Ying, I rented this villa for 3 months, and I only lived here for more than 20 days. You can train elves here for the rest of the time. I know, Brother Hai. Xiao Ying was also cleaning the table and washing dishes. He will live here for a long time. When he is bored, he can go to his grandfather, the director of the orphanage, and his brothers and sisters in the orphanage. After chatting with Xiao Ying, Yu Hai also packed up his things, including some daily necessities, elf bowls, blankets on the sofa, and bad frog venom in the refrigerator. Then he used the elf ball to take back his 12 elves. There was still one Ditto on his face, so there was no need to take it back. Just let Ditto become a face towel and hang it on his face. He can change his face at any time, and he can also use it to defend and block the attack of elves at any time. It's very good. After sorting out the things and stuffing them all into the space backpack, Yu Hai carried 2 space backpacks and came to the outside of the villa with Xiao Ying to lock the door. He handed the villa key to Xiao Ying, and the two left the villa, came to the intersection to take a taxi, and went straight to the Sailor Bar. The car soon stopped at the back door of the Sailor Bar. Yu Hai and his partner got off and went straight to the 2nd floor, where they found the old man who was enjoying a massage from a waitress. Seeing the old man and the girl massaging and feeding him fruit, Yu Hai sighed softly. This was the life that a layman should enjoy. He was destined to be a hard worker. Old man, can you get a boat ticket to Little Orange Island? Today. Are you leaving? The old man waved his hand, motioning the waitress to go out, and then asked Yu Hai about the purpose of coming. I'm going to the gym to try and see if I can become an apprentice in the gym. Yu Hai did not hide his destination, and the old man already knew about it. Are you going to the Yuzu gym? When the old man heard Yu Hai's destination, he immediately thought of an island next to Little Orange Island, on which there was a gym, the Yuzu gym. I will try every gym. Yu Hai did not deny the old man's guess. Before joining the gym, he wanted to visit the largest island in the Orange Islands, find the crystal rock snake, and subdue the fool with the potential of a quasi-king. This is why he went west and north. I thought you would choose the Napuru gym. One is in the east and the other is in the south. They are about the same distance from Hasa Island. The old man could see that Yu Hai did not want to say more, so he immediately picked up his mobile phone and made a call. After the call was connected, the old man chatted with the other end of the phone for a few words before hanging up. Hey, why didn't you tell me earlier? The ferry to Napuru Island runs once every 3 days, and it's gone a long time ago. Now we have to wait 2 days for the ferry to come. The ferry to Little Orange Island runs once a day, and the tickets were sold out yesterday. The ferry left the port this morning. There is no ferry to Little Orange Island in the afternoon, you can only wait for the ferry tomorrow morning. There are still tickets for tomorrow. If you need me, I will help you book a ticket for tomorrow morning. Okay, Yu Hai thought about it and nodded to agree to it. Waiting for 1 night is better than waiting for 2 days. Anyway, he is not going to Napuru Island, but plans to go west and go around before going to Napuru Island. He has always been thinking about the big rock snake, and the stupid thing in the Magi Carp waterfall on Tiangan Island. He has been coveting it for a long time. Finally, he will go to Liugan Island to interview the gym apprentice. If it doesn't work, he will go to Napuru gym. The general itinerary is like this. If the Napuru gym doesn't work, he will try the other 2 gyms. If they still don't work, he will leave the Orange Islands and go to gyms in other regions. It should be easy to join the Cerulean gym in the Kanto region. After all, the 3 Sakura sisters are useless trainers, but they are all very beautiful. Once he joins the Cerulean gym, all the gym work may be thrown to him, which will be very tiring. It seems that he has to think carefully before joining. After all, joining the gym is just to become a certified trainer of the league. He is not a tool man who specializes in fighting, unless... Forget it, the son-in-law is just a thought. He immediately threw this idea behind him and stopped thinking about the son-in-law. He felt that he didn't have this luck. The boat ticket is 20,000. I will book you a first-class cabin. You can also see the sea view along the way. The old man knew that Yu Hai was not short of money, so he didn't be polite to Yu Hai. Okay, here is 20,000. Yu Hai took out 20,000 league coins, handed them to the old man, and left the private room, ready to go to the supermarket to purchase supplies. After he left, Xiaoying still wanted to go, but was stopped by the old man. Xiaoying, don't you want a ticket? Grandpa, I'm not going, why do I need a ticket? Xiaoying heard this and knew what the old man was worried about. They had already said goodbye, and he would not follow him quietly. He knew that Brother Hai would never allow it. Even if he followed him, he would probably be scolded and come back in disgrace. Why bother? It's good that you don't go. Grandpa thought you wanted to go with him. The old man smacked his lips and exhaled white smoke. At first, he was indeed a little worried that Xiaoying would follow him after following him for a long time. As long as Xiaoying can think independently, Xiaoying will be considered to have grown up, have her own opinions, make her own choices, and will not be influenced by others. He can also be relieved. What Xiaoying lacks now is the hard power of the elf. As she grows older, this will be slowly made up, so there is no need to worry. Anyway, Xiaoying is only 11 years old, and the future is still early for Xiaoying. Xiaoying still has time to grow up slowly, so he is not worried. The most important thing now is to make steady progress. As long as we lay a good foundation, we can make great progress. Grandpa, don't worry, I won't go. Brother Hai has his own way to go, and I have my own way to go. We agreed to meet at the regional conference. At that time, I will use all my strength to defeat Brother Hai. Xiaoying left this sentence, waved and left the private room to chase Yu Hai, who was purchasing. Looking at the slowly closing door of the private room, the old man looked back at Xiaoying, who was leaving the hall under the French window, and didn't say anything. Sometimes when children grow up, too many restrictions will only backfire. He was also quietly relieved that Xiaoying could get rid of Yu Hai's influence. Fortunately, they had only been in contact for half a month, which was not too long. If it was longer, some things would be hard to say. After half a month of teaching, he was very satisfied with Yu Hai's teaching. The other party did not use his influence to deliberately influence Xiaoying's mind, and also established a positive outlook on life for Xiaoying. He didn't know how to thank him. If the gift was heavy, he couldn't show it, and if the gift was light, he couldn't show it either. By the way, the old man suddenly thought of something, rummaged through the boxes in the private room, and took out a bottle of good stuff he had treasured for a long time. Old man, I have hidden you for so long, it's time to come out and see the sun. The old man gently stroked the glass bottle. These bottles of good stuff were his treasures, and he was reluctant to give them away. If it wasn't for thanking the young man, he would be reluctant to give away his big treasure. However, he had to give something away. If he didn't, it would fall on Xiaoying. Gritting his teeth, the old man finally endured the pain and put the bottle of wine in a box and packed it. He would let his grandson take the boat ticket and send it over later. When Yu Hai came to the outside of the bar, he turned back to look for Xiaoying. After not seeing Xiaoying, he thought that the grandfather and grandson might have something to say, so he didn't care. Go straight to the super value supermarket next to the department store to buy some quick heating food. There should be a big canteen or restaurant on the ship. You can also eat 2 meals there. Once you enter the city and the wild, you can eat quick heating food and cook when conditions permit. Just after walking 2 steps, Xiaoying caught up with him. The two of them happened to go to the supermarket together. Xiaoying also bought some ingredients and quick heating food. This time, Yu Hai bought 2 months of food and water, which cost him 250,000 alliance coins. 2 months is enough. He is not often in the wild. Even if he was stranded on a deserted island, he only ate soil for 1.5 months. 2 months of food is enough for him to return to human society. After buying food, they went to the department store again, to the outdoor goods store, to buy some outdoor survival equipment. Today, there are a lot of people in the department store. The whole department store is crowded with people. You can only see heads in front, behind, left and right, and nothing else. Listening to the discussions of the people around, most of them are people going to the 4th floor, and they are all customers who go to see the electric monster cubs. Yu-Hai did not expect that the new evolution of Electabuzz would be so popular that even the department store was blocked. Isn't it pure IQ tax to buy Electabuzz now? If you want to buy it, wait until the heat is over. The elf cubs are in the store and won't run away. What if they are sold out? Haha, you should ask the boss if he wants to make money. If he doesn't want to make money, the market for Electabuzz cubs will be taken over by other breeding houses sooner or later. If he wants to make money, the breeding house in the main store should hatch eggs quickly, and sell Electabuzz elf eggs, anyway, they can make money. Ignoring the crowd rushing to the breeding house, Yu-Hai and Xiaoying followed the crowded flow of people and finally squeezed into the outdoor goods store. There were also many people here. The fake old man was also in the store, and there was also a girl. Seeing this, he didn't bother the fake old man. Like other customers, he went into the store to choose things, handed them to the girl to pay, and left the outdoor goods store. This time he bought some fire-starting tools, the most important of which were waterproof, and he took a few extra flashlights and headlamps, as well as several maps of the Orange Islands to prevent them from being lost. He also took a sleeping bag, a few pairs of stab-proof gloves, a few telescopes, several moisture-proof mats, several compasses, batteries for the incubator, and a stove for burning firewood in the wild. This pile of things cost him another 200,000 alliance coins. After buying the things, he and Xiaoying left the outdoor goods store and prepared to go to the sailor bar eat lunch. After all, it was the chef's meal, and if you don't eat it, you won't be able to eat it later. For the remaining daily necessities, such as toothbrushes and towels, you can just use the ones you bought before. During lunch, they turned on the TV and watched the youth trainer competition while eating. However, Yu-Hai didn't know that someone was going crazy because he was waiting for him and didn't see him for a long time. The battle screen in the corridor of the water club notified Yu-Hai to enter the venue, but Yu-Hai didn't enter the venue. According to the rules of the competition, being late for 5 minutes will be regarded as a forfeit. The children in the orphanage who were waiting to watch Yu-Hai's game were a little regretful that they couldn't see Yu-Hai's game. There were also Keiko and Aaron, the long-haired young man, the 3 Krypton Gold brothers, and many spectators and gamblers who were almost crazy waiting, but they didn't see Yu-Hai. As time passed by, the referee finally ruled that Yu-Hai's opponent, Taro, won. This also caused an uproar in the audience, and some audience members began to discuss that there was something shady in the game, which was why the player number 3333 gave up the game. Some people even stood up and threw beverage bottles at the competition venue, shouting that there was something shady and demanding a refund. The emotional audience was very excited and clamored for a refund. The organizers could not suppress the gradually spreading trend of refunding tickets. In the end, they could only give small gifts and experience cards to calm the audience's anger. The audience originally wanted to see the electric shock monster and the mosquito frog, which was famous some time ago, have a real exciting battle. As a result, the other party gave up the game directly. What else did they want to watch? Not only the audience at the scene was very angry, but Taro standing on the competition field was even more angry. He felt that his preparations during this period were in vain. He didn't expect that the opponent would not even fight and gave up the game directly. He now heard the boos from the audience, and the occasional curses from the shady people. All the preparations for so long were wasted. His punch was like hitting cotton. The opponent didn't respond at all. He felt uncomfortable as if he had eaten feces. Even if he won the game, he was not happy at all. This was not the victory he wanted. This could not be called a victory at all, and it could not avenge his previous shame. He felt that he was fooled by that guy. 270 Chapter 264, Old Wine. 270. Keiko's boyfriend Aaron was sitting in the audience, and he felt very strange because he had just met Yu-Hai yesterday and exchanged some things about the game. He thought that the opponent would use the mosquito-repellent frog to participate in the competition, but he didn't expect that the opponent would directly abandon the competition and stop playing. No matter how many shady things the club has, as long as the opponent doesn't jump, the club can't do anything. He originally wanted to see how much the mosquito-repellent frog has grown after the last battle with the electric beast. Since he couldn't watch it, there was no need to watch it. His girlfriend had to go back to the store to work, and he felt that the next game was nothing to watch. He simply returned to the massage shop with his girlfriend and helped her take care of the business in the shop. It was the league period now, he was eliminated again, and he didn't have any work tasks, so he and his girlfriend just happened to be guarding the massage shop. After the league was over, he didn't have so much time to accompany his girlfriend. He needed to go back to his job as a sparring partner and prepare to participate in the assessment for coach promotion. As Huizi and her boyfriend left the field, many spectators left early. The children in the orphanage couldn't understand why Yu-Hai gave up the game. They could only wait until they met Xiaoying next time and ask Xiaoying if she knew the reason. However, the two Krypton brothers, Erlang and Jiro, who were watching outside the field, could probably guess the reason why Yu-Hai gave up the game. Second brother, he is a coward, isn't he? He actually gave up the game. Third brother, letting you go up may not make you do better, at least his goal has been achieved. Goal? What goal? Don't you see that the eldest brother is almost mad? Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave, you will be the punching bag again. The smart Erlang can already think that the furious eldest brother will lecture them when he sees them. If he doesn't scold them, it will be difficult for the eldest brother to calm down. As the two Krypton brothers ran away in advance, they were not prepared to welcome the eldest brother who returned victoriously. The long-haired young man standing tall in the club, who is also a senior coach of the water club, was a little regretful when he saw Yu-Hai did not appear. This time they have prepared all-round monitoring, and they must record the entire battle process of the mosquito-repellent frog and analyze the mosquito-repellent frog from multiple angles. It's a pity that the opponent gave up the game, which made them miss a good opportunity to observe. Now they can only end with regret. Who said that the club's unspoken rules are too excessive, and there is nothing they can do about it? However, the child with Yu-Hai should also know the training method of mosquito frog's waterfall climbing. That child might be a breakthrough. But that child has a sailor grandfather who has made contributions to the Alliance and shed blood for the Alliance. It's really difficult to deal with him. At least you can't use force. Yu-Hai, who was having lunch at the sailor bar, didn't know what happened in the water club. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. For him, the competition is about participation. There is no point in competing without trying your best. While they were having lunch, they also encountered an interesting thing, that is, the waitress brought a boat ticket and a bottle of old wine. What is this? Yu-Hai was not surprised to see the boat ticket, but was a little surprised by the old wine that came with the boat ticket. This is the wine the boss gave you. He also asked me to convey that he thanks you for taking care of Xiaoying during this period. If you want to drink, you can come to the bar at any time, and you can get a free bill. Okay, Wine'll take it. Yu-Hai waved his hand, signaling the waitress to leave, and he picked up the bottle and examined it carefully. Brother Hai, this is Grandpa's treasure. It is usually locked in the cabinet and I am not allowed to touch it, Xiaoying explained to Yu-Hai when she saw the bottle of wine, and recalled the time when she came here to play when she was 7 years old. At that time, he was curious about what was locked in the cabinet, so he opened the cabinet and found that it was wine. When he was about to touch it, his grandfather came over and beat him up, so he was impressed by the wine. It turns out to be a treasure. Yu Hai was happy when he heard that it was the old man's collection. He didn't expect that the old man would give him wine to thank him. Didn't the old man know that he was still an immature child? 15 years old, can't he drink? He guessed correctly. The old man did forget that he was only 15 years old, and the old man thought that was a fake age, thinking that he had already grown up, but was just pretending to be young. After all, his style of doing things was too mature, not like an ignorant teenager at all, but more like a little fox. Even the old fox, the old man, had fallen into his hands. After accepting the boat ticket, the old wine, and putting all the things into the space backpack, Yu Hai continued to stare at the game on TV. The boat ticket would be used tomorrow, so the wine would be put aside and taken out when he wanted to drink. Xiao Ying ate and looked at the watch time. It was still early, just after 1 p.m., and she didn't know what to do in the afternoon. Brother Hai, what are we doing in the afternoon? I don't have anywhere to go, I just want to lie down and watch TV. Yu Hai finished lunch and lay on the sofa. He didn't want to go anywhere, and the elves didn't want to train. After lunch, the elves squeezed on the sofa with him to watch TV and prepare for a good lunch break. Xiao Ying saw this scene and had no choice. This was the last time he spent with Brother Hai. He didn't go anywhere either. He lay on another sofa, quietly watching the TV game, and accompanied the elves to fall asleep slowly. When they woke up, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, just dinner time. They had just eaten lunch 4 hours ago, and they didn't exercise in the afternoon, so they were not hungry. But the waitress had already brought dinner, so they had to eat it reluctantly. However, they were too full at noon and did not finish their dinner. They planned to heat it up for a midnight snack. It was getting dark, and there was still one night left before tomorrow morning. Yu Hai didn't want to go anywhere, and Xiao Ying was so bored that she could only watch TV. Seeing Xiao Ying staring at the TV in a daze, Yu Hai knew that they only had one last night to spend together, and they couldn't be so bored in this private room that they could only watch TV. I had been lying down for the whole afternoon, and now I couldn't sleep. I should do something in the evening, so I suggested to Xiao Ying, Xiao Ying, do you want to go shopping? Okay, where to go shopping? Xiao Ying jumped up excitedly when she heard that she could go out. We can go anywhere, just walk around. Yu Hai put on his double backpack, collected the elves who had finished dinner, and only left Ditto to turn into a face towel. Xiao Ying also followed his example and made Ditto turn into a face towel, and the two left the private room of the sailor bar. The two backpacks contained all his worth, so he would not put them in the private room, so he could only carry them wherever he went. As the two of them went out, the old man also saw them under the French window, but he didn't care about their departure. Anyway, Yu Hai would leave tomorrow, and he didn't know when they would see each other again. Yu Hai and Xiao Ying came to the street and walked aimlessly. The place where they wandered was the 6 battle venues outside the Pokémon Center. The 6 battle venues were too deserted now. There were basically no trainers fighting. The current trainers were watching the games in the 7 clubs and the venue of the youth trainer competition. There were very few trainers here. Even if there were a few trainers, they were rookies who had just obtained Pokémons, and they were not even amateur trainers. Seeing that there was nothing interesting here, they wandered around here, and even went to the department store. In the end, they didn't buy anything. After leaving the department store, they found that the department store, the 7 clubs, and the conference venue in the north of the city were the most lively places. But they would not go to these 3 places. They had visited the department store. If he went to the club league, he would probably be drowned by the saliva of gamblers. Now he couldn't sleep if he went back. In order to kill the last time, Xiao Ying suggested going to massage the elf. His mosquito-repellent frog was massaged yesterday, but Xiao Ying's mosquito-repellent frog hadn't been massaged yet, so he also wanted to go for a massage. Let's go. Yu Hai did not refuse Xiao Ying's suggestion, and he also wanted to give the mosquito-repellent frog another massage. After this time, he didn't know when he could give it a massage next time. There should be breeders who can give massages on the passenger ship, but you can't always rely on others. After all, the mosquito-repellent frog is your own elf, and you can try it yourself. The mosquito-repellent frog is a very good massage object. As they came to Keiko's massage shop, they found that Keiko and her boyfriend Aaron were in the shop. Seeing the two of them come in, Keiko and her boyfriend were very surprised, especially Aaron. During the noon competition, Aaron was still wondering why Yu-Hai gave up the game, but the other party came to his shop again. "Mr. Hai, are you here for a massage?" Keiko greeted Yu-Hai and the others into the shop and sat down, and asked them casually. "Yes, Xiao Ying's mosquito-repellent frog needs a massage." Yu-Hai patted Xiao Ying on the shoulder and signaled Xiao Ying to let the mosquito-repellent frog out. "Keiko sister, my mosquito-repellent frog needs a massage." Xiao Ying was pushed and released her own mosquito-repellent frog. The mosquito-repellent frog lay on the massage bed, and Huizi rolled up her sleeves, ready to massage the mosquito-repellent frog. Suddenly she thought of the game at noon and asked Yu-Hai curiously, "Mr. Hai, why didn't you go to the game at noon?" "The game?" Yu-Hai scratched his head awkwardly, using an awkward smile to cover up his embarrassment. "I overslept at noon and forgot about it. When I rushed over, the game was over." "Really, I went to watch your game, but I waited for a long time but didn't see you play," Huizi complained in a low voice. It was her boyfriend who dragged her to watch the game, and said that today's game would be absolutely exciting. In the end, she didn't get to watch the game she had been looking forward to for a long time. Seeing Yu-Hai, she wanted to say a few words, but considering that Yu-Hai was her client, she held back the complaints that she hadn't said yet. "Haha, I'm sorry, Miss Huizi's expectations were in vain." Yu-Hai could only scratch his head awkwardly in the face of Huizi's rolling eyes. He knew that the other party was just joking, and he didn't take it seriously. In this situation, he could only play dumb. After all, he couldn't say he would give up the game. It's too honest, not good at all. Although everyone knows that it was abandonment of the game, and oversleeping is just an excuse, as long as it is not said, it's good for you, me, and everyone. This is the unspoken rule. "Mr. Hai, I didn't expect you to be absent. Taro won the game at that time, and was very angry about your absence." Aaron sighed secretly, regretting to miss a wonderful game, and also told Yu-Hai about the situation on the court at that time, especially Taro's reaction. "Really? Please convey a message for me. I will have a good game next time. There will be plenty of time in the future." Yu-Hai waved his hand, not caring about losing the game. Taro's anger was also within his expectations. Anyway, he was leaving, and Taro couldn't find him. Let Taro play alone, he won't accompany him. In the future? Aaron looked at Yu-Hai in confusion. Why did he want to use it later? Couldn't he do it now? "This is our last massage. Brother Hai is leaving tomorrow," Xiao Ying interrupted at this time, answering the doubts in Aaron's mind. Brother Hai accompanied him to the massage parlor for the last time. After Brother Hai left, he could only come alone. "Ah? Mr. Hai is leaving? Is he going on a trip?" When Huizi heard the news, she was the most shocked. She didn't expect that his biggest client would leave. She would earn a lot less. "Prepare to look around." Yu-Hai waved his hand helplessly, asking Huizi not to be so surprised. When Huizi saw Yu-Hai's actions, she knew that she was a little abrupt just now, and then she could only apologize with a smile. Aaron was stunned when he heard the news. He didn't expect Yu-Hai to leave Hasa City. If this is the case, it's no wonder that Yu-Hai gave up the game. Anyway, he was going to leave. There was a shady deal in the game. What did it matter whether he participated or not? The other party didn't care about this small game with shady deals at all. If the other party wants to leave, then the kid with the electric shock monster should also leave. Thinking of this, Aaron couldn't sit still. His plan hadn't started yet, so he couldn't let it die in the womb. Once the kid with the electric monster left, he might not be able to beat him when he returned to Hasa's city. At that time, the electric monster had evolved into an electric beast, with traces of the trainer, and it would be difficult to capture it again. Now is the best time to act. If he can't get the electric monster, he will have no chance in the future. Without money, he needs to wait at least 5 years to get an electric monster in the club. 5 years. By the time he gets the electric monster and cultivates it, it will be too late. At that time, he will be middle-aged. How can he pursue the path of a trainer? If he could get that kid's electric monster, even if he couldn't subdue it, he could take it to the main store of the breeding house and exchange it for an electric monster cub, so that he could get his own electric monster. He is not ready yet, his helpers have not been contacted, and the distribution of benefits has not been clearly divided. But now there is no time, he has only 2 choices. Keiko, I have something to go out for, if I don't come back, you can close the shop and go home. Aren said this, and hurriedly left the massage shop. His destination was the electric club. From the moment he left the massage shop, he had made a choice. Even if he wanted to take action, he had to find 2 trustworthy helpers. For Aren, who left in a hurry, Huiza just reminded Aren to be careful on the road. Such a hasty separation was normal for her. She did not doubt her boyfriend's sudden departure. Before, her boyfriend often came to the store to say a few words to her because of work, and then hurriedly said goodbye to work. It was all normal. Xiaoying didn't think much about Aren's departure. After all, Xiaoying's mind was still very pure, and she was still full of beautiful yearning for this world. Of course, she would not speculate about the acquaintances around her with the greatest malice. Yu Hai felt a little strange about Aren's departure. Why didn't he leave earlier or later, but he left when Xiaoying mentioned that he was leaving. Did this guy go to report the news? 271 Chapter 265, Forced to Leave. 271. Just now, he said that he would miss the game, and Taro was very angry. If Aren went to Taro to report the news, Taro would not come to block him. After all, he lost 5 million last time, and he didn't retaliate, which shows that he is not a stingy local tyrant. But the rich man is very likely to care about his reputation. If he gives up the game today and loses face, he thought it would be better to hide. He was not worried about causing any injuries in the city. Although the other party was rich, they could only do such things secretly and would not do it openly. Anyway, he was not afraid of coming openly, and he was even less afraid of coming secretly. It would just be an extra trouble. However, he did not know that the other party did not inform Taro, but thought that he and Xiaoying were leaving Hasa city, so they went to find someone to block them. After Xiaoying's mosquito-repellent frog massage was over, his mosquito-repellent frog did not plan to massage. If he wanted to massage again, it would be 2 hours later. It would be bad if someone blocked the road at that time. Anyway, he had watched the game, participated in the league, and watched the 4 Heavenly Kings ferry. Now he would go back and lie down until tomorrow morning when he could take the boat directly to leave. As for the finale of who would win the championship, he would not watch it. It was boring. Anyway, the champions were all from the club. What was there to watch? The youth trainer competition was also won by those rich and inhumane people. There was nothing to watch. After giving up the massage, Yu Hai asked Xiaoying to leave the massage parlor, and Huizhi even sent them out the door. Xiaoying used the poke ball to take back the frog when Yu Hai suddenly left, and did not ask any more questions. Before, he thought that Brother Hai's frog would also take this opportunity to massage, but he did not expect it to leave in a hurry without a massage. However, Brother Hai must have his own purpose for doing this, so he should not speculate. After the 2 walked out of the alley of the massage parlor, they happened to see Aren, who had returned. Mr. Hai, you left so soon? Why don't you sit for a while? Aren came up and greeted Yu Hai and the others with a smile. He had just arrived, and Yu Hai and the others were about to leave. He almost missed them. Fortunately, he intercepted them here. If he went outside, it would be inconvenient to do it. As for why he targeted Xiao Ying? Why did he snatch the electric monster? The reason is also very simple. This electric monster is the easiest to get. As long as he kills these two people, no one will know that they did it. Even if someone wants to suspect, Taro is there to support him. Taro is the first suspect after the two people disappeared. Taro is very angry because of today's abandonment. We also have to thank this guy for abandoning the game, which helped them find a good excuse. For an angry rich man, it is not surprising that he loses control of his emotions and does something crazy. That's why he said this is the best time to take action, and the best opportunity to take action. He doesn't want to miss it and must get the electric monster. It's almost 11 o'clock, I want to go back and rest early. Yu Hai saw Aaron blocking the road, looked up behind Aaron, and didn't see anyone else, so he breathed a sigh of relief. He is very suspicious, and this situation is too coincidental. It's better not to be what he thought before, and the other party didn't notify Taro to block him. Otherwise, it's a bit difficult to fight in this dim alley. The alley with only a few street lamps is only 3 meters wide. It rained lightly in the afternoon, and there is still water on the road. Xiaoying, let's go. Yu Hai didn't want to waste time talking to him, and they walked to the left of the alley. Aren saw that Yu Hai and the other person wanted to leave, so he also walked to the right of the alley, brushing past Xiaoying, pretending to return to the massage shop, which was just a corner away from the massage shop. When the three of them passed by, no one spoke. Aren also showed his true intention when they passed by, and stabbed Xiaoying's neck with the dagger hidden in his wrist, trying to kill her with one blow. Swish! After the dagger was stabbed out, the sound was very strange, not the sound of blood splashing, but the sound of metal friction. At this moment, Yu Hai was holding the sharp dagger stabbed by Aren, with stab-proof gloves on his palms. He grabbed the dagger with all his strength and asked sternly, "What do you want to do to Xiaoying?" "Haha, do it," Aren sneered twice, and without any nonsense, he shouted immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, a very fast elf suddenly rushed out of the alley. Yu Hai didn't see what it was. He only noticed a blue-yellow lightning rushing in front of him, knocking him out. The palm holding the dagger also loosened. He only had time to shout to Xiaoying, "Run on the big-mouthed gull, run!" When he was knocked away, he also threw out the smoke bomb in his pocket. That was the smoke bomb used to deal with Taro. He deliberately hid the smoke bomb in his pocket to cover Xiaoying's escape. After he was knocked away, Xiaoying was already scared. Even if he shouted loudly, Xiaoying only came back to her senses from the state of stiffness. Just now, Xiaoying thought he was going to die. The tip of the knife almost pierced his throat. He didn't dare to move at all. His head was confused. His brain was in a state of confusion and panic. His thinking became confused and he couldn't think clearly. It wasn't until Yu Hai's shouting that he woke him up. His breathing began to become rapid, and his heartbeat instantly accelerated, as violent as a drum, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. When he came back to his senses, he first looked back at the direction where Brother Hai was beaten and flew away, then looked back to see Aren, who had a kind face just now but now looked ferocious and raised the knife to him again. He seemed to have only realized the ferocity of Huai's boyfriend Aren today. Was his previous gentleness a disguise for him? The fierce look on Aren's face at this moment frightened him to the point of his hair standing on end. His legs seemed to be filled with lead and he couldn't move at all. He was so anxious that he was about to cry. Facing the fast-falling knife, he felt fear and death. Is he going to die? He is unwilling to accept this, and he doesn't know what happened to Brother Hai. Move quickly, move your legs quickly. Ah! Xiaoying kept beating her legs, just to make her numb legs run. However, her legs, which had been numb from fear, could not move at all, as if they were rooted to the ground. No matter how Xiaoying shouted, she could not move at all. Bang! Just as the knife was about to pierce him, the poke ball on his waist suddenly opened, and a white Pokemon gull flew out of it, grabbed Xiao Ying's shoulders and soared into the sky, saving Xiao Ying, who was so scared that she was numb. After being caught by the gull, Xiao Ying gasped for air. Aren, who had just raised a knife to him, frightened him so much that he forgot to breathe. After being able to breathe, his whole body seemed to be drained of strength, and he softened, letting the gull take him flying. After flying a distance, he remembered that Yu Hai was still in the alley. The alley was covered with smoke, and he couldn't see the situation there clearly, nor did he know how to save Brother Hai. He had just escaped, and going back now would not only be useless, but would only cause more trouble. When he thought that Brother Hai might die in the alley, he panicked instantly, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. At the same time, Yu Hai, who was in the smoke, coughed twice, vomited a lot of food and stomach acid, and then climbed up from the waterlogged ground. The collision just now pushed out his dinner. Fortunately, Ditto used his guard to block the attack for him, so he was not injured, but his back was burning from hitting the wall. Now is not the time to care about these things. After Ditto turned into a mosquito-repellent frog to resist the collision, it turned into a face towel again and hung it around his neck. He also released the real mosquito-repellent frog. As the smoke bomb took effect, he also felt a burst of strong wind. Xiao Ying must have escaped on the gull. The gull blew away the smoke, and he saw Aaron, who had just released Pidgeot and was about to chase Xiao Ying. He immediately shouted to Frog, "Frog, you can't let that Pidgeot fly, it will be useless." Yobo, Frog just came out and saw Yu Hai holding his stomach and bending over the wall. He said only 2 words and his stomach was cramping. It didn't care so much, and his fist was covered with ice crystals, and he punched the Pidgeot who had just come out angrily. Beep, beep, Pidgeot screamed and fell from the air, his wings drooping on the ground. His wings were broken by Frog's punch, and the additional damage of the frozen fist froze his wings. Damn, Raidenman, kill that frog with 100,000 volts. Seeing that Pidgeot's wings were broken, Jin's pursuit was forced to stop, and he had to turn his head and glare at Yukai. He was hit by the accelerated Raidenman, but he didn't expect that this guy was not dead yet. He immediately asked the Raidenman beside him to attack Frog. But a red beam hit Frog. It was Yukai sitting on the back of the gull. He took back Frog with a poke ball, making Raidenman's 100,000 volts fail. The reason why he didn't let Frog attack Jin just now was because Raidenman was right next to Jin. In that case, the chance of destroying Pidgeot was higher than killing Jin. He chose to destroy Pidgeot without hesitation. After taking back Frog, Yukai sat on the gull in the air and looked at Jin coldly, then let the gull rush out of the range of the smoke bomb and run away directly. Now is not the time to fight desperately. The time, place, and people are not on his side. His stomach is twisted because of the collision just now. His stomach hurts when he talks, let alone commanding the Pokemon to fight. It was not clear whether the other party had any accomplices. In this situation, the best strategy was to run away. On the other side, Xiao Ying, who had escaped long ago, thought about it and thought of his grandfather. He immediately let the big-mouthed gull fly to find his grandfather. However, as soon as the big-mouthed gull changed direction, Yu Hai rushed out of the smoke. Seeing Xiao Ying turning back, he immediately cursed and cursed loudly, enduring the pain, "Don't look back, run, run." Seeing that Brother Hai was fine, Xiao Ying breathed a sigh of relief and no longer hesitated. He immediately turned over and sat on the back of the big-mouthed gull and flew straight forward. Yu Hai quickly caught up. "Brother Hai!" Xiao Ying saw Yu Hai lying on the back of the big-mouthed gull. As long as Brother Hai was fine, it would be fine. "Don't talk, Yu Hai's stomach hurts now. It hurts when he talks. The shout just now hurts him to death. He needs to rest now," so he lies on the back of the big-mouthed gull and doesn't want to care about anything, letting the big-mouthed gull fly forward. He didn't expect that Aren's attack was so sudden that he didn't react, and the opponent would sneak attack Xiao Ying. To be precise, the opponent's sneak attack was aimed at him. If there was no ditto, the collision just now would have sent him away. After killing him, the opponent's target turned to Xiaoying, probably because of Xiaoying's electric monster. He was really ruthless and didn't talk much. He thought that the opponent would inform Taro to block the road, but he didn't expect that the opponent was so insidious and wanted to kill them both. No wonder the opponent hid his strength during the game, probably to catch them off guard. He didn't expect that the opponent's malice and greed would take action. He didn't even care about the club's work and his girlfriend, just for an electric monster. It was really crazy. Fortunately, I put a smoke bomb in my pocket at that time, and the opponent's attention was on Xiaoying, so he didn't notice the sneak attack of the frog. If the Pidgeot was not destroyed, according to the speed of Pidgeot, they would soon catch up with them on the Soria. I don't know if the opponent has other flying seats ride. Brother Hai, they are catching up. There are 3 people, 2 big-mouthed gulls and a big-mouthed sparrow. After Yu Hai lay down, Xiaoying took on the task of observation. When she looked back and saw someone chasing her, she immediately reported to Yu Hai. Big-mouthed gulls, use the tailwind to speed up. Yu Hai heard Xiaoying's words, raised his hand and gently patted the big-mouthed gull's ears, asking the big-mouthed gulls to speed up. Xiaoying's big-mouthed gulls. Brother Hai, we are almost out of Hasa Island, and we can see the coastline. As the big-mouthed gulls speeded up, Xiaoying also saw the coastline on the edge of the city. Hai, big-mouthed gulls, find a way to turn back, Yu Hai panted and shouted to the big-mouthed gulls again. Bile, the big-mouthed gulls nodded gently, and immediately turned around and prepared to fly back to the city. As soon as the big-mouthed gulls turned around, the 3 people chasing them behind them immediately separated and surrounded them in 3 directions, blocking their way back. Brother Hai, they are coming to surround us and won't let us go back. Xiaoying looked at the 3 people who separated behind her in the faint moonlight, knowing that the 3 people were driving them away and not letting them return to the city. Hai, forget it, the big-mouthed gulls are flying to the sea, Yu Hai sighed helplessly. Leaving the alley was the best opportunity to go to the Pokémon Center. Now that they were at the seaside, the other party naturally wouldn't allow them to go back. Once Juncha knew that the other party attacked the trainer in the city, they would go to the police station and their Pokémon would be confiscated. If the 3 didn't want to go to the police station, didn't want their Pokémon to be confiscated, and wanted to continue living in the sun and in the city, and didn't want anyone to know that the 3 of them had attacked the trainer in the city, then he and Xiaoying must die. Even if they were chased to the ends of the earth, they must die. Thinking of this, he really had no strength left, even breathing required all his strength, he really needed to rest well. After falling asleep, he could not hold the feathers of the gull and slowly slid off the gull. When the gull noticed that he had let go, it took him into its mouth and let him sleep in its mouth. The gull on Xiaoying's side saw this scene and also took Xiaoying into its mouth, which could also reduce the wind resistance during flight. With the blessing of the tailwind, they could also fly faster. As they chased and fled, the 5 of them gradually moved away from Hasa City and Hasa Island, flying towards the dark sea in an uncertain direction. However, the noise they made was not small, and even Juncha in the police station was alarmed. When Juncha came to the alley where the battle took place, she only found an empty smoke bomb, a collapsed wall, feathers and blood on the ground, and traces of electric shock on the ground. From the traces at the scene, there was a short battle here, with flying and electric Pokémon, and Pokémon that broke through the wall. It was a battle between trainers. It was just that no one knew where the parties had gone, and there were no witnesses here, so the sudden battle ended. Finally, Juncha found Huizi, who opened a shop nearby. Huizi told Juncha that the whole alley was full of white smoke, which spread to her side. She was very scared at the time and closed the door of the shop tightly. There was white smoke outside, and the visibility was less than 1 meter. She saw nothing and heard nothing. In fact, she heard thunder and birds, which were probably the sound of elves fighting. Because the door was closed at the time, she could only hear these 2 sounds, and nothing else. Juncha saw that Huizi really couldn't ask anything, so she had to give up in the end. Fortunately, there were no casualties, so they didn't have to worry about it and just withdrew. But the battle here scared the men in black in the hospital morgue. The two men in black hid under their hoods, and their faces could not be seen clearly, but the red R letter on their chests was very eye-catching. There was a battle near the elf center. We must leave here as soon as possible. Where is the body? Put it in a backpack and take it away. Are you not going to investigate the murderer? This is not something we need to care about. We are only responsible for recovering the body. Everyone knows that the murderer is the spider robber. As for who the spider robber is, what does it have to do with us? Okay, you go and hand in the body when the time comes. Let's go together. It's better not to collect it than to let me hand it in, so as to avoid being scolded when I take it back. Okay, let's go together. It's you who said you won't investigate anyway. Okay, I'll say what I say. If we get scolded, we'll get scolded together. Let me tell you one thing. Xiao Ying won't go with the protagonist. She won't go with the protagonist. She won't go with the protagonist. If I say she won't, she won't. I'll explain some things later, and Xiao Ying will return by boat. In the northbound plot, only the protagonist is alone. 272 Chapter 266, Hiding. 272. On the first day of being hunted down, it rained lightly at night. Today is the late night of the 23rd day after arriving at Hassa Island. It is also the early morning of the first day that Yu Hai and Xiao Ying were chased off the island. It is still dark now, and Yu Hai, who was sleeping, has just woken up. It was the big-mouthed gull that woke him up. Are we being caught up? Yu Hai was lying in the mouth of the big-mouthed gull, and woke up in a daze, thinking that they were being caught up. Bilibali, the big-mouthed gull opened its mouth, not to tell Yu Hai that they were being caught up, but that it found a big ship, and Xiao Ying's big-mouthed gulls had reached their limit. Yu Hai lay on the edge of the big mouth, looking at the brightly lit luxury cruise ship on the sea. Cruise ships are different from passenger ships. One is a ship that carries passengers on the ocean, and the other is a ship that travels on the sea. From the slow speed of the ship, he could tell it was a cruise ship. After seeing the cruise ship, he looked up to find Xiao Ying's gull, and saw that Xiao Ying's gull could hardly flap its wings. This gull had just evolved not long ago, and it was very good that it could fly to now. Then he looked at his wristwatch again. It was past 4 in the morning, and the gull had been flying for more than 4 hours, and the sky was just getting light. There were still 3 people chasing them. From here, only 3 black dots could be seen. The 3 people had not given up chasing them. If they didn't kill the 2 of them, the 3 people would definitely not give up. Seeing this, Yu Hai stretched his hand out of the big mouth. It was still drizzling outside, so he decided to hide on the cruise ship. Gull, land on that cruise ship, let's go to the cruise ship to rest. Yu Hai lay beside the big mouth, pointed to the cruise ship on the sea, and signaled the gull to fly over. Since it was early in the morning, which was also the most sleepy time of the day, their landing was not discovered by anyone. After all, luxury cruise ships like this usually have masters in charge. The captain is at least a quasi-king trainer, and there are some senior sailors. Otherwise, it would be difficult to protect this luxury cruise ship. In addition, no pirates have been eyeing this cruise ship for a long time, which also made the sailors on the cruise ship relax their vigilance and relax their monitoring of the sea. When the big-mouthed gull landed in an unmanned corner of the cruise ship, Yu Hai slowly crawled out of the big-mouthed gull's big mouth. When crawling, he also pulled the wound on his back, which hurt so much that he wanted to curse. It is true that Ditto blocked most of the damage, but the damage from hitting the wall made him feel like a layer of skin on his back. Even after resting for more than 4 hours, his stomach didn't hurt anymore, but his back was still burning. He had just crawled out, and Xiao Ying also crawled out of the big-mouthed gull's mouth and was rubbing her eyes, looking like she had just woken up. "Brother Hai, where are we?" Xiao Ying rubbed her eyes and looked at Yu Hai, then looked at the surrounding environment. There was nothing. This was just a corridor, and in the distance was a dark, boundless deep sea that was just beginning to brighten. "Don't talk nonsense, come and help me." Yu Hai didn't have time to care about where this was, but took out the wound spray from his backpack and asked Xiao Ying to treat the wound on his back. "Okay, I'll come right away." Xiao Ying saw Yu Hai grinning in pain, and immediately came over to pick up the wound spray, gently lifted Yu Hai's stab-proof t-shirt, and saw that Yu Hai's back was full of blood, which had already coagulated. "Hai, brother Hai!" Xiao Ying saw the bloody look on Yu Hai's back, and was so scared that her hands suddenly stopped moving, and her voice trembled, and she didn't dare to spray wound medicine on Yu Hai at all. Brother Hai was so seriously injured to protect himself. He. What's wrong?" Yu Hai heard Xiao Ying's voice trembling, and didn't know what Xiao Ying saw that scared her like this. "Brother Hai, the blood on your back has solidified." Xiao Ying almost cried when she said this, but she finally held back her tears. "Take this to disinfect." Yu Hai was in pain now, and he didn't notice Xiao Ying's reaction at all, so he took out a bottle of alcohol from his backpack and handed it to Xiao Ying. "Hurry up, I'm ready." Yu Hai folded up the sleeves of his coat and put them in his mouth with his teeth, and then Xiao Ying sprayed alcohol on his back to disinfect him. The moment the alcohol just touched the wound, it was like countless ants biting the wound, and he almost fainted from the pain. Then he took out a tissue and asked Xiao Ying to help him wipe the blood on his back, and finally sprayed it with hemostatic spray and wound spray, wrapped him with gauze, and then he changed into a t-shirt and coat. The cleaned blood was also wiped with a tissue and thrown into the sea. After dealing with the blood traces at the scene, the two of them sneaked into the luxury cruise ship. Following the smell of food, the two found the restaurant on the cruise ship, took some hot food, and found an empty utility room to hide. "Brother Hai, what should we do now?" Xiao Ying hid in the utility room to rest, and sat down in a corner. The lights in the utility room were not turned on, and the light from the doors and windows barely allowed them to see each other clearly. Holding the delicious food in his hand, he had no appetite at all. He was worried about the three people chasing him behind him. He didn't know what to do next, so he could only look at Yu Hai who was leaning against the wall next to him. "Rest first, eat and drink enough, and then have a good sleep, and then settle accounts with them." Yu Hai waved his hand and spoke weakly. He even chewed for a long time before swallowing his food, and his back still hurt. "Brother Hai, can we beat them?" Xiao Ying couldn't help but worry. With only the two of them, they didn't know if they could defeat the three people. Just from Aren's performance when he attacked them yesterday, his strength is likely to be senior level. If the other two are also, then they have no chance of winning. "Hey," Yu Hai didn't know what to say. This time, there was no intelligence, no backup, and it was 2-3, so the advantage was on the enemy. He could still handle it alone, but with Xiao Ying, a burden, he couldn't beat 4 people alone. This crisis can only be overcome by wits, not force. The current known information is that Jin has a magneto, a radon, a pidgeot, and a toucan or toucan, but pidgeot's wings are broken and can't fly, so it's half useless. In addition to the magneto and radon that he guessed before, the opponent should have other electric-type Pokémon. After all, it's normal to have electric-type Pokémon in the electric club. But Jin still has a few Pokémon, and the other two have more. They didn't know what kind of Pokémon they were, or how strong they were. However, he guessed that the other two were not as strong as Aren, and the plan of this road blockade was probably led by Aren. After all, the most valuable things on them were nothing more than Xiao Ying's electric monster and the method of breeding the mosquito frog on him. As for the other Pokémon, they were all rotten fish and shrimp, mosquito frogs, giant crabs, parasitic mushrooms, and big-mouthed gulls. They were all common Pokémons that people didn't care about at all. Electric Pokémon were more valuable on Hasa Island. Their Pokémon were sold at a big sale, and no one wanted them even if they were bought one and got one free. Brother Hai, why did he do that? Xiao Ying didn't know what Yu Hai was thinking, and he also had a lot of things he couldn't figure out, so he asked Yu Hai. Of course it was for your electric monster, for a stronger Pokemon, and he wanted to become a stronger trainer, Yu-Hai sighed softly. Money, power, status, and women, these were probably what the other party was pursuing. In this world full of disputes, not everyone is as open-minded as him. He is still young and already half-lying. Why? Xiaoying didn't understand why the other party did this. He was such a gentle person, had a gentle girlfriend, and lived a happy life. He didn't understand why the other party had to go to this step. Why? Good question, Xiaoying, this is the human heart. The human heart is a complicated thing. Ask yourself what you want more, and you will understand why. Yu-Hai drooped his eyelids, sighed softly to Xiaoying, and took another bite of food. If this child can't figure it out after being betrayed by this kind of betrayal, he might turn evil and become a villain. Doesn't he care about Sister Huizi and his current life? Xiaoying couldn't figure it out, really couldn't figure it out. Haha, as long as he gets a stronger elf, money, power, status, and women, the other party can get them at his fingertips. Why would he care about an ordinary woman? Yu-Hai sneered twice, and pulled the wound on his back, and he pulled the corner of his mouth in pain. In fact, he didn't tell Xiaoying that he had a darker guess, that is, Huizi also knew about this matter and even participated in it. Huizi, who often massaged the mosquito-repellent frog, was very clear about the mosquito-repellent frog's condition. If Huizi told the other party about the physical condition of the mosquito-repellent frog, they would be birds of a feather. No wonder the other party pretended to lose to him in the game, and no wonder the other party brought his girlfriend to watch his game. It turned out that the other party wanted to find out his strength and prepare for this sneak attack. In the end, he gave up the game, and the other party didn't get what he wanted. Then how strong and how much his mosquito-repellent frog and giant crab had grown, the other party had no idea. This was the only good news among so many bad news, but this good news couldn't save them now. Haha, Xiaoying heard this and smiled bitterly twice. She didn't know how to express the bitterness in her heart. She didn't know whether she was laughing at her naivete or her stupidity. However, there was still a big brother who was desperately protecting her, which was her best comfort. Fortunately, Brother Hai is not the kind of person that Aren is. He is also glad that the Brother Hai he met is a good person. If he was the kind of person that Aren is, he would have died in the stinking ditch long ago, and become a cold corpse that no one cares about, no one recognizes, and no one cares about. Okay, let the elves out to eat and have a good rest. They must have come to this ship. Don't worry, this ship is very big, and they can't find us for a while. Yu-Hai saw Xiaoying bowed her head and remained silent, and he just comforted her softly. Xiaoying had to get through this level by herself, and outsiders couldn't help Xiaoying. Then, he released his elves to have breakfast, first releasing the mosquito-repellent frog and the giant crab. After these two elves had breakfast, he released other elves to have breakfast. This utility room was very small, so they could only arrange it this way. And the big-mouthed gull had already eaten and rested. If they wanted to run away again, they couldn't do it without the big-mouthed gull. Don't worry, we are in the kitchen, there are a lot of people here, the smell is very mixed, the other party can't find us by smell. Seeing Xiaoying was still silent, Yu-Hai could only remind Xiaoying that now is a good opportunity to rest, if you miss it, it will be gone. I know, Brother Hai, Xiaoying secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He can only listen to Brother Hai now. Brother Hai is his only support, and he is also a very good and nice brother. He felt that he had never been so lucky in his life. He actually met a trainer like Brother Hai, and recognized him as his brother. It was the most correct decision he had ever made. The fact was just as Yu-Hai thought. The three people who chased the cruise ship, not only did not find the two of them based on the smell of blood, but the three people of Aren were also discovered by the sailors on the cruise ship. It was just dawn before, and it was understandable that the sailors did not find Yu-Hai and the two. Now the sky is bright, and there are 3 black spots flying in the sky, getting closer and closer to the cruise ship. How could they not find them? This also caused Aaron and the other two to hide their identities as soon as they landed on the cruise ship. They quickly disappeared from the luxury cruise ship and found a place to hide. They decided to quietly investigate the whereabouts of Yu Hai and the other two. From the rapid disappearance of the three people, it can be seen that these three people are also habitual offenders. Don't let them run away, find them quickly. They are hiding on the boat, find them quickly. If we can't find those three people, the captain will be angry, and the consequences will be serious. Brother Hai. Xiao Ying was still sleeping soundly, and suddenly heard a noise outside the utility room, and immediately woke up from her dream. Shh, Yu Hai raised his hand to cover Xiao Ying's mouth when Xiao Ying woke up, signaling Xiao Ying to keep her voice down, and at the same time shouted to the alert Round Silk Spider, "Round Silk Spider, go put a few spider webs on the door." The Round Silk Spider heard Yu Hai's order and immediately jumped onto the door panel, spitting out several spider webs to stick the wooden door. Brother Hai, have we been discovered? Xiao Ying waited for Yu Hai to let go before asking Yu Hai in a low voice what was going on. It wasn't us, it was them who were discovered. Yu Hai was referring to the three Aren who had already chased here. On the vast ocean, they couldn't be found anywhere. It was obvious that they must be hiding on this luxury cruise ship. If Aren and the other two didn't want to reveal their identities and purpose, they could only hide on the cruise ship in disguise, and it was impossible for them to be exposed in a big way. While he and Xiao Ying were whispering about what was happening outside, they were looking for the sound of the intruder everywhere, and they were far away from the crowd. The utility room was getting closer and closer. Here, have you searched here before? We haven't searched here before. This is the utility room in the kitchen. Click. The sailor who was looking for the intruder outside shouted and gently turned the door handle. With a click, the sailor slowly opened the wooden door of the utility room. Yu Hai and Xiao Ying, who were hiding in the corner of the utility room, were so scared that they dared not breathe. They could only hold their breath and not make any sound. At the same time, they held the pokeball in their hands and were ready to kill if they were exposed. 273 Chapter 267, Acting. 273. The wooden door of the utility room had just been opened, but not completely. The sailor only saw through the gap in the wooden door that the utility room was very messy, with dust and spider webs everywhere, even on the door. The sailor opened the door and took a look. Seeing that the utility room was very dark and there was nothing unusual, he closed the wooden door. The utility room was full of white spider webs. He didn't want to go in to check at all. He just wanted to see if there were any living things. No one is inside, the sailor said to his colleague casually when closing the door, and then took his colleague away from the dirty and messy utility room. This also made Yu Hai and Xiao Ying, who were hiding in the utility room, breathe a sigh of relief, but they just breathed a sigh of relief for a short time. Only more than 10 minutes later, the door of the utility room was opened again, and they could only continue to hold their breath and dare not breathe loudly. This time, two people, a man and a woman, opened the door. The two did not retreat because of the spider webs, but used sticks to knock off the spider webs and pushed the door open to walk in the utility room, and then quickly closed the wooden door. Then the two hugged each other, leaning against the wooden door and eagerly biting each other, even without turning on the lights, and there were two people watching the show inside, but the man and woman didn't notice. Yu Hai was speechless about this, and he couldn't let the two continue the scene that was not suitable for children. He winked at Xiao Ying, and Xiao Ying immediately understood. Then the two quietly touched each other, and he raised his hand to cover the mouth of the man who had just taken off his pants, so that the man couldn't make a sound. Xiao Ying also moved quickly raised her hand to cover the woman's mouth, so that the woman couldn't scream. The round silk spider quickly jumped over, immediately spitting silk to tie the hands and feet of the two, and then bit the two arms respectively, numb the two. Only then did Yu Hai let go, and the round silk spider continued to spit spider silk on the mouths of the man and woman, completely sealing the mouths of the two. After doing all this, Yu Hai and Xiao Ying breathed a sigh of relief and sat back in the corner of the utility room to rest. It was only past 1 in the afternoon. If the two men were allowed to shout, they would be forced to flee and find a new place to hide. They felt that hiding here was not bad and did not want to move. However, seeing the two men, Yu Hai had a plan in mind. Since they could not beat Aren and the other two, why not introduce a third party to disrupt the current situation? The third party on the ship was naturally the passengers and sailors. He immediately told Xiao Ying about the plan. As long as the sailors helped them hold the three people, they could take the opportunity to leave the cruise ship. "Brother Hai, I will listen to you," Xiao Ying nodded silently after listening to the plan. He did not have a good solution and could only listen to Yu Hai. "Okay, don't rush now, wait until night to act." Yu Hai looked at the man and woman on the ground. They would be the tools to be used later. If it was just kidnapping two people, it would probably not attract the captain's attention, but if something happened to the passengers, as the captain who protected the ship and the passengers on board, he would definitely go down in person. At that time, these two tools will cooperate in acting out a play. He also told Xiao Ying the script he just thought of. They didn't want to kill these two people, but just acted for others to see. After all, they didn't know them. If they killed them, they would really become villains. They are not villains, nor decent, they just don't want to kill people indiscriminately. They have a bottom line and will not easily cross this bottom line. In fact, the current situation of Aren and the other two is not much better. They are now being chased by the sailors and hiding from the XZ. They dare not show their heads at all, let alone track down Yu Hai and the other two hiding on the ship. Unless the three confess their identities to the captain will definitely not embarrass them, but will send people to keep an eye on them. Prevent the three from messing around until they return to the port. But that would add a lot of constraints, making it inconvenient for the three of them to find someone, nor for the three of them to take action, so the three of them did not show their cards, but wanted to investigate secretly. This was exactly what Yu Hai wanted, and now they just had to wait for the night to fall. Time soon came to the evening, and as the sun set, more than 4 hours later, the sky was completely dark, and it was time for them to act. It gets dark so fast on the sea, Yu Hai and Xiao Ying hid in the utility room and could not see the situation outside. The two of them stuck to the crack of the door and heard someone outside the door say that it was dark. They also found 2 sets of white sailor suits worn by sailors on the cruise ship, as well as a sailor hat in the utility room. After changing their clothes, they became sailors themselves. Then they each carried a sack and came out of the utility room in the kitchen, walked to the side of the cruise ship, and saw the sunset completely set. They were going to start acting. Before the performance, the two had used Ditto to disguise their faces, and Yu Hai also disguised himself as Aaron. Then they released the woman from the sack. The spider silk on the woman's hands and feet was untied, but the spider silk on her mouth was not untied, and the woman was also awake. However, just when they released the man, the awake man got up and ran away, and they chased him from behind. This was part of the plan. In order to prepare the man to escape, they woke him up when they released him, and untied the spider silk on his hands and feet. Seeing the man run away, the big-mouthed gulls following Yu Hai and Xiao Ying flew towards the man and slapped him unconscious with their wings. Then they chased him, cursed and kicked the man a few times, and lifted him up. Yu Hai also took out a dagger from his arms and stabbed it into the man's chest, blocking the woman's sight. From the woman's perspective, it was indeed the case. His dagger stabbed crookedly and didn't stab the man at all. He just used the perspective misalignment to confuse the woman. At this time, the blood bag he took from the kitchen freezer before leaving came in handy. After he pulled out the dagger, a large amount of blood spurted out under Xiao Ying's squeeze. The woman happened to see it, and she was so scared that she raised her hands and covered her mouth tightly and dared not scream. Even if the woman didn't cover her mouth, she couldn't scream. Although the spider silk on the woman's hands was untied, the spider silk on the woman's mouth was not untied. Yu Hai felt that the scene was almost over. If he delayed for a while, someone would pass by. He directly lifted the man's collar and threw him off the cruise ship. With a splash of falling into the water, the two of them looked back and the woman had already run away and could not be seen. In fact, the woman just hid. At this time, the woman couldn't run away at all. Her legs were so scared that she couldn't run away. They didn't expose the hiding woman, but came over and cursed her angrily, took the sack and left the deck. After they left, the woman dared to crawl out from behind the door where she was hiding, stumbling towards the crowded place, while pulling off all the spider silk on her mouth. As soon as she took off the spider silk, the woman saw a living person and rushed over, just about to shout murder. But when the woman looked up, when she saw who this big living person was, she saw the murderer who had just killed her boyfriend, the person she caught and wanted to ask for help, Aren. The woman was directly frightened and sat on the ground powerlessly, as if all the strength in her body was drained away. She felt that she was going to die, and tears flowed directly. Aren saw that the woman was terrified when she saw him, but was he really that scary? Aren, who couldn't figure it out, ignored the panicked woman. Seeing that the woman was still crying, he just felt unlucky, and then took his two accomplices and walked around the woman and left. Seeing that Aren didn't kill her, the woman seemed to see hope of life again. She didn't know where she got the strength to climb up by holding the wall and continued to run towards the crowded place. Seeing the sailor in a white sailor suit, she didn't dare to step forward until she saw passengers like her dancing in a dance hall, then she dared to shout loudly. "Murder! Murder! Help! Murder!" This murderous scream immediately shocked all the tourists in this small dance hall, and the tourists turned their heads to look at the woman sitting on the ground crying at the door. The sailor playing here saw the woman with a broken heart, hurriedly stepped forward to help her up, gently comforted her, and asked her what happened. "Miss, what happened? Who killed someone? You, come here, don't come over, you killed someone, you killed someone." Yu Hai didn't expect that their acting skills were so bad and there were so many flaws. They just wanted to scare the woman, but they didn't expect that they would scare the woman to collapse, causing the woman to scream in fear when she saw the sailor in a white sailor suit, which also attracted the discussion of the dance party tourists. What happened to her? Was she stimulated by something? "I don't know," she seemed to be saying. "Murder. Who murdered? Sailor. Impossible, this sailor has been here all the time, it's impossible for him to murder. Could she be talking about clothes? Someone wearing sailor clothes killed someone." Listening to the discussions of the people around him, the sailor who came forward to comfort the woman also realized that it was very likely that someone disguised himself as a sailor and killed someone. They must not let this matter escalate, as it concerns the reputation of the sailors. The two sailors quickly carried the emotionally collapsed woman, left the small dance venue, and took the elevator to the captain's room on the top floor. Arriving at the captain's room, the two did not knock on the door, but opened the door and walked directly into the captain's room with the woman. They had figured out the identity of the woman when they came, and now they could report the situation directly to the captain. "Captain, there was a murder on the ship, and it was our cook in the back kitchen. It was the woman's boyfriend who was killed. Who did it?" The captain was still a little angry because of the sudden intrusion of the sailor. Didn't he see that they were in a meeting? But who knew that the sailor reported the murder, and he couldn't help but take it seriously. The captain was a middle-aged man with a big beard, wearing a white captain's hat and a washed white uniform. He stood up and looked at the woman who was carried in by the sailor, and asked the woman, "I am the captain of this cruise ship. Who killed your boyfriend? Can you tell me?" "It was the sailor who killed my boyfriend." "No, that's not right. It was the man in black who killed my boyfriend." After the woman saw the captain, she breathed a sigh of relief. After her emotions stabilized, she was about to say who killed her boyfriend, but she couldn't remember who it was. "Is it this person?" Seeing that the woman was confused, the captain picked up a photo from the table and asked the woman to identify the intruder in the photo. The people in the photo were Aren and the other two. It was probably that the tourists took the photo when they landed on the cruise ship. Yes, it was this person who killed my boyfriend and threw him into the sea, the woman cried again when she talked about her boyfriend. Her boyfriend was killed in front of her, and she was the only one who escaped. The woman never thought that if the two people really wanted to kill her, how could she escape? It was just a play, but the woman took it seriously. Take her down to rest first, the captain slapped the table with his palm after seeing the woman identify the person in the photo, and immediately picked up the landline on the table and called the kitchen. The kitchen received the captain's call and thought that the captain was going to have dinner. As a result, the captain asked the kitchen to find the missing cook. The head chef of the kitchen happened to know the woman's boyfriend. This man was lazy all afternoon, and the head chef also wanted to find this person. Okay, I know, the captain learned that there was this person in the kitchen and disappeared in the afternoon. He looked back at the sailor who brought the woman back again and asked angrily, did she see it with her own eyes? Captain, we asked her when we came. She said she saw it with her own eyes. Our cook died in front of her and was thrown into the sea. We have sent people to look for him. We will know the result soon as the sailor finished speaking, another sailor came in from the captain's room. He reported breathlessly as soon as he came in, Captain, we found the site of the ship where the murderer committed the crime and found a lot of blood stains, but the sea was too dark to find the body. The captain took a deep breath and calmed himself down. The peaceful life at sea was finally broken. 3 strangers broke into the cruise ship this morning. He knew there would be such a day, but this ship was too big. There were 18 floors alone, and it carried more than 10,000 tourists and more than 600 crew members. It is not difficult to find 3 people who deliberately hide on such a large cruise ship. It is better than finding a needle in a haystack, but not much. He thought that the 3 people were just passing by. As long as the 3 people did not cause trouble, it would not matter if the sailors could not find them. He could pretend that nothing happened, but the other party should not kill his crew members. Find them out. I want to see who he is. Who gave him the courage to kill my cook? The captain was really angry. The wooden table was dented by the palm just now. It would be fine if he could not find anyone during the whole day. If he still can't find anyone now, he has a bunch of rubbish. Go find them. If you can't find them tonight, don't sleep. Keep looking tomorrow. Even if you dig through the ship, you must find the 3 people. Yes, Captain. The sailors hadn't seen the captain so angry for a long time, and they immediately responded in unison. Then he quickly left the captain's room and went down to inform others to prepare for a carpet search of the entire cruise ship. Thanks to the bookworm in 2008 for the 700 book coins reward. 274 Chapter 268, Exposed. 274. Next, the cruise ship gradually became manic, and the captain issued a wanted order in the captain's room. As long as the 3 intruders were found, they would get a reward. If the 3 intruders could be caught, the reward would be even more generous. The reason why the captain did not call Aren and the other 2 intruders instead of murderers was that he did not want to cause panic among the passengers on the ship, and he could also mobilize the trainers on the ship to find Aren and the other 2 together. Where are Yu Hai and Xiao Ying now? In fact, Yu Hai and Xiao Ying did not hide at all. Both of them wore black short-sleeved shirts and stood at the bow generously, looking at the group of sailors wandering around the ship like the group of curious passengers. They knew what the group of sailors were looking for, so they did not hide. Now they are still hiding, which is very suspicious. He guessed that the 3 people were not hiding, but they just didn't know where they were. At this time, they needed to lure them out. As for the choice of the bait, of course it was Xiao Ying. When they pulled the man out of the sea, they had already planned that Xiao Ying would be the bait, and he would meet Xiao Ying in the dark. After all, Xiao Ying's strength was relatively weak and it was easy to be lured. It is not certain that he would be able to lead the 3 people out. The man was not drowned. He woke up as soon as he fell into the water and was fished out by the seagulls. However, he was knocked unconscious by them and hung outside the ship by the orb web spider. It would be strange if the sailors could find him. When he wakes up tomorrow, he can use his saliva to melt the spider silk on his mouth and call for help. He will not die. As the sailors searched around and around on the cruise ship, they could not find the 3 people, which made the captain very angry. The consequences were serious, but he could do nothing about it. It is true that the captain has the strength of a quasi-king, but the 3 people could not be found for a long time. He could not vent his anger on his men. At most, he just scolded them. He could also see that these good-for-nothings were just slacking off during the day. Even with this carpet search, they still couldn't find the 3 people, not to mention the search during the day. The captain was very depressed because he couldn't find anyone. He came to the largest dance hall and bar on the cruise ship and wanted to have a drink here, but he didn't drink in the hall, but in the private room on the 2nd floor. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the private room could see the band on the stage below. Yu Hai and Xiao Ying on the other side saw that the sailors couldn't find Aren and the other 2, so they decided to help the sailors. Xiao Ying, are you ready? You can release the mosquito-repellent frog. Yu Hai patted Xiao Ying on the shoulder and signaled Xiao Ying to release her mosquito-repellent frog. Brother Hai, do you really want to do this? Xiao Ying was still a little scared. After all, she was frightened by Aren's ferocity before. Now when she thought of those eyes, she could still feel the icy fear. Nonsense, lead the people out, just let the sailors kill the 3 people for us, otherwise we will be chased all the time. Yu Hai called Xiao Ying to follow him, and they were going to set up an ambush in a crowded place. Don't be nervous, I will meet you in the dark, and you are not the target of the sailors. After Xiao Ying released the mosquito-repellent frog, she followed Yu Hai and walked around, not knowing whether she would be noticed by the 3 people. After walking around the cruise ship, the 2 came to the largest dance hall and bar on the ship. The dance hall is an entertainment venue connected to the bar. There are many people here, which is just right for seducing Aren and his 3 friends. Then Xiao Ying was pushed up by him and ordered a glass of juice at the bar. Xiao Ying looked around nervously, fearing that Aren and his 3 friends would suddenly jump out and kill him. As a result, just as they planned, they were indeed discovered by Aren and his 3 friends while they were wandering on the ship. When the 3 people chased to the bar and dance hall, they found that Yu Hai was gone, and only Xiao Ying was sitting at the bar. Aren and his 3 friends thought that Xiao Ying, who was sitting at the bar, was a trap, but Xiao Ying sat there for more than half an hour. They also waited for half an hour, but Xiao Ying did not leave, nor did Yu Hai appear. Finally, knowing it was a trap, they had to go for it. Xiao Ying, who was already very sensitive, suddenly saw 3 masked men rushing towards her, and immediately threw a cup at the 3 men. Yu Hai told him not to be afraid when he saw the 3 men, and to make as much noise as possible, and naturally there would be sailors to deal with the 3 men. Don't come over, help, help! After Xiao Ying threw the cup, she couldn't leave the dance hall. She brought the mosquito-repellent frog with her to protect herself, and kept throwing cups at Aren, shouting for help while running, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the dance hall. At this time, the band on the stage also stopped, and everyone looked at Xiao Ying who was running away. Xiao Ying deliberately hid in the crowd to prevent the 3 men from catching her. As long as Aren and the other 2 didn't dare to attack him in the crowd, he would be safe. When he ran away, he also took back the mosquito-repellent frog. After running for only half a minute, the sailors who were guarding here quickly reacted and surrounded Aren and the other 2 who were chasing Xiao Ying. At the same time, more sailors rushed to the dance hall, and tourists who found something wrong also fled to the door of the bar. Xiao Ying also took the opportunity to sneak out of the dance hall among the group of people. Yu Hai was of course among them, and when he escaped from the bar, he grabbed Xiao Ying. Yu Hai Xiao Ying saw Yu Hai holding her, and just wanted to shout out the words, but swallowed them back into her stomach. Leave first, Yu Hai raised his index finger to his mouth, signaling Xiao Ying to shut up and leave the dance hall first. After they followed the crowd out of the dance hall, they quietly came to the top of the dance hall to peek at the battle below, and did not leave until they saw Aren and the other two being caught. Aren and the other two in the dance hall saw that they were trapped by the sailors, and immediately released their elves to fight against the sailors who kept surrounding them. Until someone died, Aren began to sweat coldly on his forehead, because the elves brought by this person made their elves feel scared. If they fought, he and the elves would probably die. "Boy, you killed my people and you still want to run away, you are really a fool." The man who came was the captain. The captain didn't expect that he was drinking here and happened to meet these three intruders. "It was really easy to get here. I didn't kill your people. It must be a misunderstanding." Aren felt something was wrong. He didn't understand why these people had such great malice towards them. Did he offend them in any way? "Hehe, you still want to quibble." The captain saw that Aren didn't admit it even when he was about to die, and immediately ordered the Golduck beside him to attack. "Golduck, control them with telekinesis." "Not good, Raidenman." Aren saw that Raidenman was instantly fixed. He overestimated the three of them. Facing the Quasi-King trainer, he had just entered the senior level and had no power to fight back. They were controlled by the telekinesis of Golduck and could not move, including his elves. "Tie them all up, I want to interrogate them personally." The sailors saw how powerful their captain was, and immediately went up to tie up Ren and the other two, and the elves were also forced to take back the elf balls and locked. Then they pressed Ren and the other two to the captain's room with the captain. They also saw Golduck following the captain. That was the captain's initial elf. It was hard to say how strong it was now, but it was said that it had broken into the King of Heaven. "Tell me, why did you come to my ship? What are you looking for on the ship? Why did you kill my cook?" Just after closing the door of the captain's room, the captain asked 3 questions in a row, which confused Ren and the other two. The 3 of them knew the first 2 questions, and they couldn't say it. For the 3rd question, they didn't know and hadn't done it, so how could they say it? Thinking of this, Ren also realized who did it. It must be Yu Hai and the other 2 who killed people and put the blame on them, so these sailors were so angry and malicious when they saw them. There was also the trap in the dance hall, which was set by Yu Hai and Xiao Ying, in order to lure them out and kill people with the sailor's knife. After thinking everything through, Aren saw that all his elves were confiscated, and he felt powerless. They could not chase Yu Hai and Xiao Ying, and the plan to seize the electric beast could not be completed. Now there is no way back. As long as Xiao Ying talks to Jun Shat, they will be investigated and arrested. He decided to confront the captain. "We didn't kill the people, but the 2 people we were chasing." "Oh? Tell me who those 2 people are." The captain certainly didn't believe Aren's lies. After all, he couldn't believe these 3 people who killed him. However, it would be good if these 3 people were willing to speak up. If they were not willing, he had plenty of ways to make them speak up. "I can't say this. I can only tell you that we chased those 2 people because they stole things from our club." Aren concealed his purpose and didn't tell the captain. Once the captain knew the value of Yu Hai and the others, they would have no way to survive. "So? The 3 of you were led to the dance hall by those 2 men," the captain scratched his beard. He felt that the matter seemed to have become complicated. They seemed to have been used and became a knife in someone else's hand. But how did the other party know that he was drinking in the dance hall, or did they just want to lead the 3 people out in a crowded place, and it didn't matter where? In other words, the other party didn't know that he was in the dance hall, and they didn't want to use him, but his sailors, and his appearance was just a coincidence. If so, it makes sense. The damn bastard actually used his sailors and wanted his passengers to share the danger. It seems that if he doesn't find these 2 guys, he is not the captain of this ship. Strip them naked and lock them in a cell. Don't let them sleep. If they fall asleep, pour cold water on them until they are willing to confess their identities. When the ship docks, notify their club to redeem them. The captain did not kill the 3 people. The 3 were trainers of the club and had some value. After giving the order to the sailors, he ordered again, "Keep looking. Find the guy who just threw the cup and shouted for help in the dance hall." Now that the relationship between the 2 groups is known, all you need to do is find the guy who just used them, and everything will be simple. It's just that the ship is too big. If the other party hides deliberately, like today during the day, they can't find these 3 people, and the other 2 people. As the sailors were busy looking for people again, Yu Hai and Xiao Ying had found a place to hide, which was still the kitchen utility room before. This time, the 2 were not so lucky. The 2 hiding in the utility room were soon found by the sailors. The sailor didn't have much hope, but he was knocked unconscious as soon as he opened the wooden door of the utility room. The moment he fainted, he realized that there was someone hiding here, and it was probably the intruder the captain was looking for. After knocking the sailor unconscious, Yu Hai and Xiao Ying looked at each other and realized that they couldn't hide here anymore. Now they didn't dare to expose themselves openly. After all, many people had seen Xiao Ying in the dance hall before. Once exposed, they would be found out soon. What's more, it was uncertain whether Aren and the other 2 would reveal their characteristics after being caught. At this time, they could only use Ditto to disguise themselves, and then they dared to walk out of the utility room in a swagger. They were very calm when they met sailors who passed by along the way. As long as they didn't meet the sailors who checked the tickets, they would not be exposed. They were passengers on this ship. They hid for a long time like this, and he was tired. The sailor was still looking for them and often passed by them, but he didn't doubt them. Until a sailor stopped the 2 of them out of curiosity and asked them, "Are you passengers on the ship?" "We are," Yu Hai and Xiao Ying nodded quickly, indicating that they were passengers on the ship. "Where are your tickets?" The sailor looked at the 2 of them with suspicion, because the person the captain wanted them to find was 2 teenagers, one 15 or 16 years old, and the other 11 or 12 years old. These 2 people looked very similar to the people they were looking for. When the 2 were stopped and asked about the tickets, they were not nervous, and Yu Hai, who was slightly older, was still looking for a ticket in his backpack, and soon he really took out a ticket. It is true that Yu Hai has a ticket, but this ticket is not for this cruise ship, and Xiao Ying does not have a ticket. Now she is so nervous that she can only pretend put it in the backpack and search for the ticket. When the sailor took Yu Hai's ticket, he found something wrong. Just when he was about to look up and ask if he had taken the wrong ticket, Yu Hai hit him on the neck with a knife and knocked him out. This scene was seen by other tourists. These tourists knew that the sailor was looking for 2 teenagers. Seeing the 2 teenagers knocking the sailor unconscious, they realized that the teenagers the sailor was looking for might be these 2 teenagers. Yu Hai and Xiao Ying, who noticed the eyes of the surrounding tourists, also realized this. The moment they knocked the sailor unconscious, they exposed their identities. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything. He pulled Xiao Ying and ran. No matter where he ran to a place where no one was. However, the sailors who received the suspicious teenagers here surrounded this side one after another, constantly compressing Yu Hai and Xiao Ying's activity space. Yu Hai and Xiao Ying didn't know where they ran to, just like a headless fly running around on the cruise ship. They also thought about leaving the cruise ship on a seagull. But now the sea is pitch black, and they don't know the direction. If they get lost in the vast sea, the seagulls will fly until they are exhausted, and they will not encounter a piece of land. Even if they leave the cruise ship first and take refuge outside the cruise ship temporarily, it is not possible. They are now in the guest room area, which is inside the cruise ship. They need to turn a few corners to get to the deck. After turning this corner of the bulkhead, they can go to the deck, but as soon as they turn around, they see sailors coming and can only retreat. The way to the deck is blocked, and they can't get out at all, so they can only choose to take a detour. But as soon as they retreated and prepared to take a detour from the corridor they came from, another sailor came from the corridor they came from. They stood in the corridor, and now there were sailors at both ends of the corridor, and they were surrounded by the sailors. "Brother Hai, there is no way? What should I do?" Xiaoying saw sailors coming on both sides of the end of the corridor. They had nowhere to hide. 275 Chapter 269, Pirates Attack. 275. At this moment, Yu Hai did not panic. Seeing that there were wooden doors on both sides of the bulkhead, he walked up and found a wooden door at random, and raised his hand to knock on it. Knock knock knock, knock knock knock. A question came from the inside of the door soon, and then the wooden door was opened. Yu Hai did not care who opened the door, and directly pushed the door into the guest room and pressed the girl who opened the door to the floor. Then he quickly raised his hand to cover the mouth of the guest room owner, holding a dagger in one hand, pressing it on the throat of the guest room owner, and whispered a warning, "Don't move, don't talk, otherwise the knife will not have eyes." When he warned the guest room owner under him, Xiaoying followed behind him and closed the wooden door, and then fell into silence, not daring to make a sound, not daring to breathe. Tap, 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 tap. Yu Hai and Xiaoying, who held their breath in the guest room, listened quietly to the footsteps in the corridor, and the two breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Yu Hai finally had time to see who was the owner of the guest room below him. As a result, he saw a red-haired girl, and he was still on top of her, but he did not get up immediately, but looked up at this simple guest room, which only had a bed, a wooden table, and a Squirtle on the bed. It was a very small guest room. Seeing this Squirtle, Yu Hai was afraid that Squirtle would attack and cause misunderstanding, so he immediately pressed the back of the knife and warned Squirtle, "Don't move, or I will press the blade down." After Yu Hai warned Squirtle, he shouted to Xiaoying behind him, "Go get the pokeball and put Squirtle away." "Okay." Xiaoying did not shout Yu Hai's name in front of outsiders. He had been with Yu Hai for so long, and he already knew what to do at this time. As soon as Xiaoying picked up the pokeball, the Squirtle on the bed burst into a dazzling light. Squirtle actually evolved at this time. "Don't worry about evolution, put Stottle away quickly." Yu Hai saw Stottle evolve, and immediately urged Xiaoying to hurry up. Even if Stottle wanted to evolve, it could only evolve in the pokeball. After Xiaoying took back Stottle and locked the pokeball, Yu Hai continued to shout to Xiaoying, "Search her body, find out all the pokeballs and lock them." This girl had Stottle, either she was a rich girl or a newcomer who could receive the 3 starter Pokemons. He did this just to prevent the girl from resisting and not to hurt the girl by mistake. He didn't want to offend or provoke such a trainer who could receive the 3 starter Pokemons. If they provoked the alliance, they would have no choice but to join Team Rocket. Next, he kept pressing on the girl, and after Xiaoying searched her body and found out all the Pokeballs and locked them all, he called Xiaoying to release his orb spinner. The girl thought Yu Hai was going to bite her with the orb spinner, and immediately struggled desperately. She was most afraid of insects. Seeing the girl struggling, Yu Hai was helpless and had to suppress the dagger and warn the girl not to move. As a result, the girl looked down and glared at Yu Hai, warning Yu Hai that he hurt her. Yu Hai also noticed the girl's eyes and looked down, but the girl was not grown up yet, and her age might be about the same as his. He was not interested in minors. "Don't look at me with that kind of eyes, you are too peaceful, I am not interested." Woo woo woo, the girl was angry. This strange bastard came in and pressed her down, and even said she was too peaceful. The girl's face, her cheeks flushed instantly, and she immediately opened her mouth and bit Yu Hai's palm hard. Yu Hai gritted his teeth, endured the pain in his palm, did not let go, and did not cry out. Until the orb silk spider spun silk to tie up the girl and sealed her mouth, he let go and explained to the girl, "Don't be afraid, we just want to borrow your guest room to hide, and we will leave at dawn." While explaining, he raised his palm and looked at it. There was a very deep and small tooth mark on it. The flesh was bitten through and bleeding. He did not blame the girl. Who told him to be slippery-mouthed? He deserved to be bitten. After biting Yu Hai hard and letting out a breath of anger, the red-haired girl also realized that she was kidnapped. It would be a lie to say that she was not afraid, but the poke balls were locked and placed where she could not touch them. At this moment, she could only nod cautiously, believing in the character of Yu Hai and the others, and believing that the two would really leave at that time. She didn't dare to provoke Yu Hai, who didn't get angry. After all, that bite was not light. The other party didn't even groan. If she had known, she wouldn't have bitten so hard. She didn't want to provoke this bastard again. If this bastard hadn't said she was flat, she wouldn't have bitten anyone. It was all this bastard's fault. Alas, she didn't expect that she would meet these two kidnappers on the ship when she sneaked out this time. She shouldn't have run out alone. She missed home and grandpa. Wow, who can come to save her? She swore that as long as she could go back alive, she would never sneak out again. Not knowing what the girl was thinking, Yu Hai asked the orb spider to tie the girl to the bed, and he and Xiao Ying leaned against the bulkhead, ready to have a good rest. The thrilling escape just now and the evolution of Card Squirtle almost overturned them. They didn't plan to go out again in the second half of the night. Now they can have a place to breathe. As long as they hide here until dawn, when the sailors are tired of looking, they will calibrate the direction and quietly leave the cruise ship on the big-mouthed gull. It was only past midnight, and there were still 4 or 5 hours left. They were not in a hurry to leave. This time was just right for them to rest, replenish their energy, and have a good sleep. Now they were still wearing ditto masks, so it was okay for the girl to see their appearance. They took out food and water from their backpacks in front of the girl and slowly ate. After eating food and water, Yu Hai took out the compass and map and gestured on the ground for a long time. No matter how he looked, he didn't know where he was. There was only a cruise ship next to him, and the direction was still unknown. Without any island as a reference, it was difficult to tell the direction. In the end, he had to give up. Let the round silk spider be alert to the girl's little movements. He and Xiao Ying fell asleep against the bulkhead. They were hiding all day, which made them exhausted. Although they fell asleep, the occasional footsteps would still wake them up from their dreams, and then they couldn't fall asleep. Until there was a knock on the door outside the guest room. Knock, knock, knock. Guest, thugs have sneaked into the cruise ship, please be safe, guest. The knock on the door continued, and the less response there was from inside the door, the more urgent the knock on the door outside. Because they were sailors searching for Yu Hai, the captain was afraid that the intruders would sneak into the guest rooms and hijack the passengers, so he ordered them to knock on the doors of the guest rooms one by one to ask. There was nothing wrong with the guest rooms in front, so why didn't anyone respond here? Yu Hai and the other person hiding in the guest room were even more frightened, thinking they were discovered. After listening carefully, they heard that they were asking the owner of the guest room. As Yu Hai breathed a sigh of relief, he drew out the dagger again, pressed the back of the knife on the girl's fair and delicate neck, and whispered to the girl, "You should know what to say, right?" "Woo," the girl nodded desperately, indicating that she knew. Then, Yu Hai tore off the spider silk on the girl's mouth, pressed the back of the knife, and let the girl shout out. "Why are you arguing? It's late at night. Can't you let me sleep?" "Miss, there are thugs. I'll beat your asshole, get out." Ahem. The sailor outside the door was embarrassed by the girl's scolding. He touched his nose helplessly and chose to knock on the door of the next guest room. It's better not to provoke such a bad-tempered tenant, as long as the tenant is fine. After the sailor left, Yu Hai let the round silk spider seal the girl's mouth again and sat on the cabin wall to rest. He had experienced the girl's bad temper before, when he was bitten, so he was not surprised at the girl's scolding. It's just that there have been too many ups and downs in the past 2 days. Their little hearts can't stand it. Now they can be scared by any movement, just like a frightened bird. Just after the knocking sound faded away, shouts and screams rang out outside the cabin. How could this be the case every day? "Attention all passengers, pirates are attacking, pirates are attacking, please return to your room, please lock your doors and windows, don't go out, don't go out." Attention all passengers, pirates are attacking. A long sound similar to an air raid alarm sounded on the radio, resounding through every corner of the cruise ship. Yu Hai and the others who also heard the warning were speechless. It was almost dawn and they could leave the cruise ship. Pirates actually appeared at this time. Pirates really know how to choose the time. It is estimated that there is a pirate inside the ship. After all, the pirates don't attack early or late, but they attack the cruise ship at this time, which will definitely catch the sailors off guard. I don't know if they were tortured to exhaustion by two groups of outsiders. How much energy do the exhausted sailors have left to stop the pirates' attack? It was already dawn, and it was time for them to leave. But before leaving, Yu Hai took out a bottle of milk and a piece of bread from his backpack and put them on the bed. Then he asked the orb silk spider to help the red-haired girl untie the spider silk from her body. They said nothing, opened the wooden door and left the guest room. The girl had been tied up for so long, and it was him who tied her up. It was useless for them to say anything now. In other people's minds, he was just a kidnapper. It was better not to say anything. If the girl was sensible, she should know that hiding in the guest room and eating something was the safest. Now there were pirates attacking the ship. Just like what was said on the radio, hiding would be fine. The sailors would deal with the pirates. Yu Hai and Xiaoying left the guest room and came to the deck to see that the whole ship was in chaos. They saw many speedboats on the sea, and the speedboats were full of pirates wearing colorful clothes. They couldn't count how many pirates there were. There are still pirates climbing onto the cruise ship, and some of them are even riding flying elves on board. They could just leave, but Aren and the other two don't know what's going on, and he feels uneasy. This group of pirates just helped them a lot. In such a chaotic scene, no one should pay attention to them if they do something small. Xiaoying, follow me. Yu Hai took Xiaoying to the top of the cruise ship. When he saw the sailor on the way, he immediately grabbed the sailor and asked, "We are also trainers. Can we help?" "Just don't make trouble." The sailor was very impatient, shook off Yu Hai's arm, and went to the deck to resist the pirates. "By the way, where are the prisoners detained on the cruise ship? We will help you guard it, and we can also prevent the prisoners from taking the opportunity to run out and cause trouble." Yu Hai was ready to run away when he asked this question. After all, anyone who asks such a sensitive question at such a critical moment will definitely arouse the suspicion of the sailor. Under the cabin, however, the sailor just left without looking back. Yu Hai didn't expect that he could get the address of the cell so easily. He immediately took Xiaoying to the bottom of the cabin by elevator. It's not surprising. In this situation, who would care about the two intruders who were not found, and the two intruders didn't continue to kill people? At this time, dealing with the pirates who boarded the ship was much more important than the two intruders, which also gave Yu Hai and his men the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. When the two walked to the bottom of the cabin, they also found a place to change clothes. It was the white sailor suit that they found in the utility room and had worn before. After changing into sailor suits and wearing white sailor hats, they came to the bottom of the cabin. The last floor of the cruise ship was very small and full of cells. They quickly found the cell where the prisoners were held, and also found the cell where Aren and the other two were held. Only Aren and the other two were held here, and there was only one sailor guarding, which was just convenient for them to take action. Seeing the sailor, Yu Hai leaned over to Xiaoying's ear and said, "Xiaoying, you go over later, do this, that, and then do this." After telling Xiaoying what to do, Yu Hai followed Xiaoying. Xiaoying walked in front, and the two went to the cell where Aren and the other two were imprisoned. "Senior, have a cigarette." Xiaoying stepped forward with a flattering smile and handed a cigarette to the sailor guarding the cell. "Boy, why haven't I seen you before?" The sailor took the cigarette, looked Xiaoying up and down, and then looked at Yu Hai, then his eyes returned to Xiaoying again, and winked. "Oh, sorry, senior." Xiaoying actually forgot to light the cigarette, Yu Hai had just told her. Seeing such an embarrassing scene, Yu Hai sighed helplessly, and could only say that Xiaoying, a newcomer, was not bad. The reason why he asked Xiao Ying to test was because Xiao Ying was young and looked more like a newcomer. The detail of forgetting to light a cigarette just now is more in line with the reaction of a newcomer, and an old hand will be suspected. Sorry, Senior, I'm new here. The pirates attacked the ship, so I came here. Xiao Ying put away the lighter and showed a helpless expression, indicating that you know what I mean. Hey, you want to hide here, right? The sailor senior couldn't fail to see Xiao Ying's little thoughts, and immediately pointed out the timid Xiao Ying. Senior, those pirates are too fierce. I'm afraid I won't live to adulthood. When I have the strength, I don't have to hide. Xiao Ying didn't refute, and stuffed money into the hands of the sailor senior. The sailor senior could feel the thickness of the cash with a light touch, thinking that this new kid is quite sensible and knows how to behave, and he must have a bright future. He immediately asked Xiao Ying to stay, and then Xiao Ying led the sailor senior away on the pretext of smoking, and asked Yu Hai, who didn't hand in a red envelope, to guard the cell. As a result, just as the sailor senior left with Xiao Ying, Yu Hai raised his hand from behind and knocked him unconscious, and hugged the sailor. Then he raised his head, Xiao Ying raised her feet, and the two locked the sailor guarding the cell in the cell. After locking up the sailor, Yu Hai took out the key of the cell from the sailor, and Xiao Ying took out her own cash, cigarettes, and lighter from the sailor. The lighter and cigarettes used before were the male lead. Next, it was to deal with the three pursuers of Aaron. 276 Chapter 270, Leaving the Cruise Ship. 276. After dealing with the sailor, the two came to the cell where Aaron was imprisoned, opened the iron door of the cell, and saw Aaron and the other two who were tied to the chair and sleeping. Seeing these three people, Yu Hai released the round silk spider, let the round silk spider go up and bite each of them, and then on the three the poison injected into the human body also woke up the three people in pain. Who? I've said everything, just let me sleep for a while, just a while. Aaron said this, and after a long time without getting a response, he raised his head and saw Yu Hai and Xiao Ying, who took off the ditto mask. You guys. Aaron saw Yu Hai and the other two standing in front of him, and there was only fear and horror in his eyes. He never thought that these two people would appear here. In this situation, they were tied up, but they were not fish on the chopping board. These two people could do whatever they wanted to them. You're awake, Yu Hai looked at Aaron, asked Xiao Ying to get a cigarette, lit it, and slowly exhaled white smoke, and then he felt relieved. After all, only the dead can keep secrets. Duh. Just when he was about to ask Aaron, Xiao Ying also curiously lit a cigarette. He reached out and took the cigarette, slapped Xiao Ying on the head, and scolded angrily, "Children can't smoke. Hey, is there anyone here? Where are the people? Where are they?" After scolding Xiao Ying, Yu Hai heard Aaron shouting again, and laughed, "Don't shout, the pirates are attacking the ship, no one will come, and no one will notice this place. What do you want to do?" Aaron was scared, really scared. He didn't expect that he would fall into the hands of these two people. It was different from what he had expected before, different from what he planned, and completely different. He should have gotten the electric monster, and then become a senior coach of the club, or even a shareholder of the club, and then married Huizi, had two big fat boys, and finally won the title of the king, and lived a happy married life with Huizi, but now, I should be the one asking you this question. I was about to leave. Can't you wait until I leave before taking action against Xiao Ying? At that time, Xiao Ying was alone, and no one would stop you from grabbing the electric monster. Only you want to leave alone? I thought Aaron finally reacted after hearing this, but it was too late. There was no regret medicine to take now. What did you think? You thought Xiao Ying was going to leave with me? Haha, Yu Hai sneered twice, and was extremely speechless to this man. Can't you investigate clearly before doing bad things? Is he really so impatient to get the electric monster? Brother Hai, I'm still here. Xiao Ying heard Yu Hai say that, and she curled her lips helplessly. wanting to refute Yu Hai. This elder brother is good, but why is he so harsh in his words? He even said bad things about others in front of others. Just now, he snatched his cigarettes. He was a minor, but he said that children should not smoke. Hey, you won, Aren sighed, knowing that he was powerless, so he asked Yu Hai and the others, please don't hurt Huizi, she doesn't know anything. It was my personal idea to snatch the electric monster. She is a good girl. I feel sorry for her. Hehe, if you say there is no, then there is no. Do you think I will believe it? Yu Hai snorted disdainfully. This is the darker guess he made. I just don't know if Xiaoying can bear this darkness. Brother Hai, are you saying that Sister Huizi was also involved? It was the first time Xiaoying heard this statement. She looked at Yu Hai in shock. He never thought that such a kind and gentle sister would be so vicious. No, Huizi didn't. Huizi didn't know about this. Please let Huizi go and don't hurt her, Aren saw the disdain in Yu Hai's eyes. He knew that Yu Hai would definitely not let Huizi go, especially when he almost killed her by surprise. So Aren turned his attention to Xiaoying, to this innocent child, and pleaded with this child, asking Xiaoying to stop Yu Hai and not to hurt Huizi. Xiaoying, this is the human heart is complicated, Yu Hai sighed helplessly, took the last puff of cigarette, threw away the cigarette butt, raised his hand and patted Xiaoying's shoulder, hoping that Xiaoying could recover by herself. It's almost time, Yu Hai looked at his watch. After smoking a cigarette, the poison was about to take effect. What time? Aren wanted to ask something, but suddenly heard a struggle beside him. He turned back and saw that the two accomplices had black and purple faces, and blood was flowing from the corners of their mouths. It was obvious that they were deeply poisoned and there was no hope. He then noticed that his arm had been numb for a long time, and a large area of black and purple was spreading to his chest and face. He didn't have much time left. Finally, he looked at Xiaoying, who was lowering her head and mumbling that it was impossible, and asked loudly, Xiaoying, Huizi was not involved. Don't hurt Huizi, don't hurt her. After saying this, Aren seemed to have used up all his strength, his head tilted, and he was completely out of breath. Okay, Xiaoying, don't be entangled in a possibility. You can find out the truth by asking in person. Yu Hai saw that the three of them had stopped breathing, and took out a sack to put people in. Brother Hai, you mean that Sister Huizi may have participated, or she may not have participated? Xiaoying heard Yu Hai's comfort and came out of her entanglement. Xiaoying, you have no right to speak without investigation. I was just suspicious before. If you really want to know the result, go back and ask Huizi. Come and help, Yu Hai waved his hand, signaling Xiaoying to come over to put people in. He just wanted to trick the other party. It doesn't matter whether there is any. Huizi is just an ordinary woman. If she really participated, just let Xiaoying solve it. Okay, I will investigate this matter, Xiaoying nodded silently. After all, it concerns himself. He will not feel at ease if he does not investigate this matter clearly. In the final analysis, he still does not want to believe that such a kind and gentle elder sister can be so vicious. He does not believe it. If even such a gentle and kind elder sister is a liar, he really does not know who else he can trust. In addition to Brother Hai, Grandpa, the old dean, and the little fat man, is there really no stranger who can be trusted? After packing the three people, Yu Hai released the mosquito-repellent frog and asked Xiaoying to release the mosquito-repellent frog as well. 2 people and 2 elves carried 3 sacks from the bottom of the cabin and took the elevator to the deck. After arriving at the deck, the battle here is still fierce. Yu Hai and Xiaoying's clothes have been changed back and changed in the cell. The sailor suit was thrown directly into the cell, and then a strange face was changed with ditto. They didn't see anyone along the way, and all the tourists hid. After leaving the cell, they only took away Aren and the other 2. The 3 of them were naked and had nothing valuable. It was estimated that the sailors had already taken away everything and put it all in the captain's cabin. Anyway, they had already got the people and their goal had been achieved. The spoils of the three were probably in the hands of the captain, so they didn't want them. After all, they were the ones who were dealt with by the other party, so they didn't ask for too much. After arriving here, they released the big-mouthed gulls and asked them to grab 3 sacks and throw them into the sea. It would be better to throw them farther to feed the fish. When the big-mouthed gulls threw the bodies, he was still thinking about Aren's purpose of attacking them. It was already very clear that Aren wanted to attack Xiaoying because he wanted the electric shock monster. It was just an electric shock monster. Although it was very talented, I don't know how Aren knew it, but was it worth it? This question is probably only known to the dead Aren himself. He also felt that he had wronged the eldest brother of the 3 Krypton Gold brothers. Although he was fooled, he didn't bear grudges. It was not Taro who assigned Aren here, which also made him feel relieved. Fortunately, those rich and inhumane people did not block him, otherwise he would have to bring down those rich and inhumane people even if he threw himself into the darkness. Anyway, he is a Lone Ranger, and he is not afraid of anyone. It is no big deal to fight if he is not convinced. If he loses, he will only lose a worthless life. He only lost his life, but others lost their lifetime of rich and inhumane people. He felt it was worth it. He is now similar to Schrödinger's superposition state. He is not a villain yet, but he can become a villain at any time. When the 2 seagulls threw away the bodies and came back, Yu Hai and Xiaoying were unlucky and were targeted by pirates who climbed over the guardrail. The deck was full of pirates, and they were walking towards them fiercely. Yu Hai took out the smoke bombs, tear gas bombs, and pepper bombs in his pocket and threw them all out, which was enough to make these pirates drink a pot. When he threw 3 jammers, Xiaoying had already sat on the seagull and left the cruise ship. After throwing out the jammer, he also boarded the gull and left the cruise ship. When the pirate's spirit blew away the smoke, Yu Hai and Xiaoying had already run away. What bad luck, forget it, it's more important to catch the others. The pirate leader asked the spirit to blow away the smoke, and found that Yu Hai and Xiaoying were gone. He cursed and walked towards the luxury guest room on the top floor. They were targeting the rich people on this cruise ship. As for the ordinary single rooms on the middle and lower floors, they didn't have time, so they didn't break the door. They went to the top floor to kidnap a rich man and scrape off a layer of money, which was enough for them to plunder the guest rooms on the middle and lower floors. They didn't even bother to rob the slums on the middle and lower floors. As a pirate, how could he not have a pattern? Otherwise, how could he be a small leader? Since the target is the top floor luxury guest room, it is of course the place where the sailors guard the most tightly. Even the captain, bosun, first mate, and other trainer masters are gathered here. A small pirate leader alone cannot break through the defense line formed by the captain and sailors, not to mention that the captain of this cruise ship is a quasi-king trainer, and the Gotha duck has strong telekinesis. It is easy to control a senior trainer. That's how Aren fell into the hands of the other party. He has almost no ability to fight back. If you want to deal with telekinesis, you still need to subdue evil Pokemon. Of course, these have nothing to do with Yu Hai and Xiaoying who have already left. They just want to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible and don't want to participate in the fight between sailors and pirates. Since the 3 people who are chasing them have been solved, they can rest assured to find nearby islands, and then have a good meal and sleep. From yesterday to today, for 2 whole days, they were either on the run or on the way to escape, which made them very tired now, and they almost fell asleep on the back of the big-mouthed gull. However, Yu Hai still forced himself to fly slower. Today, he didn't need to rush, and he could take out the map of the Orange Islands and the compass to calibrate the direction. Now they knew the direction, but they had no reference and didn't know where they were on the map. They could only fly in one direction and find an island to determine their location. Finally, they chose to fly east, which was the direction where the sun rose. They would use the sun as a guide when flying, so they wouldn't fly off the track. It didn't matter if they flew off the track, as long as they found the island. That's what he told the gull. As a seabird, the gull should have the ability to find islands on the sea. Gull, find the nearest island, it's up to you. Bile, the gull nodded, flapped its wings quickly away from the cruise ship, and passed by. After a day and a night of rest, the big-billed gulls recovered and could fly long distances again. The two people who were gradually flying away were also seen by the sailors and pirates who were fighting on the cruise ship. Especially the captain, who could only watch Yu-Hai and the other two go away. He was now too busy to chase them. After he defeated the pirates, Yu-Hai and the other two had long disappeared. Through the window of the cruise ship, the red-haired girl in the guest room also saw the two people flying away. She was so angry that she gritting her teeth and vowed to find the two people for revenge. Especially the bastard who had oppressed her. She had never been oppressed by a strange man since she was so old. Moreover, the bastard oppressed her, and threatened her with a knife, saying that she was flat and was just a bastard. She was only 15 years old. How could that bastard say that? She hated that bastard so much that the bread in her hand was crunching. This bread and milk were left for her by that bastard. She was so hungry at the time that she took it and ate it. The elves were all fine, all locked in the elf balls. She also released Squirtle, but now it should be called Blastoise. I didn't expect Squirtle to evolve in that situation. It was probably to protect her. Kame. As soon as Blastoise came out, it looked around the room. Seeing that Yu-Hai and the others were not there, the big turtle was relieved. It was really afraid that it would never see its trainer again. Blastoise, thank you for protecting me, the red-haired girl gave Blastoise a piece of bread. This was her strongest elf. Now there were pirates on the ship, and she still needed Blastoise's protection. However, that bastard kept his promise and didn't move anything. He just hid until dawn and left. But those two people looked very tired. Forget it, never mind, I'll go home when the cruise ship docks and never go out again. After the sun rose, as the pirates were killed and driven back, all the passengers on the ship breathed a sigh of relief. The casualties this time were not heavy, which was a blessing in disguise. In the end, it was the captain with the strength of a quasi-king who defeated the pirates. After asking the sailors to count the casualties of this battle, the captain returned to the captain's room and immediately asked the sailors to bring Aren up. He really wanted to know who those two guys were. They played them around, and when he left, he couldn't do anything about them. He was so angry. When the sailors came back, they held two sets of clothes in their hands and told the captain that the three people were missing. The sailors who were guarding the three people were locked in the cell. They also found two sets of sailor suits in the cell. Haha, missing, the captain laughed when he heard the news. He guessed that the three people might have been killed to silence them. The clues were cut off here, but at this moment, another sailor came in from outside and reported to the captain that their cook was not dead, but had been hanging outside the ship for a night. After the pirates retreated, they found it when they checked the ship's side. Ha ha ha, the captain couldn't help laughing when he heard the news, and then waved his hand to let the sailors go down. He wanted to be alone. When the sailors left the captain's room, he looked at the corner of the captain's room and found the things he took out from the three people. There were a total of 18 elves, some cash, and some valuable and worthless sundries. Now the pile of things is ownerless. Anyway, the people are dead and there is no evidence. The most important thing is that his people are still alive, so he doesn't need to ask for any ransom or compensation. He can sell the 18 elves and get a small tens of millions. Although he doesn't lack this little money, as the captain of this ship, his salary is not small, but who would complain about too much money? Being treated as a knife, you have to collect some compensation, otherwise the work will be in vain. This is probably why the two guys left without hesitation. He is really a cunning boy who knows how to use the rules and environment around him. Now think about it, it is not surprising that the three people will be killed. No one knows that the person is dead, and no one will pursue it. His people are not dead, and they have made extra money, so no one will pursue it. The two cunning guys solved the enemy and got rid of the pursuit. This ending is really good, a win-win ending. As for who the dead person is? What is the shameful purpose? Who would care? 277 Chapter 271, Purple Fatty. 277. The second day of being hunted, sunny. Today is also the first day of the journey to the north. It is noon now. The sun is very dazzling and the skin hurts. Fortunately, they all wear coats so that they will not be sunburned. After flying for a whole morning, the gulls found a lush island. It was not clear what island it was. Looking down from the sky, the plants on the island were lush, there were many wild insect-type Pokémon, and there were also town buildings with human activities. However, they did not plan to go to the town, but planned to have a good sleep in the wild and rest for a night before going to the town. On an island where they were unfamiliar with the place, it was safer in the wild than in the town. In the wild, they would face wild Pokémon at most, but it was not certain in the town. If they were certified trainers of the league, they would choose to stay at the Pokémon Center. Unfortunately, they were not, so they could only rest in the wild. As the two gulls landed in the wild jungle, Yu-Hai took out a moisture-proof mat and an inflatable tent from his backpack and asked Xiaoying to set up the tent. He also prepared lunch for the Pokémons. After everyone had lunch, Yu-Hai left the orb silk spider, frog, giant claw crab, and butterfree outside to protect the tent. After Xiaoying had lunch, they also left the mosquito-repellent frog and the parasol mushroom outside the tent to guard the surrounding woods. Then the two of them went into the tent, covered themselves with a blanket and fell asleep. They had not slept well for 2 days and 1 night. Now they had 6 elves to protect them, and they also asked the orb silk spider to set up a spider web near the tent. They didn't have to worry about being disturbed by wild elves, and they could finally sleep well. When they woke up, it was already evening, and they woke up. After waking up, they lit a fire outside the tent and prepared food for the elves at night, as well as their own food. "Brother Hai, have we escaped?" Xiaoying held a bowl of hot soup in both hands. This was a rare calm since being hunted. "I guess so." Yu-Hai also drank a mouthful of hot soup to warm himself. The 3 people who were chasing him were solved, and he also escaped from the cruise ship. He had not been caught by the captain and the sailors, and he was free from the precarious days. "Brother Hai, where should we go next?" Xiaoying stared at the fire and the moon that had just risen above his head. He was not going to come out, but he didn't expect to end up here by accident. He wanted to follow Brother Hai, but he knew what would happen next. Brother Hai would definitely send him back. He sighed softly. He might as well ask it himself first. "There is a town here. We will go to the town tomorrow to ask someone. If there is a passenger ship, you can take the ship home." Yu-Hai put down the soup bowl, leaned his head against the tree trunk, and said coldly what Xiaoying didn't want to hear the most. He knew Xiaoying wanted to go with him, but that was impossible. Xiaoying was too weak and had insufficient responsibility to deal with emergencies. She still needed a safe environment to grow up. If she was scared and unable to move again, he really couldn't guarantee whether the big-mouthed gull could jump out a second time and rescue Xiaoying. "Brother Hai." "Xiaoying," Yu-Hai interrupted Xiaoying before she could finish her words and talked about the cruise ship. "You saw what happened this time. Not counting the incident with Aren, there are still pirates on the sea. Even I almost got into trouble. When you have the strength of a senior trainer, you can go anywhere you want." "Brother Hai, I know. What I want to say is not to stay," Xiaoying sighed softly. He wanted to stay, but he couldn't, because he was too weak. He knew this better than anyone else. If it weren't for the big-mouthed gull that saved him, he would have died. "Let's not talk about Aren. There are still pirates on the sea. His parents died in the hands of pirates. How could he not hate pirates? But he was too weak. At that time, let alone pirates, any senior trainer could crush him to death. Even if he hated pirates, he could only bury this hatred deep in his heart. When he has the strength, he will naturally start with pirates. Brother Hai, I will cherish this journey. When I come out, Grandpa won't I know, I still have to go back to report my safety. When I have enough strength, I will travel alone. It's good that you understand. Yu Hai put dry firewood into the fire. The reason why he didn't let Xiao Ying follow was very simple, that is, she was too weak and he was not a babysitter. If you don't have the strength, just go back and train the elves. When you have the power to protect yourself, it won't be too late to travel. If Xiao Ying's strength is not bad, he doesn't recommend bringing a thug, but Xiao Ying is not even a thug, at most a cannon fodder, and it's meaningless to bring her. When Aren was caught, you saw it, it was just a Gotha duck, it can freeze Aren and the other two. When you meet a strong man in the future, it is best not to have a conflict. If you can avoid it, avoid it. If you can't avoid it, it's okay to give in. Saving your life is the most important thing I understand, Brother Hai, Xiao Ying was reminded, and she also remembered Aren and the other two who were chased by the Gotha duck in the dance hall and had to flee. They were caught by the sailors without even a chance to resist. Even if they were not frozen by telekinesis at that time, the three could not escape with the siege of 5 or 6 sailors. This also made him think of the psychic elves. What should he do if he encountered it, Brother Hai? How to crack the powerful telekinesis? Use evil-type Pokemon, or Pokemon that can restrain psychic-type Pokemon. They must be of equal strength. Weak ones are useless. Yu Hai was also considering whether to capture an evil-type Pokemon. Facing psychic-type Pokemon, he can only use psychic-type Pokemon to fight against them. He can also use evil-type Pokemon and ghost-type Pokemon, but evil-type and ghost-type Pokemon are not so easy to capture. After this sneak attack, he felt that Ditto alone could not protect him. He urgently needed a Pokemon that could follow him and protect him anytime, anywhere. If he had to choose between evil-type and ghost-type Pokemon, he wants a purple fat man, that is, Gengar. This kind of Pokemon can hide in the shadows, and it is difficult for ordinary people to detect the hidden Gengar. This Pokemon is rare. Food is still life energy, which can be replaced by energy blocks, but once the purple fat man cannot be satisfied, he will be squeezed dry. Compared to the ghost-type purple fat man, the evil-type Pokemon such as Umbreon, Magna, Houndoom, Megalodon, etc. are all Pokemon that he likes more and is easy to get. Don't ask why he doesn't like evil Pokemon such as Zoroark, Darkrai, Absol, Three-Headed Dragon, and Bank IRAs. Of course he likes these Pokemon very much, but these Pokemon they are either mythical beasts or quasi-gods, and there are rare fantasy beast elves. They are not as difficult as the evil elves that can be obtained above. It is useless for him to like them, and he can't get them. For these rare mythical beasts and quasi-gods, he can find a purple fat man, which is much more reliable and easier than conquering these quasi-gods. There are many elves like purple fat men in the animation. He knows that there are elves in several places, but their potential is a bit hard to describe, some are good and some are bad. Evil. Xiao Ying was also flipping through the book to check which elves there are in the evil system, and she also read them out: Great Wolfhound, Absol, Murkrow, Ura, Dalubi, Sharp-Tooth Fish, Bank IRAs. There are so many evil elves, which one should I conquer, Brother Hai? Xiao Ying flipped through the elf illustration book and was dazzled. Whichever you like, just subdue it. It's up to you. Yu Hai waved his hand and didn't give Xiao Ying any advice. After all, everyone has different aesthetics. Xiao Ying might not like the elves he likes. The quasi-god Bang Ilas is also a bad elf. Xiao Ying saw the quasi-god elf in the book and his eyes were fixed. He was shocked by the powerful Bang Ilas in the book. This elf really looked like a monster. It was just the identity of the quasi-god that made him give up the idea. With his current strength, he could only look at it. It was impossible to get this elf. Even if he got it, he couldn't keep it. While Xiao Ying was looking at what Bang Ilas wanted, Yu Hai was also looking at the map of the Orange Islands, recalling the animation he had seen in his previous life. Where was the purple fat man in the Orange Islands? Where are the purple fat men in the Orange Islands? Maybe the darker and more gloomy the place, the more ghost-type Pokemon there are, but are there such places in the Orange Islands? Even if there are many purple fat men, they are not easy to come across. As long as he can meet one, no matter what its potential is, he will subdue it and cultivate it slowly in the future. The potential can be gradually improved. If it is in the Aster town in the Kanto region, he will not be so entangled. There are many ghost-type Pokemon there, and he can easily catch a Ghastly, and he can also choose a Ghastly with good potential. As for the Orange Islands, there is a Ghastly and a Haunter on the ghost ship, but they are Pokemon with owners, and they are two old ghosts of more than 300 years old. He can't subdue them, nor can he control such old ghosts, so he directly excludes them. After thinking for a long time, Yu Hai found that except for the ghost ship, there seemed to be no shots of purple fat men in the Orange Islands in the animation of his previous life. If it is in Hasa Island, he can still find Ghastly. After all, it is a big city. Some dark streets and sewers, as well as haunted houses and haunted places, should have ghost-type Pokemon. Although the probability of such a thing happening in a big city is low, it is a big city after all, and there will always be one or two haunted supernatural events. If that doesn't work, you can go to the black market to buy it. But now they don't know where they are, let alone the haunted house or the ghost-type Pokemon. Without a similar environment, he can't find Ghastly at all. Swish, swish. Just when Yu Hai put down the map and thought it was impossible to find the purple fat man here, something in the jungle seemed to be attracted by the fire, constantly pushing aside the grass and walking towards them. Yobo yobo, the mosquito frog heard the noise and immediately jumped down from the tree, came to Yu Hai, and protected Yu Hai behind him. Kukk, the giant crab raised its big claws and used hardening to block Yu Hai. Eetu, the round silk spider jumped onto Yu Hai's shoulder and could be released at any time to guard. Butterfree landed on the tent, its red compound eyes fixed on the dark grass ahead. Xiao Ying, who also heard the movement in the grass, stood up and guarded the grass, with the mosquito frog and the parasitic mushroom protecting him. Brother Hai. Xiao Ying wanted to ask Yu Hai if some unknown elf had come. Quiet, Yu Hai shook his head gently. He didn't know if it was an elf. Since he woke up and made dinner, he felt that there were many insect elves in this forest, so many that there were even on the big trees next to the tent. It was a bit too much, and they were not afraid of humans. There were some insect elves on the trees next to the tent, eating leaves leisurely, not afraid of them at all. Compared to the speculation that it was a ghost elf, he was more inclined to believe that the person coming was an insect elf. Rustle, rustle. As the rustling sound got closer and closer, the person who came pushed aside the last bush, and they also saw the elves attracted by the fire. The newcomer has 3 separate horns on its head, and the scythes on its arms are as sharp as divine weapons. It also has 2 pairs of small wings, but it only uses its wings to fly in very rare cases. The thighs are full of sharp edges and corners, and each foot has 3 toes with sharp claws. The abdomen of the female is larger, and this one is smaller, obviously a male. The identity of this elf is also obvious. It is the elf he wants to conquer, the flying mantis. However, this flying mantis is a little different from other flying mantises. That is, there are too many battle scars on its body, and there is an X-shaped scar on its forehead. He is not saying that these scars are bad. The flying mantis is a proud warrior born by nature. These scars are not stains, but proof of strength. The more scars, the stronger this flying mantis is. From the scars on the body of this flying mantis that broke in, this guy is undoubtedly a powerful elf. It is hard to say how strong it is. You have to fight to know. Clang. Scyther saw the 2 trainers from Yukai and immediately showed them his harp forelimbs, challenged the two trainers like Yu Hai. Xiaoying, this Scyther is challenging us, do you want to fight? Yu Hai saw Scyther raised his sickle, and he understood what Scyther wanted to express. Brother Hai, do you want to subdue this Scyther? Xiaoying saw that Scyther rubbed its forelimbs, which could make the sound of metal clashing, and secretly swallowed his saliva. Just from the sound of Scyther rubbing its forelimb sickle, he could see how powerful this Scyther was. His frog might not be the opponent, and it might not be able to beat this Scyther. There are so many insect-type Pokemon on this island, more than one Scyther. If you can subdue it, I will go find other Scythers. Yu Hai waved his hand to show that he was not in a hurry. The potential of this Scyther was unknown, and it was too early to say that it was subdued. Scyther is not like the purple fat man, who is used to protect him. Scyther is to be the main Pokemon, his first line of defense, and it can't be low in potential. Okay, I'll try it first. Xiaoying licked the corner of his mouth, and immediately took the mosquito-repellent frog and walked up. He wanted to use the mosquito-repellent frog to accept the challenge of the flying mantis. I got drunk last night, and now I still have a headache. Oh, it's so uncomfortable. 278 Chapter 272, Flying Mantis. 278. Yobo, the mosquito-repellent frog walked forward and bumped his fists together, indicating that he accepted the challenge of the flying mantis. The flying mantis saw Xiaoying coming up, rubbed his forelimbs again, making a clanging sound, and then attacked the mosquito-repellent frog. Mosquito-repellent frog, hold on! Xiaoying saw the flying mantis rushing over, and the speed was very fast. The mosquito-repellent frog had just released the hold, and the flying mantis's sickle chopped on the light green hold of the mosquito-repellent frog, chopping the mosquito-repellent frog away. This flying mantis is so fast. Xiaoying was shocked by the speed of the flying mantis's explosion. When she saw the flying mantis attacking again, she immediately shouted to the mosquito-scented frog, "Mosquito-scented frog, climb the waterfall to avoid it." As the mosquito-scented frog's feet exploded, it barely avoided the flying mantis's sickle. Before Xiaoying could breathe a sigh of relief, the flying mantis almost chased after it. Seeing this scene, Xiaoying shouted again, "Mosquito-scented frog, hold on. You know, after the hold move is used once, the success rate will decrease." Now Xiaoying used it for the second time, but the hold was not released, and the mosquito-scented frog was also hit by the flying mantis's sickle. Mosquito-scented frog, you go! Yu Hai saw Xiaoying's mosquito-scented frog being hit and flew away, and there was no room for even fighting back, so he immediately let his mosquito-scented frog go up to fight. Yobo! The mosquito-scented frog heard Yu Hai say that, and the ground under his feet exploded instantly, and rushed up with the waterfall burst to rescue his little brother. Scythe saw that a Pokemon was interrupting its battle, and immediately turned the sickle that was slashing at Xiaoying's frog towards Yu Hai's frog, colliding with Frog's frozen fist. At the moment when the fist and the sickle collided, the two Pokemons exploded and retreated. Frog, be careful! When it attacks, it will use lightning flashes. The high-speed movement just now also accelerated it. Yu Hai saw that the two Pokemons fought against each other and estimated the level of this scythe, which should be about the same as Frog. Yobo! Frog nodded gently, remembering Yu Hai's reminder. The current scythe is faster than it, and it can clearly feel the difference in speed. Scythe was bounced away by Frog's frozen fist, and ice crystals formed on the sickle. After raising the sickle to knock off the ice crystals, it also knew that this frog was much stronger than the previous one, at least not weaker than it. After all, the previous mosquito-coated frog could only passively defend against its high-speed charge, and even its strength was far inferior. It also lost interest in the previous mosquito-coated frog and stared at Yu Hai's mosquito-coated frog with fighting spirit. Buzz buzz buzz, whoosh! The flying mantis aimed its battle target at Yu Hai's mosquito-coated frog, and its wings started high-frequency vibration again, turning into a green streamer and flying towards the mosquito-coated frog. Mosquito-coated frog, hold on! Ice fist! Yu Hai saw that the speed of the flying mantis was still so fast, and instantly came up with a way to deal with it. Dodging was the worst strategy, and only attacking was the best defense. Yobo, the mosquito-coated frog, opened a light green shield before the flying mantis rushed over to block the slash of the flying mantis. Before he could hold on, white ice crystals instantly condensed on his right fist glove, and the soil under his feet exploded and hit the head of the flying mantis. Scythe's head was hit hard, and it flew backwards with a stinging sound, hitting the tree trunk heavily, shaking off many leaves, but Scythe stood up again soon. Clang clang! Scythe sharpened the sickles on its arms and shook its dizzy head. It was not angry because it was knocked away, but became more excited. It just wanted to challenge this kind of opponent who could make it break through its limits. The scars on its body were the best proof. Yobo, mosquito frog, also felt pressured when facing Scythe, who stood up again. It felt that Scythe's strength was not better than its own, but the pair of sharp sickles were too tricky. It didn't dare to take the sickles head-on, which was more difficult to deal with than the last thunder fist. Scythe stood up again, and after its head was no longer dizzy, it attacked Mosquito Frog again with a flash of lightning. Mosquito Frog, get out of the way! The mud shot hits the wings this time. The Mosquito Frog used the waterfall to dodge, burst to the side of the scyther 3 meters away, and spit out 2 mud shots at the scyther, hitting the scyther that was about to attack it. Scyther was hit on the wings by 2 mud shots, temporarily losing the ability to fly, and needed cleaning. The wings can speed up the flight. It is not impossible to force flight, but the speed will be reduced. Only by cleaning the mud can the high speed just now be achieved. Yu-Hai will not miss such a good attack opportunity, and shouted to the mosquito-scented frog, "Mosquito-scented frog, freezing fist!" Ice crystals condensed on the mosquito-scented frog's fist again, and it smashed towards the flying mantis with the burst of climbing waterfall. The flying mantis saw the fierce momentum of the mosquito-scented frog, and stepped up with both feet, and with the vibration of the wings, it quickly retreated. The speed of the flying mantis is not as fast as it was at the beginning. The wings that can speed up are also disturbed by the mud shooting. The burst of the mosquito-scented frog can also catch up with the speed of the flying mantis. Seeing such a good opportunity, Yu-Hai shouted to the mosquito-scented frog again, "Mosquito-scented frog, continue to freeze fist, don't give it a chance to clean its wings." Yobo yobo, the mosquito-scented frog immediately took advantage of the victory and pursued. The flying mantis retreated 3 steps, and it took 3 steps forward. The 2 Pokémons chased each other and rushed into the dark forest. After Frog chased them, Yu-Hai also lost the trace of the 2 Pokémons. In this situation, he couldn't help Frog, and Frog had to play freely. "Brother Hai, that scyther is so strong." Xiaoying saw the 2 Pokémons rushing into the forest and saw the gap between himself and Brother Hai again. Facing the scyther with a fighting spirit, his frog could only barely resist, but Yu-Hai's frog could fight back. This is the gap between the 2 frogs. Brother Hai was right to reject him before. He was too weak. He didn't even reach the entry level of waterfall climbing. He still needs to continue to work hard to train. "Yeah, I didn't expect a wild Pokémon to be so strong." Yu-Hai looked at the jungle where Frog and Scyther disappeared. If it weren't for the mud shot to slow down, Frog would have been passively beaten. He had already told Frog the tactics to deal with Scythe. Ice Punch restrained Scythe, and mud shot could slow it down. The next battle depended on Frog. "Orb Silk Spider, Butterfree, you guys go over and take a look. If Frog loses, you guys bring Frog back." Yu-Hai was still a little worried about Frog, so he let Orb Silk Spider and Butterfree go with him. "Brother Hai, will the MGA's alliance win?" Xiaoying asked Yu-Hai curiously after seeing Orb Silk Spider and the other Pokémons leave. "I don't know, but I'll know in a minute. You treat Frog's injuries first, and we'll go see if there's a Pokémon Center in town tomorrow." Yu-Hai waved his hand, sat down again, and added dry wood to the fire. "Okay." Xiaoying saw that Brother Hai was so calm, and she also started to treat the mosquito frog's injuries. The mosquito frog was just hit, but the injury was not very serious. The last attack of the flying mantis did not hit the mosquito frog, and was blocked by Brother Hai's mosquito frog. Seeing Xiao Ying treating the mosquito frog's wound, Yu Hai looked very calm, but in fact he was still very worried about the mosquito frog. Even if he was worried, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't stop the mosquito frog from fighting, and it was inevitable that it would get injured. He just hoped that the flying mantis would be honest and leave on its own after winning, and not attack the mosquito frog that had lost its fighting ability. It didn't matter who won or lost between the two elves, as long as the mosquito frog could come back safely. There would be plenty of opportunities to capture elves like the flying mantis in the future, and he was not in a hurry now. Elves like the flying mantis were not as rare as the purple fat man. As long as there was a forest, it was still easy to encounter the flying mantis, and there were many opportunities to choose. If it was ghastly, if he could meet a good talking ghastly, he would thank God and burn paper money for God. There are many ghastlies, but not so many good talking ghastlies. Oh, forget it, let it be. However, before the battle between Frog and Scyther, he opened Frog's proficiency panel, which he hadn't seen for almost half a month. Frog. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 51.23%. Level, 41.67%. Attribute, moisture/20.53%. Hidden attribute, leisurely /22.13%. Mastered moves, Eye of the Heart /18.21%. Ice Hockey /9.31%. New Look /25.11%. Water Gun /32.14%. Playing with Water /25.21%. Waterfall Climbing /30.22%. Pray for Rain /3.11%. Frozen Punch /18.31%. Million Ton Punch /16.82%. Million Ton Kick /13.45%. Hold /19.31%. Mud Shot /15.82%. Absorbing Punch /6.84%. Mosquito Frog didn't train every day in the past half month, but he ate and drank well every day, and the potential of Mosquito Frog also increased a little. It is probably the growth of eating energy blocks, but the growth is too slow. If you continue to eat energy blocks in the future, the effect will probably decrease. However, it is better than having no energy blocks, and any increase is a little. Then there is the level of Mosquito Frog, which increased by 6 points, successfully breaking through the 40th mark and successfully entering the threshold of the senior level. Mosquito Frog is also his strongest Pokémon. The level is more difficult to increase as the level goes down, and the level of Mosquito Frog is almost at its limit. When the level is low, there is one change per day. After reaching the elite level, it takes 2 or 3 days to increase one level. Now I have broken into the senior level, and I don't know if it will take a week to increase one level. If you break through to the king level, you will have to increase one level every month. Some elves don't even have the potential to enter the king level. Oh! The moisture characteristic has increased by 4%, which is not bad. I haven't practiced this characteristic much. I basically fish for 3 days and dry the net for 2 days. The main reason is that I was too busy in the afternoons for half a month and missed a lot of training time. The leisurely characteristic has increased quite quickly, with an 8% increase in proficiency. I ran every day for half a month, and the big-mouthed gull also prayed for rain every day, so it increased quickly. The rest of the moves. The Eye of the Heart has increased by 4%, which is about the same as moisture. Ice Hockey has increased by 5%, and I am training my accuracy. A New Look has increased by 8%. When the mosquito repellent frog is injured and has an abnormal state, I will often use this move. The Water Gun has increased by 7%. I haven't practiced the Water Gun move, only used it in battle, and it is also steadily increasing. Water Play increased by 5%. The water wall used to reduce the damage of the explosion in the previous battle against Electabuzzer was the application of this move. Waterfall Climbing increased by 15%, which is almost the fastest growing move. It is used again when running and fighting. Frog has almost never left waterfall climbing. Rain praying only increased by 2%. It was almost not trained. It increased only when I saw owl using it. Ice fist increased by 14%. Frog often uses it, for fighting and training. It is the move most used in combination with waterfall climbing. Million ton punch increased by 3%. After using ice fist, this move is rarely used. Million ton kick increased by 2%. This move is also rarely used. Basically, waterfall climbing is used for burst. This is the increase of existing moves. The rest is the change of new moves. The proficiency of holding is very high. During that period, I basically practiced holding, so it is 19%. Mud shooting has a water gun as a foundation, so the proficiency increases quickly. There is no need to practice it again. After all, it is an attack spit out from the mouth, so it has 15 points. The last absorption punch, the scorpion frog has just learned it, and it still needs to practice to be proficient. These are the 3 new moves that the scorpion frog learned some time ago. There are still heavy stomping and bodybuilding that have not been learned, and they still need to be learned, but there is plenty of time in the future, so there is no rush now. After seeing the growth of the scorpion frog in the past half-month, he closed the scorpion frog's proficiency panel. At this time, there was a rustling sound in the jungle, which should be the return of the orb spiders. The first one to come back was the orb spider. Seeing the orb spider coming back first, Yu Hai thought that the orb spider was coming to call for support, and he was going to let the giant crab go over to see. But who knew that Butterfree flew back to the temporary camp from above the forest, holding a green elf and putting down the scythe on its claws. Yu Hai saw Butterfree put down the fainted scythe, and it seemed that the outcome was no longer suspenseful, and the scorpion frog won. Where's the mosquito-scented frog? Yu Hai saw that both the round silk spiders had returned, but the mosquito-scented frog had not been seen for a long time. He couldn't help but worry, wondering if it was too badly injured to walk. The round silk spider heard Yu Hai's question and called into the dark woods. The mosquito-scented frog just pulled apart the grass and came out with wounds all over its body. Mosquito-scented frog, Yu Hai saw that the mosquito-scented frog was limping, so he hurried forward to help the mosquito-scented frog sit down by the fire, and fed the mosquito-scented frog an energy cube to restore its strength. Mosquito-scented frog, let me see where you are injured. Is the injury serious? Yu Hai asked the mosquito-scented frog to sit down, and began to check the mosquito-scented frog's injuries. He found that the mosquito-scented frog only had some flesh wounds from being cut, and it was not serious, so he breathed a sigh of relief. According to the recovery speed of the elves, these flesh wounds will be healed tomorrow morning, but this evenly matched battle should benefit the mosquito-scented frog a lot. It also allowed the mosquito frog to accumulate experience in dealing with the high-speed assassin scythe, that is, to limit the opponent's speed, or to be faster than the opponent. Both are tactics to defeat the opponent. Yobo yobo, the mosquito frog chewed the energy cube in his mouth, and raised his arm to show off his muscles to Yu Hai, indicating that he was fine. Okay, I know you are very powerful. Yu Hai smiled and patted the mosquito frog's shoulder gently, and began to treat the wound on the mosquito frog's body. After giving the mosquito frog medicine, he came to the side of the scythe, opened the scythe's mouth, fed the scythe an insect energy cube, and then treated the scythe's injuries. Most of the scythe's body was frostbitten, and the mosquito frog was very fierce, especially the punch on the head. The scythe's head and wings were covered with ice crystals. He took out the thawing spray and sprayed the scythe on the frostbitten parts. There were traces of frostbite on the wings, abdomen, and sickle. He sprayed some defrosting spray on Scyther and then some wound medicine. When he treated Scyther's wound, he didn't know that Scyther had already woken up. It was only because Scyther felt the delicious energy cube in his mouth that he didn't open his eyes, allowing Yu Hai to treat his frostbite and savor the food he had never eaten before. After Yu Hai treated his wound and sat back on the fire, Scyther opened his eyes and climbed up from the grass. When Scyther woke up, it immediately alerted all the Pokémons. The Pokémons all stood in front of their trainers and warned Scyther not to get close. After Scyther woke up, he noticed the vigilance in the eyes of these Pokémons, but didn't say anything or come forward. Instead, he looked down at the bandages on his body, and then looked up at Yu-Hai who was treating him. In the end, he said nothing and flapped his wings. Flying into the air, turning around and rushing into the dark forest. Brother Hai! Xiaoying saw Scythe leaving and wondered why Yu-Hai didn't throw out the Pokeball to subdue Scythe. Xiaoying, Scythe is different from other Pokemons. They are born proud warriors. Even if you defeat it, you can't subdue it if it doesn't recognize you. That's why I didn't throw the Pokeball. Yu-Hai leaned against the tree trunk with his head raised, silently watching Scythe leave. He knew that Scythe, as a proud warrior, would not admit defeat and would definitely not be reconciled to being defeated. Sooner or later, it would come again, so he was not in a hurry. If that Scythe was timid and didn't dare to challenge his frog again, it would not be a proud warrior, nor would it dare to defend its dignity as a warrior. It's better not to subdue such a Scythe. He doesn't need a Scythe without the dignity of a warrior. So that's how it is. Xiaoying muttered to herself, took out the encyclopedia of bug-type Pokémon from her backpack, and flipped through the introduction of Scyther, only to find that it was indeed as Yu-Hai said. Even if Scyther was captured by throwing a Pokeball, if it didn't get Scyther's approval, Scyther would not obey the trainer's command. Okay, I'll sit for a while and then go to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow morning to go to the town. I don't know if there is a Pokémon Center in this town. I also want to find a Pokémon Center to check the physical condition of Frog. Yu-Hai didn't care about Scyther's departure, but took out a small notebook from his backpack and wrote down 2 words, Haunted and Haunted House. There should be ghost-type Pokémon in these 2 places. For the next trip, you can pay attention to these 2 places. If there are Pokémons, go and see if there are Ghastly. If there are Ghastly, you can also capture a Ghastly. If you want to say where there are the most information channels, it must be the Pokémon Center. I don't know if there is a Pokémon Center in the town. After writing the 4 words Pokémon Center, he turned another page and looked at the bill on it, which was still a shopping bill from more than 10 days ago. At that time, he spent 30,000 yuan on food, 10,000 yuan on taking Frog to the Pokémon Center for detoxification, 20,000 yuan for 10 bottles of the best antidote, and 1,000 yuan for Frog's cultivation book. Then there was 20,000 yuan for the boat ticket, 250,000 yuan for 2 months of food and water, 200,000 yuan for outdoor supplies, and 10,000 yuan for a massage. Total, 540,000 yuan. The previous balance was 34,127,000, more than 34 million yuan. In the last youth trainer competition, he made a small profit of 600,000 yuan. The current balance is 34,186,000, still more than 34 million yuan. After calculating the bill, he closed the small notebook, put it in his backpack, got up and went to sleep in the tent. I took a nap this afternoon, but I'm still very sleepy. Tonight, I'll let the orb silk spiders keep watch, and he, Frog and Xiaoying can all get a good night's sleep. 279 Chapter 273, Castle Investigation. 279. The second day of the journey north was sunny. They got up very early this morning, and the weather was good. The sun had just risen, rendering the sky a soft pink, and the clouds were dyed light yellow. The surrounding plants were covered with a thin layer of morning dew, which sparkled in the sunlight, just like the stars that fell last night. There were also many insect elves happily eating leaves. There were more insect elves here, so there were also flying elves, the natural enemies of insects. In the jungle that they didn't notice, there was also the most deadly hunter, the proud warrior, Scyther. It was the Scyther last night. The Scyther did not leave all night and stayed nearby. The reason why the scyther stayed nearby was that it wanted to defeat the mosquito-repellent frog that defeated it last night. This was necessary practice for it to become the leader of the scyther tribe. If it couldn't even beat the mosquito-repellent frog, how could it defeat the leader of the scyther tribe? Well, to put it in human terms, it has set its sights on the mosquito-repellent frog. It wants to defeat the mosquito-repellent frog, and then challenge the leader of the scyther tribe to become the leader. Yu Hai and Xiao Ying, who did not notice this, were preparing their own breakfast and the breakfast of the elves. After the elves had breakfast, they used the elf balls to collect the elves and went to the town of this island to find out which corner of the map they were in. Sitting on the back of the gull, they were ready to fly to the town. When they came to the air again, they saw that the island was full of natural atmosphere. The vegetation on the island is very lush, and there are many insect elves. There are almost every tree, and they can be seen everywhere. From here, it can be seen that the environment on the island is very suitable for the survival and reproduction of insect elves. Not long after flying, they saw the town, let the gull land on the edge of the town, and they walked into the town. After walking around the town, they found that it was not big, but it had everything they needed, including the Junsa police station, the Pokemon Center, restaurants, inns, supermarkets, and various shops. So many trainers came here, and they didn't know if it was related to the Bug Island. These trainers were probably here to capture bug-type Pokemon. After walking around, they also knew that this island with lush forests was called Marcote Island, located southeast of the Orange Islands. There were a large number of bug-type Pokemons living on the island. They also saw the large forests on the island, which was indeed very suitable for the survival of bug-type Pokemons. After figuring out their location, Yu Hai brought Xiao Ying to the port. The port was very small, with only some small boats docked, no large ships, and no passenger ships. Seeing those small boats, they were not sure if there was a ship going to Hassa Island. It was a short distance from Hassa. The island is a bit far, and it is not known whether the boat will make this trip. They did not expect that the big-mouthed gulls could fly so far. If there is no passenger ship to Hassa Island, they can only go to Little Orange Island first, and then take a boat from Little Orange Island back to Hassa Island. "Little brother, where are you going?" The middle-aged captain of a certain ship saw Yu Hai and two young men wandering around the dock and looking around, so he shouted to ask the two. "Captain, is there a boat going to Hassa Island?" Yu Hai saw the strange middle-aged man asking, so he told them their purpose. "Yes, my boat goes to Hassa Island." The middle-aged captain heard that it was a tourist going to Hassa Island, and he had already estimated the round-trip price in his mind. "This boat?" Yu Hai looked at the middle-aged man's boat, which was only more than 10 meters long. There was no one else on the boat except this middle-aged man and a young man. Compared to large passenger ships sailing far away, this small boat looks like a fishing boat. A fishing boat of more than 10 meters also wants to sail far away? Don't be ridiculous. These two people might be fishermen who do black-on-black business. They are professional fishermen and part-time robbers. If Xiao Ying goes with them, she will be in danger. "Master, how much does it cost to go to Hassa Island?" Yu Hai did not leave directly. After all, suspicion is just suspicion, and it cannot be too direct. "Hassa Island, at least 1 million, we will make this trip." The middle-aged captain pretended to calculate the round-trip voyage to Hassa Island before quoting Yu Hai. 1 million. Too expensive. Yu Hai waved his hand and took Xiao Ying away. "Don't go, little brother, then give me a number." The middle-aged captain saw that Yu Hai and the others were about to leave, and hurriedly stopped them and asked them to bargain. 50,000. Yu Hai stopped and bargained casually. Anyway, he was not going to take a black ship. "Little brother, you are making fun of me. How can you get to Hassa Island with 50,000 yuan? The middle-aged captain heard that 50,000 yuan was not enough for a trip, let alone a round trip. "We don't have that much money, so why bother?" Yu Hai shook his head and left with Xiao Ying. Then they asked many captains at the port, and there were few ships going to Hasa Island, and they didn't see any big ships here. Finally, they had to give up the boat and return to the elf center. The two of them also gave the mosquito-repellent frog to Miss Joy for treatment. They also gave the bad frog to Miss Joy and asked her to give the bad frog a full-body examination and treatment. Yu Hai also asked Miss Joy to be careful of the bad frog's toxins, and then they came to the rest area and waited quietly. "Brother Hai, why didn't you take the boat just now?" Xiao Ying sat next to Yu Hai and witnessed Yu Hai's negotiations with those captains. He didn't understand the twists and turns. "Think about the distance from here to Hasa Island, and think about those small boats, and you will know why." Yu Hai directly pointed out the reason for not taking the boat, and then let Xiao Ying think for herself. "Is it that those small boats can't reach Hasa Island?" Xiao Ying was more confused, and asked herself, since they can't reach Hasa Island, why do those captains still offer prices? Could it be? "It's just what you think." Yu Hai was very relieved to see Xiao Ying think of it. Finally, it was not in vain. Xiao Ying is still very smart. If it was the little fat man, he would have been in trouble. "Brother Hai, it's really dangerous outside. If you don't pay attention, you will fall into the pit." Xiao Ying thought about it. Once he got on the ship, it would be good if it wasn't a black ship. If it was a black ship, he would eat some of the captain's food on the sea, and then he would be numb. It's not up to them to flatten or round him. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, he didn't get on the ship at that time, and Brother Hai didn't let him get on the ship. He hurriedly took out his notebook, wrote down the little thing just now, and warned himself to remember it in his heart to prevent future accidents. "Xiao Ying, there is no boat here. You follow me, go to Ziojozi Island and take the boat back." Ziojozi Island has a passenger ship to return to Hasa Island. Yu Hai didn't know what Xiao Ying was writing, so he arranged the next things. Since the boat here is unreliable, it is the same to go to Ziojozi Island and take the boat. His itinerary to the north remains unchanged. He still has to go to Ziojozi Island, and he will also take the boat north there. As for the Yuzu Gym in Ziojozi Island, he will not go there. There is no point in going now. The gym is the assessment institution for the league to select trainers. He is not a certified trainer of the league yet. Even if he wants to challenge the gym, people will ignore him, which is very helpless. "I know, Brother Hai." Xiao Ying closed the notebook, and heard Yu Hai asked him to go to Ziojozi Island and take the boat, so he agreed. This unexpected trip was rare, and he was very happy to stay with Brother Hai for a while. When he just entered the Pokémon Center, he saw a battle outside the Pokémon Center. He immediately became interested and asked Yu Hai when he would leave. "Brother Hai, when are we leaving? Where are we staying tonight?" "We'll stay at the Pokémon Center tonight. The bed is 5,000 yuan each. There are too many bug-type Pokémons in the wild. It's not safe, so we won't go." Yu Hai also wanted to rest at the Pokémon Center for one night and set off for Little Orange Island tomorrow. "Brother Hai, I want to go outside to watch Pokémon battles. Don't call me for lunch. I might fight," Xiao Ying said, and then left the rest area and went to the battle site outside the Pokémon Center. "Remember to go back to the Pokémon Center to sleep at night. Tomorrow we will leave this island and go to Little Orange Island." Yu Hai watched Xiao Ying leave, and dinged after telling Xiao Ying. He continued to sit in the rest area and wait quietly. Before joining the gym, he was just out for fun, so he was not in a hurry and could train Pokémon while playing. Now the Pokémon training tasks only include Frog, Crab, Rhino, and Frog. He will arrange training tasks for these 4 main Pokémons, and will not release other Pokémons for training. There are too many Pokémons, and he is also afraid that they will run away if they are released. It is not too late to release them after they are stable. Now Frog and Frog are being treated, and he is also in the Pokémon Center, so he will not train Pokémons. He will train them when he has the chance, but Frog needs to detoxify and exercise regularly at night. While waiting for the Pokémon to be treated, Yu Hai thought of writing down the matter of conquering the purple fat man in the small notebook yesterday, so he came to the Pokemon Center's score task wall to see if there are similar tasks. There is only one town on this island, and the population is not large. He just walked around and estimated that there are only more than 100 households in this town, and most of the people are foreign trainers. On the points task wall, he also saw that the town was holding an insect catching convention and a bug-type Pokemon exchange convention. Both of these activities would be held tomorrow. No wonder there were so many trainers on the island. After realizing this, he went to Miss Joy to book a bed for tonight. Fearing that there would be no bed to sleep on tonight, he booked 2 beds, one for each person, and paid a total of 10,000 alliance coins. After booking the bed, he continued to look for tasks related to haunted houses on the task wall. Most of these tasks were related to ghost-type Pokemon. In the Pokemon world, contact with ghost-type Pokemon would be considered ominous, and legends describe that ghost-type Pokemon would take away people's health. Although the Alliance has popularized the knowledge of trainers and dispelled the superstitions of a large part of the residents, it is hard to say. In addition, ghost-type Pokemon do exist and are harmful to ordinary people. Everyone is curious and afraid. If it weren't for the trainers, few people would be willing to take such tasks. He found a task for a castle on the task wall. There was also a photo on the task. It was a European-style spire castle. The spire of the castle was red and the wall was white. It looked pretty in the photo. It was a castle built on the seaside. The task description was that there would be a girl's laughter in the castle at midnight. The task requirement was to find out what the laughter was and eliminate the midnight laughter. This. Yu Hai raised his hand and touched his chin and thought about it. Could it be that the dream demon was causing trouble? He didn't believe that the owner of the castle didn't investigate that there were ghost-type elves in the castle. Since it was found that there were ghost-type elves in the castle, he only needed to ask the trainer to drive away the ghost-type elves. Why did he issue an investigation task? The reward for the investigation task was 100,000, but the reward for the elimination task was 1 million. This task was a trap no matter how you think about it. The first 100,000 might be to attract trainers to take the task, and the last 1 million was probably because the ghost-type elf was too difficult and no trainer could drive it away, or it came back after being driven away. In other words, the owner of the castle should want the trainer to subdue the ghost-type elf. From this point of view, he guessed that the ghost-type Pokemon had at least senior-level strength. To deal with ghost-type Pokemon, at least one ghost-type Pokemon or a dark-type Pokemon, and a Pokemon that could detect moves. He didn't have any of these, so how could he deal with ghost-type Pokemon? Normal-type and fighting-type Pokemon couldn't hit ghost-type Pokemon. Moves from other types required energy attacks to hit ghost-type Pokemon. In most cases, ghost-type Pokemon were in a disembodied state and were completely immune to physical attacks. They were really shameless. His frog had no energy attacks, and basically used physical attacks, and the same was true for other Pokemon. Among his Pokemon, the only one that could deal with ghost-type Pokemon was the telekinesis of Butterfree, and the other 3, which could barely fight against ghost-type Pokemon. In addition to telekinesis, he could also capture a Pokemon that could detect moves, but it was too hasty to capture a Pokemon that could detect moves now, and it might not be useful. However, he had Ditto, and his sight turned from the points task wall to the window, where Pokemon were fighting. He saw many Pokemon, including Armstrong and Nitole, both of whom could see through moves. He came to the outside of the Pokemon Center, raised his hand and pointed at Armstrong on the battlefield, and asked the Ditto on his neck, "Ditto, did you see that Armstrong? Change into its appearance and see if you can see through the moves." Busy, 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 Ditto was released from the disguise state and looked at Armstrong not far away. A colorful light flashed by, and it turned into Armstrong. Then Ditto thought about what is see-through. It has not been exposed to see-through, and doesn't know how to use it. Ditto, see-through is to release strong light from the eyes to see through the disguise of ghost-type Pokemon. Yu-Hai had never seen this move, so he could only explain it to Ditto. Busy, Ditto understood instantly after hearing the description, and immediately blinked. A white light shot out of his eyes, and looked around. Seeing this, Yu-Hai smiled with relief. Ditto was really smart and understood everything at once. Come back, Ditto. Ditto retracted its glowing eyes, turned back into a face towel, and hung it around his neck. He turned back to the mission wall of the Pokemon Center, came to the counter to find Miss Joy, and said that he wanted to take on the investigation mission of the Seaside Castle. 280 Chapter 274, Naughty Ghost Pokemon. 280. Trainer Yu-Hai, are you sure you want to take on the castle investigation mission? I heard that the trainers who took on the mission all encountered ghost Pokemon. Miss Joy took Yu-Hai's ID card and repeatedly asked Yu-Hai if he wants to take the task. Sure, Yu-Hai nodded seriously, took the registered ID card, and prepared to ask Miss Joy about the castle. Miss Joy, has anyone died in that castle? No one has died, but the trainers who come out of the castle will be weak for a long time. It is very likely that the vitality has been sucked away by the ghost-type Pokemon. You have to be careful. Miss Joy said creepy words, but she still had a gentle smile on her face, making Yu-Hai feel that the castle didn't seem so scary. Thank you Miss Joy for your reminder. Yu-Hai thanked her and prepared to turn around and leave the Pokemon Center. Trainer Yu-Hai, the task information has been registered for you. The task issuer is Mrs. Suzuo. Turn right and 200 meters away is Mrs. Suzuo's residence. Thank you for the reminder. Yu-Hai thanked Miss Joy again and left the Pokemon Center. In fact, the identity and address of the task issuer are on the task list, and he had written them down before. It was just past 11 in the morning, and it was the hottest time of the day. Ghost-type Pokemons probably didn't like this weather, so he could go explore the castle. If the water was too deep, he wouldn't get involved, and would just capture a Ghastly and leave. For this reason, he also went to the Pokemon food store and bought energy cubes for Ghost-type Pokemons. They were all energy cubes containing life energy, and were specially made according to the taste of ghost-type Pokemons. The prices here were different from those on Hasa Island. Fighting, electric, and grass-type Pokemons were more popular on Hasa Island, while bug and water-type Pokemons were more popular here, and they were sold at a higher price, and there were more stocks. Energy cubes of other attributes sold very poorly, not to mention other types. Ghost-type Pokemons were rarely captured by trainers, let alone energy cubes. Even if there were few trainers who captured Pokemons, the price of life energy cubes was not cheap. The fine products here were sold for 8,000 a box, which was really a steal. It was a steal, but there was no discount, and there were not many goods. There were still 10 boxes left in the store, and the last time they were stocked was half a year ago. Because few people bought it, they didn't restock it. These 10 boxes were from the last 100 boxes they restocked. After half a year, there were still 10 boxes left. Then, he took all the remaining 10 boxes and paid 80,000 alliance coins. Leaving the elf food store, he was still muttering, it was so expensive, no wonder the 100 boxes couldn't be sold out in half a year. After buying the life energy cube, Yu-Hai came to the residence of Mrs. Ling Dai, who issued the task, which was an ordinary wooden house located on the roadside. In this small town, except for places like the Elf Center and the police station, the houses where residents live are basically wooden houses. He saw the sign in front of the wooden house with Mrs. Ling Dai's name on it, so he raised his hand and knocked on the wooden door. Knock knock knock. Who is it? After knocking on the door, Yu-Hai heard a hoarse and low voice, as if he had been thirsty for a long time. After the wooden door opened, he also saw the task client, a white-haired old lady with a cane, who asked him a question. Seeing the old lady asking questions, Yu-Hai also told his purpose, I am a trainer who accepted the castle investigation task. I want to ask the client if there is anything I need to pay attention to before going to the castle. Castle investigation task, come in with me. The old lady leaned on the cane, turned around and entered the house, and shouted to her granddaughter in the house, Aling, make a cup of tea for this trainer. Grandma, is there another trainer who accepted the task? The girl popped her head out of the house, looked at Yu Hai standing outside the door, smiled and raised her hand to greet him. Hello, I'm Aling. Hello, my name is Ahai. Yu Hai did not enter the house, but stood outside the door to respond to the girl. The girl did not look very old, about 14 or 15 years old, wearing a clean white dress, with 2 small braids on both sides of her long black hair, looking quite cute. Mr. Ahai, are you the trainer who accepted the castle mission? Aling asked curiously. Yes, is there any problem? Yu Hai was a little confused, and the other party seemed to care about this matter. Nothing, do you want to come in and sit down? Aling didn't want to answer this question, so she changed the subject. No, I'm in a hurry. If there's nothing I need to pay attention to, I want to go to the castle now. Yu Hai waved his hand to indicate that he would not go in, and looked at the time on his watch and the sun in the sky, which was exactly noon. Once the sun sets, he dare not go to a place like a castle alone. If he is sucked dry by a ghost-type elf, he will be gone. Is that so? Then let's talk while walking. Aling put down the cup she was going to make tea, and said goodbye to her grandmother when she went out. Grandma, Mr. Ahai and I will go out for a while and will be back in the evening. Be careful on the road, and don't stay in the castle at night. The old lady told her granddaughter to be careful, and waved her hand to close the wooden door. Yu Hai withdrew his gaze from the old lady, and did not find anything unusual, and turned around and followed the girl who led the way. Mr. Ahai, are you going to the castle now? Aling didn't know what to talk about. Since Yu Hai came for the castle, she mentioned the castle. I'll go and take a look first. Do you want to go with me? Yu Hai was quite curious. Knowing that there were ghost-type elves in that castle, did this girl want to go with him? It's daytime now, there's nothing in that castle, only at night there's laughter, Aling explained to Yu Hai. Is it that castle? Yu Hai was walking and suddenly noticed the castle built on the seaside in the distance. From here, he could see the whole castle clearly. Yes, Aling nodded gently. There was a subtle worry in her eyes. It's really beautiful, with red spires, white walls, and green plants around. It's a nice view no matter when you look at it. Yu Hai didn't expect that the castle was so beautiful in the sun. It should have been the residence of nobles in ancient times. Yes, it's very beautiful. Aling's eyes were full of the beauty of the castle. Her memories were also in the castle. When she heard someone praise the castle, she felt a little warm in her heart. She was not so repulsive to Yu Hai, and her favorability also increased a lot. Such a beautiful castle, do you still want to go back? Yu Hai had already seen that the girl seemed enthusiastic, but actually walked slowly. She was warning him in her words that there were laughter in the castle, which meant there were ghost-type elves, and she wanted him to give up. I can't go back. My dad wants to sell the castle. Aling saw Yu Hai move, and followed Yu Hai forward again, slowly walking towards the castle. Isn't it the investigation mission you issued? Yu Hai heard the girl's words and felt that there must be some unknown secrets in it. First, the girl did not deny the existence of ghost-type elves. It was obvious that she knew something and was still warning herself. Second, it was not the girl and the old lady who issued the task, but the girl's father. Third, the reason why the task was issued in the name of the old lady was that the castle property rights were probably under the old lady's name. When the old lady passed away, the first heir of the castle should be the girl's father. From this point of view, the matter is very simple. The girl's father wanted to sell the castle, and the girl and the old lady must be the opposing party. It's just that their opposition was invalid, so the castle investigation task of the Elf Center will be hung until the ghost-type elves in the castle are cleared, and then the castle is sold. Aren't you afraid? The laughter in the castle. The girl did not answer the question of the investigation task. She was always worried about selling the castle. It's daytime now, what are you afraid of? Yu Hai smiled. He felt that the haunted thing was probably caused by this girl and her grandmother. The purpose was to prevent others from buying the castle. But how long can such resistance last? Unless the ghost-type Pokémon in the castle have the strength of a king, they will sooner or later encounter a stronger trainer who will subdue all the ghost-type Pokémon in the castle. Next, the girl seemed to be worried about something, absent-minded, and did not speak. The two did not have much to talk about along the way, so they came to the gate of the castle. When they arrived here, the girl took out the key to open the iron gate and took Yu Hai into this castle that had not been taken care of for a long time. When Yu Hai first entered the castle, he saw a garden and thought to himself that it was indeed the residence of ancient nobles. If it was not a wealthy family, who could afford a large garden? In other words, this girl was still a noble. It was just that the arrival of the alliance killed all the feudal rulers. At least the word noble did not conform to the universal values promoted by the alliance. Man and nature, man and elves, live in peace, fairness, justice, freedom, but this is the motto of the alliance, and it is also the characteristics of the superiority of the system promoted by the alliance. At least from the point of view of the Pokémon battle, the alliance did achieve fairness and justice, but it just screened out the contestants in other places. Those who don't have money to participate can only blame their ancestors for not being rich. Others whose ancestors were rich have a lot of wealth. They either have super evolution stones or blue big dogs, and there are gems waiting to be inherited. Their neighbors are the most famous elf doctors, or castles. He is a blank traverser, so he can't compare with others. There is a saying in the previous life that your efforts alone can surpass the accumulation of several generations of others. Just look at history and you will know. Then these people are all hung on street lights. In fact, this sentence is wrong, because after accumulating, you don't need to work hard. You play a game of money making money. At this time, the Matthew effect will appear, the strong will become stronger, and the weak will become weaker. Faced with this situation, most ordinary people will sterilize themselves. As for the future of the alliance, it will probably develop into a beautiful utopia like the animation in the previous life. After all, there is the existence of productivity such as elves. If this can be broken, who can be blamed? Following a Ling through the weed-covered garden that had not been taken care of for a long time, Yu Hai threw away the thoughts in his mind and saw that there were still some tenacious flowers and plants in the garden that had survived. Ding ding dong dong, ding ding ding, ding ding ding. Is that a wind chime? Yu Hai walked through the garden and saw wind chimes hanging in the pavilion of the garden. The breeze blew, and a string of wind chimes swayed in the sun, making a crisp ding-dong sound. The sound of the wind chimes was so crisp and pleasant, as if it was a beautiful movement played by nature, telling the beauty of nature in its own unique language. The wind blew, the trees moved, and the tenacious flowers seemed to be dancing with them. They swayed in the breeze. Listening to this wonderful music, people can feel the joy and tranquility of a summer afternoon, as if they were in the arms of nature. Slowly passing the garden, Yu Hai also enjoyed a moment of tranquility. Then they came to the castle. What caught their eyes was a wide hall. There was nothing in the hall. The ground was relatively clean, but it was also covered with a thick layer of dust. It seemed that the owner of the castle had cleaned the castle for a while after moving. This is the hall. It's all emptied. There's nothing to see. Do you want to go upstairs? The girl looked at the familiar hall. The pillars in the hall, the white pillars can reflect light, further illuminating the hall. Some elves are carved on the pillars, which reminds her of her childhood when she ran with the elves in the hall, chasing and playing with each other. Okay, let's go and take a look. Yu Hai did not object, but let the other party lead the way. From the fact that the other party dared to enter the castle, it can be seen that the other party is not afraid of the ghost elves in the castle at all. However, before going upstairs, he quietly dropped a life energy cube on the ground for the ghost elves to eat, and he didn't know if it would be picked up by the ghost elves. He just followed a Ling upstairs, and the energy cube he threw in the hall was picked up by a black thing. The speed was so fast that he couldn't see what kind of ghost elf it was. He had already gone upstairs and didn't see what the other party was. This was the room where my grandmother lived. A Ling walked in front and introduced the rooms in the castle to Yu Hai. You look alike. Yu Hai saw a large photo hanging on the wall in the room. It was a photo of the girl's grandmother when she was young. He had seen the old lady before. From the photo, the two people's face shape and facial features were almost exactly the same. This is probably the replication of genes. The dominant characteristics of the body surface will also be inherited by genes. If you don't look alike, you can refer to Lao Wang next door. Really? Many people say we look alike. A Ling covered her mouth and laughed softly. Her favor for Yu Hai increased. She accompanied these trainers to visit the castle, which was also her fun. It was like reminiscing about her childhood. Then A Ling took Yu Hai to another room and introduced the things in the room to Yu Hai one by one. But the two didn't notice that as soon as they left the room, a black shadow quickly jumped out from under the bed and followed them, covering his mouth and laughing. Yu Hai heard the laughter, but when he turned around, he found nothing. He guessed it should be a ghost-type Pokémon, but he had no evidence. Then he and the girl walked around the castle again. After more than 2 hours, the girl was tired. The two found a balcony, dusted off the seats, enjoyed the pleasant afternoon sunshine, and had lunch. 281 Chapter 275, Scarlet Eyes in the Basement. 281. Sorry, I ate your meal. A Ling took the bread handed by Yu Hai, took a small bite, and was a little embarrassed, not daring to look at Yu Hai. It's okay, it's troublesome to go back to eat, it's not bad to eat here, the scenery is not bad from here. Yu Hai said it was okay, and looked at the town from the balcony, and he could see the girl's wooden house, and asked curiously, is that your home? Yes, A Ling nodded gently, looking into the distance, looking at the wooden house. It was not the first time she had seen it here. Ding ding dong dong, ding ding. The breeze blew, and the ding dong sound in the garden rang again. Yu Hai suddenly thought of the client's name, Mrs. Ling Day, and the girl A Ling. Both of their names are related to wind chimes. It seems that they have a deep affection for this castle. In this case, he felt that the ghost-type elves here should be the elves of the old owner of this castle. Even if he didn't conquer them by force, he could convince the girl to help him conquer a ghastly. It is clear that there are ghost-type elves in the castle, but there is no rush for this matter. The girl didn't show him the truth, and he wouldn't expose her, at least not now, and wait until the evening. This period of time is just right for him to think about how to help the girl keep the castle and make it profitable, which is the top priority. Instead of letting the castle gather dust here, causing the girl's father to think that the castle is useless, or want to sell the castle because he is short of money, and if he wants to live in it, he needs to hire someone to clean it. A castle of this size cannot be taken care of by 1 or 2 gardeners. The large garden in front of the castle alone requires at least 3 or 5 people to take care of it. Even if you need to hire a gardener, you don't have to hire a human. You can also hire an elf to take care of the garden. Thinking of this, he curiously asked the girl, "Are you a trainer?" "Mr. Aha, why do you ask?" The girl was eating bread, looking at the wooden house, and quietly listening to the sound of wind chimes. She was stunned by Yu Hai's sudden question. "Nothing, just asking casually," Yu Hai was asked back, scratching his head awkwardly, and could only use casual to get away with it. "I'm not a trainer, I work in the flower shop in town." A Ling saw Yu Hai's eyes evading, covered her mouth and chuckled, and answered Yu Hai's question. She felt that this strange trainer was quite easy to talk to, unlike the previous trainers, who only had tasks and elves in their eyes. "Then why do you want to be a trainer?" Yu Hai was preparing to capture ghost elves and guided the girl to think. In fact, it only took him a moment to think of a way to revitalize the castle, which was to turn the castle into a sea view castle hotel with a haunted house theme. Not only can you experience the thrill of a haunted house, but you can also open it as a sea view hotel, and the girl can also make a profit through the castle, which is simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The premise for doing all this is that the girl can control the ghost elves in the castle and prevent the ghost elves in the castle from hurting people, so that the castle can be turned into an elf-haunted house sea view castle hotel. The service of the elves, the excitement of the haunted house, the enjoyment of the sea view, the environment of the castle, and the accommodation hotel that integrates many elements are enough to attract tourists to stay. The premise of all this is that the ghost elves do not hurt people. If the ghost elves hurt people, this hotel will definitely not be able to open. However, until now, they have not been controlled by the ghost elves. Spirit attacks, indicating that the ghost-type Pokemon here are controllable, so things will be easy. I thought about it before, but now I just want to take care of Grandma, Aling said when she talked about the trainer, and there was still longing in her eyes, but then her eyes dimmed when she talked about Grandma. We've almost finished our shopping, it's time to go back. Yu Hai heard the girl say this, and did not continue to ask, but got up and walked downstairs. Mr. A Hai, are you going back? Aling was a little happy to see Yu Hai leaving. After all, Yu Hai did not mention the ghost-type Pokemon after he came to the castle, which means that Yu Hai is likely to give up the mission and stop investigating the castle. Yes. Yu Hai sighed and nodded softly. When he came to the castle hall, he saw that the energy block he had dropped before had disappeared, which further confirmed the speculation that there were ghost-type Pokemon here. Is there a basement in the castle? Yu Hai thought of the basement. If you want to say where these ghost-type Pokemon are hiding, it must be in the basement. Yes, Mr. Hai, are you going? Aling was relieved when she saw Yu Hai leave, but now she saw Yu Hai stop, her heart tightened, and then she heard that they were going to the basement, her heart trembled even more. Once Yu Hai entered the basement, her and her grandmother's arrangement would be exposed. Yu Hai must not go to the basement. There was a phonograph that played laughter at night, and she couldn't let Yu Hai see the phonograph. She immediately made a gesture behind her, and the ghost-type elves who saw the gesture quickly crossed the floor to the basement and asked everyone to get ready. Take me there. Yu Hai wanted to see if there was a purple fat man here, and a purple fat man meant there was Ghastly. Anyway, with the girl here, his life would not be in danger. If there was no Ghastly, he would cancel the transaction plan and give up the task. If there was Ghastly, things would be easy, and he was sure to persuade the girl to help him subdue Ghastly. Okay, Mr. Aha, please follow me. Aling saw that Yu Hai was determined to go, so she could only lead the way. The further underground they went, the lower the temperature around them became, but she couldn't feel it. Her palms were sweating coldly now. She was afraid that Yu Hai would see the phonograph in the basement. Yu Hai followed the girl and could clearly feel the temperature change around him. You know, he was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, and now his arms were covered with goosebumps. He knew that it was the ghost-type elves that absorbed the heat, so it was so cold. Until the two of them came to the entrance of the basement, he looked at the bottomless basement without any light and backed out. He thought it would be better to ask the girl directly whether there was Ghastly, so he would not take the risk. The main reason was that he was afraid of the cold and was afraid of being sucked dry by the ghost-type elves. He was really cold now. You know, the more ghost-type elves there are, the colder it is. The temperature difference between here and outside is at least more than 10 degrees. There are probably more than 1 or 2 ghost-type elves, but a large nest. The basement is the paradise of ghost-type elves. If it was summer, it would be fine. Just treat it as a central air conditioner, but now it is deep in the castle. Forget it, I won't look anymore, let's go back. Yu Hai didn't hesitate at all, turned around and left the basement door. Seeing Yu Hai turn around and leave, the girl also breathed a sigh of relief, looked down and saw the scarlet eyes lit up in the basement, put down some energy cubes, waved to the scarlet eyes, and followed Yu Hai out of the castle. Yu Hai was relieved when he came to the castle garden. It was too scary just now. His body was frantically warning him, and Ditto was also warning him not to go down. There must be some scary ghost-type Pokemon down there. Even if he didn't die, he was inevitably squeezed dry. No wonder Miss Joy said that the trainers who came out of the castle would be weak for a long time, and they must have committed suicide in the basement. Mr. Ahai, if you still want to continue investigating, you can only come at night. You can't find anything during the day. A Ling ran out behind Yu Hai, also panting. After taking several breaths, she reminded Yu Hai. Thanks for the reminder. Yu Hai left the castle without looking back. Just now, he felt like there was something staring at him from behind. It was probably the ghost-type elves in the castle. He was not sure what it was, but it must be very cruel, and it was an old ghost who specialized in sucking people's yang energy. You should know that the lifespan of ghost-type elves is almost infinite, which means that the older they are, the more powerful they are. Think about the two old ghosts in the ghost ship, whose telekinesis can control a large sailing ship to float. In addition, this is a castle, and the ancestors are nobles. Who knows if there is an old ghost guarding this family? Even if he wants to subdue the ghost-type elves, he can only come to the girl at night to confront him and use his hotel idea for the castle in exchange for a ghost-type elf. I don't know if the girl will agree, but he won't lose anyway. When Yu Hai left the castle and said goodbye to the girl, it was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon when he returned to the elf center. When he arrived at the elf center, he did not see Xiao Ying, who was probably still watching the elves fighting outside. He did not care about this kid, but went into the elf center, paid the treatment fees for the mosquito-repellent frog and the bad frog, and took the two little guys away. Then, he came to the forest behind the Pokémon Center and released the Pokémons for lunch. Lunch was just a simple energy block. After the Pokémons had lunch, he collected all the Pokémons back, leaving only the frog and the bad frog. The frog stayed by his side to protect him. He was letting the bad frog detoxify. But at this time, the Scyther that was defeated by the frog yesterday came out of the woods again. Scyther raised his sickle and pointed it at the frog, meaning it couldn't be more obvious. Yobo, frog saw Scyther that challenged him, and then looked at Yu Hai, not knowing whether he should accept the challenge. Go, frog, Yu Hai waved at frog, not paying attention to Scyther's challenge. He knew that this kind of Pokémon was a battle maniac, and would not stop until it defeated the enemy or was defeated. Yobo, frog clenched his fist and walked into the woods with Scyther. Watching the two Pokémons enter the forest, Yu Hai took out the Pokeball and released Butterfree, and told Butterfree, Butterfree, you go and watch them, don't intervene before they decide the winner. Butterfree looked in the direction where Frog disappeared, nodded to Yu Hai, and followed him into the forest. After Butterfree left, Yu Hai put away the glass bottle containing venom, and no longer paid attention to the battle between Frog and Scyther, but began to exercise with Frog. They jogged on the grass at the edge of the woods in the backyard of the Pokémon Center. There was no one here. Most of the trainers were at the battlefield. This place was very suitable for him to train Pokémon. Quack, after a week of training, Frog began to gain weight. He could jog for half an hour. His level was also increasing steadily. It would not take long for him to catch up with Poison. But as his level increased, Poison's proficiency also increased. He did not need to exercise at all. His proficiency kept rising. His proficiency could not be suppressed at all. Bad Frog. Attribute, Poison plus Fighting. Gender, Male. Potential, 55.5%. Level, 10.43%. Feature, Danger Prediction /0.68%. Hidden Feature, Poison Hand /12.88%. Mastered Moves, Explosive Fist /1.47%. Bullet Fist /1.27%. Poison Blow /9.11%. Mud Throw /1.31%. Toxic /12.55%. It has been 6 days since Bad Frog started jogging to exercise. The level has increased by 7%, which is a fast growth rate. After all, he eats energy cubes every day. The potential is still the same. The feature danger prediction has not changed much, but the poison hand feature has increased its proficiency by 4%. He really didn't expect that his proficiency would increase even when he was lying down. It may also be due to the detoxification exercise, which increased the metabolism of the toxins, and also increased the activity and toxicity of the toxins. The bad frog cannot do without detoxification. If it does not detoxify, it will be poisoned. Detoxification will promote the metabolism of toxins, making the poison more poisonous. He doesn't know what to say. It can only be said that this is an elf who relies on talent for his livelihood, just like Han Han, who can become stronger just by eating, which is really enviable. The rest of the moves have grown. The poison attack has increased by 3%, which is also driven by the poison talent. The poison has increased by 2%. It seems that the bad frog is working hard. If it is upgraded by 2 levels and exceeds the proficiency of the poison talent, it should be able to balance the poison. Except for the 2 poison moves, the other moves have not changed much. These moves are not very important. The bad frog's current priority is to control the poison in the body. After all, the gap between the level and the poison is not far away. After turning off the bad frog's proficiency panel, he waited for the bad frog to jog for half an hour, then let the bad frog stop to rest, and handed the prepared moo moo milk to the bad frog. Bad frog gulped down half a bottle, rested for more than 10 minutes, and then continued to jog. In this way, Bad Frog jogged until sunset. Frog and Scyther came out of the woods when Bad Frog ran for the first time. The difference between the two is that Frog walked out, and Scyther was carried out by Butterfree, just like last night. Butterfree, follow me, Yu-Hai told Frog to continue jogging and rest when he was tired. He took Frog and asked Butterfree to carry Scyther to the Pokémon Center to find Miss Joy, and handed the 2 Pokémons who were wounded in the battle to Miss Joy for treatment. Miss Joy, Frog, and Scyther are in your care. Yu-Hai felt a little embarrassed when he saw Miss Joy looking at him strangely. After all, Frog had just been discharged from the hospital, and he didn't expect to come in again. He didn't know how Miss Joy would look at him, but it was very embarrassing anyway. The Frog and Scyther were both slightly injured, and the treatment fee was not much. However, Scyther needed a full body check to see if there were any hidden injuries. Don't worry, I will cure them, Miss Joy said nothing, and asked Jigglypuff to push the medical cart into the treatment room, and she followed. Watching Miss Joy leave, Yu-Hai took Butterfree and returned to the woods behind the Pokémon Center. Thanks. Ming Sun, 100 book coins. Dark Bolton, 500 book coins. Book Friend 20230218203430171, 100 book coins. Seeing that many people don't understand the plot on the cruise ship, it's actually simple to say, just one sentence. Don't pin your life and death on the morality of others. Don't forget, the protagonist said that he doesn't trust others, but only trusts his own Pokémon. Have you forgotten the character setting? It's not good to trust others easily. In fact, how much is morality, conscience, and innocence worth now? Just read more news. Got it, that's all I can say. 282 Chapter 276, Showdown. 282. Butterfield replaced Frog's guard job and accompanied Frog in training until the evening, and then Yu-Hai released the elves for dinner. As for the 2 guys in the elf center, they didn't have to eat dinner because they hadn't fought enough. After the elves had dinner, he used the elf ball to take the elves back, and then let Butterfield take 2 energy cubes over, 1 water energy cube for Frog and 1 insect energy cube for Scyther. Then, he leaned under the tree, and Frog leaned beside him. 1 person and 1 elf enjoyed the pleasant time after dinner until Xiaoying came. Brother Hai, you are here. Have you had dinner? Xiaoying asked Miss Joy, and then came to the back of the elf center. Seeing Yu-Hai leaning against the tree to watch the sunset, she also came over and sat next to him. I ate, and you? What did you gain today? Yu-Hai saw Xiaoying coming over, and was also curious about what Xiaoying did today. I ate too. I played more than 10 games today and made a small profit of 100,000. Xiao Ying counted the money happily. He made a little money by fighting with those bug trainers today. Ha ha ha, not bad, you have improved, Yu Hai joked with a smile, and continued to look at the fiery clouds in the sky. Brother Hai, there will be a bug catching competition in the town tomorrow. Can we participate in the bug catching competition tomorrow before leaving? There will be rewards for getting the first place in the bug catching competition. Xiao Ying counted the money, put it in the backpack, and carefully asked Yu Hai if he could stay for one more day. Bug catching competition, if you want to participate, participate, Yu Hai waved his hand, not caring about such a small matter. After all, he came out to travel, and it would be fine to stay for 2 more days. It's just that this kind of thing can't happen again and again. Travelers originally yearn for a free life. It's okay for everyone to temporarily form a team and accommodate each other, but only once or twice. After all, everyone has his own life and his own way to go. It's impossible to accommodate each other all the time. If the differences between the two are too big, it's good for everyone to go separately. He can also wait for Xiao Ying once or twice, but not too many times, which will disrupt his plan to go north. However, Xiao Ying should also know this. Fortunately, the two will separate at Little Orange Island, which is only the last short distance. By the way, after the bug catching conference, there will be a bug Pokemon exchange conference in the evening. It is used to exchange the bug Pokemon captured during the daytime at the bug catching conference. If the trainer is not satisfied with the bug Pokemon captured, they can exchange them with each other at the exchange conference. I will also go to see it then. Yu Hai suddenly thought of the activities after the bug catching conference, and wanted to see if there were any trainers who didn't know the goods and wanted to exchange high potential bug Pokemon. Then he would buy them directly. Exchange conference? How come I don't know about it? Xiao Ying's face was full of questions. After playing Pokemon battles for a long time today, he only heard that there would be a bug catching conference, but he didn't hear about any bug-type Pokemon exchange conference. There is an event on the score task wall of the Pokemon Center, go and see it yourself. Yu Hai waved his hand helplessly, not wanting to say more about this matter. Then I'll go and see it. Xiao Ying heard that there was an event on the task wall, and immediately got up and wanted to see it. By the way, the rooms in the Pokemon Center have been booked, the room numbers are 34 and 35, I live in 35, and 14, Yu Hai saw Xiao Ying was about to leave, so he reminded Xiao Ying. I know, Xiao Ying didn't even look back, responded, and hurried back to the Pokemon Center. It was the first time for Xiao Ying to leave home. Facing a new island, unfamiliar trainers, unfamiliar Pokemon battles, and all kinds of strange competitions, she was full of curiosity about everything, like a wild horse running away from its reins, and was in an excited state. Seeing Xiao Ying like this, Yu Hai smiled helplessly, stood up, and patted his trouser legs. The sun was about to set, and it was time for him to start his own plan. He first used the Pokeball to retrieve the bad frog, and when he retrieved Butterfree who had brought back the food and was about to go to the Pokemon Center to retrieve the frog walked out of the Pokemon Center by itself. Yobo, Yobo, Frog saw Yu Hai and ran towards him excitedly. Okay, follow me to do the task. Yu Hai touched Frog's head, and went to the Pokemon Center to settle the treatment fees for Frog and Scyther. The two Pokemon paid 10,000 Alliance coins for the treatment fee. He also curiously asked Miss Joy where Scyther had gone. Miss Joy said that the two Pokemon went out together, but he didn't see Scyther, so it must have run away secretly again. For the Scyther that ran away secretly, Yu Hai smiled helplessly and left the Pokemon Center with Frog. When he thought of the escape of Scyther, he felt strange. Scyther was a warrior with dignity, but he accepted his favor and ignored him. However, Scyther was very fond of Frog. He had lost twice, but he was still not defeated. He was getting braver and braver. He was speechless about Scyther and couldn't understand it. He shook his head helplessly and stopped thinking about Scyther. Anyway, they had to stay in Marcote Island for another day. Then he would ask Scyther's attitude. If Scyther refused, then forget it. It was true that he wanted to subdue a handsome Scyther, but he would not force it. Everything would be up to fate. He was walking on the street with Frog, and he did not attract the attention of the town residents. After all, the insect-catching meeting was imminent, and trainers like him were common, not surprising at all. His destination was the flower shop in the town, where Aling worked. He planned to wait for Aling to get off work and then use the idea of the haunted castle hotel to meet her. Aling changed to an obedient ghost-type Pokémon. He also considered the problem of hotel traffic, that is, the bug-type Pokémon resources on this island can attract so many trainers, which is the traffic of the castle hotel, not to mention the bug-catching conference, a regular event. After the castle hotel is established, there is no shortage of guests, but how to attract guests? This requires the use of the rebellious psychology in psychology. The rebellious psychology is that if you want someone to do something or say something, you need to say the opposite to them. This trick is very effective in advertising and is very useful for dealing with that group of rebellious trainers, but it is necessary to grasp the way and scale of use, which can also be regarded as a means of manipulation. Similar to the pie in the sky in the previous life, Pua, he heard too much in his previous life. There are different Puas for single dogs, licking dogs, marriage, and many groups of people. He has been Pua too many times and is immune to it. This rebellious psychology is the traffic code of the previous life. As for the haunted house castle hotel, it can create traffic around the haunted house to attract tourists, and with the souvenir badges after staying, it can easily control the group of young and energetic trainers. Why can it be controlled? You should know that trainers are very fond of badge routines. After all, they have been brainwashed by the League for so many years. Badges are the proof of strength. They have been deeply rooted in the hearts of trainers and cannot be refuted. Therefore, advertising and badges are used in a two-pronged way, plus a beautiful and sweet haunted house hotel proprietress, which is a sure kill for this group of young and energetic trainers. Don't think that there are only licking dogs in the previous life. There are also many licking dogs in this world. The most representative character is naturally Gang Ye, who is known as Ji Yes Nanny, nicknamed Squinty Eyes. Since it is not a problem to convert the castle into a hotel, there is no need to worry about trivial matters such as castle property rights. The old lady only needs to make a will to solve the problem. Thinking of this, he felt settled. He was confident that he could persuade Aling to open a castle hotel and get an obedient Ghastly with the help of the girl, provided that there is Ghastly in the castle. If there are other ghost-type Pokémon, he doesn't want them either. You know, the only ghost-type Pokémon that can completely hide in the shadow is a shadow Pokémon like Gengar. Gengar has the ability to completely hide in the shadow of any object, which makes Gengar very good at stealth. Geng's body is also like a heat absorber. Its existence can reduce the surrounding temperature by 5 degrees. It can be used as a walking air conditioner on a hot day. Gengar can also fly in the air, just like the floating characteristic. There are also Machado and Darkrai, who are both very good at hiding in the shadow. But these two Pokémon, one is a mythical beast and the other is a fantasy beast. The difficulty of conquering them is higher than that of the purple fat man, so he can only choose the purple fat man first. Considering everything after conquering the purple fat man, he took the mosquito-repellent frog and found Aling's flower shop. At this time, the sunset had not completely fallen, and Aling had not closed the shop, but Aling saw him. "Mr. Ahai, why are you here?" Aling saw Yuhai, and her heart sank. She guessed that Yuhai might come for the castle again. After her introduction to the castle, Yuhai left in a hurry again in the afternoon. He thought Yuhai would give up the task, but he didn't expect him to come again. "Miss Aling, are you free now?" Yuhai didn't want to disturb the girl's work, but since the girl talked to him, he had to bite the bullet and speak. "Yes, do you have any questions?" Ling did not show her displeasure, and still maintained a sweet smile on her face, as if she was facing a customer who came to buy flowers. Let's find a quiet place to chat, what do you think? Yu Hai stood outside the flower shop, looked left and right, and saw a small garden at the end of the road, and there were benches, where they could go to chat. Okay, please wait for me for a while. Ling did not refuse Yu Hai's invitation. Whether Yu Hai wanted to continue the castle investigation mission or wanted to clear the ghost elves in the castle, she would not agree. After waiting for a few minutes, Ling came out of the flower shop, took off her apron, and wore the white dress she wore at noon. Is this your elf? What a cute mosquito-repellent frog! Ling looked at the mosquito-repellent frog following Yu Hai, and bent down and reached out to touch the mosquito-repellent frog's head. The mosquito-coated frog raised its white palm and slapped Ling's palm away. It would not let strangers touch it. Mosquito-coated frog. Yu Hai saw that the mosquito-coated frog was resisting, and glared at the mosquito-coated frog. He didn't expect that this well-behaved frog would not let the beautiful girl touch it. He didn't even have the chance to touch it. Yobo yobo, the mosquito-coated frog hated strangers other than Yu Hai touching its head, and immediately clenched its fist to argue with Yu Hai. Haha, your mosquito-coated frog has a personality. Ling was not angry, retracted her palm and followed behind Yu Hai, and went to the small garden at the end of the road together. It has a personality, and it is also my best friend. Yu Hai saw that the girl didn't care, and could only smile awkwardly. He came to the small garden at the end of the road and found a bench to sit down. From here, he could also see the red-roofed castle. It's so beautiful. What? Ling didn't understand who this incoherent sentence was talking about. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she thought Yu Hai was talking about herself. That castle. Yu Hai did not notice the blushing girl, but talked about the castle under the sunset. The sun was stuck at the sea sky line, quietly dyeing the boundless sky with a thin layer of bright red, and soon it turned into a rose sunset, just like the shyness on the face of a girl. Yes, it's really beautiful. Ling couldn't help but agree when she saw this beautiful scenery. In fact, she saw it every day. They all come here to watch the sunset, because the sunset of the castle is really beautiful. Ms. Ling, I have a way to solve the problem of the castle, do you want to hear it? After watching the sunset, Yu Hai turned his eyes from the castle to the face of the girl next to him. This was the second time he had such close contact with a girl, so he would not say anything about the first time. What? Ling was confused. She did not understand what Yu Hai meant at all, and thought that Yu Hai wanted to clear the ghost elves in the castle. Ms. Ling, I will only ask once, do you want to save the castle? Yu Hai looked directly into Ling's black and shiny clear eyes, and her long eyelashes blinked helplessly, which looked really beautiful at this time. Mr. Hai, I don't know what you are talking about. Ling looked at each other for 2 seconds, then looked away, not daring to look directly at Yu Hai again. Okay, goodbye. Yu Hai saw that the other party was unwilling to show his cards, and he had nothing to say, so he immediately stood up and prepared to leave. Mr. Hai? I'm leaving now. Ling was still worried, thinking that Yu Hai had discovered the secret of the castle. But now she heard that Yu Hai was leaving, and she stood up in surprise. I can help you keep the castle. Since you don't want to listen, there's nothing to talk about. Yu Hai waved his hand and prepared to leave. The girl didn't want to show her hand. She could only think of a way to deal with the ghost elves later. Wait, Mr. Hai. Ling saw that Yu Hai was leaving, and she didn't care too much. She reached out and grabbed Yu Hai who was leaving, and stopped Yu Hai from leaving. She hurriedly explained, Mr. Hai, I want to hear how you can keep the castle. Can we talk? Yu Hai didn't respond to the girl, but looked down at her hand. Ling also looked down and saw that she was so bold as to grab a stranger's arm. She was embarrassed and let go immediately. Her face was still slightly red. She apologized to Yu Hai, sorry, Mr. Hai, I didn't mean it. Hehe, Yu Hai just smiled and didn't say anything. He sat back on the chair and told the girl next to him about the idea of the haunted castle hotel. Mr. Aha, you said that we should run the castle as a hotel and add the horror elements of a haunted house to attract tourists. After hearing the idea, Aling seriously thought about whether it was feasible, and finally sighed silently. The idea is good, but she alone cannot support the operation of the hotel. If she wants to operate the hotel, at least dozens of people are needed. Why? Yu Hai heard the girl sigh. Is this idea not possible? 283 Chapter 277, The Purple Fat Man's Laughter is so creepy. 283. Mr. Aha, I can't run such a big castle by myself. Even if I transform the castle into a haunted house, I can't handle it, Aling sighed and told the truth. Can't I hire someone? Yu Hai asked in confusion. I don't have that much money. My father has all the money, Aling sighed again, and she was also helpless. You can hire elves. It doesn't cost money. Just go to the wild and capture some elves. Aren't the ghost elves in the castle free labor? Isn't it easy to let those elves clean the garden and the room? Are those elves disobedient? Yu Hai's words instantly woke the girl up. The girl seemed to have opened the door to a new world. Her eyes became brighter. She thought about it carefully for a moment and felt that this plan was feasible because those ghost elves were very obedient and listened to her. You can become a trainer, capture some grass-type elves to help you clean the garden, and insect-type elves to help you welcome guests. The castle is on the seaside, and that is the Elf Haunted House Sea View Castle Hotel. The service of the elves, the excitement of the haunted house, the enjoyment of the sea view, and the environment of the castle are all the characteristics of the castle hotel. Mr. Ahai, that can help me get through the most difficult initial stage of the hotel opening, but after the hotel opens, how can I attract guests? The girl was happy for only 2 seconds, and then frowned again, worrying about how to attract guests to stay in the hotel. After all, her hotel is a haunted house hotel, how should she promote the haunted house hotel? Use advertising. Yu Hai saw that the girl was being led by him and had already started running all the way towards the idea of the hotel. She kept diverging her thoughts and couldn't stop at all, so he smiled and reminded her, your father has posted the castle investigation task in the Pokémon Center. You can also post the hotel trial sleep task in the Pokémon Center. Guests who are not scared can get a free meal and get rewards, such as photos with ghost Pokémons, photos with you, and special souvenirs of the haunted hotel. Make some courage badges, bold badges, Jengar badges, and other souvenirs for the guests. After the guests leave the haunted hotel, they will naturally spread the news of the haunted hotel, which will attract more guests to experience it. If the guests are scared, you can give them the timid badge or the crying face badge. The badges are also divided into levels, just like the trainer levels. The guests can take the badges or not. After guests come to experience the hotel, the reputation of the Elf Haunted Seaview Castle Hotel will be promoted by trainers who have stayed there, which will attract trainers to come continuously, experience your haunted hotel. Whether you are scared by the haunted hotel will become a topic of conversation among trainers, and will further promote the haunted hotel and help your hotel become famous. It will not be too late to charge at that time. Yu Hai said. The girl's eyes became brighter and brighter, and she took out a small notebook and pen from her bag to record all this genius idea, and she felt that the idea of the haunted hotel was feasible. In fact, it is because the technology of this world is equivalent to the millennium of the previous life, and has not experienced the information explosion of the previous life. You must know that the big data collection, big data analysis, big data target group division, big data advertising, and big data continuous cycle bombing of target users in the previous life have formed an industrial chain. The ultimate form of precise advertising pushes the information cocoon. Everyone will only see the information that others want you to see. Other information is only available to the main, otherwise, it will not appear on your phone. This is the information cocoon. Of course, it is too early for this world. When the mobile rotom comes out, he will have enough strength to stop it. Mobile rotom is not just a mobile phone, but an artificial intelligence that can perform intelligent voice interaction, which can also be regarded as a kind of artificial elf. In the previous life, he worked on artificial intelligence for more than 10 years, but he only created an artificial idiot, and then he made money lying down. In this world, there are elves as productivity, and the development of artificial intelligence is unimaginable. These are all later stories. The premise is that he must have enough strength. If he is still a transparent shrimp, he will not be able to influence the decision of the alliance at that time. The current priority is to focus on the castle hotel plan in front of him, persuade the girl, and get an obedient Ghastly. Miss A Ling, what do you think of this plan? Yu Hai finished speaking his thoughts, unscrewed the bottle cap and drank a sip of water. He had just said too much and his mouth was dry. It's really great, Mr. A Hai, your idea is simply incredible. A Ling jumped up from the bench excitedly after hearing Yu Hai's idea, turned around and hugged Yu Hai, spilling the water on Yu Hai's hands. Seeing that the girl was so excited, Yu Hai did not interrupt her. He could see that the girl hadn't been happy for a long time. Now let her be happy and vent all the negative emotions that had been accumulated in her heart for a long time, which would also be good for the girl. In short, he just couldn't bear to interrupt. If you like to hug, hug for a while. I don't know how long the girl hugged. The girl talked endlessly about the hotel, she said it over and over again, until the excitement passed, and the girl realized that the current posture was a little awkward and inappropriate. After realizing this, the girl blushed and got off Yu Hai, embarrassed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She was so excited just now that she subconsciously did something against her instinct. You know, she was educated by her grandmother to be a lady. Not to mention hanging on a strange man, she had never even touched a strange man's hand. Now that she thought about it, she felt so ashamed that a strange man touched her and hugged her. How could she do such a thing? It was really not like her at all. Hey, Miss A Ling, I have told you my thoughts. Now can you listen to my needs? Yu Hai felt that if he didn't speak, the other party would be so embarrassed that he could dig out a 3-bedroom and 1 living room house, so he simply changed the subject to cover up the embarrassment just now. Okay, Mr. A Hai, please speak. A Ling slowly calmed down. Although Yu Hai's idea was good, she didn't believe that the other party would tell her these for free. The other party must have something he wanted and needed her help to get it. I hope it's something she can do. If she can't repay this favor, she will owe the other party a big favor. Once the castle hotel plan is feasible, she doesn't know how to repay this favor. Miss A Ling, I want to capture a Ghastly. I wonder if there is a Ghastly in the castle. Yu Hai stated his purpose. If the other party can control the ghost-type elves in the castle, capturing Ghastly is just a trivial matter. Gas. A Ling thought about it, raised her hand and snapped her fingers, and said to herself, Dream Demon, is there a Ghastly in the castle? Just when Yu Hai was confused, a translucent elf with a dark green body, a phosphorescent hairstyle, red irises, and a string of conspicuous red beads around its neck suddenly appeared. This elf was the Dream Demon. After the Dream Demon appeared, it first glanced at Yu Hai. It saw clearly that its trainer had been hooked on the other party. It could only pull down its eyelids and stick out its tongue, making a face to scare Yu Hai, and then nodded to the girl, MMMM. The Dream Demon said there is a Ghastly in the castle. Mr. Hai, do you want to go and see it now? Ling didn't dare to look at Yu Hai. She was still embarrassed about what happened just now, so she could only touch the Dream Demon with her palm to cover up her embarrassment. Now? Yu Hai looked around. The street lights were on and the sun had already set. If he went to the castle now, he might be drained by the ghost-type elves. However, seeing the intimacy between the Dream Demon and the girl, he thought it was okay to go now. Even the Dream Demon was so obedient, so other ghost-type elves shouldn't hurt him, right? Okay, let's go now, Yu Hai pondered for a moment and looked up at the girl, but the girl avoided his sight and didn't dare to look at him. Because of the embarrassment just now, the girl didn't know how to face Yu Hai. She could only look down at her toes and lead the way silently. Seeing the shy dream demon of the girl, how could he still? It was hard to tell what was going on, so he just kept circling around the girl, covering his mouth and giggling. Of course the girl knew what the dream demon was laughing at, and she raised her hand to hit the dream demon in the air, but the dream demon dodged it cleverly. She didn't know what to say now. After all, it was really embarrassing just now. Every time she thought about what happened just now, she would blush for a long time. In this way, the two of them came to the castle by the sea again without saying a word. Because Yu Hai was watching from behind, the girl took the wrong key several times and couldn't match the keyhole. Until Yu Hai took out a flashlight and a beam of light shone on the iron door, the girl chose the right key, inserted it into the keyhole, and opened the iron door. "Here's the flashlight," Yu Hai handed the flashlight in his hand to the girl after the iron door was opened. "What about you?" The girl turned around and lowered her head, not daring to look at Yu Hai. "I have more." Yu Hai took out another flashlight and turned it on. Now they have 2 flashlights. He bought several flashlights before leaving Hasa Island, so he has no shortage of them. Thank you." Aling saw that Yu Hai still had a flashlight, and did not refuse. Instead, she reached out to take the flashlight, pushed open the iron gate and walked into the castle garden. Yu Hai followed the girl without saying anything. Mosquito Frog followed him with a backpack on his back. It was the first time he saw such a messy and gloomy place. Until they pushed open the castle gate and entered the castle hall, there was no light inside. The only light source was the 2 flashlights in their hands. Then, the girl shouted in the empty hall of the castle, "Everyone come out!" He 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 he, he 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 he, he 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 he. Jengar's laughter was so creepy. He 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 he. Haunter's laughter was also creepy. He 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 he. Ghastly's laughter was not much better. He he he, giggle, he he he. This was the laughter of the dream demon. He he he. The dream demon's laughter was also this way. Yu Hai heard it many times along the way. That's Jengar, Haunter, Ghastly, and the dream, the wandering night spirit, the night watcher, the shadow doll, the float ball, the shell ninja. After the girl's shout, Yu Hai saw ghost-type elves constantly emerging from around the hall. There were at least more than 10 ghost-type elves, even the purple fat man. He hadn't forgotten the coldness of the basement. The basement should be the temperature difference created by the purple fat man. There were so many ghost-type elves. No wonder it was so cold. Fortunately, he didn't go there. However, now he is a guest, and it seems that he made the right move to persuade the girl. There are really ghastly in this castle. There are 2 of the ghastly he wants among this group of ghost types, but he doesn't know what their potential is. For ghost-type elves, it is always better to subdue them with food than with physical means. This is why he persuaded the girl to help him instead of beating Ghastly. With the help of the girl and the temptation of food, he is sure to subdue an obedient Ghastly instead of beating Ghastly. If the Ghastly is defeated, it may become a traitor in the future, which is not worth the loss. Don't hurt Mr. Aha, Mr. Aha is my guest. Aling looked at the group of ghost-type elves floating around, without any fear, and introduced Yu Hai's identity to the group of ghost-type elves. I just don't know if these ghost-type elves can understand what she said, but the dream demon helped her explain Yu Hai's identity, which is similar to the identity of the old master and his wife, so that these ghost-type elves can be more cautious. The result is that all the ghost-type elves misunderstood, and kept nodding in the air, then looked at Aling and Yu Hai, secretly laughing, as if they heard something funny. Aling didn't expect that after just a few years of not seeing each other, the castle with only 4 or 5 ghost-type elves has become more than 10. Among these ghost-type elves, a Jengar and a wandering night spirit are both Grandpa's elves, a dream demon is Grandma's elf, and one of the 2 dream demons is her elf. There is also a Haunter and 2 Ghastlies, 3 night watchers, 2 shadow dolls, 3 float balls, 2 shedding ninjas. When did these Pokemons appear? How could she not know? It was probably another ghost Pokemon taken in by her grandmother's dream demon. Mr. Aha, there are only 2 Ghastlies. Which one do you want to capture? Aling guessed the reason why there were so many ghost Pokemons. She also did not forget the purpose of their coming, which was to help Yu-Hai capture a Ghastly. This is a reward for Yu-Hai, and a thank you for Yu-Hai's creativity in revitalizing the castle hotel. I need to put it in a Pokeball to observe, I wonder if it's okay. Yu-Hai looked at the 2 Ghastlies in the air, not knowing which Ghastly had the highest potential. He also needed a Ghastly that was obedient and communicative. He didn't want to capture a time bomb and put it by his side to absorb his vitality. Sure, Mr. Aha, Aling nodded, called her Dream Demon, and asked the Dream Demon to help her pass the message. Dream Demon, ask Ghastly to come down, Mr. Aha wants to subdue them, ask them if they are willing. 284 Chapter 278, For Food and Accommodation. 284. Ma, the Dream Demon nodded, glanced at Yu-Hai, flew into the air to find the Ghastly running around, and told the girl's words to the 2 Ghastly. Cower-hee, the 2 Ghastly shook their heads and refused after hearing what the Dream Demon said. They didn't want to be subdued by the trainer, they were free and happy here. Ma, the Dream Demon flew down and shook his head at Aling, indicating that the Ghastly refused. Seeing the Dream Demon shaking his head, Aling was helpless looking at Yu-Hai, she couldn't say no. After all, Yu-Hai had helped her so much. If she couldn't even do this little favor, how could she repay the favor she owed him? Dream Demon, are there any other Ghastly? Aling felt that she couldn't make a hasty decision, so she immediately asked the Dream Demon if there were any other Ghastly. No, the Dream Demon shook her head, indicating that there were none. She often played with Ghastly, and she knew how many Ghastly there were in the castle. Hey, let me try it myself. Yu-Hai also saw the Dream Demon shaking her head, sighed helplessly, raised his hand to stop the girl from speaking, took out a life energy cube from his backpack, raised it above his head and asked the 2 Ghastly in the air, Gas, who of you is willing to follow me? I'll provide food and accommodation, and you'll eat this energy cube every day. He. As soon as the voice fell, the life energy cube that Yu-Hai had just raised above his head was instantly snatched away by the purple fat man who was stronger and faster, and Ghastly didn't even see what it was. However, after Jengar stopped, the ghost-type Pokemons all smelled the fragrance of the life energy cube, which was the food they longed for, and Aling often brought it to them. Considering that the food was taken from Yu-Hai, the unevolved ghost-type Pokemons flocked to Yu-Hai, all wanting to be captured by Yu-Hai and eat that kind of food. Only a few old ghosts were unmoved. Being surrounded by ghost-type Pokemons caught Yu-Hai off guard. He didn't expect that the life energy cube would be so tempting to ghost-type Pokemons. Sorry, I just want to capture Ghastly. Yu-Hai felt his body temperature dropped by 5 degrees when he was surrounded by more than 10 ghost-type Pokemons. Fortunately, he wore a coat when he came, so he was not cold. At the same time, he used his eyes to ask Aling for help. Everyone, disperse. Don't gather together. Mr. Hai only wants to capture Ghastly. If you stay, you can also eat this kind of food. I will turn the castle into a hotel. When we have money, everyone can eat energy cubes. After hearing what Aling said, the ghost elves left Yu-Hai under the drive of the Dream Demon. Yu-Hai secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the ghost elves leave. He looked at the 2 Ghastlies left beside him, took out 2 empty red and white Pokeballs, and said to the 2 Ghastlies, "You come in first. I need to observe them before considering who to leave." He. However, what he didn't expect was that as soon as he took out the Pokeball, the 2 Ghastlies couldn't wait to get into the Pokeball. Garcels felt free and happy before, but compared with free food and accommodation, they felt that they would be happier in the future. After taming the 2 Ghastlies, he opened the proficiency panel of the 2 Ghastlies. Garslies. Attribute, Ghost plus Poison. Gender, Male. Potential, 19%. Level, 4.43%. Feature, float/2.38%. Master the moves. Garsleys. Attribute, ghost plus poison. Gender, female. Potential, 23%. Level, 5.43%. Feature, float/3.34%. Master the moves. After seeing the potential of the two Ghastlies, Yu-Hai was completely at a loss. Should he tame the potential of 19 and 23? Or should he tame them? It's too hard for him. Garsley's potential is too poor, even worse than Poliwag. Even if it's more than 30 points, he can accept it, but what the hell are 19 and 23? No matter how miserable Yu was, he would not try to capture a Ghastly with a potential of less than 25. He could not even meet the minimum potential requirement for the second stage of evolution, so what was the point of capturing one? Yu-Hai sighed, released the two Ghastlies in the poke ball, and gave up the idea of capturing Ghastly now. Let's talk about it when we meet other Ghastlies in the future. He didn't consider these two Ghastlies. Just slap him in the face, he was thick-skinned and could slap him at will. He didn't expect that he would be slapped in the face even though it was the minimum requirement. He didn't plan to choose Ghastly, but its potential was too bad. His minimum requirement for capturing Ghastlies had been reduced to capturing a Ghastly with a potential of 25 that could complete the second stage of evolution. But these two? Forget it, it's all tears if I say too much. He was a trainer who gave up struggling. If there was no Ghastly, there was no Ghastlies. I'll find a way later. What? Mr. Aha, don't you like these two Ghastlies? Aling saw Yu-Hai sighing and felt that Yu-Hai seemed a little disappointed. She didn't know the reason. Nothing, go back, I want to be alone. Yu-Hai waved his hands, his arms drooped weakly, and his strength seemed to be drained. He walked out of the castle weakly. After wasting so much saliva, he didn't expect this result. He was really screwed. It was so unlucky. His luck was too bad. Cower-hey. Just when Yu-Hai gave up, Aling was also ready to close the castle gate and leave. Suddenly, a Ghastly floated out from somewhere, blocking Yu-Hai and shouting excitedly. Yobo Yobo! Frog understood Ghastly's cry and raised his hand to point to the poke ball on Yu-Hai's waist, indicating that it could be captured. What? Capture? Yu-Hai was stunned. Didn't he just look at the panel? All Ghastlies look the same, he can't tell them apart at all, it's probably those two Ghastlies again. I want to follow him and let him capture him again. He was helpless, so he used the poke ball to capture Ghastly again and opened the Ghastly's proficiency panel to see if Ghastly was playing tricks on him. The result. Garsley. Attribute, ghost plus poison. Gender, male. Potential, 27%. Level, 15.43%. Features, float/7.92%. Mastered moves. Fuck, Yu-Hai saw that the panel of this Ghastly was not the two Ghastlies just now, and he cursed directly, looking up at the girl in surprise and asked, what? Is this the third Ghastly? Aling was also surprised. The Dream Demon clearly told her that there were only two Ghastlies, so where did this Ghastly come from? Dream Demon? Aling asked the Dream Demon beside her. The Dream Demon should know the reason. What? Dream Demon saw the trainer looking at him, and immediately came to Yu-Hai, pressed the button of the poke ball, released Ghastly in the poke ball, and yelled at Ghastly, asking Ghastly to change back quickly. Hee. Ghastly shook his head, indicating that he wanted to be fed and housed, and did not want to change back. What? Dream Demon immediately raised his hand and slapped Ghastly, and cursed with a curled mouth, what? You are so stupid. You can change back, and you can change back when the time comes. Hee, it seems so too. Ghastly was slapped, and finally became smart, and a dazzling white light burst out from his body instantly, and he turned into Haunter again. Haunter? Could it be that? Yu-Hai saw Ghastly's evolution and reacted instantly. He used a flashlight to look at the ghost-type Pokemon in the air, but there was no Haunter. Just as he thought, after Ghastly evolved into Haunter, it made a face in front of him again, and a strong white light burst out from its body again, and it degenerated into Ghastly again. This scene shocked Yu-Hai and a Ling, as well as a frog following them. It was the first time for them to see a Pokemon that could evolve and degenerate at will, but other ghost-type Pokemon in the air were not surprised. Fuck, this works too, Yu-Hai cursed again, thinking how hard this guy must have worked to get food and shelter, and he even degenerated. Haunter's cool operation really shocked him. It was the first time for him I saw the degeneration of Pokemons with my own eyes. I have seen many in animations in my previous life. For example, the degeneration of Slowpoke, Nancy's Casey. The reproduction of the coconut tree will drop eggs from the tree, the coconut tree will not disappear, and the eggs will become another new individual. There is also the Rocket Team's EV evolution experiment, Abu, who can evolve and degenerate at will. Thinking of this, he felt that this Haunter was a bit awesome. He didn't expect that this Haunter had mastered the secret of evolution and could decide whether to evolve. So, it's you. Haunter. Ms. A. Ling, I want to capture this Haunter. Yu-Hai picked up the Pokeball, told the girl his decision, and then asked the degenerated Ghastly, Ghastly, do you want to be my Pokemon partner? He, Ghastly nodded happily. Food and shelter are provided. It's Ghastly. Ghastly, let's make a deal first. There are enough energy cubes, but you can't suck my vitality. Can you do it? Yu-Hai must make it clear first, in case this guy is not honest and secretly sucks his life, he doesn't want to be envied by the gods. Well, as for why he didn't die young? Well, he has a proficiency panel, isn't this an obvious thing? He heard that there were enough energy cubes, and Ghastly subconsciously stretched out his long tongue to lick the little tiger teeth at the corner of his mouth, and quickly nodded to agree to Yu-Hai's request, and assured Yu-Hai's frog that it would not suck the trainer's vitality. Okay, come in. When Yu-Hai saw Frog nod, he immediately raised the Pokeball, and Ghastly also bumped into the button of the Pokeball and was captured by a beam of red light. After taming Ghastly, Yu-Hai opened Ghastly's proficiency panel again, wanting to see if there would be any changes in the panel after Ghastly evolved and degenerated. Garsly. Attribute, Ghost plus Poison. Gender, Male. Potential, 27.30%. Level, 14.43%. Features, Float /7.92%. Mastered Moves, Strange Light /8.57%. Tongue Licking /10.55%. Hypnosis /9.41%. Black Eyes /7.48%. Curse /6.15%. Misfortunes Never Come Alone /5.23%. Will-O-Wisp /8.45%. Poison /3.84%. Shadow Ball /4.82%. Dream Eater /9.12%. Same Fate /2.63%. Tit for Tat /4.26%. Wave of Evil /3.41%. Not brushing moves for now, Night Fiend, Grudge, Nightmare, Turbid Mist, Toxic Gas. Wow, the move pool is quite rich. Yu-Hai carefully looked at Ghastly's panel and found that this Ghastly has basically learned all the moves that can be learned by growth. They should all be taught by that Jengar. The moves with high proficiency are basically related to scaring people, and the proficiency of other moves is mediocre. This Ghastly must have been here for a long time to learn so many moves. This Ghastly is not bad. Huh? No, Yu-Hai looked at Ghastly's potential and level, and thought about it carefully for a moment. He found that Ghastly's level seemed to have dropped a little, and his potential seemed to have increased a little. What's going on? Could it be that Ghastly's level would be reduced if he degraded? Evolution will increase potential, this. He knew that evolution can increase potential, but it was the first time he saw degrading levels. He felt like he had discovered something incredible. It was like a bug in the Pokemon world. If Ghastly could evolve and degrade infinitely, then wouldn't he be able to max out Ghastly's potential? This, I dare not think about it. Yu-Hai felt that it was unlikely, but he couldn't help but want to try it, but it was not convenient to try now. If it really can increase potential, then Slowpoke, who can degenerate, and Casey, who can degenerate, can also be increased. However, Casey needs the help of the trainer's superpowers to degenerate, and he doesn't have superpowers. The combination of Slowpoke and Shelter seems to be able to increase potential infinitely. After all, it evolves when biting and degenerates when releasing, and it can really increase potential infinitely. As for other Pokemon that can master their own evolution and degeneration abilities are probably special individuals. He would be lucky to meet one such Pokemon, and he dare not expect to meet more. After all, special individuals are hard to come by. The big claws of the giant claw crab, the iron-armored rhino's stubborn head and fearlessness of water, the super poison-type talent of the frog, and this Ghastly that can only control evolution and degeneration are all special individuals among the Pokemon. He already has 4 such Pokemon, so what else do he need? These 4 Pokemon with extraordinary talents have been cultivated, and the status of a top trainer is within his reach. If he can meet such special Pokemon in the future, he can also capture them and cultivate them. The key is to be able to meet them. If you can't meet them, it's useless to say anything. As for now, let's study this Ghastly first. I don't know how low the potential of this Ghastly was before, but it was only through evolution and degeneration that the potential was raised to 27. I will find an opportunity to try it out in the future to see if it can really be bugged. Let's go back, Miss Ling. Thank you Miss Ling for helping me capture Ghastly. We are even. Yu-Hai put Ghastly's Pokeball away and told Ling to leave. Although he had thought a lot just now, it only took a few breaths for him to say that it was even, and he didn't want to burden Ling. After all, they were originally a deal. He provided the idea of converting the castle into a hotel, and the girl helped him to capture a Ghastly. They were even. Mr. Ahai, I still have many ideas about the hotel. I wonder if I can ask you some questions. Seeing that Yu-Hai left happily, Ling did not let down her sigh just now. She told the ghost-type elves in the castle to clean up first, and the castle hotel would open soon. Then she caught up with Yu-Hai to ask questions. Yu-Hai was happy to get Ghastly. No matter what the girl asked, he told her everything he could reveal. Tonight, the two chatted for a long time on the road, so long that they forgot the time. Yu-Hai also didn't remember what time he returned to the Pokemon Center. He only knew that he fell asleep after returning, and Xiao Ying came to knock on the door to wake him up in the morning. When he learned that Xiao Ying was going to participate in the insect catching conference, he casually sent Xiao Ying away and went back to sleep. It was not until there was another knock on the door that he woke up from his sleep. He opened the door and saw the girl who had been chatting with him all night, standing outside the door and waving at him. No moves for the time being, it will not appear next time. 285 Chapter 279, Mysterious Trainer. 285. The third day of the journey to the north was cloudy. It's noon, Mr. Ahai, Ling said hello, and just as she said it, she saw Yu-Hai standing in front of her wearing only a pair of shorts, and she screamed, "Ah!" Bang! Yu-Hai woke up from his sleep when he heard the scream, and quickly swung his right hand to close the wooden door heavily. When he opened the wooden door again, he had already put on his black clothes and black pants. "Ms. Ling, what are you doing here?" Yu-Hai pretended that nothing had happened, reopened the door, and asked the girl who was covering her face outside the door. "Ah, Mr. Aha, are you dressed?" Ling covered her slightly red cheeks with both hands, not daring to look at Yu-Hai, fearing that she would see Yu-Hai wearing only a pair of shorts again. "I'm dressed, just tell me if you have something to say," Yu-Hai sighed helplessly. This kind of little girl gave him the most headache. After all, he was a 20-something uncle with an adult mind. How could he not know what the girl wanted to do with him? He was just knowingly doing it. Mr. Aha, I want to treat you to dinner, thank you for your help. Are you free now? Aling heard that Yu Hai had put on his clothes, and when she breathed a sigh of relief, she dared to slowly put down her palms on her face. However, the slightly red face could not be hidden no matter what, and she did not dare to face Yu Hai's sight directly. She lowered her head slightly and spoke in a very low voice. Let's go. Yu Hai stretched his head to look at the corridor outside the door, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he found that there was no one in the corridor. Fortunately, the trainers of the Pokémon Center all went to participate in the insect catching conference, otherwise it would be embarrassing just now. Please follow me. Aling heard Yu Hai agree to eat. Her head was still dizzy, her mind was always Yu Hai who opened the door in his shorts, how she led the way in front, how she walked out of the Pokémon Center, she didn't know. Yu Hai didn't care about that, so he asked Mosquito Frog to carry a backpack and he carried another backpack, and they followed the girl out. Walking on the streets of the town, the girl only knew to walk forward, until she reached the end of the town, the girl didn't stop. Yu Hai was speechless, he really didn't know what the girl was thinking, why did he feel that this person was a little stupid, anyway, he didn't disturb the girl's days. Until he didn't remind the girl when she was about to hit a tree. He only raised his palm to block her forehead when her forehead was about to hit the tree trunk. Ouch! Aling came back to her senses after hitting Yu Hai's palm. She looked up and saw the palm on the tree trunk, and then saw Yu Hai smiling at her. Her cheeks suddenly became redder. She quickly lowered her head, and her hands, which had nowhere to put, kept pinching the corners of her clothes. She didn't know what happened just now. It was probably because she was in a daze again and almost hit the tree. If it weren't for the palm on the tree, she would definitely have a big bump on her forehead. But why didn't this guy remind her? Did he want to see her make a fool of herself? The man was really a big pig's hoof, without any gentlemanly manners. There was also this fellow named Meng Yao, who didn't even remind herself, so angry that she shouted around, Meng Yao, Meng Yao. He he he. Meng Yao heard the shout and immediately appeared from the semi-transparent state, looking at her trainer and laughing with her hands covering her mouth. Her trainer's recent cute reaction was really funny. Meng Yao, you are still laughing, I will beat you up. Aling saw Meng Yao laughing, and suddenly became more angry. She raised her hand and chased Meng Yao and beat him randomly, muttering, you are still running, you are still running. Looking at this pair of funny people, Yu Hai sighed again, quietly looking at the man and the elf on the grass, raised his hand and touched his rumbling stomach. He slept until now, and he was a little hungry. Until Aling was tired of chasing, she remembered the business, she still wanted to treat Yu Hai to dinner, and hurried over to apologize, sorry, Mr. Ahai, let's go eat now. Lead the way. Yu Hai waved his hand, too lazy to say anything, he was very hungry now. Mr. Ahai, come with me. There is a restaurant in our town that is delicious. Aling was so embarrassed now that she just wanted to take Yu Hai to eat to cover up the embarrassment just now. Holding hands and hanging on the body were already very embarrassing, but I didn't expect that something more embarrassing would happen today. The knocking on the door was a complete accident, but I was actually in a daze while walking, and was witnessed by this man. It was really embarrassing. However, fortunately, there was no accident during this dinner. The girl quickly took Yu Hai into the restaurant. The restaurant owner saw the girl bringing a strange boy into the store and took the girl away. Aling, does your mayor dad know about your love affair? Auntie, I don't. Aling blushed and denied the owner's nonsense. Hey, I don't know you yet. I have never seen you eat with a boy since I was a child. The restaurant owner gently pushed Aling's shoulder and covered her mouth and teased. Okay, Auntie, hurry up and cook 2 of our signature dishes. I'm starving. Aling blushed after what the boss lady said. She could only raise her hand and push the boss lady to the kitchen to prevent her from gossiping again. Okay, look at my signature dishes. I guarantee your boyfriend will have a great aftertaste after eating them, the boss lady smiled. She wasn't talking about the girl, but her eyes were always on her. The girl didn't know what the boss lady was looking at. She could only blush and return to the table. She picked up the water cup on the table and took a sip of boiled water to cover up her embarrassment. You didn't participate in the insect catching competition. Yu Hai saw the girl coming back and looked at the time on his watch. It was past 12 o'clock. He remembered that Xiao Ying went to participate in the insect catching competition in the morning and didn't know when it would end. No, my father said that the forest was dangerous and didn't allow me to participate. Aling shook her head gently. She really wanted to participate in the insect catching competition and go to the forest for adventure, but the organizer was her father. I thought you would attend the insect catching meeting and capture some elves to help you take care of the castle. Yu Hai was also trying to find something to say. After all, after experiencing a series of embarrassments just now, the girl would probably be too shy to know what to talk about. Mr. A Hai, actually I came to you today to ask you to help me capture some elves. I don't dare to go to the forest alone. Aling wanted to ask Yu Hai for help, but it was still a bit difficult to say, but since it came to this, she simply said it all in one breath. In fact, the reason she wanted to go to the insect catching meeting was just to form a team, otherwise she would not dare to go to the forest alone. I heard that the forest was full of insects. Hi, Yu Hai sighed secretly, thinking it was troublesome. He knew that the other party's dinner invitation must not be that simple. The dishes were on the table. What else could he say but to eat first? Eat first, then we go to the forest. After a delicious lunch, Yu Hai felt so full. After all, he had been eating dry bread for several days and finally had a decent meal. He felt pretty good. After dinner, he took the girl to the forest from the back of the restaurant. Before going to the forest, he asked the girl something. Do you have an empty Pokeball? Do you have a starter Pokemon? Yes, Mr. Aha. When I came here this morning, I went to the store and bought 50. It should be enough. Aling nodded, took out the Pokeball, and released her own starter Pokemon, the hunting swallowtail. Hunting swallowtail? I thought it was a dream demon. Yu Hai looked at the hunting swallowtail slightly. This Pokemon is also a bug-type butterfly Pokemon, similar to the Butterfree. The dream demon is indeed the starter Pokemon. Grandma didn't let me use the dream demon in town, so she gave me the hunting swallowtail. Aling also liked this hunting swallowtail very much. Hunting swallowtail, but she prefers the dream demon that grew up with her. Let's go. Yu Hai did not continue to ask. After all, it involves ghost-type elves, which may be related to the residents of the town. If the ominous rumors about ghosts are not dispelled, the residents will still be afraid of ghost-type elves, and it will be useless to say more. The two passed the hotel, and behind the hotel was the primeval forest, but the forest near the town, the elves have basically been cleared. Only some of the weakest green caterpillars will live near the town, and even the poisonous hornworms are rare. Since he is helping the girl to capture elves, Yu Hai looked at the green caterpillars on the tree and asked the girl, do you have any requirements for capturing elves? This, Aling also saw the green caterpillars on the tree, and turned her head to look at her hunting swallowtail. She had no preparation for what elves to capture. She also didn't know what kind of elves to capture, and didn't know what kind of elves to capture, and didn't know what kind of elves could help her take care of the castle. Seeing this, Yu Hai had no choice but to hold his forehead. It was really a headache. It seemed that Ghastly was not easy to get. He raised his hand and touched his chin, thinking about it, and then he thought of what kind of elves the castle needed, and reminded the girl, your purpose of conquering elves is to serve as waiters and gardeners, so you need grass-type elves and elves with hands and feet. What do you think? I'll listen to you. Aling felt it was very reasonable. Grass-type elves take care of the garden, and elves with hands and feet help her clean up and receive guests. Besides that, she had no better choice, so she could only listen to Yu Hai's arrangement. Then throw the elf ball to the green caterpillar on the tree. Yu Hai raised his hand and pointed at the green caterpillar on the tree. indicating that the girl could throw the elf ball. What? Aling was confused. Didn't she just say that she needed grass-type elves and elves with hands and feet? What's the point of conquering a worm? Although she was confused, Aling didn't ask, but took out the elf ball from her bag and threw it at the green caterpillar on the tree. But she threw it many times and didn't hit the green caterpillar. Yu-Hai almost couldn't stand it, and she successfully conquered the green caterpillar. Bang! After the poke ball hit the caterpillar did not resist and let the poke ball capture it. Bug-type Pokemons like the caterpillar do not have much resistance, or are too lazy to resist, and most of them will be captured by a ball. After 3 flashes of the red light, the poke ball stabilized and fell from the branch, and was caught by Yu-Hai. Yu-Hai caught the poke ball, opened the proficiency panel of the caterpillar, and found that the potential of the caterpillar was only 13 points, so he released the caterpillar and threw the poke ball to the girl, asking the girl to follow me, just throw the ball when you see a Pokemon. Oh? Okay, Aling didn't know why Yu-Hai wanted to capture the caterpillar and why he wanted to release the caterpillar, but she thought it was right to follow him. Next, Aling picked up the poke ball that was thrown crookedly under the tree and followed Yu-Hai into the forest. As they walked into the forest, they captured the bug-type Pokemon they saw on the way, including Caterpillar, Metapod, Thorntail, Shell Cocoon, Shield Cocoon, Great Armor, Hornet, and Metapod. Considering that Thorntail was repeated, they did not capture it, and Great Armor was too violent, so they did not capture it either. The girl might not be able to control Great Armor. Along the way, they did not meet any trainers who participated in the bug-catching competition. The girl said that the competition venue was not here, but in a specially fenced forest. They were just happy to be quiet, so as not to compete with other trainers for the Pokemon of the bug-catching competition. They walked in the forest for more than half an hour and finally encountered a pretty good Pokemon, a caterpillar with a potential of 51. They selected almost hundreds of them and finally selected a caterpillar. Keep this caterpillar. Yu-Hai threw the caterpillar with a potential of 51 in his hand to the girl following behind him. This caterpillar was cultivated and it was another king-level butterfree. Since there are so many caterpillars in the forest, it is not difficult to get a super king-level butterfree. However, considering that the girl is tired of throwing poke balls, it is enough to capture this caterpillar. There is no need to choose. Mr. Hai, why do you want this caterpillar? Aling finally couldn't help asking the question that she hadn't asked all along the way. She had released hundreds of caterpillars before, but none of them were captured. This one can be captured, and she is very curious about the reason. This caterpillar has developed well and has good talents. It can also protect the safety of the castle if it is cultivated. Yu-Hai couldn't help but answer, so he could only explain it this way. Mr. Hai is also a breeder. Aling was a little surprised. She didn't expect that this boy, who was about the same age as her, was not only a trainer, but also a breeder. Haha, I guess so, Yu-Hai did not deny it. After laughing awkwardly twice, he raised his hand to signal the girl to throw the ball. They found another hornworm. Bang! With a bang sound, the red light of the poke ball disappeared. Yu-Hai went forward to pick up the poke ball on the ground. Seeing that the potential of this unicorn beetle was 48 points, the potential was not bad, so he threw it to the girl. Put away the unicorn beetle, let's continue to walk into the forest. Okay, Aling took the poke ball of the unicorn beetle and walked into the depths of the forest with Yu-Hai step by step. She felt that this boy, who was about the same age as her, was really mysterious. This person seemed to have secrets. Not only did he provide her with the idea of changing the castle into a hotel, but there were also many wonderful ideas, elf services, haunted house ideas, how to use advertisements and haunted house badges to attract tourists, how to make guests become repeat customers. He also understood the development of elves and knew which elves developed better. Such a trainer is really mysterious and attractive. 286 Chapter 280, Battle of Conquering. 286. As they moved forward into the forest, they not only conquered caterpillar and unicorn, but also a silkworm with 45 potential, a walking grass with 53 potential, a mushroom with 47 potential, and a trumpet bud with 50 potential. For Pokémon with a large number, the potential of those selected is relatively high. For Pokémon with a small number, there is no room for selection, and those with more than 40 potential will be conquered. Along the way, they conquered 6 Pokémon, 3 bug-type and 3 grass-type. They also found a forest lake, where there are many grass-type and water-type Pokémon, and a Scyther tribe. Seeing the group of Scythers, Yu-Hai and Aling became extra careful. After all, the sickles on the arms of Scythers are not vegetarian. They still have a chance of winning against 1 or 2 Scythers, but they have no chance of winning against a group of Scythers. Fortunately, the territory of Scyther is opposite the big lake, and they did not step into the territory of Scyther. This forest lake is very large, and they are far away from Scyther, and will not anger Scyther because of the territory. Wow, there are so many water elves. Aling saw many water elves playing in the water, and wanted to subdue some water elves. What water elves do you want to subdue? You can subdue them yourself, defeat them with hunting swallowtail butterflies, and subdue them. Yu-Hai sat under a big tree at the edge of the forest, and saw the joy on the girl's face, relaxed mood, jumping on the grass. That was the feeling of freedom, so he let the girl try to subdue some elves by herself. Can I do it too? Aling raised her hand and pointed at herself, looking at Yu-Hai in surprise, still a little bit unbelievable. Believe in yourself, you can do it. Yu-Hai gave the girl an affirmative smile, and leaned against the tree trunk to bask in the sun. Mr. Aha, which Pokémon should I start with? Seeing Yu-Hai's warm smile, Aling's heart suddenly jumped. This confident man said he could do it, so he must be able to do it. She thought so, and the courage to try rose in her heart. Start with the Pokémon with a lotus leaf on its head. That Pokémon is called Lotus Leaf Boy. It is a gentle water and grass Pokémon, which is very suitable for newcomers to try to capture. Yu-Hai raised his hand and pointed to a target for the girl, and the girl also saw Pokémon like Lotus Leaf Boy. Hi, Aling looked at the Lotus Leaf Boy on the shore, took a deep breath, and walked towards the shore of the lake with the hunting swallowtail butterfly. Seeing the girl leave, Yu-Hai also took out the poke ball, released the giant claw crab, and told the giant claw crab, "Giant claw crab, follow that girl and protect her, understand?" Coo cough, the giant claw crab looked at the girl pointed by Yu-Hai, raised its big claws, and crawled towards the girl. Coo K, the giant crab caught up with the girl and called out to her, scaring her with its huge claws. Ah, giant crab! Aling saw the giant crab crawling towards her, and was so scared that she sat down on the ground. She immediately looked up at Yu-Hai under the tree, wanting to seek Yu-Hai's protection. As a result, she found that Yu-Hai didn't say anything. She looked at the giant crab again and found that the giant crab didn't attack her, and called out to her twice, looking around vigilantly. After the explanation of the hunting swallowtail butterfly, she realized that the giant crab was sent by Yu-Hai to protect her. Seeing that Yu-Hai didn't pay attention to this side, she quickly got up from the grass and continued to walk towards the big lake, secretly sighing that she had made a fool of herself again. Fortunately, the other party didn't see it. Finally, she buried this warmth deep in her heart. She felt that this mysterious trainer was still a cold-faced, warm-hearted person, a very gentle person. Actually, Yu-Hai had been watching the girl, but the girl didn't know. He released the elves after the girl walked away and let them have lunch. After the elves had lunch, he took them all back, leaving only the elf, Mosquito Frog, to help him treat the wound on his back. It was the night when he escaped from Hasa Island, and he was hit by that guy's thunder beast. It still hurts now. When he removed the gauze, he grinned from time to time, and you can tell how much pain his back hurts. Ah, Mr. Ahai, I will help you. Seeing that Yu-Hai was not convenient to treat the wound, Aling asked for help. After taming the 3 water elves, she returned to the edge of the forest and happened to see Yu-Hai removing the gauze and the wound on Yu-Hai's back. Just looking at these wounds, she could feel the pain, not to mention the owner of these wounds, Yu Hai himself. Okay, you come, give her the spray for the wound. Yu Hai did not refuse the girl's help. Although the mosquito-scented frog has 4 limbs, it is still a little inconvenient without fingers. Then the girl helped him clean the wound, sprayed the spray for the wound again, and wrapped the gauze again, which inevitably involved some physical contact. He didn't think it was a big deal, but the girl's face was red, like a red tomato. During the whole process of changing the dressing, she avoided looking at him and didn't dare to look at him. Looking closely at the lovely blush on the girl's face, he knew that with a slight push, their relationship might be able to go a step further and break the last layer of window paper, but he didn't do that. After the girl wrapped him with gauze again, he put on his t-shirt and jacket again, pretending that nothing had happened, and stood up and asked the girl, "What elves did you capture?" Ah! Aling was in a daze just now, and hadn't come back to her senses yet, and didn't hear what Yu Hai said again. "Is there any water elf captured?" Yu Hai asked again. He felt that this girl was often in a daze, and he didn't know if she had thought of a name for her future child. "Oh, I caught 3, Aling finally heard what Yu Hai said for the second time, and stood up to take out the captured elves from her backpack. "Let me see." Yu Hai reached out to take the 3 elf balls and opened the panels of the 3 elves. The 3 elves were Lotus Leaf Boy with a potential of 35, Lolilai with a potential of 38, and Wubo with a potential of 33. They were all good water elves. If it was just cleaning in the castle, elves with this potential were enough and could meet the minimum requirements for the second stage of evolution. They are all very good elves. "It's getting late, and we should go back." Yu Hai returned the elf ball to the girl, used the elf ball to take back his giant crab, and turned back to the woods. "Please wait a moment, Mr. Ahai, what should we do with this child?" Aling saw Yu Hai was about to leave, and quickly raised her hand to point to an elf following behind her. She found that this elf had been following her for a long time. "What?" Yu Hai looked back and saw a Heracross following the girl, hiding behind a tree trunk, only daring to show its head to peek at them. "When did it catch up with you?" Yu Hai asked the girl, wondering why he didn't notice the elf. "Mr. Ahai, when we were in the woods, I thought it was just passing by. Later, it followed me to the lake, and I realized it was following me." Heracross. Yu Hai looked at the somewhat uneasy Heracross hiding behind the tree trunk. This elf was gentle and took the initiative to follow the girl. It must have been attracted by something. It should be attracted by the fragrance on your body. See if there is any food with a fragrance on you. Food. Aling thought for a while and took out a dessert from her pocket. Hercules' eyes lit up instantly. She also took out a dessert and asked Hercules, "Do you want this?" "Kulakuru," Heracross nodded to the girl. He could smell the fragrance of the snack from a distance. It was made of nectar. "Here you go." Aling opened the package of the snack and handed it to Heracross. Seeing Heracross reach out to take the snack and eat it happily, Yu Hai reminded the girl, "You can subdue Heracross, it won't resist." "Can I?" Aling was still a little bit unbelievable. She could capture this Pokemon with just a cake. "You'll know after trying it." Yu Hai turned around and waved his hand and walked into the forest. He didn't need to see the result, he knew that Heracross would be captured. Aling saw Yu Hai leaving, and didn't care about so much, and directly threw the ball to capture Heracross. Just as Yu Hai said, Heracross did not resist and let the poke ball capture him. Then, the girl quickly picked up Heracross's poke ball and chased Yu Hai, who was about to disappear in the forest. It was almost evening when the two returned to the town, but when they returned to the town, yesterday's scythe appeared again, and raised the sickle again to point at the frog. Seeing this, Yu Hai looked at the roof of the town that could be seen not far away, and reminded the girl, "You go home first, I want to capture this scythe." "Mr. Ahai, do you need help?" It was the first time for Aling to see such a fierce scyther. She didn't know if Yu Hai could handle it alone, and she didn't know how she could help Yu Hai. "Don't worry, it's okay," Yu Hai didn't know how to explain to the other party. He really had to subdue the scyther today. After all, he would leave tomorrow. If he didn't subdue it today, he would have no chance in the future. Mr. Ahai, are you still in the Pokemon Center? Before leaving, Aling wanted to know if Yu Hai was still in the Pokemon Center and if they could meet again. I will also attend the exchange meeting tonight. Yu Hai waved his hand to signal the girl to hurry up, as their battle was about to begin. The girl was relieved when she heard about the exchange meeting. Thinking that they still had a chance to meet again, she left the woods and went home to arrange the 10 Pokemons she had just captured. Scyther saw that the troublesome human had left, and they could have another good fight. This time, it would definitely defeat the frog. However, Yu Hai did not immediately send the frog to fight, but stared at Scyther and told Scyther that they were leaving. Scyther, we will leave this island tomorrow. Do you want to go with us? Scyther slowly put down his sickle when he heard Yu Hai say he was leaving. Since this human was leaving, the mosquito frog that defeated it must also leave. This was their last battle. Scyther, this is the last battle. If you lose, follow me. I will take you to see a wider world, stronger opponents, and endless challenges. This island is too small, and this forest is even smaller. You will never grow up here, just like you can't beat my mosquito frog. Yu Hai said this when he spoke. He also stretched out his arm and invited Scythe to join his team. Scythe raised his sickle again to express his attitude after hearing this. He was indeed moved by the outside described by Yu Hai. He couldn't say that he couldn't beat the mosquito-repellent frog. He wanted to prove to this human that he could beat the mosquito-repellent frog. Is this your determination? If so, let's have the last battle to conquer it. Yu Hai saw that Scythe's fighting spirit was instantly ignited, and he also understood that Scythe understood his words. This time he would personally command the mosquito-repellent frog to fight. Mosquito frog, don't hold back, let it see what a real fight is, not just rushing up and chopping and chopping. Yobo yobo, mosquito frog put down his backpack, warmed up his hands and feet, and prepared to go all out to defeat the arrogant mantis and let Yu Hai conquer that guy. Mosquito frog, Scythe's advantage is speed. From the beginning, we must use mud shooting to limit Scythe's speed. Yu Hai explained the tactics to Mosquito Frog. He believed that Mosquito Frog, who had defeated Scythe twice, had a lot of experience in slowing down with mud shooting. Yobo, Mosquito Frog nodded. It must not let Scythe's speed increase, otherwise it would only be beaten. Here it comes, Mosquito Frog, use the tree trunk as a cover and shoot with mud. Yu Hai saw Scythe vibrating its wings to attack, still the same routine as before, rushing in with a flash of lightning, then using high-speed movement to accelerate, and the attack was also the sickle of both arms. Seeing this, the mosquito frog also jumped away with the waterfall climbing skill under his command and hid behind the tree trunk. Shua shua shua. The flying mantis raised its sickle and used a continuous slash, directly cutting the entire tree trunk, exposing the mosquito frog behind the tree trunk. Puff puff puff. At the moment when the tree trunk was cut, 3 mud shots came as expected, all sprayed on the face of the flying mantis. When the eyes of the flying mantis were covered with mud, the mosquito frog raised its freezing fist and smashed it. The flying mantis, who had fought with the mosquito frog twice, knew that the mud shot must be followed by the freezing fist. The explosive power of this mosquito frog was not inferior to it, and the freezing fist was also very painful. It could injure it every time. It didn't dare to take it hard. When its face was covered with mud, it quickly vibrated its wings and retreated. The flying mantis with its eyes sealed had just retreated, and before it had time to shake off the mud on its face, the mosquito frog hit the flying mantis in the face with a freezing fist. Bang! After being hit by the frozen fist, Scyther flew backwards and hit the tree trunk, which made him dizzy and even saw the frog with double vision. Before Scyther could get up and shake off the mud on his face, he saw the frog using the waterfall climbing jump again and leaping in front of him. Before he could even raise his sickle, a frozen fist full of cold air stopped at the tip of his nose. He could clearly feel a chill rushing to his face, and he was so scared that he dared not move at all. 287 Chapter 281, Drunk Ghastly. 287. Scyther knew that he had lost, and lost cleanly and terribly. It turned out that the frog had never taken it seriously before, which led to the illusion that it was just a little bit short. Judging from this confrontation, it was not just a little bit short. This is what Yu Hai said about the continuous burst of waterfall climbing. Once frog is trained, most Pokémon will not be able to react to the continuous attack of waterfall climbing that bursts instantly. Although it is only a semi-finished product now, it is not something that a wild Scyther can deal with. Just now, Frog just seized the opportunity to smear Scyther's face with mud, and then attacked with a freezing punch like a storm. The first freezing punch Scyther dodged, but the second freezing punch Scyther was not so lucky. The third, the fourth. This is a Pokémon with a speed advantage. Facing the high attack, high speed, and high burst frog, as long as Scyther falls into a passive state, it will always be passive. The only thing that can break this passive state is the command of the trainer. It's a pity that this Scyther has no trainer's command. Even if there is a trainer's command, he doesn't think the opponent can defeat Frog's continuous burst. As long as Scyther's speed is not as fast as Frog, when it gets serious, will be a sandbag no matter who it hits. As for Pokémon faster than Frog, I haven't encountered any yet. Even Scyther's high speed is slowed down, unless you use the trick space move. Scyther, Yu Hai came to the fallen Scyther, who was already frozen. He threw out the catching ball in his hand and put Scyther into the catching ball. The red light at the catching ball button flashed 3 times, and it finally calmed down. He finally subdued Scyther, and then he walked up to pick up Scyther's Pokeball and opened Scyther's panel. Spy Mantis. Attribute, Insect plus Flying. Gender, Male. Potential, 54%. Level, 35.42%. Feature, Insect Premonition /16.23% Hidden Feature, Unyielding Heart /27.33%. Mastered Moves, Clearing Fog /7.33%. Ambush Vital Points /23.64%. Steel Wings /7.81%. Air Blade /13.61%. Acrobatics /18.22%. Insect Bite /15.16%. Cross Shears /25.82%. Continuous /27.45%. Brick Break /19.68%. Cut /17.84%. Lightning Flash /29.91%. Shadow Clone /8.24%. Tailwind /13.35%. High Speed Movement /22.73%. Sword Dance /20.88%. Gathering Chi /18.95%. Not brushing moves for now, staring, wing attack, 2-hit combo, insect chirping. 54 potential. This scythe is not bad. Yu Hai saw the potential of scythe at first glance. In fact, he had an impression of this scythe, and after knowing where he was, He remembered that this flying mantis had appeared in the animation. It was the leader of the next generation of flying mantises in the forest. As the leader of the tribe, the flying mantis's potential would naturally not be too low, otherwise it would not be able to defeat the old leader and become the new leader of the flying mantis tribe. The current leader of the flying mantis should be the old flying mantis, but that flying mantis is already old, and he prefers this middle-aged flying mantis with an X scar on his forehead. This flying mantis not only has good potential, but also has a high level, higher than Han Han. No wonder Xiao Ying's mosquito-repellent frog can't beat it. The level of the flying mantis is similar to that of the giant claw crab. They have not entered the senior level, and they are still a little bit short. No wonder they can't beat the mosquito-repellent frog. Not only that, this flying mantis has dual characteristics and many moves, and the move pool is also very rich. The proficiency of moves related to combat is very high. This flying mantis is also a battle maniac, and he can be said to have picked up a treasure. This Scyther is the second treasure Pokemon he has captured here after Ghastly. As long as Scyther obeys his command, it can immediately become his important fighting force. Let's go, Frog. Let's take Scyther to the Pokemon Center for treatment. Yu-Hai held Scyther's Pokeball in his hand and called Frog to leave the forest and return to the town. Scyther, who was in the net, also saw Yu-Hai with a smile on his face through the Pokeball. However, it had said before that this was a battle to capture. Even if it was very unwilling, it would rather accept the loss and not resist after being captured. Otherwise, it would not be able to be restrained by a small Pokeball, and it could break free at any time. It's just that the power of Frog is something it can't defeat now. Maybe it's not bad to follow this human. Since the frog can become so powerful by following this human, it must be able to do so. After being captured, it was relieved and open-minded, and wanted to see a wider world with this human. When they returned to the Pokemon Center, there were many trainers who were healing Pokemons in the Pokemon Center. They were probably all trainers who had just finished participating in the bug-catching competition. Seeing this, he planned to heal Scyther later and went straight back to his room. Just as he closed the door, there was a knock on the door. After he opened the door, he found that it was Xiaoying who was knocking on the door. He asked in confusion, "Xiaoying? Is the bug-catching competition over?" "Yes, Brother Hai, can we go in and talk?" Xiaoying turned her head and looked around, and found that there were many trainers in the corridor, and it was not suitable to talk outside the door. "Come in." Yu-Hai's room had nothing else except 2 backpacks and a mosquito frog. "Brother Hai, I caught this during the bug-catching competition." Xiaoying closed the door and took out the bug Pokemon she had captured in the bug-catching competition. Heracross. Yu-Hai reached out to take the Pokeball and saw the Heracross in the Pokeball. It turned out to be this Pokemon. Xiaoying was still mysterious. He opened the panel of Heracross and found that its potential was not bad, with 51 points. Xiaoying was really lucky to catch a bug-type Pokemon with good potential and fighting attributes. "Brother Hai, how is this Pokemon?" Xiaoying touched his nose. This Heracross was an unexpected gain in this insect-catching competition. He didn't expect to meet this Pokemon. "Not bad talent, about the same as your Parasaurolophus." Yu-Hai looked at the panel of Heracross and returned the Pokeball to Xiaoying. It was just a bug king with 51 potential, not as high as his Scyther, so he still liked Scyther more. "Really?" Xiaoying took the Pokeball with a face full of joy. His vision was finally lucky once, and he captured a Pokemon with good talent at once. "What about these 2, Brother Hai?" Xiaoying then took out 2 more Pokeballs, each containing Big Armor, Hazelnut Ball. Yu-Hai looked at the 2 Pokemon in his hand, opened the panels of the 2 Pokemon, and found that their potential was average, only more than 30 points, not as high as that of Heracross. "Brother Hai, these 3 Pokemon are the spoils of the bug-catching competition. After the bug-catching competition, we are only allowed to take away 3 captured bug Pokemon. I chose these 3 bug Pokemon. If the trainer is not satisfied with these 3 bug Pokemon, he can also exchange them for the Pokemon he likes at the exchange meeting in the evening. If he can't exchange the Pokemon he likes, these 3 Pokemon can be taken away or released, all at the trainer's disposal. These 2 Pokemon have average talents." Yu-Hai returned the Pokeball to Xiaoying after listening to Xiaoying's story. He would only tell her the talents, and Xiaoying would decide how to deal with the Pokemon. "The talent is average." Xiaoying took the Pokeball in frustration. He knew that he would not always be lucky. He was satisfied to be able to capture a Heracross with the talent of the store's treasure. He should not be too greedy. "By the way, what time does the exchange meeting start?" Yu-Hai was going to catch up on his sleep. He didn't sleep well until noon today. He went to the forest with the girl and yawned all the way. The Lantern Festival will start at 8 o'clock in the evening, and the exchange meeting will officially start at that time. Xiaoying put the 3 Pokeballs away, intending to use the big armor and hazelnut balls to exchange for other Pokémons later. 8 o'clock, it's only past 5 now. I want to sleep for a while. Call me when you go later, Yu Hai told Xiao Ying and drove Xiao Ying out of the room. Brother Hai, I paid for tonight's room. I also called Grandpa at the Pokémon Center and told him about Aren. I also told Grandpa not to worry. I told Grandpa that we have dealt with Aren. I will take a passenger ship from the Orange Islands in 2 days. Go back. Since you said that, it's okay. See you later. Yu Hai waved his hand, closed the door, released his Pokémon Frog, and prepared to detoxify Frog. As for today's training, the Pokémon Center is full of trainers. If it's not convenient to train, then there's no need to train. It's okay to rest for 2 days, but detoxification is required every day. While letting Frog detoxify, he also prepared to take out the Pokeballs and let the Pokémons have dinner. Since the room is relatively small, he had to let the Pokémons out slowly, and only 1 or 2 could be released slowly for dinner. He could only release all the Pokémons after he became a gym apprentice and stabilized. It was just that a Pokeball on the bed seemed to be impatient, and it broke free from the Pokeball by smelling the smell. He, Ghastly just came out and looked at this strange and small room. It was a place he had never seen before, but with its familiar owner, it felt relieved. Gas, next time without my order, don't jump out by yourself, okay? Yu Hai saw that it was Ghastly who came out, and he breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, he warned Ghastly seriously. He, Ghastly nodded immediately when he saw Yu Hai so serious, saying that he would not do it again next time. This time, he really couldn't help it. It was the first time he was captured, so he had been holding it in the Pokeball and wanted to come out for some fresh air. Here, this is for you to eat. Eat as much as you want. Yu Hai took out a half-opened box of life energy cubes, and there were still 8 in it, which Ghastly could eat as much as he wanted. After all, he had boasted before that he would provide food and accommodation, and Ghastly could eat as many life energy cubes as he wanted. He, Ghastly smelled the fragrance of the life energy cubes, and without any politeness, he used his telekinesis to control a life energy cube. The cube flew into his mouth, savoring this delicious food specially made for ghost-type elves. However, Ghastly was chewing the life energy cube in his mouth, and suddenly saw the glass jar in the hand of the bad frog, and curiously floated towards the bad frog. Quack, quack, the bad frog saw Ghastly, a guy who could float, and knew that the other party might be a new companion. It was used to being indifferent and not good at communication. It just greeted and continued to detox silently. Cower-hee, Ghastly also greeted, and curiously turned around the glass jar, seeing drops of purple-black venom dripping from the fingertips of the bad frog into the glass jar, and sniffed the smell of the jar mouth, and shouted to the bad frog, Cower-hee, can you let me try? Quack! Try what? Bad frog didn't understand what Ghastly was doing, and was a little confused. He didn't understand Ghastly's train of thought at all. Cowja, it tastes good. Ghastly stretched out his long tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, wanting to eat the venom secreted by Bad Frog's fingertips. Quack, here, Bad Frog understood this time that Ghastly wanted to eat venom, and it didn't refuse Ghastly, but raised its fingertips and put them in Ghastly's big mouth. Cowja, Ghastly got a drop of venom and put it on his tongue to feel it carefully. He felt that the venom tasted good, just like the energy cube tempting it, and it found that it liked this taste. Cowja, more. Then, without Yu Hai noticing, Ghastly sucked the venom in Bad Frog's body. When Yu Hai gave food to Han Han and the gull, he saw Ghastly burp a purple gas ball with satisfaction. What are you doing? Yu Hai took back Han Han and Owl who were eating, and looked at Ghastly who seemed to be drunk, and Frog who looked helpless, who didn't see what happened just now. Yobo. However, Frog saw it, and Frog came to Ghastly and Frog, raised his hand to point at the venom in the jar, and then raised his hand to point at Ghastly's big mouth, indicating that Ghastly drank Frog's venom. This Yu Hai understood Frog's body language and was silent. Ghastly actually drank Frog's poison, which he didn't expect, and he didn't know if Ghastly would have any uncontrollable situation. In his observation, Ghastly seemed to have no changes except that he was almost like a drunkard. Ghastly has poisonous properties, so it is impossible to say that he is poisoned. Ghastly is a gas elf, a spirit without a physical body, how could he be poisoned? Then he saw that Ghastly didn't seem to be satisfied, he stuck out his long tongue and turned it into a straw, which he put into the glass jar and slowly sucked away all the venom in the jar. There was almost half a bottle of venom, which was the stock of Bad Frog for more than a week. Half a bottle of venom was sucked dry by Ghastly, but Yu Hai did not stop him. He was afraid of interrupting Ghastly's enjoyment, causing Ghastly's dissatisfaction, or even attacking him. Just like a drunk person, if he just bumped his shoulder, he might be sent to the ICU. Such things often happened in the news in his previous life. He didn't dare to gamble, nor did he dare to disturb the drunk Ghastly. Since Ghastly likes venom, let Ghastly drink enough. As long as Ghastly feels okay, he doesn't have to panic. Cow-er-he, cow-er-he, cow-er-he. After Ghastly sucked the venom of Bad Frog, he couldn't fly. He was like a drunk, staggering in the air, staggering from side to side. 288 Chapter 282, Different Colored Pokemon. 288. Yu Hai was afraid that the drunk Ghastly would make trouble or fall down, so he could only use the Pokeball to retrieve Ghastly and lock the Pokeball to prevent Ghastly from jumping out. Ghastly looked like he was drunk, but even if he was drunk, he could only act crazy in the Pokeball, not outside. Luckily, Ghastly did not resist during the whole process, probably because he was already drunk. It was light and peaceful, lying in the Pokeball, burping from time to time, spitting out purple air, and blending into the air around its cheeks. Even its black face, which was originally as black as the bottom of a pot, and its white eyes, turned purple, which was even darker than the purple air outside its face. Just like a drunkard who blushes when drinking, Ghastly blushed too. He really couldn't understand this Ghastly. It was fine that it could evolve and degenerate freely, but it actually liked to drink venom. What kind of habit was this? Is it the same as human cubs? Human cubs are born to like sweets. Could it be that Ghastly is born to like venom? Forget it, I can't figure it out now. I can only lock up the drunk Ghastly and study it after Ghastly wakes up. It's not like he hasn't seen Ghastly's proficiency panel before. It's the same as yesterday. Except for some changes in the level, everything else is still the same. We can only wait for Ghastly to sober up and digest the venom in his body, and then see if there are any changes on the panel to know the reaction of Ghastly to drink the poison. Next, he continued to arrange dinner for the elves. After all the elves had dinner, he also treated Scyther's frostbite before lying on the bed for a nap. Frog and Ditto were lying beside him. Here, there is no need for camouflage masks or protection, and Ditto can also have a good rest. Until 8 o'clock in the evening, the street lights began, and the trainers began to walk on the streets to find other trainers to exchange their favorite elves. Xiaoying also came to the door of his room and knocked on the door to wake him up. When he saw Xiaoying, Xiaoying also looked like she was not awake. "Brother Hai, it's 8 o'clock, the exchange meeting has begun." "I know, wait for me to get dressed." Yu Hai returned to the room, put on his coat, and put on his backpack. The two of them each took a frog and went to the exchange meeting together. The event was held not far away, on the street outside the Pokemon Center. There was only one street in the town, which ran through the entire town from beginning to end. After arriving on the street, he saw many trainers releasing their Pokemons and standing on both sides of the road waiting for other trainers to exchange. The Pokemons here were not only bug Pokemons, but also Pokemons of other attributes. "Is this your frog? This frog is so strong, can it be exchanged with my armor?" Yu Hai and Xiaoying were walking on the street. Although they only had 2 frogs with them, they still attracted the attention of many passers-by trainers. "Sorry, I won't exchange my frog. Yu Hai took the frog's backpack and put it on his back, and then put the frog away with a poke ball. He had foreseen that if he didn't put the frog away, there would be more inquiries. In order to avoid trouble, it was better to put it away. I won't exchange my frog either. Xiao Ying saw Yu Hai take back the frog, and followed suit to put the frog away with a poke ball. Now the two of them only had the face towel on their chests, and there was a ditto protecting them. So it's a pity that the Pokémons are not exchanged. The passerby trainers saw the two of them taking back the frog, shook their heads and left, looking for trainers willing to exchange Pokémons with them. Okay, Xiao Ying, be safe. If you want to exchange any Pokémons, go shopping by yourself. I want to go shopping too, and see if I can meet some good Pokémons. Yu Hai waved goodbye to Xiao Ying and prepared to go to pick up bargains by himself. Although he was going to pick up bargains, he felt that there were almost no bargains to pick up, because at a glance, the bug Pokémons on the street occupied 6 floors, and the remaining 40% were occupied by grass and water. Even if there were Pokémons of other types, they were only a few, maybe 1 or 2. After walking around, he saw Xiao Ying talking to others several times, but he didn't see the Pokémon he liked. Ling, the girl, was also at the exchange meeting, and seemed to be looking for something. He knew what she was looking for, but he didn't go up to recognize her. Just like Xiao Ying, if you run into her, then talk about it. If you don't run into her, just go your own way. If you ask why, it's too troublesome. After leaving the girl's sight, he continued to walk around the exchange meeting and saw some stalls with few people. If you want to pick up bargains, these places are the easiest to pick up bargains. After all, trainers are not fools. The powerful Pokémon must have been exchanged long ago, and the remaining ones are some uneven Pokémon. If he can meet 1 or 2 high-potential Pokémon here, he will thank God for giving him food. When he walked past a roadside stall, he really met such a Pokémon, a bug-type Pokémon that did not belong to the Orange Islands, nor the bug-type Pokémon that belonged to the Chengdu and Kanto regions. Is this Pokémon yours? Yu Hai stopped in front of the stall. There was a boy squatting on the grass here, followed by a very common large armor and an uncommon Pokémon. The boy looked up at Yu Hai when he heard someone asking him questions. I'm just a trainer passing by, and I'm a little interested in this little guy. Yu Hai raised his hand and pointed at the bug-type Pokémon, Snail, who was squatting beside the boy. It looked like a snail and looked like a medieval knight's helmet. This kid. The boy looked at his Pokémon, Snail, and suddenly became happy. He finally met a trainer who wanted to exchange Pokémon with him, and a trainer who was interested in Snail. He immediately asked Yu Hai excitedly, "Do you want to exchange Pokémon with me?" Change Pokémon. Oh? What Pokémon do you want to change? Yu Hai didn't expect that things would go so smoothly. He always felt that the boy was a little impatient. Is there something wrong with this little mouth snail? Otherwise, the other party would not be so anxious to attack. I want to change a scyther. The boy regretted it as soon as he said it. Because he had said this before, no one would use a handsome scyther to exchange his little mouth snail. Why? Yu Hai saw that the boy was happy for less than 2 seconds, and then he wilted. He didn't understand why this guy sighed. Nothing, you can't exchange it with scyther. The boy smiled bitterly and shook his head. He thought too much to exchange a bug-type Pokémon from other regions for a scyther. Tell me the origin of this Pokémon, and I might exchange it with you. Yu Hai sat on the grass next to him, looking at the little mouth snail next to the boy. The reason why he was interested in this Pokémon was because it was a golden little mouth snail. To put it simply, it is a different colored Pokémon, a special individual among the Pokémons. He already has 4, Giant Claw Crab, Iron Rhino, Frog, Ghastly. But those 4 Pokémon are just special individuals. This little mouth snail is the real different colored Pokémon. It is also the 5th special individual he has met, and the first different colored Pokémon he has met. You can see it too. This bug-type Pokemon is called Squirtle. It is not a bug-type Pokemon from the Orange Islands. It has no evolutionary form. My sister sent it to me from other regions. This kid is too weak, not strong at all, and it is a Pokemon that cannot evolve. I want to use it to exchange for a favorite Scyther. The trainers who saw this Pokemon are all interested in Pokemon from other regions, but when they heard that it cannot evolve, they all gave up the exchange. The boy also knew that this trainer probably wouldn't exchange, so he didn't hide anything and told all of Squirtle's shortcomings, which seemed to give up treatment. So that's how it is. Yu-Hai saw that the child was so honest, and also knew the origin of Squirtle. The origin was quite clean. He was thinking about how to take this Squirtle down. Scyther is difficult for others, but it was very simple for him. He didn't want to exchange the scarred Scyther for this Scyther. Now it was an exchange meeting. There were so many bug-type Pokemons. He could just spend some money to buy a Scyther. He didn't need that little money. And it wasn't that Scyther couldn't evolve. It was that the exchange evolution of Scyther hadn't been found yet. And Scyther was a bug-type Pokemon in the Unova region, the region behind the Sinnoh region. I didn't expect the Alliance to have explored Unova. It seemed that the boy's sister should be a member of the Alliance's exploration team. But none of this mattered to him. He just wanted to know that after exchanging Scyther, the boy's sister wouldn't come to him. After all, this was a different colored Scyther. I can exchange Scyther with you, Yu-Hai formally asked the boy to exchange. Forget it, what? Really? The boy heard Yu-Hai speak. At first, he waved his hand to indicate that it didn't matter. But he came to his senses in an instant and remembered that the other party was talking about exchange, not no exchange. Of course it's true, but I want to confirm one thing. This is the Pokemon your sister gave you. Can you decide to exchange it? Are you sure your sister won't come looking for me afterwards? I promise you, this is my Pokemon, I can exchange it if I want, I can make the decision myself, but do you have Scyther? I heard that Scyther is the king of the forest, it's not easy to catch it at all. You can make the decision, don't worry about Scyther, just wait for me for a while. Yu-Hai said goodbye to the boy and re-entered the crowd of the exchange meeting. When he was shopping just now, he saw several Scythers. Although Scyther is rare, it's only for newcomers. For trainers with some strength, Scyther is not difficult to catch, but those trainers asked too high a price, so they didn't exchange it. He quickly found a trainer who wanted to exchange Scyther, and came to the stall and asked the trainer on the stall, "Is Scyther for sale?" "No, I just want to exchange for a Pikachu." Hearing that the trainer was not selling, Yu-Hai left and went to the next stall to look for Scyther. He soon found another Scyther. This time, the trainer wanted to exchange for a Scyther. Then he found the third Scyther, but the trainer still refused to sell. However, when he found the fourth Scyther, the trainer said that he could negotiate. As long as he could negotiate, he didn't believe that he couldn't do anything without money. "Little brother, the price of Scyther is not cheap." The young man saw that Yu-Hai was not as high as himself, and doubted whether Yu-Hai, a young man, could come up with so much money. "Name a price." Yu-Hai didn't waste words, as long as the other party was willing to sell, but he was not a fool. 5 million, the young man offered, and the price was 5 fingers. "Do you think I'm easy to cheat? If you don't want to sell it, don't talk about it." Yu-Hai shook his head and turned away, in one go, not taking this as a sucker at all. Even if he took the boy to the forest to catch a Scyther, he would not buy this Scyther for 5 million. "Little brother, let's talk it over nicely, you haven't bargained yet." The young man saw Yu-Hai was about to leave, and knew that he had opened the price too high, so he immediately grabbed Yu-Hai and stopped him from leaving. 500,000. Yu-Hai directly lowered the price to the lowest, just to see the young man's reaction. "Little brother, are you making fun of me? No one will go to the forest to capture it even if you use 500,000 to hire people." The young man waved his hand, and was laughed at by Yu-Hai's 500,000. Yu Hai, I also know that 500,000 is unlikely. Although this place is different from Hasa Island, the aesthetics here are the same as Hasa Island. The handsome scyther is popular everywhere and is also valuable. How about this? Little brother, the young man approached Yu Hai and whispered softly in Yu Hai's ear, the price of scyther on the black ship is at least 3 million. I will count you 2 million, and make some hard-earned money. 2.5 million, what do you think? Is there a black market here too? It was the first time Yu Hai heard the name of the black market after leaving Hasa Island. Of course, but the black market is on the sea. It is a ship that has been drifting on the sea. If you want to go, just go to the dock and find a boatman to give you some money. The boatman will take you to the black ship. This news is given to you, just as making friends. The young man did not hide the black market. Even if he didn't say it, the other party could find out about it by asking around in the tavern at the port. The reason why there is a black market here is also because of the rich insect-type elf resources on this island, but recently the Alliance has been cracking down on poaching elves frequently. In addition, with the holding of the insect-catching conference, these Pokemon hunters have become more obedient. They plan to see the situation after a while and decide whether to resume their old business. Haha, Yu Hai took out 2.5 million and gave it to the young man. He could accept this price. He just laughed at the guy's words about making friends. Don't take it seriously when talking to such people. If you take it seriously, you will lose. After paying the money and receiving the goods, he took the pokeball of Scyther and opened the panel to see that Scyther had a potential of more than 40. He felt that this potential was not bad. There were no obvious external injuries on Scyther, and it was not malnourished. It was enough to exchange for the snail. When he returned to the grass, the boy was still waiting here. From the boy's pacing back and forth, he could see the boy's anxiety. After all, he was the boy's hope. Without knowing Snail and Snail's inability to evolve, no trainer would be willing to exchange Pokemon with the boy, let alone Scyther. He spent more than 2 million to get a Scyther, not to mention other trainers. If he went to the forest to capture one, he would have to face a lone Scyther, like the one that challenged him. Otherwise, he would have to face a group of Scythers, and it was not certain who would win. Don't let him die by then, and face the crackdown of the Alliance. If he is caught, he will be sentenced to jail. 289 Chapter 283, the first generation member of the Rainy Day Team. 289. You are back. The anxious boy looked around and saw Yu Hai the first time he appeared. After seeing Yu Hai, the boy breathed a sigh of relief. He thought the other party was lying to him. This is the Scyther you want. Yu Hai picked up the pokeball and put it in front of the boy. When the boy saw the Scyther in the pokeball, he was so excited that he wanted to reach out to take it, but Yu Hai retracted the pokeball. When Yu Hai saw him withdraw his hand, the boy remembered that he had not given his little mouth snail to others. He scratched his head awkwardly, saying that he was sorry. He quickly took back the little mouth snail with the pokeball, and handed it to Yu Hai without any regrets, regardless of the little mouth snail's current mood. I can give you Scyther, but I have to remind you. Yu Hai took the pokeball from the little mouth snail and reminded the boy, Scyther is a naturally arrogant warrior. If you can't subdue it, don't blame me. It's a shame that if the boy can't defeat Scyther, he can't subdue it. If Scyther runs away, he won't be responsible for after-sales service. Ah, what should I do then? The boy's hand that was about to take the pokeball shook. If he released Scyther and couldn't take back the pokeball again, it would not be considered as subduing Scyther. If Scyther ran away, what should he do? Let's go to the battlefield, I'll help you once. Yu Hai sighed softly, and decided to help the boy once, using the frog to defeat Scyther. You? Thank you. The boy heard the battlefield, how could he not know that Yu Hai was helping him, and immediately nodded to thank Yu Hai. The two walked towards the battlefield of the Pokemon Center, and were discovered by the girl Ling. She was also curious about where they were going, so she followed them. When they arrived at the battlefield, Yu Hai first released the frog, and then released the scyther he bought. The scyther that had just come out was still a little confused. It was paralyzed when it was caught, and it didn't know what was going on. Now it suddenly appeared in a crowded place, and it was still a little unable to adapt to the dazzling lights of the battlefield. Scyther, he is your trainer, you will follow him in the future, understand? Yu Hai didn't know if Scyther could understand, so he said it very bluntly. Scyther looked at the boy and the big armor beside him, and turned his head away with disdain. It only took one look to know that the big armor was definitely not its opponent. It would not become the spirit of the weak, let alone be subdued by the weak. Try it first, defeat it, subdue it. Yu Hai held his forehead helplessly, seeing that preaching was useless, and now he could only subdue it by fighting. Okay, big armor, you go. The boy also saw the disdain in Scyther's eyes, and immediately sent out his big armor, wanting to subdue Scyther in an upright manner. Kakaka! The big armor clamped the big horns on the top of its head hard, provoking Scyther. Scyther could not stand provocation the most, and immediately raised the sickle to the big armor, and quickly shook its wings to chop at the big armor. Seeing this, Yu Hai and the mosquito frog both retreated, leaving the battlefield to the boy and his armor. As expected, the speed of the flying mantis was too fast. Before the boy could react, the boy's armor was slashed by the flying mantis sickle. After several quick strikes, the armor was defeated. Seeing this scene, Yu Hai secretly sighed that the boy was too weak. If it was Xiao Ying's mosquito frog, it would have some chance of winning against this flying mantis. This flying mantis was only level 23, which was not very high. The boy couldn't even beat this flying mantis. He didn't know what to say. He could only reach out and push the mosquito frog to let the mosquito frog go to the rescue. The mosquito frog immediately understood, and rushed into the battlefield with a waterfall, blocking the boy and the armor, raised his fist condensed with ice crystals, and knocked out the flying mantis with 2 punches under the explosion of the waterfall. If Scythe ran away, it would be hard to catch it, but Scythe actually did not retreat but advanced, then you can't blame Frog. A senior frog can easily bully an elite Scythe. Good, so strong, the boy muttered while holding his big armor, and cast an envious look at Yu Hai. He was stunned by Frog's defeat of Scythe. Scythe that could easily kill the big armor in seconds was just 2 punches in Frog's hand. He also wanted such a frog. Originally, he thought of exchanging Scythe after seeing Scythe's strength, but now he saw Frog's strength, he wanted Frog again. These boys only saw the strength of Pokemon, but never thought about why Pokemon were strong. This is probably a common problem for many new trainers. If no one reminds them, they can only slowly discover it by themselves. Hurry up and take Scyther back and send it to the Pokemon Center for treatment. You can't subdue Scyther by force, you can only influence Scyther in the Pokemon Center. Yu Hai came to the boy and spoke to wake him up. The boy came back to his senses and looked at the frog. He had just exchanged Scyther and couldn't exchange Frog anymore, and he was too embarrassed to speak. Don't look at it. There are plenty of frogs on the beach. Hurry up and send Scyther to the Pokemon Center. Yu Hai sighed softly and took Frog back with the poke ball. Just now, Frog's powerful performance has attracted the attention of many trainers. He doesn't want to be entangled by other trainers, who always want to exchange his frog. After watching the boy enter the Pokemon Center, he also walked into the Pokemon Center, sat down in the rest area, and opened the proficiency panel of the heterochromatic little mouth snail. This is the first time he has seen a heterochromatic Pokemon, and he doesn't know what the Pokemon panel looks like. Small mouth snail, other color. Attribute, insect. Gender, male. Potential, 51%. Level, 5.64%. Feature, wet body /3.23%. Hidden feature, dust proof /2.13%. Mastered moves, awakening power electricity /1.23%. Insect chirp /2.34%. Absorb /2.11%. Hold /1.14%. Dissolving liquid /2.21%. Sure enough, Yu-Hai looked at the proficiency panel of the smallmouth snail quietly, thinking that the characteristics of the different colored Pokémon were indeed displayed on the panel. This smallmouth snail is a completely different colored Pokémon, unlike his giant claw crab, which only has a slightly larger claw and body, and is not afraid of water and has high resistance like the armored rhino, and has the super poison talent of the bad frog, and the evolution of Ghastly is degraded. The little mouth snail is the real different colored Pokémon. It can be seen from the move pool of this little mouth snail that the little mouth snail has a move that is impossible to appear on it, Awakening Power Electricity. This is probably the awakening power brought to the little mouth snail by the body of the little mouth snail, which turned the whole face of the little mouth snail into gold, corresponding to the awakening power electricity in the move pool. The awakening power of electric attribute is the first time he has seen it. The so-called awakening power is a move whose attributes will change according to the individual differences of the Pokémon. It can be understood as a special talent hidden in the Pokémon's body. This talent can even allow the Pokémon to reverse its attributes and use non-original moves that it is not good at. For example, Elan's water spray is probably also based on the awakening power. It can take several water shuriken ultimate moves of Koga Greninja without any problem. There is also the thunder and lightning punch of Dandy Charizard. In the whole animation, except Dandy, who uses Charizard to fight the red Gyarados. These are all manifestations of the hidden talents in the Pokémon's body being excavated. I don't know if this world has researched the awakening power hidden in the body of the elves, turning the impossible into the possible. If it is a game, it would be much simpler. You only need to give different attributes to the awakening power, and the elves can use the awakening power, which is used by the majority of players to increase the attack surface. This is reality. This thing is very metaphysical. Not every different colored elf has awakening power, just like the explicit and implicit characteristics, which need to be discovered by the trainer before they appear. It's just that this little snail has a good talent, so good that the hidden power has become an explicit feature, and it was scanned out by the panel, so he can see the awakening power. However, just looking at the different colored appearance of the little snail, you should be able to realize how precious this elf is, but the boy doesn't know the value. As for the awakening process? Unknown, unknown, and unknown. He again, if you are not an elf researcher, how can you know how to awaken the power? The few examples in reality are all natural awakening of elves, and there is no pattern to follow. For example, this little mouth snail, even if it is the type that awakens naturally, he has picked up a treasure again. With this little mouth snail, his rainy day team is finally complete. The big mouth gull is a weather expert, responsible for assisting and protecting him. The mosquito frog and the flying mantis are the main attackers, the two main combat forces. The giant claw crab and the armored rhino are joint defense meat shields, and also the backup combat force. The little mouth snail is responsible for filling in the position, filling in wherever it is needed. The fastest little mouth snail after evolution is also the breakthrough point of team battles. After all, the little mouth snail has a basic speed of 145 after evolution, plus the speed doubled by the light equipment feature. With a basic speed of more than 200, he can no longer think of anyone who can be faster than the agile bug. If there is a team battle, let the little mouth snail capture the thief first and test the enemy's trump card. When the trump card is exposed, the rest of the things will be easy to deal with. There are also Frog, Ghastly, Orb Spinner, Ditto, Magikarp, and the public identity will not use these 5 Pokémon. Once these Pokémon are used, he will kill all witnesses and leave no one alive. He feels that the 6 Pokémon on the surface are enough to deal with most conflicts. Others do not need to fight. While assisting the team battle, they will stay to protect him. The main combat power is still on Frog and Scyther, 2 Pokémon with high attack, high speed, and high burst. He feels that these 2 main Pokémon are enough to deal with most conflicts. After all, Frog is unquestionably powerful. Scyther is a Pokémon with high attack, high speed, and high burst, whether it is after evolution or before evolution. After Scyther evolves, it will be faster, and Mantis will have an additional feature, light metal, and its weight will be halved. At that time, Mantis's only weakness is 4 times weak fire. Well, don't forget what he is playing. Playing with fire in a rainy environment is a bit too contemptuous of the rainy day. Even if Scyther doesn't evolve, Scyther and Squirtle in rainy weather are not afraid of fire. These 2 bug-type Pokémon have to face fire-type moves that have been weakened a lot, so they are not to be feared. As for the 6 Pokémon, 4 of them are afraid of electricity. He will capture an electric-type mythical beast in the future to make up for the last shortcoming, and see who dares to electrocute him. Regielsh, Zeraora, Zekrom, Tapu Chirp, Thundercloud, Raygong. He is not sure to capture these electric-type mythical beasts, and he can't get them. But can't he get Zapdos, one of the 3 stupid birds? This stupid bird is merciful everywhere and sows seeds everywhere. He can't get the purebred Zapdos, but if he can't get the mixed-haired Zapdos that the stupid bird and other flying-type Pokémon have mercy on, he is not called a time traveler. In order to make up for the shortcomings of the rainy team, he must get a mixed-haired Zapdos, and no one can stop him. The closer you are to the water, the sooner you get the moon. The Orange Islands have the territory of the 3 silly birds. You can try your luck near the Thunder Island when you have time. If it doesn't work, go to the Big Jean first, cultivate the Pidgeot into a utopian Pidgeot, and then let Pidgeot seduce the Zapdos, and let them do whatever they want. Anyway, it's easy to get a Zapdos, but it's not possible now. If you want to plan this, you need at least the strength of a quasi-utopian king. Let's talk about it later. In the absence of Zapdos, temporarily use Han to take over. Han is not afraid of electricity anyway, even if there is thunder, it's okay. Yu-Hai sat in the rest area of the Pokémon Center and thought a lot. He felt that the future road was getting clearer and clearer, and the members of the rainy day team were basically determined. Big-mouthed gull, frog, giant claw crab, rhinoceros, Scyther, snail. These 6 Pokémon are the first-generation members of the rainy day team and the Pokémon used on the surface. Let's leave it like this for now. As the spider robber, there are only Ghastly, Frog, and Magikarp who will be captured next. These 3 guys are the main members. The remaining Ditto and Orb are auxiliary members. There is really no Pokémon available. I can only hope that these 3 little guys can take the lead. It's not that he doesn't want better Pokémon, but he met these 9 Pokémon first. Frog and Ghastly are not going to be used openly, so as not to have no Pokémon available when doing bad things, so these 2 little guys can only be wronged. His current Pokémon configuration is the 6 main ones in the open: Panther, Frog, Crab, Rhinoceros, Scyther, Snail, and 4 auxiliary Pokémon: Butterfree, Slowpoke, Squirrel, and Starfish. The 3 main ones used by the spider robber are Frog, Ghastly, Magikarp, and 2 auxiliary Pokémon, Ditto and Orb. Counting an unknown Farfetch'd, there are 16 Pokémon, and these 16 Pokémon are his basic base. After he washes his hands, it won't matter if Frog and Ghastly are exposed, since they are lying flat anyway, and it doesn't matter if they are seen. As for other Pokémon that appear in conjunction with rainy days, for example, the dry skin attribute of Mimi, the rain plate attribute of Squirtle and Rocket and Kappa, the moist body attribute of Dragonite, Vaporeon, Quasi-God Slimy, and Agile Bugs, he has. And the leisurely and free swimming attribute of Golduck, Scyther, Thorn Dragon, Swampert, Rocket and Kappa, and Toad King. 290 Chapter 284, I Will Miss You. 290. We can see these Pokémon later, and we will capture them if we can, but there is nothing we can do if we can't. To be honest, he really wants a Swampert, but those are the 3 starter Pokémons, and there are basically no ones with good potential, so he also gave up the idea of catching them. There is also Golduck, which is out of print in the wild on Hassa Island. He dare not catch Scythehelm, and the cub of King Thorn, as he has not encountered one with high potential. If he did not have Dragon Scale, he would not consider King Thorn. After all, among his main Pokémons, only Poliwag was cultivated by him little by little, and Butterfree, Saurus, Crab, Rhinoceros, Scyther, Squidward, Frog, Magikarp, Ghastly, Slowpoke. All the Pokémons that were captured later are gifted, and there are almost no ones with poor potential. As long as they are cultivated a little, they are all potential of the king level. The reason why Magikarp has a large base is that it has the potential of a quasi-king level after being captured. There is nothing to say about this. There are also Ghastly and Slowpoke. These two guys can evolve and degenerate. If they can really brush up their potential, combined with the proficiency panel, he really can't imagine that giftedness is not enough to describe these two guys. Ghastly can still be said to be gifted, Slowpoke is completely the result of his promotion. By then, raising a pond of shelter and letting Slowpoke fish and be in a daze can improve the potential. I really can't imagine how strong this guy will be by then. He feels like he has the hope of becoming a champion. If he wants to touch the threshold of the champion, it is estimated that these two little guys will step into the championship step first. It seems that he should pay attention to the Pokémon that can evolve and degenerate autonomously in the future. This is his strongest trump card. The threshold of the champion depends on the golden finger of Pokémon degeneration. His plugin is just a panel, and Pokémon degeneration is really awesome. Although Ghastly has not tried it yet, he has basically confirmed that this loophole is feasible. After all, there have been many shots of Pokémon evolution and degeneration in the animation, and the legendary beasts often make ordinary Pokémon evolve or degenerate, so it can be determined that this thing is harmless. Just like the switch of a light, only the legendary beasts control this switch. Some Pokémon with extraordinary talents can also control this switch, and there are also Pokémon that evolve by fusion. As for what to do if the switch is broken? Please don't ask such stupid questions. Ghastly is a gas Pokémon and can change at will. Slowpoke's tail can also regenerate after being broken. These are all minor problems. Thinking of this, Yu-Hai felt that it was almost done. He would first cultivate the 6 first-generation members of the Rainy Day team. With the strength of a quasi-king, he would plan more things. Now it was time to go back and rest. As for the exchange meeting, he didn't need to continue to participate. He had just walked around the exchange meeting twice. The only thing that attracted him was this little mouth snail. The other Pokémons were very common. Either the potential was not good, or the exchange conditions were too harsh, or it was not related to the Rainy Day team. He was too lazy to bother and didn't need to go around again. He was not in vain to get this heterochromatic little mouth snail with good talent. After all, people should not be too greedy. But when he put away the little mouth snail's pokeball and looked up, he happened to see a small and delicate face with a pair of charming big eyes, who were quietly looking at him, and he was immediately scared and fell back. The girl who was looking at him was also startled and jumped back 2 steps to avoid his sight. When he saw who it was, he breathed a sigh of relief and slowly loosened his hand on his waist. Just now, he almost pulled out the dagger on his belt and stabbed the girl in front of him, but fortunately he held back. "Why are you here?" "Mr. Aha, I saw you at the exchange meeting and followed you out of curiosity." Ling saw that Yu-Hai was startled and felt a little embarrassed. She didn't want to be like this. Just now, she saw Yu-Hai was in a daze, so she didn't disturb Yu-Hai, but she was also startled. "I want to go back and rest. Do you have something to talk to me about?" Yu-Hai waved his hand. He didn't care about the girl's purpose. He just wanted to go back to sleep and get enough rest so that he could leave Marcote Island tomorrow. He planned to go to Little Orange Island in 2 days. From Marcote Island to Little Orange Island, there was an unnamed island in the middle. He planned to use it as a transit station. Otherwise, he could fly directly to Little Orange Island. He felt that Xiao Ying's skulls might not work. It would be better not to be so extreme. Anyway, they were not in a hurry. It would be fine to fly to Little Orange Island in 2 days. It's only past 9 o'clock now. Mr. Hai wants to rest. Aling looked at the time on the watch. It felt that it was too early to go to bed now. Yu Hai was not a person who went to bed early. I'm a little tired recently. I want to rest early. Yu Hai's reason for rejecting people was obvious. I don't know if this girl can hear it. So that's the case. Mr. Hai, can you help me take a look at these little guys? These little guys are the elves I got at the exchange meeting. Seeing that Yu Hai wanted to rest, Aling quickly took out the elves she got tonight. They were all elves given to her by other trainers when she was shopping at the exchange meeting. Mosquito repellent, Seduck, Onion Duck, and Duckling. Yu Hai took the Pokeball and looked at the proficiency panels of these 4 Pokémon one by one. He found that the potential ranged from 30 to 50. There was nothing abnormal in the panel, so he returned the Pokeball to the girl. All 4 Pokémon are healthy, and they are all very good Pokémon. Yu Hai was also wondering when he returned the Pokeball. He could understand that no one wanted Mosquito, Seduck, and Farfetch'd, but it was a bit unbelievable that no one wanted Duckbill either. You know, the signature Pokémon of Xiaobo, the owner of the Red Lotus Gym, is a Duckbill Charmeleon. He didn't believe that the trainer who gave up Duckbill didn't know this, but it had nothing to do with him, and he couldn't control it. Really? Aling took the Pokeball and looked at the 4 little guys in the Pokeball. Her castle had been added with 4 employees, plus the 10 elves captured during the day. That's 14 little guys, and there are more than 10 ghost elves in the castle, so many elves are enough to take care of a castle. By the way, Miss Aling, I will leave Marcote Island tomorrow, wish you a prosperous business in advance. Yu Hai stood up and said goodbye to Aling, and prepared to go back to the room to rest. Mr. A Hai is leaving. Aling heard that Yu Hai was leaving the island, and she was not happy at the moment, and she felt indescribably disappointed. Yes, I am traveling in the Orange Islands and will visit many places. Yu Hai did not hide the girl, nor did he leave without saying goodbye. After all, everyone is not a child, and he will not stop for a girl, even if this girl is very beautiful. Mr. A Hai, can you go with me to see my grandmother? My grandmother wants to thank you in person. Aling is very confused now, and she doesn't know what to say. Besides, there are many people here, and it is not convenient to talk. The most important thing is that she can't let Yu Hai leave. Once Yu Hai leaves, she won't know what reason to bother him. Hi, let's go. Yu Hai sighed softly and left the Pokémon Center with the girl. He didn't know what the old lady wanted to do with him. Since she invited him, he couldn't refuse. This time, the two didn't walk on the main street. There were still many trainers on the main street. Seeing so many people on the main street, the girl took Yu Hai to another road. There was a small road behind the houses on both sides of the town road. Walking on this small road with only moonlight, the girl said nothing, but walked very slowly, but the girl knew that this small road would come to an end sooner or later. It was just a few minutes. The girl took Yu Hai to the backyard of her wooden house, and the girl confessed to Yu Hai, "I'm sorry, Mr. A Hai, I lied to you." "What?" Yu Hai asked, puzzled. "It's not that my grandma wants to thank you, but I want to thank you." The girl said this, and suddenly turned around and hugged Yu Hai. Facing the girl's hug, Yu Hai was a little unprepared. He raised his hands but dared not move at all, and didn't know what to say. This scene happened to be seen by the old lady in the backyard house. She knew the trainer boy. The other party was the trainer who accepted the castle investigation mission. He was also the trainer who helped her granddaughter with ideas and provided the idea of turning the castle into a hotel, helping them to keep the castle. But she didn't expect that her granddaughter would be moved. Hey, the old lady didn't say anything, nor did she remind her granddaughter what to do and what not to do. Only a long sigh could express her current mood, which was a kind of helplessness. "Aha, I will miss you." Aling let go of her hand, tiptoed, raised her head, gently kissed Yu Hai on the face, and quickly turned and entered the wooden house in the backyard. The moment the girl entered the wooden house, the wooden door slammed shut, and the inside and outside of the door seemed to have become two worlds. The girl leaned against the wooden door and slowly sat down, covering her mouth to prevent herself from crying, but tears still slid down from the corners of her eyes. Seeing the girl leave so decisively, Yu Hai opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but the girl had already closed the door. In the end, he said nothing. He stared at the wooden house with warm lights, turned around and left silently. In the past, he didn't believe in Romeo and Juliet. After all, how could they love each other so much after only seeing each other a few times? Now he understands, but he is no longer himself. If it were in the previous life, he would accept it. After all, it was difficult to meet such a girl in that impetuous society. But he can't stop in this life, at least not now. He can only say that the other party is a good girl and he met her too early. Now he is not ready, so he can only express regret. He doesn't want the girl to wait for him, but to bravely walk his own way until he meets a man who is willing to stop for him. He is not worth it. Reality is like this. There are not so many perfect things. After all, reality is not a brainless love drama. There are only many ordinary people, and some are just meeting the right person at the right time and place. This moment may be beautiful, but over time, who can guarantee that this beauty will last forever? Let this beauty stay here forever. Over time the memory will slowly fade, and over time we will forget each other. Time is the fairest thing. Some people use it to make money, and some people use it to eat, drink and have fun. Time will help people smooth everything out, and he will continue on his journey. Coming to the backyard of the elf center, Yu Hai leaned against the wall, a flame rose from his mouth, and lit the cigarette at his mouth in the dark night, but he did not speed up the burning of the cigarette, but silently looked at the burning sparks and the wisps of green smoke that slowly floated up. Until the sparks burned to the cigarette butts, he looked up at the still bright crescent moon in the sky, left a long sigh, the figure leaning here disappeared, and the cigarette butts that fell in the grass slowly extinguished. The night insects and birds chirped here again, and the thick night was accompanied only by the bright moon. After Yu Hai left, the old lady in the house had to remind her granddaughter that the boy was gone. Aling, he's gone. Grandma. Aling stood up from behind the door and hugged her grandmother who was sitting in the rocking chair knitting a sweater. She just wanted to hug her grandmother quietly and didn't want to do anything else. Okay, Mrs. Lingde raised her hand and gently stroked her granddaughter's black hair, and comforted her softly. It was the poor boy who missed you, and it should be the poor boy who should cry. You are the noble lady who will inherit the big castle. At that time, poor boys like this wanted to come to the door, and the queues had to line up to the sea. Grandma, didn't you find the poor boy grandfather? Aling knew that Grandma was comforting herself, but didn't Grandma choose a poor boy back then? Ha ha ha, he is not a poor boy, he is very powerful, otherwise Grandma would not have chosen him. Mrs. Lingde looked at the photo of her late husband when he was young, and unconsciously fell into the memories of her youth. Back then, she was a spoiled noble lady. Because of her playfulness, she was swept away by the waves and drifted alone on the sea. Back then, the poor boy was a little sailor on a fishing boat, and he brought her back to the castle with great difficulty. Facing the strict father with conservative ideas in the castle, the little sailor proved himself. She also waited for the little sailor. But the shackles of that time have long disappeared, and she has walked happily with the poor boy to the present. Now there is nothing that can restrain the little granddaughter. Whatever she likes and wants, young people now can pursue boldly, and no one can stop young people now. Grandma, do you want to talk about the past again? I have heard it many times. Aling was quite sad at first, but she was not so sad after being interrupted by her grandmother. No, Aling, you are different from Grandma. Now you have the right to pursue happiness. Do whatever you want. Grandma will always support you. Grandma Aling heard her grandma say this and hugged her grandma and cried again. Okay, if you still want to see him, open the castle hotel first. I believe he should not like a crybaby, but a girl who silently supports him. "Grandma, can I see him again?" Aling was suddenly very excited when she heard that she could see him again. "Of course, no one stopped you from looking for him," Mrs. Ling Dai smiled helplessly. This little granddaughter's brain is not working well. She can't even figure out such a simple thing. Did Grandma treat Grandpa like this back then? Aling asked curiously. "Ha ha ha, this is a long story. Let me tell you slowly. Back then," Mrs. Ling Dai talked about the past again. She still remembered it clearly. Seeing that her little granddaughter listened carefully, her purpose was achieved. Now the little granddaughter has forgotten the sad things just now. When the castle is turned into a hotel, the little granddaughter will have no time to think about other things, and will slowly forget a strange trainer who has only met for 2 days. After all, the time is too short. Back then, they drifted on the sea for more than half a year, relying on each other, and only came to this day. Here is one thing. The evolution and degeneration of Pokémon have little potential for increase. In fact, the set degeneration not only loses experience points, but also potential. The extra potential is the real growth potential. For example, Ghastly's potential was 27 before evolution, 35.30 after evolution, but it became 27.3 after degeneration. So everyone understands this explanation. I only wrote about the potential growth that is retained after degeneration. I didn't write about the potential that grows by evolution because degeneration will also reduce it, so I'm too lazy to write it. 0.3 just means growth, not 0.3 every time. There will be adjustments later, but it won't exceed a little. Everyone knows that the potential can grow, and the limit will be mentioned in the text. It's time for the plug-in to work. 291 Chapter 285, The Habitat of Farfetch'd. 291. It was cloudy on the 4th day of the northward journey. The weather was good today. Yu Hai got up early and woke up Xiao Ying, who came back late last night. He went to the lobby of the Pokémon Center first and handed Scyther over to Miss Joy for treatment. Yesterday, he only treated Scyther briefly, and let Scyther rest. Later, he forgot about Scyther and was not sure about the frostbite of Scyther. Today, he handed it to Miss Joy for a full-body checkup. If there was any injury, he would treat it. After the treatment, they could leave Marcote Island. While he was treating Scyther, Xiao Ying also packed her backpack and came to the lobby of the Pokémon Center. When she saw Yu Hai, she asked, "Brother Hai, when are we leaving?" "Scyther is still being treated, wait a while before leaving," Yu Hai told Xiao Ying not to worry, and sat in the rest area with Xiao Ying, each taking out breakfast and eating slowly. Half an hour later, Miss Joy notified Yu Hai to go get Scyther. Scyther was fine, and it had almost recovered last night. He paid 3,000 for treatment, took Scyther back, and the two left the Pokémon Center together. When he arrived outside the Pokémon Center, Yu Hai looked at the streets on both sides, but did not see the familiar figure. He just stayed at the gate of the Pokémon Center for a moment, and then took Xiao Ying out of town. For Yu Hai's hesitant behavior, it was only a few seconds in a short time. Xiao Ying did not find anything unusual. When they arrived at the beach, Yu Hai took out Scyther's Pokeball and released Scyther. "Scyther, we are about to leave Marcote Island, is there anything else you want to do?" Scyther heard this and looked up at the dense forest in the distance. It had challenged the leader of the Scyther tribe before, but it was a pity that it lost. It could not beat the old leader. Otherwise, it would not go out alone to challenge past trainers. Since going out to challenge, Frog was the first Pokémon to defeat it. Later, it entangled Frog, and was defeated by Yu Hai, the trainer. The trainer has conquered it. Now if you ask it what unfulfilled wish it has, it is of course to defeat the leader of the Scyther tribe and become the leader of the tribe. But it can't beat the old leader, and even if it goes now, it will be defeated by the old leader again as before. However, sooner or later, it will come back here and defeat the old leader who has never won. Scyther retracted its gaze from the dense forest, raised its sickle and gently touched the button of the poke ball. A beam of red light hit it, and it was also taken into the poke ball. This is Scyther himself entering the poke ball. Yu Hai put Scyther's poke ball away, which is considered to be completely conquered. Brother Hai, look, Xiao Ying did not pay attention to Yu Hai and Scyther, but saw a large group of flying Pokemon in the sky, far-fetched. Onion duck. Yu Hai looked at the onion duck flying towards the depths of the sea, vaguely remembering that the nameless island they were about to go to was the habitat of the onion duck, and these onion ducks were migrating. Don't look, let's go. Yu Hai patted Xiao Ying's head, released the gull, sat on the gull, and flew towards the migrating onion duck. Last night, Yu Hai calibrated the flight direction, and the direction of the onion duck's migration was exactly the direction of the nameless island. The nameless island is not far from Marcote Island. According to the flying speed of the gull, it only takes one morning to reach the nameless island in the afternoon. Wait for me, Brother Hai. Xiao Ying saw Yu Hai leaving, and hurriedly released her own gull, sat on the gull and caught up with Yu Hai. Just as they flew up, a Ling, who was opening the curtains of the castle balcony and bathing in the morning light, saw Yu Hai and Xiao Ying flying in the air. When the girl saw Yu Hai, she recognized Yu Hai riding the gull at first sight. Yu Hai also turned his head to look at the red-pointed castle by the sea, and saw the blurry figure by the window. He didn't say anything, nor did he make any extra movements. He just glanced at the figure, then turned his head to look forward, and didn't look back. The girl looked at Yu Hai slowly going away, and just looked silently, remembering what her grandmother said last night. She decided to open the castle hotel first. If she could see this mysterious trainer again in the future, the other party would be shocked by her changes. She was already looking forward to that day. Right, Meng Yao? Hi? Hi? Meng Yao was confused. What was the girl talking to herself? Why didn't it understand at all? Meng Yao, start to get busy, let's work hard together. A Ling gently stroked Meng Yao, smiled and turned into the castle, releasing the elves who could help her clean up. This castle has been uninhabited for a long time. Cleaning alone is not enough. There are also some furniture, carpets and decorations that must be arranged by her and the elves. Next, it will probably be a long time. Xiao Ying also released only the frog and Parasoma, and after feeding the osprey some food, he took them back. Xiao Ying took over the work of setting up the tent, and he prepared lunch for the elves. The frog and the other 6 were sent to the forest to pick fruit as dessert. When he prepared lunch for the 16 elves, Xiao Ying prepared lunch for the 10 elves, and the elves who went to the forest to pick fruit also came back, bringing back a lot of fruit. When Xiao Ying left Hasa Island, she had 7 elves on her. The 3 extra elves were captured on Marcote Island, one was Heracross, and the other 2 were elves exchanged at the exchange meeting. The 2 elves that Xiao Ying exchanged were Slowpoke and Farfetch. When he saw these 2 elves, Yu Hai was also stunned for a while. He didn't expect Xiao Ying to exchange these 2 elves. Xiao Ying, those 2 elves. Yu Hai was referring to Farfetch and Farfetch. That was a Pokemon I got at the exchange meeting. I saw that Brother Hai had one, so I exchanged them for the 2. Xiao Ying touched his nose awkwardly. In fact, he had touched the pink fur of Slowpoke and felt very comfortable, so he exchanged for Slowpoke. This onion duck was because he didn't know what to exchange for in the end, and he happened to see an onion duck, so he exchanged for onion duck. Ah dong! Yu Hai's Slowpoke saw its own kind and immediately crawled towards Xiao Ying's Slowpoke. Ah dong! Xiao Ying's Slowpoke also cried out in surprise when he saw Yu Hai's Slowpoke. It didn't expect to see its own kind here. The 2 Slowpokes hugged each other. Quack! Xiao Ying's onion duck also saw Yu Hai's onion duck and cried out to Yu Hai's onion duck twice. Quack! Yu Hai's onion duck. The onion duck just glanced at its kind, then turned its head and continued to be in a daze, ignoring its kind. The onion duck was always in a daze, and this symptom had lasted for a long time. Yu Hai also knew why the onion duck was in a daze. Just when he came to this onion duck island, he was ready to deal with the psychological problems of the onion duck. If the onion duck wanted to return to the tribe, he would not stop it. For this onion duck, he could only do this step. He had done his best. After all, it was good enough that it was not used to make soup. It was impossible for him to be so nice to it. After the elves had lunch, he took back all the elves except the 4 mosquito frogs he had released before, as well as the ditto and onion duck on his neck. Xiaoying also left onion duck and ditto here, and the two sat in the shade of the tree to enjoy their leisure time after dinner. As soon as the two sat down, a large group of onion ducks emerged from the woods behind the beach and saw the two of their kind who were subdued by humans. Quack, quack, the wild onion duck called to the two of its kind on the beach. Quack, Xiaoying's onion duck greeted the wild onion duck enthusiastically. Quack, Yu Hai's onion duck looked up at its own kind, then lowered its head again. Onion duck, it's your kind. Let me take you to play with them. Yu Hai waved his hand, letting the two onion ducks play with the wild onion ducks. In fact, after coming here, he figured it out. If the onion ducks wanted to stay on this uninhabited island with abundant resources, he would release them here. Brother Hai, what do you want? Xiaoying was a little puzzled when she saw that Yu Hai didn't care about her onion ducks and was in contact with the wild onion ducks. Xiaoying, my Farfetch'd has psychological problems. If it likes to stay here, I will release Farfetch'd. Ah! I just captured Farfetch'd. Xiaoying was speechless. He knew Farfetch'd had psychological problems, but he didn't know what Brother Hai was thinking about releasing Farfetch'd. It's just a Farfetch'd. If you want to keep it, just keep it. Yu Hai didn't want to explain too much. There are at least hundreds of Farfetch'd here. If he wants to capture Farfetch'd, he can capture a Farfetch'd with the potential to be a quasi-king. Okay, Farfetch'd, go play. Xiaoying also waved her hand to indicate that her Farfetch'd could interact with this group of wild Farfetch'd. After getting the trainer's consent, Xiaoying's Farfetch'd was quite excited. She pulled Yu Hai's Farfetch'd into the forest and mixed into the Farfetch'd group, but Yu Hai's Farfetch'd was still a little reluctant. After watching Farfetch'd enter the woods, Yu Hai stopped paying attention to Farfetch'd and took out Ghastly's poke ball. Seeing that Ghastly was still drunk, he didn't let Ghastly out for lunch just now. Seeing that Ghastly hadn't sobered up yet, he didn't have a good solution. He could only let Ghastly sober up slowly. Ghastly would probably have to digest the venom of Frog before he could sober up. He took out Frog's poke ball again and let Frog come out to detoxify, jog in the woods to exercise, rest when tired, and ask him for food to replenish his energy. After arranging Frog's exercise, he took out Scyther's poke ball again. This Scyther had a strong fighting spirit. It was the kind of Pokemon that grew up in battle, a battle maniac. If Scyther was arranged to undergo a single training, Scyther would definitely not be able to stand the boring training. But combat training is not easy to arrange at all. Among the 7 Pokemon placed outside, Frog, Crab, Butterfree, Orbweb, Ditto, Frog, Farfetch'd. Frog, Crab, and Ditto are all training in the afternoon according to the training plan they made before. Frog is training moisture perception, Ditto is training defense, and the attackers become Butterfree and Orbweb, and the 2 elves help Frog and Ditto train respectively. As for Crab, Claw. Attribute, Water. Gender, Male. Potential, 71%. Level, 34.56%. Attribute, Super Strength Claw /28.22%. Hidden Attribute, Force /8.53%. Mastered Moves, Hand Hammer /15.22%. Water Gun /25.35%. Metal Claw /16.34%. Dig /22.54%. Mud Shooting /21.24%. Seeking Rain /4.04%. High Speed Movement /30.15%. Crab Claw Hammer /11.55%. Hold /19.44%. Iron Wall /7.64%. Instant Amnesia /4.18%. Sword Dance /3.25%. No moves for now, Stare /3.43%. Harden /32.14%. I haven't looked at the Giant Claw Crabs panel for almost half a month. The Giant Claw Crabs level has also reached level 34, an increase of 5%. The Super Strength Claw attribute has increased by 6%, which is not bad, but the Force attribute has not increased, only increased by 3%. There are very few moves that can trigger the Force attribute, and the Giant Claw Crab rarely triggers it. The changes in the remaining moves are quite large. The Arm Hammer has increased by 9%. The Water Gun has increased by 7%. Harden has increased by 9%. The Metal Claw has increased by 11%. This is a move that can trigger Force, but it's a steel move. Digging increased by 9%. Mud Shooting increased by 15%. It is possible to increase so fast. The foundation of Water Gun proficiency. Pray for Rain only increased by 2%, and this move is not the focus of training. High Speed Movement increased by 21%, which is a change that can only be achieved through focused training. It is the move that has changed the most in the past half month. Crab Claw Hammer also increased by 10%, which is the most powerful move of the Giant Claw Crab. This is the change of existing moves. The next is the new move learned on Hasa Island. The proficiency of defending is 19%. After learning it, you need to practice it frequently every night to achieve such a high proficiency. Because of the hardening of the iron wall, the proficiency after learning it is still good, but these two moves are a bit repetitive, and the hardening only strengthens the defense once, while the iron wall strengthens the defense twice. It is obvious which of these two moves is stronger. On the ever-changing battlefield, the enemy will definitely not give the Giant Claw Crab the opportunity to strengthen 6 times. At most 1 or 2 times is good. The Giant Crab needs to seize the opportunity and try to stack up the defense in 2 or 3 times, so that it can better deal with the next battle. Sorry, I'm late. Hasn't the voice of GPT been decentralized recently? I was just playing GPT. I don't know when the domestic big manufacturers can catch up. If you lag behind in the Industrial Revolution, you will be beaten. 292 Chapter 286, Tactical Arrangement. 292. The next Giant Crab will focus on training the 3 moves of Iron Wall, Instant Amnesia, and Sword Dance to complete his idea of high attack, high defense and high speed of the Giant Crab. The current Giant Crab has reached the speed requirement, and only double resistance and Sword Dance are left. There is no rush for other moves. Stack up the defense first. There are also Instant Amnesia and Sword Dance. The proficiency has not broken 5. I have just learned to get started. There is still a long way to go. However, training Iron Wall and Instant Amnesia is not that troublesome. The Giant Crab only needs to use these 2 moves continuously, and it has to withstand the missile needle attack of the Orb Spider. The only thing that needs to be replenished is physical strength. With the Energy Cube, the Giant Crab can eat as much as it wants. There is no shortage of food. It can also allow the Giant Crab to master the enhancement of Iron Wall and Instant Amnesia as soon as possible. The training plan of the Giant Crab also needs to be changed. In the morning, it is still running at high speed. In the afternoon, it trains Iron Wall and Instant Amnesia. In the evening, it trains Sword Dance. First, improve the proficiency of these 3 moves before talking about other moves. Back to the problem of Scyther. Scyther is only suitable for training moves and combat skills in battle. Where can he find an opponent for Scyther? If it is a mosquito frog, it will delay the mosquito frog's afternoon training, unless the mosquito frog can also train moisture perception while fighting. After all, moisture perception is supposed to be used in battle, so it is okay to let the mosquito frog adapt in advance. There is also a training plan for Scyther. He has no clue yet and doesn't know how to arrange it. This Scyther is almost excellent in terms of potential, level, characteristics, and moves, and has no shortcomings. The only shortcoming is that the combination of the insect and flying attributes of Scyther is really a bad combination. 2 times weaker than the flying attribute, 4 times weaker than the rock attribute, 2 times weaker than the fire attribute, 2 times weaker than the electric attribute, 2 times weaker than the ice attribute. 5 weaknesses, 4 resistances. This attribute combination is very bad no matter how you look at it. In the future, this Scyther will definitely evolve into a giant claw mantis. After all, the attribute combination of the giant claw mantis is much better than that of Scyther. The giant claw mantis has only one weakness, 4 times weaker than fire, but has 9 resistances, and has a red armor covering the whole body, which is really cool. There is also the evolved characteristic light metal, which is much more useful than the unyielding heart. Unyielding heart, every time you shrink back, the unyielding heart will ignite and the speed will increase by 1 level. Light metal, the weight of the body will be halved. These 2 characteristics are acceleration characteristics, and it is obvious which one has the advantage. Of course, it's not the same thing. Unyielding heart must have other meanings. For example, it's hard to say that the fighting spirit of Scyther is not affected by the unyielding heart trait. However, the trait is just an inducement. Even if Scyther doesn't have the unyielding heart trait, its fighting spirit will not be weakened in the face of strong enemies. This is Scyther, a naturally arrogant warrior. It can only be said that Scyther's excellence and achievements depend on its own actions and efforts. Even if this Scyther is not conquered by him, Scyther will become the leader of the tribe. It is Scyther's own efforts and determination to constantly challenge strong enemies that make him successful, not this trait. Even if there is no unyielding heart trait, Scyther can continue to hone his strong heart in battle after battle and obtain the same characteristics as unyielding heart, but without the acceleration effect. To be honest, he really didn't like the first level speed enhancement, and it had to flinch to trigger it. He felt that this Scyther, who liked to compete and challenge strong enemies, was unlikely to trigger flinching. Because the stronger the enemy, the more excited this guy would be, so how could he flinch? The light metal characteristics after evolution were just icing on the cake. What he really liked was the insect premonition characteristic. Insect premonition, when HP decreases, the power of insect attributed moves will increase. This characteristic is not just as simple as increasing the power of moves, as you can tell from the name. Premonition, when physical strength decreases, it should also enhance the perception ability of Scyther, commonly known as the sixth sense. This perception ability is similar to the moisture perception of the mosquito frog, or the superpower perception, wave. The perception is different. This perception is similar to the danger foreknowledge of the bad frog, both are sixth senses, and also passive perception. Perceptions such as moisture perception and superpower perception are all active perceptions. The difference between active and passive is very big. Active perception can be perceived before the enemy takes action, while passive perception can only be perceived after the enemy takes action, unless the enemy has great malice. Active perception and passive perception are like the difference between first and second. Although the sixth sense is a little weaker than moisture perception, it is also worth developing. It is just right for Scyther and mosquito frog to practice more and increase the sensitivity of the sixth sense. In addition to the insect premonition characteristics worth developing, he had thought about the general direction of Scyther's cultivation before, and it is still a high attack, high speed, and high burst path. High attack is already available, chi gathering and sword dance, as well as insect-type moves such as continuous slashing, with a basic power of 40, a hit doubles the power, a second hit of 80, a third hit of 160, and a maximum power of 160. Hitting 3 times in a row can stack the power. It also has high speed. Scythe has 3 high-speed moves, lightning flash, high-speed movement, and tailwind, which are enough to increase the speed of Scythe, but not enough for Mantis. Scythe's basic speed is 105, while Mantis's is only 65. Even with the light metal characteristic, the speed is doubled to 130. Mantis's basic speed seems to be high, but it depends on the situation of Mantis and Scythe. The two are like a heavy armor warrior and a leather armor warrior. The red armor covering the whole body increases Mantis's defense and weight. Scythe, weight 56.0 kilograms. Mantis, weight 118.0 kilograms. Mantis is more than twice as heavy as Scythe, and the speed increased by light metal alone is not enough. Only with the light metal characteristic can Mantis barely keep up with Scythe's basic speed. In fact, there is another item that can reduce the weight of the elves, which is in line with his idea of the high speed of the giant Mantis. Light stone, the weight of the elves carrying this item is halved. As long as this item is worn, the weight of the giant Mantis becomes 30 kilograms, which is equivalent to a quarter of its previous weight. With the base speed of 130 unchanged, the weight is halved again, and the speed is doubled again, which is a base speed of 260, which is comparable to the agile bug. The basic speed of the agile bug after doubling is 290. There are also items carried by the insect and steel types. If he is allowed to choose, it is really not as good as doubling the speed. And who said that the elves can only carry one item? As long as they can be hung on the body, they can wear as many items as they want. Whether they can be used is another matter. High speed is already there, and now the high burst is missing. The high burst of Scyther is based on high speed, enhanced moves, and continuous hits of combo. As long as the combo hits 3 times in a row, the power of the 4th and 5th combos is 160. Therefore, the key to high burst is still on continuous hits. In addition to high attack, high speed, and high burst, Scyther has one more thing after evolution, that is, high defense, because Crab can learn the Iron Wall move, which has a little more defense than Frog. If we talk about the Pokémon without shortcomings, it has to be Crab, which can stack both resistances, speed, and attack. Frog lacks physical defense, Crab lacks special defense, and Rhino lacks special defense, all of which are very biased. The focus of the tactical system of Crab is still on the continuous hits of the continuous slash. If the continuous attack of the continuous slash cannot be played, everything is in vain. In the future training plan, Scyther must work hard on the continuous slash, and he will also train Scyther around this move. This is the development direction of Scyther that he got through the panel of Scyther. After Scyther, the move to cooperate with the continuous slash to improve the hit rate in the morning training is speed. As long as the speed is fast enough, the hit rate of the continuous slash will not be bad. There is nothing we can do about it. Scyther can't learn moves that increase the hit rate, but it can carry items. With the light stone and silver powder, I don't know if the giant claw mantis can adapt to the 3rd item. I can only try it later. At noon, Scyther can train with the mosquito frog to improve the 6th sense of danger. At night, he can train to increase the power of continuous slashes. With the hit rate increased, the power naturally cannot be reduced. As for the final high defense, wait until Scyther evolves. Scyther can't learn the Iron Wall now. So, Scyther will train in high speed in the morning, lightning flash, high speed movement, tailwind, in the afternoon, train the characteristic bug premonition, and in the evening, high attack training, gathering energy, and sword dance, and continuous slashes. So far, Scyther's training plan and current tactical arrangements are all these. After formulating the training plan for Scyther, he released Scyther from the poke ball. Scyther looked around and saw the mosquito frog training its moisture perception under the tree, and immediately wanted to go over. Scyther, wait a minute, I have something to say. Yu-Hai stopped Scyther and called the mosquito frog, which was dodging the attack of the orb silk spider with its back to the spider. Mosquito frog, come here. Yobo, the mosquito frog had several. The missile needle didn't dodge, and its back was already full of tiny spikes. When the mosquito frog came over, Yu-Hai also saw the tiny spikes on the mosquito frog's back, stretched out his hand to pull them off one by one, and sprayed the mosquito frog with wound medicine. These small wounds will heal in a short time. He looked at the mosquito frog and Scyther in front of him, and mainly explained to Scyther, "Scyther, if you want to become stronger, you must train according to the training method I specify, understand?" Flying Mantis didn't expect to become stronger so quickly, and immediately nodded seriously, ready to listen to what Yu Hai said. "Scyther, you will train with the mosquito frog." Yu Hai looked at the mosquito frog again and explained to the mosquito frog, "Mosquito frog, you should retreat a little further, 7 or 8 meters will be enough." Yobo, the mosquito frog retreated from the shade of the tree, more than 10 steps away from Yu Hai and Scyther, about 7 or 8 meters. "Okay, frog, use the water gun on Scythe." Yu Hai stood up and shouted to Frog. Yobo, puff, Frog was very obedient and spit out a water gun, hitting Scythe. Scythe was drenched by the water gun and immediately raised the sickle, but was held down by Yu Hai. He explained to Scythe, "Scythe, dodge the attack of the water gun, this is training." "Who?" Scythe was confused. "Is being beaten also training?" "Scythe, this is training your dodge ability and stimulating the perception hidden in your body. After you become proficient, you can dodge the water gun with your eyes closed. Do you understand?" "Who?" Scythe nodded. In fact, it didn't understand, but it could feel that it was very powerful. "Now it's your turn, Scyther, use the air blade to attack Frog." Yu Hai told Scyther to attack, and at the same time he shouted to Frog, "Frog, avoid the attack after Scyther attacks." Yobo, Frog stared at Scyther intently, and saw Scyther throw out the wind blade from its wings, and instantly jumped away from the spot to avoid the attack. "Pa pa pa, okay, that's it, this is your next training." Yu Hai waved his hand, stood between Frog and Scyther, and explained what happened just now to the two elves. "Frog, your afternoon training in the future is to use water guns, mud shooting, ice balls and other long-range attacks to attack Scyther. Scyther needs to dodge, and will also use air blades and wings to attack you. You also have to dodge. Do you understand? You can only use long-range attacks, not close combat. This is to train your dodge ability." When Yu Hai said this, Xiaoying was also training her own elves and heard what he said. He didn't hide it at all. Xiaoying likes to listen. What he needs is Xiaoying to arrange the training of the elves and formulate tactics for the elves. This requires self-exploration. The answer lies in the attributes, characteristics, moves, and props of the elves. If you don't know, read more books. Now he can still give a few words. After they separate, they need to rely on themselves for everything, and can't rely too much on others. He believes Xiaoying also understands this truth. After all, this is how he taught Xiaoying. You can't hide in the woods or behind the rocks. Just train on the beach. Stay away. Don't hit the tent. When you hit, use less force. Don't get hurt. There is no Pokemon Center here. Rest when you are tired. Come to me for food when you are hungry. Yu Hai drove away the mosquito frog and the flying mantis. He didn't expect that the flying mantis only had 2 long-range moves, and they were both flying moves. 1 physical attack wing attack, and 1 special attack air blade. Only these 2 moves can be used for training. The afternoon training of the mosquito frog and the flying mantis can train perception and evasion, and can also train the proficiency of long-range moves. It really kills 2 birds with 1 stone. However, at the beginning, the flying mantis must be at a disadvantage. The mosquito frog's moving target hit rate is almost 100%. Training with the mosquito frog can also improve the hit rate of the flying mantis. After finishing the training of Scyther and integrating it into the training of Frog, he took out the Pokeball of Snail. 293 Chapter 287, Camping Hot Pot. 293. When Snail was released just now, it didn't eat lunch, as if it was on a hunger strike. Could it be because the trainer abandoned it? He didn't know clearly, so he could only release it and slowly enlighten it. The most important thing was to tell Snail that the young trainer didn't abandon it, but exchanged it for Scyther. Bang! Snail came out of the Pokeball, looking weak and listless. After looking at Yu Hai, he sat on the grass and stared at the sea in a daze. Yu Hai gently raised his palm, placed it on the snail shell of the little mouth snail and stroked it gently, and said to the little mouth snail, "Little mouth snail, your trainer exchanged you with me, follow me in the future." Snail mouth snail, little mouth snail called out speechlessly twice, and wanted to complain about this human. "It was you, the big bad guy, who exchanged me away, and now you come to comfort me. I always feel something is weird." "Little mouth snail, if you don't understand, it's useless to follow me. It's better to follow me. I can make you shine your own light. Only I understand you, little mouth snail." Snail mouth snail, little mouth snail finally got some interest and looked up at this strange trainer, who was its third trainer. The first trainer was a woman. She only raised it for a few days and then teleported it to Marcote Island. The second trainer was the boy who always let it fight. The boy also said that it was a loser. It was obviously the boy who couldn't command. The boy, "I am such a wimp, how could it be that it is a wimp?" These two trainers never said that they understood it, and it was the third trainer who said that they understood it, and it was still a little unconvinced. "You look different from your kind, and you can use electric moves. You are often excluded by your kind, right?" Little mouth snail Yu Hai's palm gently stroked the little mouth snail's head and told the little mouth snail's previous experience. He knew that the little mouth snail with a different appearance would definitely be excluded in the tribe. This is a very normal thing. After all, different species will be excluded everywhere, not to mention little mouth snails. Humans are like this. Snail mouth snail, little mouth snail nodded excitedly. Yu Hai was right. If it hadn't been excluded by its kind because of its different appearance, it wouldn't have gone out alone to be captured by humans and then met Yu Hai. Yu Hai had never seen it, and it didn't know Yu Hai. How did Yu Hai know that it was excluded? That's because they don't understand you, little mouth snail. Yu Hai smiled gently and comforted little mouth snail softly. "Look who is ostracizing you here. Everyone is a good partner, and that boy doesn't understand you either. Just follow me in the future. I'll provide food and accommodation." Snail, snail, little mouth snail looked at the mosquito frog and scyther in the distance, as well as the giant crab and ditto who were being beaten. Everyone was training. Orb silk spiders climbed on the tree and spit out missile needles, Butterfree sat on the tent and drank honey water, and the bad frog jogged by the forest. Everyone had their own things to do and had no time to exclude it. Even when eating, everyone was happy, and this trainer didn't say it was bad, but said he understood it. It felt that it was not bad to stay here, without having to endure the boy's white eyes, and didn't have to listen to the very bad boy's command to it. He didn't admit that he was bad, but actually said it was bad. After thinking this through, the little mouth snail was not so sad, and it was not abandoned, but just exchanged to someone else. The new trainer also paid a Pokémon to get it. "So, I am quite important, otherwise this trainer would not have exchanged me." "Little mouth snail, eat this first." Yu Hai saw that the little mouth snail calmed down, and also took out the insect energy cube to feed the little mouth snail. Considering that the little mouth snail has the potential of electric type, he can consider feeding some electric energy cubes to develop the electric type moves of the little mouth snail. But he didn't have electric energy cubes now, so he could only feed the little mouth snail insect energy cubes first, and wait until they arrived at Little Orange Island. Snail snail, the little mouth snail did not refuse Yu Hai's feeding, but ate the whole energy cube and tasted it carefully. Following the boy, it had never eaten such delicious food. After eating the energy cube, the little mouth snail jumped out of Yu Hai's arms and went to watch the training of the giant claw crab and ditto. I don't know why they were beaten. Butterfree saw little mouth snail coming over and generously shared the honey water with little mouth snail. It is now the big sister, so it is natural to take care of the new little brother who has joined the team. Snail snail snail, little mouth snail saw the honey water, sniffed its nose and took a sip, and was immediately attracted by the sweetness of the honey water. It sat on the grass and kept sucking on the straw. Seeing that the elves got along well, Yu Hai was relieved and didn't care about it, but prepared to make a training plan for Little Mouth Snail. The characteristic of moist body is nothing to see. The effect is that in rainy days, abnormal states will be cured. As long as this characteristic is mastered, it can attract small-scale rainfall at any time and will not fall into abnormal states. Another characteristic is dust-proof, which has the effect of not being harmed by sandstorms, nor being affected by powder and spore-type moves. It will disappear after evolution. After evolution, it will become a lightweight characteristic. This characteristic is the key point. He mentioned it before, so I won't say it now. In short, there is only one word, that is, fast. He has experience in training extremely fast Pokémon, but the situation of Squirtle is different from that of Scyther. After Scyther evolves, it is still a heavy armored warrior, but after Squirtle evolves, it can only become a high-speed assassin, and a very fragile assassin, with a physical defense of only 40 and a special defense of only 60, which is lower than the double resistance of Beedrill. It is really a fragile assassin. Others can make countless mistakes, but Squirtle will be killed instantly if he makes a mistake once. For the training plan of Squirtle, survival is still the main focus. After all, Squirtle is a fragile assassin, even more fragile than Beedrill. The premise of defeating the opponent is survival. As for the tactical arrangement of Squirtle, of course, it is based on survival. Only by surviving first can we talk about other things. Then we must take survival as the primary goal and formulate tactics for Squirtle. Close combat is not good. If Squirtle is caught, the opponent can replace Squirtle. Squirtle should avoid close combat. Excluding close combat, the only thing left for the Little Mouth Snail is long-range attack. He needs to develop a kite tactic for the Little Mouth Snail. With a basic speed of 290, almost no elf can catch up with the speed of the Little Mouth Snail. In addition, the electrical energy in the body can stimulate the body cells, and the Little Mouth Snail will only run faster. The Little Mouth Snail needs a faster nerve reaction, but there is no need to worry about this. Elves are different from humans. The nerve reaction will increase with the improvement of strength. By then, the Little Mouth Snail will be so fast that even he can't react. The Little Mouth Snail needs to learn to fight on its own. He will only give instructions when necessary. Add to that the awakening power electricity. The Little Mouth Snail has no shortcomings except that it is a little fragile. Next, the Little Mouth Snail needs to train the hit rate of long-range moves. Fixed targets and moving targets need to hit the enemy while moving quickly. Awakening power electricity can restrain the flying type, mud shooting can slow down and restrain the fire type. The unlucky rock type is restrained by the 5 attributes of ground, fighting, water, grass, and steel. There is nothing much to say. Only awakening power electricity and mud shooting are irreplaceable, because Agile Bug only knows these 2 moves to restrain the flying type and the fire type. Little Mouth Snail can also scatter spikes, but scattering spikes hurts the enemy 1000 and hurts itself 800. No matter it is scattering spikes, poison spikes, or invisible rocks, as long as they fall on the battlefield, the damage is two-way. He doesn't really want to use it. If the opponent uses it, that's another story. It's better to use mud shooting, but Little Mouth Snail doesn't know how to do it yet. Let Little Mouth Snail learn mud shooting first, and you can also use mud shooting to train your accuracy. The training of awakening power electricity can be discussed after he goes to Little Orange Island and buys the electric energy cube. The only Pokémons that can shoot mud now are the giant claw crab and the frog. The frog is having a hot fight with the Scyther, so let's not disturb them. Let the giant claw crab teach the Little Mouth Snail. Giant claw crab, stop for a moment. Little Mouth Snail, come here too. I was going to let the Little Mouth Snail learn mud shooting from the giant claw crab. The Little Mouth Snail had already passed the baby stage and could participate in training. Coo cough, the giant claw crab came over and raised its claws. The tiny missile needles on its body were shaken off by it. The painless attack could not break the defense at all. Even if there was no iron wall, the crab shell alone could resist the attack. Snail, 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 the little mouth snail finished drinking the honey water and came to stand in front of Yu-Hai. I don't know what Yu-Hai wants it to do. Little mouth snail, you need to learn mud shooting from giant claw crab. Yu-Hai looked at giant claw crab again and said to it, Giant claw crab, spit out 2 mud shots for little mouth snail to see. Ku-K, puff, giant claw crab heard the mud shooting and immediately spit out 2 mud shots, hitting the tree trunk with a bang. Snail, mouth snail, puff, little mouth snail also imitated giant claw crab and spit out 2 mud shots, but there was no mud, only saliva. Ha ha ha, little mouth snail, mud shooting is not your basic move, you need to learn it slowly. Yu-Hai smiled and patted the funny little mouth snail, letting little mouth snail learn the new move slowly from giant claw crab. With little mouth snail's talent, little mouth snail should be able to learn this new move quickly. Looking at little mouth snail leaving with giant claw crab, Yu-Hai sat down again and sighed helplessly. Little mouth snail can only be a high-speed assassin, not a high-attack and high-speed assassin. The little mouth snail cannot learn to enhance moves, and cannot enhance its own attacks. Only high-speed movement can enhance speed. It is really a high-speed fragile assassin. The talent is all speed, and it can only use long-range moves to interfere with the opponent. The little mouth snail has many shortcomings. It is not good at double resistance, attack and burst. It can only kite to kill the opponent. Don't even think about melee combat. Not to mention the danger of melee combat, just look at the tonnage of the little mouth snail. If it punches a spirit of the same tonnage as the armored Tyrannosaurus, the armored Tyrannosaurus will probably be fine, but the little mouth snail will definitely break a bone. Even if it wants to fight in close combat, it is the opponent of the same tonnage, and the little mouth snail can fight in close combat. The tonnage of the agile bug is only about 25 kilograms, which means that it can fight in close combat with opponents of about 50 kilograms. There is no way. Who said that the little mouth snail is too fragile? If the enemy's tonnage is too large, close combat is just a tickle, and too fast speed will also cause fractures, which is not worth the loss. After arranging the training plans for Scyther and Snail, he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the training plans written in Chinese characters on the notebook, he sat under the shade of the tree again and looked at the sparkling sea. For the elves who were training, he would take out food and water from time to time to replenish the physical strength consumed by the elves in training. Of his 9 main elves, 8 elves already had training plans, and there was still one Ghastly that he had no clue about. He needed to wait for Ghastly to wake up. Ghastly was still dizzy now. He didn't expect that he would be so drunk with just a little venom. He originally wanted to try to make Ghastly evolve and degenerate, and first brush up his potential to the Quasi-King, but Ghastly was drunk, so the plan had to be shelved. When Ghastly wakes up, he can start to brush up his potential. Considering that Ghastly will lose experience when it degenerates, he does not plan to increase Ghastly's level. He will consider evolving Ghastly only after Ghastly's potential has been brushed to the limit, and then he can evolve into Jengar. Once evolved into Jengar, it is unknown whether Ghastly can degenerate freely. If not, he will lose a lot. At the same time, Ghastly's attempt to brush potential is also to verify the feasibility of evolution to increase potential. If it is feasible, there is nothing to say. He will definitely raise a pool of Shelter, a large group of Slowpokes, and cultivate a group of champion Slowpokes. And Ghastly will never stop until his potential reaches the champion, or even the limit of potential. He thinks that the limit of potential is the first level god of this world, a mythical beast similar to a big-head fish that cannot fly. I really don't know if Ghastly can reach this height. If he can, with the addition of Gigantamax, he can compete with these mythical beasts. Now he is waiting for Ghastly to wake up. I don't know if Ghastly can bring me any surprises. I really hope it is a big surprise, which means that Ghastly will be his strongest Pokémon. Before Ghastly becomes the strongest, they must establish a deep enough bond. Without a sufficient bond, he really can't control this Ghastly. He put Ghastly's pokeball back into his backpack and looked at the time. It was past 4 in the afternoon and he should make dinner for the Pokemons. He planned to have a camping hot pot tonight and tomorrow he was going to Little Orange Island to say goodbye to Xiaoying. This dinner tonight would be his final farewell. When he finished the hot pot, the mosquito frogs and others stopped training. 2 onion ducks also saw Bjorn coming back. Everyone gathered together and started tonight's dinner. Brother hi, I didn't expect to eat hot pot here. Xiaoying picked up meat from the steaming pot, her mouth full of oil, and she laughed happily. Haha, there are many things you didn't expect. When no one is chasing you, it's pretty good in the wild. Yu Hai subconsciously thought of the days when he played in the mud on the deserted island. At that time, he didn't have so many elf companions, but now there are 16. 294 Chapter 288, Abnormal Elf Eggs. 294. If the onion ducks were released here, the elves would become 15 again, which is not a small number. When Yu Hai thought of having to feed 15 big mouths, he couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. Even if he had a big family, he couldn't afford to feed 15 elves. On this trip north, even if he couldn't become a gym apprentice, he would probably find a place to settle down, open a breeding house, raise his own elves, and make a little money. If he could become a gym apprentice, it would be another matter. No one could tell what would happen at that time, but he would definitely find a place with a black market. The black market is a treasure trove. If he wants to develop, he must do some black goods. Of course, he didn't want to rob others. After all, there was no grudge. If someone couldn't resist the greed in his heart, he couldn't be blamed. Next, after everyone happily finished a hot pot, he collected all the elves that had finished dinner, leaving only the mosquito-repellent frog, the round silk spider, the giant claw crab, and the leek duck. The remaining elves rested in the elf balls and didn't need to train at night. He was not familiar with this deserted island, and it would be difficult to find the elves if they got lost. Of the 4 elves left, 3 were night watch elves, the elves that protected the safety of the tent at night. He sent 3 and Xiaoying sent 2. 5 elves each had 1 corner, which was enough. The remaining onion duck did not need to keep watch. He took out an onion from his backpack. It was an onion he found in the backpack of the elf hunter and also the onion of onion duck's companion. Looking at the onion, he looked at onion duck, who was sitting by the fire in a daze, and returned the onion to onion duck. Onion duck, I'll give you this onion. We will leave this uninhabited island tomorrow. You can stay and live with your own kind. You don't have to follow us anymore. Quack, quack. Onion duck looked at the onion in front of him, and then looked up at Yu Hai who handed him the onion. This human was really different. Not only did he not eat him, but he also fed him well and didn't abuse him. Instead, he gave him a cold shoulder, but he didn't get angry. Now he has returned his companion's onion and let him live on this uninhabited island. But do he really want to stay? Is this a place where he can settle down? It didn't know. It was in a mess. Looking at the companions around it who had been with it for a long time, it recalled every bit of life with everyone, playing in the water together, watching TV together, eating together, training together. Everyone was a very friendly elf. Did it really want to leave everyone? In fact, the onion of onion duck is not only a weapon, but also the last life-saving food of onion duck. It is the material for onion duck to build a nest. It is not onion, but the rhizome of the plant. If the onion is lost, onion duck will snatch the onion of other onion ducks, which is enough to show how precious onion is to onion duck. Now, onion duck got the onion of its dead companion. Under the illumination of the orange-red fire, onion duck stared at the onion blankly, recalling the carefree days with his companions. Seeing that onion duck didn't speak, Yu Hai didn't persuade it, but took out the incubator. He didn't forget that today was the 25th day of hatching the elf eggs, and it was time to change the battery. Today is also the hatching period of Dajia. He missed the hatching period of Silly Bird, as well as the hatching periods of Caterpie, Caracara, Boar, Baby Bear, and Thirax. Now he will miss the hatching period of Dagia and other elves. After all, this elf egg has not shown any signs of hatching until now. He can only wait for the result of 30 days. The hatching period of 30 days is the hatching period of elves such as Fossil Helm and Ammonite. But these elves are living fossils. Some underground caves still have traces of these elves. They are not completely extinct. He feels that it is unlikely to appear in the form of elf eggs. Let's see what happens when the time comes. He won't be surprised no matter what is hatched. When he took out the incubator, he found that the heating light of the incubator was off. That is to say, the incubator is out of power, but he clearly remembered that it was fully charged last time, and it was equipped with 2 batteries, which was enough for the incubator to use for 10 days. Today, he took it out just because he was used to charging it once every 5 days. He wanted to take it out to see if the elf egg had hatched, but he didn't expect it to be out of power. This was a bit strange. Was it the incubator or the battery that was broken? He took out the battery and replaced it. The warm light and temperature control screen started to work, indicating that there was nothing wrong with the incubator. It could only be that there was something wrong with the battery. He bought a low-quality battery from a big supermarket. There were even fakes. Before he could curse, the incubator ran out of power again, the warm light dimmed, and the temperature control screen also it was dark. What the hell? Is there really something wrong with the battery? This is a big brand battery. Yu-Hai was unconvinced, and took out 2 more batteries to replace the incubator, but it only lasted for 5 minutes, and the warm light dimmed again. Seeing this, he was sure that it was definitely not a battery problem. If it was a battery problem, it would not be possible to last for 2 minutes the first time and 5 minutes the second time. He was still unclear about the problem, but it was certain that the elf egg was probably absorbing the power of the incubator, so the battery power was quickly consumed by the incubator. In this case, he remembered that Xiao Ying's electric monster would charge the move, so he let Xiao Ying's electric monster charge the incubator, and see how much power this elf egg can absorb, and then he would know whether the elf egg was causing trouble. Xiao Ying, let the electric monster out, and use the charging move to charge this incubator. Yu-Hai did what he thought, and put down the incubator to let Xiao Ying release the electric monster. Brother Hai, is the battery not working? Xiao Ying was sitting by the fire, and saw Yu-Hai change the battery twice, and both times the battery ran out of power quickly. I don't know either. Let it out and charge it first. Yu-Hai also wanted to know why the electricity disappeared. In his previous life, he had seen that some elf eggs would absorb the surrounding energy that matched their own attributes. If it was electricity, then this elf was likely to be an electric elf. But a brown electric elf? A mudfish, dong dong rat? Well, he didn't want these things. If God dared to give them to him, he would curse God for 18 generations. Hey, Xiao Ying explained the reason to the electric monster as soon as it came out, and asked the electric monster to charge the incubator. The current should not be too large. Hey, the electric monster understood, nodded seriously, came to the side of the incubator, put one hand on the charging port of the incubator, and started to rotate with one hand to generate electricity. This is the electric monster's way of generating electricity. There is no need to worry about the incubator, because the incubator was designed at the beginning to consider the situation of elf charging, so there is no need to worry about the incubator exploding. When the electric monster turned its arm and began to charge the incubator, the warm light of the incubator began to light up, and the temperature control also began to work. But the electric monster, which was generating electricity, looked a little ugly. It could clearly feel that the incubator was absorbing electricity, and it was the kind of incubator absorbing as much electricity as it charged. Yu-Hai did not notice the electric monster's expression, but saw that the elf egg in the incubator was glowing. The warm yellow light wrapped the entire elf egg. It hurt my eyes after looking at it for a long time, and I couldn't see the brown pattern on the surface of the eggshell. Seeing this scene, he secretly thought that his guess was right. This elf egg was absorbing electricity, and a lot of electricity. That is to say, this egg is very likely an electric elf, otherwise it would not like to absorb electricity. There are really not many brown electric elves. He can only think of the two above. After all, electric elves are mainly golden yellow, and brown electric elves are indeed rare. If the two guys above are really hatched, he will give the elves away. After all, these two elves cannot evolve. He really doesn't like these two elves. They are okay as pets, but don't even think about fighting. Waiting for the electric monster to charge the incubator, he took out his little notebook again. It not only recorded the training plan and tactical arrangements of the elves, but also the consumption of elves' food. Since he has two more insect elves, they are the main elves, and the fine insect emerald energy cubes need to be recalculated. The previous number was 300 boxes, 10 cubes per box, a total of 3000 cubes. Only Butterfree and Orb Spider eat insect energy cubes. In addition, these two guys rarely train, so they eat 3 cubes a day. They have eaten for 23 days so far, and a total of 138 cubes are consumed, leaving more than 2,800 cubes. Now there are two more insect elves. Butterfree only eats 2 cubes a day. After all, there are also psychic energy cubes. Orb Spider eats 3 cubes a day. Scyther and Squirtle need to be trained. Even if they eat 3 cubes in the morning, noon, and evening, they will eat 3 cubes during training. 4 bug-type Pokémons consume a total of 17 per day. 2,862 energy cubes are enough for 4 bug-type Pokémons, about 168 days, almost half a year. It's enough to last for half a year, so he breathed a sigh of relief, and wait for half a year. After all, the closest thing to him is 2 months of ordinary milk, and 2 months of food and water. After calculating the food consumption, he turned another page, which showed the expenses on Marcote Island. He spent a lot on the island, and the Pokémon treatment alone was a lot of money. Life energy cubes cost 80,000, the treatment of the mosquito frog cost 5,000, the inspection and treatment of the bad frog cost 5,000, the second mosquito frog cost 3,000, and the inspection and treatment of the flying mantis cost 7,000. The two stayed at the Pokémon Center for 10,000 a night, and Xiaoying paid for the second night. He also bought a flying mantis for 2.5 million. To be honest, he didn't like this number. Finally, he subdued the flying mantis, and the frostbite treatment cost 3,000. The above is his expenses on Market Island. He didn't spend any money on food. He basically ate the reserve food. In fact, the lunch at the Pokémon Center was not expensive, 500 or 600 per person, but he didn't eat it. Total expenses, 2,613,000, more than 2.6 million. Previous balance, 34,186,000, more than 34 million. Current balance, 31,573,000, still more than 30 million. Looking at the final number, Yu Hai felt that it was too little. If Ghastly's potential was feasible, this little money would not be enough, not to mention that the life energy was 8,000 per box. Cubes. I just hope that the prices on Little Orange Island can be cheaper. After all, it is a big island with its own industrial base. In this way, he can buy more life energy cubes. Give Ghastly enough life energy cubes, so that Ghastly can use the energy of life energy cubes to feed back Ghastly's evolution potential, thereby improving its potential. If Venom can also improve potential, he will also buy some Venom from other elves, and use 2 prongs to improve Ghastly's potential, plus evolution and degeneration, which is a 3-pronged approach. However, the way of improving potential with Venom is only for elves like Ghastly without risk. After all, Ghastly has no entity. Even poisonous elves with poison attributes cannot withstand 2 strong toxins, let alone the toxicity of Frog. You must know that Frog, as the owner of toxicity, will be poisoned if he is not careful. Other elves cannot withstand the toxicity of frog at all. This is the super poison talent of frog. It is because Ghastly has no entity that he dares to try so boldly. If it is other poisonous elves, they will die if they eat one. In the book on raising insect-type elves, it is mentioned that the insect-type poison king bred by raising insect-type elves has a genetic defect. This genetic defect is that the poison is too strong and the elves' bodies cannot bear it, which makes it particularly prone to genetic collapse. This is also bred in this way: poison type plus insect type elves, poison type plus grass type elves, poison type plus. The reason why these elves with genetic defects have a short lifespan is that they may collapse in a certain battle and become a pool of highly poisonous mud. If the poison in the bad frog is not solved, the bad frog in the future will become like this. Luckily for the bad frog, the poison is caused by the mutation of its own poison sac, not the acquired poison raised by fighting and swallowing the poison that does not belong to it. The former is lucky, and the bad frog may still change after birth. For the latter, it is estimated that only the divine beast can save this kind of elf. Even if the divine beast is merciful, it will only reduce the elf's poison, but will not strengthen the elf's body. You should know that the mythical beasts are old monsters who have lived for a long time. They know the little tricks of humans very well. It is impossible for them to help humans, and it is even possible to wipe out the human who is cruel to the elves. So don't even think about the mythical beasts saving the situation. It is true that the mythical beasts have kindness, but not much kindness. It is more like the kindness of a scorpion giving an ant a piece of candy. If there is any elf that can withstand such a poison and survive to gain the talent of poison, there is indeed such an elf that can resist the poison. This elf is not Ghastly, although Ghastly is one of them, but this elf is Mud. Mud is an elf that is originally a collection of poisons. Sludge, dirty water, stinky water, polluted water, sewers, which is not the soil for the survival of poisons. It doesn't matter if mud merges some poisons, after all, this elf is originally a pile of mud. However, he does not intend to subdue mud. The reason is simple, mainly because it is too smelly and he doesn't like it. After putting away the small notebook, he had already made plans. When Ghastly wakes up, he will start to arrange evolution and degeneration. Now he still needs to take a look at the egg first. Hey, the electric monster felt that it was about to be squeezed dry. It could clearly feel that the egg had not been fully absorbed and was still craving electricity. Seeing this, Yu Hai scratched his head awkwardly and apologized to Xiaoying. Xiaoying, you can take the electric monster back. I didn't expect that this egg can absorb electricity so much. Brother Hai, this egg is an electric Pokemon, otherwise it wouldn't like electricity so much. Xiaoying fed the electric energy cube to the electric beast, and then took the electric monster back, and also put forward her own guess. It should be, I'm not sure, I'll know when it hatches. Yu Hai shook his head to indicate that he didn't know either, and then released Butterfree, which was the most electrified Pokemon he could think of. Orb Silk Spiders can also use the power grid, but Orb Silk Spiders have to keep watch at night. If they are exhausted from charging, there will be no Pokemon to keep watch at night, and he is also worried about other Pokemon. The web of the Orb Silk Spider can warn them in advance when someone breaks in. It is a rare night watchman elf, and it cannot waste its energy on charging. Butterfree rubbed Yu Hai's cheek as soon as it came out. Yu Hai raised his hand to push Butterfree away, explained to Butterfree that the incubator needed electricity, and asked Butterfree to charge the Pokemon egg. Butterfree's electric grid move is spitting out from its mouth. Butterfree only needs to spit silk to stick to the charging port, and it can use spider silk to charge continuously. This time, Butterfree only charged for a while, then stopped charging, shook its head to Yu Hai to indicate that it could not be charged, and the Pokemon egg would not absorb electricity. Seeing this, Yu Hai fed Butterfree an insect energy cube, touched Butterfree's soft head, and took Butterfree back. Then he sat by the fire and observed the elf egg for half an hour. He found that the elf egg was still the same, with brown patterns and a grayish surface. It had long lost the warm yellow light just now and no longer absorbed the power of the incubator. Finally, he couldn't see anything, so he had to clean the silk from the charging port, put the incubator back into the backpack, and asked Xiaoying to go back to the tent to sleep. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening, and it was time for them to go to bed. They needed to get up early tomorrow to go to Little Orange Island. 295 Chapter 289, For Heavenly Kings Kona. 295. The fifth day of the journey north, sunny. Today, the two got up very early. Yu Hai got up to prepare breakfast, and Xiaoying was responsible for packing up the tent. Last night, they first arrived at a strange island, and any slight movement could wake them up. The two did not sleep well last night. However, they would arrive at Little Orange Island today, so they didn't have to sleeping in a tent. After all, after experiencing the soft big bed, who would like to sleep in a stuffy tent? The two quickly packed their luggage, prepared breakfast, and released the elves to eat breakfast. After breakfast, the elves were taken back by the two, leaving only the gull and Ditto. Yu Hai also left the Farfetch. When eating, he had told the elves about Farfetch, and the elves also said goodbye to Farfetch. When they put on their backpacks and prepared to leave, he squatted down and touched Farfetch's head and said goodbye to Farfetch. Farfetch, we are leaving. You have many of the same kind here. If you are unhappy, you can talk to your kind. We will meet again if we are lucky, Farfetch. He raised his hand and stood up. He took his palm off Farfetch's head and said goodbye to Farfetch. Ditto turned into a face towel and hung it around his neck. He sat on the Farfetch and flew away from the beach. Xiaoying was already waiting for him in the sky. After he took off, the two flew towards the sea under the gaze of Farfetched, slowly turning into a black dot. The farewell here was over, and the Little Orange Island where the two were about to go was also the next farewell. Watching the two go away, Farfetched was completely confused, and looked back at the duck heads that kept popping up in the bushes. Those were all wild Farfetcheds on this island. Quack, quack, the wild Farfetched made a quack when it saw Farfetched holding two onions on the beach. Farfetched could hear that it was laughing at itself and being abandoned by its trainer. However, the truth was not like that. The trainer didn't want it, but it didn't know how to face the trainer. It hated humans and said it would avenge its companions, but the Pokemon hunter who ate its companions was no longer there. Was it the trainer who helped it avenge, or was it Slowpoke who told it? Even if the trainer helped it avenge, it still hated humans, all humans. But after spending so long with the trainer, it found that it didn't hate him that much, but it didn't know how to face the trainer. It hated all humans, but it couldn't hate the trainer, not at all. The trainer gave it freedom and helped it find companions. It looked at the wild onion duck in the bushes, its own kind. Could it really fit in? Quack, another wild onion duck saw it in a daze and came over to pull it, ready to pull it into the woods and blend in with them. Quack, while being pulled, the onion duck looked at its own kind that had just laughed at it, and suddenly realized that it really couldn't fit in with this group of its kind, couldn't live with them, build nests with them, play with them, and snatch onions from each other. Its home had become another home that didn't dislike it because it attacked the trainer, and cared about it. Its home was on the sea, in the distance. Quack, the wild onion duck didn't know what this fellow stopped to do. Quack, the onion duck shook his head, rejecting the kindness of the wild onion duck, flapped his wings and flew up, saying goodbye to his group of fellows, and flew to the sea without hesitation, chasing after Yu Hai's disappearing figure. Quack, quack, it just left like that. Quack, who knows? It's embarrassing for the onion duck to chase after being abandoned. Quack, forget it, let's play our own games. On the other side, Yu Hai on the sea didn't know that the onion duck had caught up with him. However, they didn't fly far, and the onion duck caught up with them on the sea through acceleration. Quack, quack, the onion duck kept calling out to Yu Hai after catching up with Yu Hai. Onion duck! Yu Hai stopped and saw the onion duck flying beside him, holding 2 onions on its paws. He instantly recognized it as his onion duck, and didn't understand why the other party followed him again. Quack, quack, the far-fetched was tired of flying, so it landed on Yu-Hai's shoulder and lay on Yu-Hai's backpack. The meaning was already very clear, and it believed that Yu-Hai would understand. "Do you want to go with us?" Yu-Hai raised his hand to block the strong wind on the sea and asked the doubts in his heart. Quack, far-fetched nodded. Its home was here, with this trainer and that group of Pokemon friends, not that uninhabited island. "You come in first." Yu-Hai took out the Pokeball and let Farfetch'd stay in the Pokeball. Quack, Farfetch'd saw the Pokeball, without any hesitation, poked the button of the Pokeball with its duck bill, and was put into the Pokeball by the red light. "Brother Hai!" Xiao Ying stopped beside him and saw Farfetch'd coming back again, and didn't know what happened. "Keep flying, the wind is too strong here, let's talk about it when we get to Little Orange Island," Yu-Hai shouted loudly, and it was unknown whether Xiao Ying heard it clearly. He gently patted the gull, and the gull continued to fly forward. Seeing Yu-Hai continue to fly, Xiao Ying did not ask any more questions and immediately asked the big-mouthed gull to follow Yu-Hai. Then, the two flew for another morning and saw a big island on the sea. It looked like a big island from the air, and there was a big city and port on the edge of the big island. After they arrived at the big island, they landed in the east of the island, which had a large competition venue and spectator seats, as well as a harbor. In addition, the south of the island was mostly desert, and the west of the island Wast here is also a metropolis, big city. Yu-Hai still has some impression of this city, which appeared in the animation. In the episode of The Monster in the Sewer, there is an abandoned Bulbasaur living in the sewer of this city. However, they did not plan to go to Big City. The eastern big city of Little Orange Island was enough for them to replenish supplies and say goodbye. There are passenger ships to Hasa Island and to the Zhan Tanhan Mu Tong here. His purpose is naturally the Crystal Rock Snake, to see if he can meet this special Pokemon. Before going to the Zhan Tanhi they need to rest here for one night. They didn't sleep well last night and wanted to make up for it here. After the two landed on the edge of the city, they found a hotel on the edge of the city and booked a double room. Xiao Ying paid 12,000. After flying the big-billed gulls for a morning, they also fed some energy cubes and took back the Pokeball. Lying in a double room with 2 single beds, Yu-Hai felt the soft white bed with his palm. He was ready to take a good rest. After waking up, he would make dinner for the elves. He didn't need to eat lunch, after all, he didn't eat it either. But Xiao Ying threw a poster over and shouted happily, "Brother Hai, tomorrow Kona will hold a lecture at the lecture venue, and there will also be a demonstration match of elves fighting." "What? How come I don't know?" Yu-Hai reached out and picked up the poster. He didn't know where Xiao Ying got the poster from. He vaguely remembered that when he watched the animation in his previous life, Kona seemed to have a villa here. The Zai trio met Kona at the Seaview restaurant here. They didn't expect Kona to be in the city. The poster shows Kona, a slender and elegant woman with gorgeous red hair tied into a ponytail, wearing round-framed black-rimmed glasses, a capable blue jacket on the upper body, and a black hip-wrapped short skirt on the lower body. She has a tall figure and a mature ladylike charm. She is a very charming trainer who is proficient in ice-type elves. She is praised by the world for her calm fighting style and has keen insight in battle. Sure enough, he was still late. Kona is already a big sister in her 20s, and he is still a little brother of 15 years old. I don't know if he can hold this gold brick. Brother Hai, are you going to watch it tomorrow? Xiao Ying was a little excited. She didn't expect to encounter the lecture of the 4 heavenly kings Kona as soon as she arrived. Although he is a fan of Yusai, he is even more a fan of Kona. Who said he can only be a fan of one person? And Xiao Ying is really like a little fanboy chasing stars. When he sees the powerful trainer he admires, he can't walk at all. I want to go to see the lecture of King Kona, and take the boat back to Hasa Island the day after tomorrow, Xiao Ying climbed up and sat cross-legged on the bed, nodding seriously to Yu Hai. Go if you want to, I'll go and see it when the time comes. The lecture is at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, no rush. Yu Hai put down the poster with Kona printed on it. The animated image of Kona in his mind was almost integrated with the poster, but he still needed to adapt to the transition from the second dimension to reality. Okay, I'll go back by boat after watching the lecture of King Kona tomorrow, which is the day after tomorrow. I have to buy a boat ticket in advance. Xiao Ying remembered the embarrassing moment when Yu Hai encountered no ticket, and immediately went to the port to buy a ticket to Hassa Island. Tickets for Hassa Island. Brother Hai, I'll go buy a ticket for Hassa Island the day after tomorrow. I'm not familiar with this place, don't run around. Yu Hai didn't care about Xiao Ying's departure. As a trainer, Xiao Ying's strength is not comparable to that of ordinary children. As long as she doesn't run around, nothing will happen, and of course don't cause trouble. I know, Brother Hai. Xiao Ying went out happily. He hasn't been to such a big city, so of course he has to take a good look around and challenge the trainers here. Hearing Xiao Ying close the door and leave, Yu Hai took out the orb spider's poke ball, released the orb spider to protect him secretly, and then released the frog to let the frog detoxify. After the frog detoxified, he fed the frog energy cubes and put the frog back into the poke ball. There were still some Pokemon left, and they didn't plan to have lunch. But after feeding the frog and the orb spinner, I also fed the rest of the Pokemon. Gas was still the same, still drunk, and Scyther couldn't be trained, so he was a little irritable. Luckily, last night on the uninhabited island, I let Han Han run wild and hit the tree while eating, so that Han Han was full, otherwise Han Han might not be able to hold it. The rest of the Pokemon were quite well behaved, and they were very obedient in the poke ball. When I released Farfetch'd, Farfetch'd was a little embarrassed. After all, he was free before, and then he followed him shamelessly, which was really a bit confusing. Farfetch, if you want to stay, you have to listen to my arrangements in the future. If you don't listen, you can leave at any time, and I won't stop you. Quack, Farfetch'd nodded seriously. Since he chose to stay, it will definitely listen to the trainer's orders. It has been with Yu Hai for so long, it knows what to do. Eat the energy cube first. Your training will be arranged when you have time. It is not convenient to train here. Yu Hai saw that Farfetch'd was finally able to communicate, and he also had to make arrangements with Farfetch'd in advance. Just like Ghastly, he didn't want to raise a traitor who would backstab him. Although he didn't know what happened to Farfetch'd, Farfetch'd seemed to have let go of his hatred and bid farewell to the past. He also considered Farfetch'd as a conqueror, probably. The Farfetch'd now is not as irritable as before, and no longer has such great hatred. He is still willing to listen to him, but he still needs some running in battle. As long as Farfetch'd is willing to let go, he may help Farfetch'd who is willing to let go. If he still harbored hatred towards humans, he would still release Farfetch'd. He didn't want to hurt some innocent people because of Farfetch'd's hatred. As Farfetch'd's trainer, he needed to be responsible for Farfetch'd's behavior. After all, he was a trainer. Also, Farfetch'd's potential was not very good. It couldn't evolve yet, and it was still unknown what it was used for, at least it was not known what it was used for at the moment. There was no need to do dirty work, so forget it. In places like the black market, there were many thugs who ate Farfetch'd. If Farfetch'd was used in the black market, Farfetch'd would go berserk. The mess Farfetch'd caused would be a real problem. For the time being, keep it like this, and wait until it can be used in the future. Anyway, you can't eat much with a Farfetch'd. After the elves had lunch, only Orb Spinner and Ditto were left outside. He lay on the bed and fell asleep until it got dark. The sound of the door opening woke him up. It was Xiao Ying who came back. Brother Hai, I'm back, Xiao Ying shouted as soon as he came back, as if he was afraid that Yu Hai didn't know he was back. Why did you take so long? Yu Hai looked at his watch. Xiao Ying had been gone for 4 or 5 hours. Brother Hai, I also went to the Pokemon Center and played several Pokemon battles. Xiao Ying scratched his head awkwardly and told the truth about where he went in the afternoon. Did you cause any trouble? Yu Hai didn't bother to care what this guy did. It was good if he didn't cause any trouble. No, I just lost some. The trainers here are much stronger than those on Marcote Island. Xiao Ying lost money and felt a little embarrassed. There's no need to bet on every Pokemon battle. Normal Pokemon battles are fine. Yu Hai was also afraid that this guy would get addicted to gambling, which is very difficult to quit. Brother Hai, I know my limits. It's just a small amount of money. If I don't spend some money, I always feel bored and it's hard to fight with all my strength. Xiao Ying also wanted to play 2 games normally, but the game without bets always felt a little lack of excitement. It's up to you. I want to watch TV. Yu Hai waved his hand helplessly and turned on the TV in the room. As soon as he turned it on, he saw the broadcast of the elf battle. Brother Hai, I found the venue of the Kona King lecture, and I can also sign up for a teaching battle with Kona King. Xiao Ying saw Yu Hai watching TV and climbed onto her bed, mentioning the news she found out in the afternoon. Have you signed up? Yu Hai asked curiously. No, the quota is too hard to grab. I only bought 2 tickets for the venue. Xiao Ying sighed helplessly. He wanted to participate, but it was a pity that he went too late. After all, they are the 4 heavenly kings, they must be very popular. Yu Hai was also happy. Where did Xiao Ying get the courage to fight against the 4 heavenly kings? Even if Kona let him win, he couldn't beat him. Brother Hai, have you had dinner? Xiao Ying took out dinner from her backpack and saw that there was still dirt hanging in the corners of Yu Hai's eyes, so she felt that this was a bit redundant. What delicious food did you bring? Let me wash my face. Yu Hai had just gotten up, so where would he get dinner? However, seeing Xiao Ying take out dinner from her backpack also saved him a lot of trouble. Next, after washing his face, he tasted the food Xiao Ying brought back, and it tasted pretty good. After dinner, he also made dinner for the elves. After everyone had dinner, he also kept Slowpoke and watched TV with Slowpoke until he fell asleep unconsciously. When I woke up the next morning, it was already noon. Thanks. Linksy, 1,500 book coins. Shui Keshui is very handsome, 100 book coins. Shui Keshui is very handsome, 500 book coins. 296 Chapter 290, Ghastly wakes up. 296. The 6th day of the journey north, sunny. They watched TV until very late last night, and when they woke up this morning, it was already 11 o'clock. Since Xiao Ying wanted to see her idol very much, she got up in a hurry and went to the hotel front desk to renew the room fee for tonight. They would check out tomorrow. Yu Hai was in the room, preparing lunch for the elves leisurely. He and Xiao Ying went out after the elves had lunch. Both of them carried a mosquito-repellent frog with them. This was an open protection, and the secret protection had to be given to Ditto. After leaving the hotel, the two went straight to the lecture venue of King Kona, which was a large venue that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. They also checked their tickets and entered the venue. After finding the seats on the tickets, they only had to wait for Kona to appear. While waiting for Kona to appear, the battlefield in the venue was open, and trainers who wanted to play could go to the player channel to sign up. Xiao Ying also played a battle, but unfortunately lost. Xiao Ying felt a little regretful when he came back. After all, it was a large venue with so many spectators, and it was his first time to play a game. After Xiao Ying came back, he wanted to persuade Yu Hai to go up and fight. He felt that with Yu Hai's strength, he could win. However, Yu Hai rejected Xiao Ying, saying that such a game was meaningless. If it was just to attract Kona's attention, then defeating Kona directly would be impressive. But he is too far behind now. The strongest mosquito frog has just entered the senior level, and it is not even qualified to participate in the regional conference. With such strength, it is not enough to get the first place in the regional conference. At least there must be a team of elves above level 50. This is still the case without encountering shameless people. If you encounter some shameless old oil sticks who have participated in the regional conference for many years and have not won the championship, such people often like to bully newcomers at the regional conference. If you want to win the championship, you must first pass this group of old oil sticks. If you are just a newcomer who is participating for the first time, how can you be the opponent of this group of old oil sticks? After rejecting Xiaoying, he sat in the audience. The audience looked at the fight below until the hour hand on the watch reached 1 o'clock, and the long-awaited Kona finally appeared. Kona's clothes were exactly the same as those on the poster, but Kona seemed to have become another person after entering the venue. The tenderness on the poster disappeared. Now Kona was calm and rational, like an iceberg beauty who could see through everything about the opponent. Tisk, this kind of opponent is really scary, Yu Hai was amazed while sitting in the audience. He felt that Kona seemed to have two faces, one like water and the other like ice, which could melt water and freeze ice instantly. Unlike him, the audience around him were immediately excited when they saw Kona appear on the stage, and the atmosphere in the venue reached its peak. No one noticed his smacking mouth, and everyone focused their attention on the fight below. Kona explained while fighting, giving the audience practical teaching, and Yu Hai also watched with relish. Kona sent out his own white sea lion, scorpion, slowpoke, and lips mackerel, and defeated his opponents one by one with these elves. His moves were clean and neat, and he seemed to be at ease. When Kona gently lifted the red hair beside his ear, a group of otakus in the audience screamed in shock. Yu Hai was startled by the screams, thinking that these fat otakus were crazy. It's just a beautiful big sister trainer, what's the point of these fat otakus? Thump, thump. Okay, he admitted that he was also infected by the enthusiasm of these guys, and his heartbeat accelerated subconsciously. However, he didn't shout loudly, because he didn't like this feeling. After all, he didn't chase stars in his previous life, and this world is the same. He can also reach Kona's height. There is no need to lick, and he won't lick. In his previous life, what he hated most was licking dogs. Although he could control himself, Xiaoying couldn't. At this time, she couldn't help but shout with the crowd. Until the afternoon's battle demonstration match ended and they left the venue, Xiaoying was still dizzy. Wake up, it's over, Yu Hai shook his head helplessly. Xiaoying's concentration was too poor. He couldn't help Xiaoying with this kind of thing. After all, who doesn't have a dream of chasing stars? Brother Hai, aren't you excited? I feel you are very calm. Xiaoying slowly calmed down after hearing Yu Hai's words, but he noticed that Yu Hai's behavior was different from that of ordinary people in the venue. Could it be that Yu Hai was not excited when he saw Kona? Xiaoying, if you can't enter the fighting state instantly like Kona, you need to stay calm. This is a compulsory course to become a strong man. Yu Hai waved his hand and prepared to return to the hotel to rest. Brother Hai, I'll ask you to come to the market. Xiaoying caught up. He knew that Brother Hai was teaching him how to fight, but he couldn't control his excitement, but he would pay attention. Dinner. Yu Hai looked at the sunset in the sky. It was past 5 o'clock when they left the venue. We will board the ship tomorrow. I want to treat Brother Hai to dinner. Xiaoying knew that tonight was the real farewell, and wanted to treat Yu Hai to dinner to thank Yu Hai for taking care of her during this period. Just find a restaurant. Yu Hai took Xiaoying to a seaside restaurant and ordered some seafood. The two ate and talked. He would remind Xiaoying from time to time about the little things to pay attention to after boarding the ship. Although it was his first time to take a ship, he had experience in his previous life. First of all, he must not touch other people's food and water, and he must not touch water that has left his sight. Just eat your own. There are also some things that you must not be curious about, and don't be chivalrous. Unless you can't avoid it, there is no need to care about it. Saving your life at sea is the most important thing. During dinner, Yu Hai said a lot, and Xiao Ying wrote it down one by one. Dinner ended with the sound of their conversation. This day also ended. They had to rush back to the hotel to make dinner for the elves. As for Kona, of course, they went back to their villa. No one would think that Kona would invite them to his villa, right? What were they thinking? What kind of little karami were they? The Zai trio could be invited by Kona, because they were the sons of the production team. They should forget about it. They didn't have such treatment. Kona was not interested in paying attention to them. They were just some fans who admired him. The Four Kings Kona estimated that there were millions of such fans, which could be seen from the popularity at the scene. The venue was full, and there were also broadcasts of the competition. These were all manifestations of Kona's high popularity. They were just insignificant existences among this group of brainless fans. After returning to the hotel, because he was too full, Yu Hai lay on the bed to rest for a while before releasing the elves for dinner, which was just some simple energy blocks. After the elves had dinner, he took the elves back and left Slowpoke to lean against the head of the bed and look at the night view outside the window, thinking of the lecture venue in the afternoon. If he wants these big shots to notice him, he must defeat them. The prerequisite for defeating them is that he must become a top trainer. All members of his rainy day team have the potential to enter the top level, and he believes that this future will not be too far away. Brother Hai, I can't sleep. Xiao Ying also leaned against the head of the bed, looking at the high-rise buildings and the night scene of lights and wine outside the window, thinking that they will be separated tomorrow. You can fall asleep when you go back to see your grandfather. Yu Hai didn't know how to comfort Xiao Ying. Should he tell Xiao Ying that everyone must learn to endure loneliness? He was Shivan had planned to be a dink, so he had naturally prepared for 50 years of loneliness. He just wanted to go fishing, raise a dog, and live the rest of his life in peace. Unexpectedly, God played a joke on him and sent him to the elf world. His thoughts have never changed. In addition to wanting to walk around in this world, he still wants to find a place to lie down. In his previous life, he worked so hard that he vomited. He must enjoy himself in this life, otherwise he would be sorry for God letting him travel through time. Brother Hai, if you encounter something you want to help in the future, can you really not help? Xiao Ying remembered the warning at dinner, but he didn't want to be a person who didn't help. Don't ask me about this kind of thing, just do what you think is right. Yu Hai waved his hand helplessly. He could see that Xiao Ying was not as timid as him. He just reminded Xiao Ying that it was Xiao Ying's own business whether Xiao Ying listened or not. What is the right thing? Brother Hai, Xiao Ying wanted to know. Look at the world carefully, and you will know what is right. Yu Hai will not tell Xiao Ying what is right, because many things can distort the sense of right and wrong, such as calling a deer a horse. When facing the threat of death, it is difficult for people to be calm and composed. Only when a person is infinitely close to death can he deeply understand the meaning of life. But he will not say nothing, but warn, before you have the strength, be cautious in what you say and do. No matter what, you must be sure to do it. If you can sneak attack, don't be reckless. You can do more things when you are alive. I understand, Brother Hai. Xiao Ying nodded seriously, turned on the desk lamp, and recorded what Brother Hai said. He started recording a long time ago and would open it from time to time to read. By the way, we left too hurriedly. Go back and tell Xiao Pengzi that his big crab must learn 4 moves, high-speed movement, iron wall, instant amnesia, and sword dance. As long as you are proficient in using these 4 moves, the big crab will become stronger. Ha ha ha. Brother Hai still remembers Xiao Pengzi, Xiao Ying laughed. He didn't expect Yu Hai to still remember this. Haha, I promised to teach him, just go back and tell him, Yu Hai sighed softly. He had planned to teach the little fat boy the high attack, high speed, and high defense tactics, but unfortunately the little fat boy was too lazy and often missed training. Later, he was forced to leave by a wren, so he could only let Xiao Ying convey it on his behalf to compensate the little fat boy who was robbed. Brother Hai, my parasitic mushroom has tested out the poison treatment property. How can I increase the poison resistance of the parasitic mushroom? Xiao Ying wrote down the little fat boy's crab cultivation method and thought of her own parasitic mushroom. Eat poison energy blocks. This kind of energy block has toxins. Feed a small amount to the parasitic mushroom. Over time, the poison resistance will naturally increase slowly. Yu Hai did not let Xiao Ying feed the poison sac. After all, that thing is the raw material of the poison energy block. It is easy to be poisoned and die if you eat it hard. It is better to dilute the poison energy block a lot. Xiao Ying, the tactics of Pokemon battles are all based on the Pokemon's attributes, characteristics, moves, and props. Trainers need to explore by themselves, formulate tactics for their own Pokemon, and explore a unique training method for themselves. Brother Hai, I know that the waterfall burst of the Pokemon remains unchanged. I plan to let the Parasaurolophus learn more interference moves, use the endurance of the Parasaurolophus to kill the opponent, and the electric shock monster. Xiao Ying said a lot, and said all her ideas. Yu Hai listened quietly. This was his student's idea. What he wanted to do was to make Xiao Ying a trainer who could think. After Xiao Ying finished speaking, he had nothing to say, so he threw the thing in his hand over. Next. What? Xiao Ying reached out to take the thing thrown by Yu Hai. It was a plastic pendant doll, and it was a Pokemon doll. The same pendant as Ziona. I'll give you a small gift before you leave. Yu Hai now only had the owl doll, the Butterfree doll, and the Pokemon doll to give away. I will treasure it. Xiao Ying carefully looked at the exquisite mosquito-repellent frog doll. This was the first time Yu Hai gave him a gift. They are all worthless toys. Yu Hai felt that it was nothing, but in Xiao Ying's eyes, the mosquito-repellent frog doll was very precious. Brother Hai, how should I test Huizi? Xiao Ying hung the mosquito-repellent frog doll on her backpack, thinking of what she would face after returning, and prepared to ask Yu Hai for advice. First, if Huizi disappeared, it means Huizi knew about this. Second, you only need to appear in front of Huizi and look at the expression on Huizi's face to know what to do next. Third, follow Huizi and check if Huizi has any abnormal behavior. Yu Hai didn't expect Xiao Ying to mention Huizi. He thought Xiao Ying would be entangled for a long time, or even unable to do it. In fact, Huizi was also left for Xiao Ying to practice. Of course, the premise is that Huizi also participated in this matter. If she didn't participate, it would be another matter. What if Huizi didn't know about this? Xiao Ying really wanted to know how Yu Hai would deal with Huizi if Huizi didn't participate. Forget about not participating, Yu Hai waved his hand to show that he didn't care. Where's Aren? Xiao Ying asked again. The missing people have been eaten by sharks a long time ago. So many people die in the black market every day. Do they have to find the bodies? Yu Hai was speechless. Why did this kid ask such a stupid question? It's not the first time they dumped bodies. Hai, I know what to do. Xiao Ying took a deep breath and finally knew what to do when he returned. He also knew that Huizi must go to test. He must go back to Hasa Island. When Huizi sees him, either he will take revenge on Huizi, or Huizi will take revenge on him. He really doesn't want such a result to happen. He just hopes that, as Aren said, Huizi will only if he knows nothing can he save Keiko's life. Go to bed early. Yu Hai turned off the bedside lamp and prepared to sleep with Slowpoke. He still had things to do tomorrow because Ghastly woke up. Garcis. Attributes, Ghost plus Poison. Gender, Male. Potential, 29.60%. Level, 17.43%. Features, Float / 7.92%. Mastered moves, Strange Light / 8.57%. Tongue Licking / 10.55%. Hypnosis / 9.41%. Black Eyes / 7.48%. Curse /6.15%. Misfortunes never come alone /5.23%. Wisp /8.45%. Poison /11.84%. Shadow Ball /4.82%. Dream Eater /9.12%. Same Fate /2.63%. Tooth for Tooth /4.26%. Evil Wave /3.41%. Garces was drunk for 3 days and finally digested the venom of the frog. His potential increased by 2% and his level increased by 3%. The remaining moves have not changed much, except for the poison move, Poison, whose proficiency has increased by 8%. It seems that he will be busy tomorrow. He needs to buy enough energy cubes and venom for Ghastly. After all, these two things can improve potential. He also needs to arrange Ghastly's evolution experiment, so venom cannot be given to Ghastly. In case Ghastly gets drunk again, he has to wait for Ghastly to wake up. Ghastly's evolution experiment also requires a closed space. He doesn't want Ghastly's evolution light to attract the attention of outsiders. The plot is not easy to write recently. If it is not released at 12 o'clock, everyone will wait. 297 Chapter 291, Wallet Shrinkage. 297. It was a light rain on the 7th day of the journey to the north. Pull open the curtains and see that it is drizzling outside the window. Yu-Hai hasn't seen rain for a long time. The last time he saw rain was when he left Hasa Island. After getting up this morning, they had a simple breakfast with the elves, packed their personal belongings, and prepared to send Xiaoying on board. Xiaoying took a medium-sized passenger ship, and it would take 2 days to reach Hasa Island. When they arrived at the harbor, they smelled the salty sea breeze, the humid air, and it was wet everywhere. There were puddles under their feet. When they arrived at the boarding point, the harbor here was very busy, and there was the noise of the crowd everywhere. Today is really not suitable for traveling. The bad weather without sunshine has also made many people give up the plan to go out. The grey sky has been drizzling, just like Xiaoying's mood of leaving. Woo-woo. Hearing the whistle of the passenger ship, Yu-Hai saw a gangway on the shore to board the medium-sized passenger ship, so he raised his hand and gently patted Xiaoying's shoulder, reminding Xiaoying, "Xiaoying, the ship is about to leave." "Brother Hai," Xiaoying wanted to say something, but Yu-Hai raised his hand and pulled down his hat, covering her eyes. "If you have anything to say, save it for the next time we meet. I'll wait for you at the regional meeting." Yu-Hai helped Xiaoying adjust her collar, still a little reluctant. After all, they had been together for so long, and Xiaoying was also his first student. "Then I'm leaving." Xiaoying said nothing in the end, turned around, raised her hand to wipe her eyes, took the mosquito-repellent frog and walked up the gangway to the passenger ship. When Xiaoying stood by the side of the ship and waved goodbye to Yu-Hai, Yu-Hai also waved goodbye to Xiaoying until the passenger ship started and slowly sailed towards the sea. Yu-Hai watched the passenger ship gradually go away. The grey sky was still drizzling, and there was heavy fog on the sea. The silhouette of the passenger ship soon disappeared in the fog. He stood under the eaves, took out his raincoat and put it on, and turned to leave the harbor. Hoping that Xiaoying could arrive at Hasa Island safely and see the old fox, for the sake of safety, he found a public phone and called the old man in the sailor bar. After the old man answered the call, he said to the old man, "Old man, your grandson has boarded the ship. You should be very clear about the ferry schedule." "I know, I will ask my acquaintance to take care of the brat. Please come and drink whenever you are free. I will give you a free meal." "Old man, have you forgotten that I am only 15? Be careful, I will report you for selling fake wine to minors." Yu-Hai was speechless. Why did the old man always invite him to drink? This stingy old man was only generous in this way. "Ha ha ha, you are a minor. Okay, I have something else to do." Yu-Hai didn't want to hear the old man's laughter, so he hung up the phone directly and prepared to go to the nearby department store to buy life energy cubes to start the evolution experiment of Ghastly. The old man in the sailor bar on Hassa Island heard Yu Hai hang up the phone, smiled helplessly and dialed again, but this time he called his old friend. The old man asked his old friend to look after his grandson on the boat. If something happened, he would help. If nothing happened, he didn't have to worry about it. After all, it was just a small matter and a favor. When the old man's old friend heard it, he agreed on the spot. Yu Hai left the port and found the department store. This building is a landmark and easy to find. As for the black market, there is no need to go there. He is unfamiliar with the place. If he goes to the black market just to buy something, he will be easily targeted by thugs and face the black eating the black. That's too troublesome. He can go to a regular store to buy life energy cubes. Even if it's a little more expensive, it doesn't matter. After all, there is no risk and the quality can be guaranteed. Before entering the department store, he also asked Ditto to disguise himself. When he walked into the elf food store, the black silk shopping guide came up to him and he also stated his purpose. Does the store have life energy cubes? Yes, sir. The life energy cubes in the store are divided into. I want fine products. Yu Hai was too lazy to listen to the salesperson's nonsense and directly put forward his request. Okay, sir, please follow me. Here are the premium life energy cubes, the salesperson pointed to the shelf. The entire shelf was full of life energy cubes, both premium and good quality. How much is a box? Yu Hai picked up the life energy cube. The packaging box was similar to the life energy cubes on Marcotte Island. There were 10 cubes in a box, and there were very few impurities. Ghastly only ate 5 of the 10 boxes he bought last time. Sir, our store's premium life energy cubes are 7,000 per box. If you buy a large number, there is a 95% discount. How many boxes are considered a large number? Yu Hai asked curiously. 100 boxes, sir, the salesperson raised a finger, indicating that only this number would be discounted. Add another 0, can you get a 30% discount? Yu Hai also raised a finger. He wanted to buy 1,000 boxes. Sir, do you mean 1,000? The salesperson asked Yu Hai carefully. She couldn't believe the number she heard. Yes, Yu Hai nodded gently, confirming that he wanted to buy 1,000 boxes. Who said that the life energy cubes here were 1,000 cheaper than those on Marcotte Island? If there was still a discount, 1,000 boxes would not be too much. Well, sir, I can't decide on 1,000 boxes. I want to confirm again. Do you really want to buy 1,000 boxes? After hearing the number of 1,000, the shopping guide tried to suppress her heart that was about to jump out of her chest and asked again seriously. It depends on whether you are sincere. Yu Hai did not indicate that he would buy it, and raised the ball to the shopping guide, letting the shopping guide worry about it. If the discount is not much, he will not buy too much. Sir, please wait a moment, I will go to inform the manager. The shopping guide was afraid that Yu Hai would leave, so she asked her colleagues to look after Yu Hai, and she would go to inform the manager now. When the shopping guide came back, there was a fat man with a big belly and a big back hair next to him. It was black and shiny under the light. I don't know how much oil he put on his hair, it looked very greasy. Sir, I heard you want to buy 1,000 boxes of life energy cubes. The greasy fat man came over and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Yu Hai. However, Yu Hai refused the fat man. You know, this fat man just touched his hair, so he didn't shake hands. I don't know why he always meets fat men. Is it because too much oil and water makes it easy to get fat? Seeing that Yu Hai didn't shake hands, the greasy fat man awkwardly withdrew his arm. His professional ethics didn't allow him to get angry. He still maintained a fake greasy smile on his face, waiting for Yu Hai's response. It depends on your sincerity. Yu Hai kicked the ball back again, letting the greasy fat man have a headache. Sir, I can decide to give you a 15% discount. What do you think? The greasy fat man heard from the shopping guide that Yu Hai wanted a 30% discount, and immediately drew his bottom line. "Forget it, I'll go ask other stores." Yu Hai showed regret on his face, shook his head and turned to leave. Anyway, there are more than one store selling energy cubes. He can also look at a few more stores and compare prices before buying. "Sir, wait a minute, 30% off is beyond my authority. I can only give you 20% off at most. Even if you leave this door, there will be no price more affordable than mine." The greasy fat man saw Yu Hai was about to leave, and immediately stepped forward to make a final attempt to keep him. 80% off. Yu Hai touched his chin and thought about it. With 20% off, each box would be 5,600 yuan. He felt it was not bad. It was cheaper than Hassa Island. The fat man must still make money. Who can blame him for having channels? If you make energy cubes yourself, it will probably be very cheap, but it will be very troublesome. From raw materials to formula, and then to the results, it's a headache to think about it. What do you think, sir? The greasy fat man rubbed his hands gently. There is indeed money to be made in the 20% off store, but his commission is less, and he has to share some with the shopping guide. Okay, pack 2,000 boxes for me. Can you erase the decimals? Yu Hai turned his eyes to the greasy fat man. If the other party refused, he would leave immediately. No problem, sir. The greasy fat man didn't expect Yu Hai to say 2,000 boxes, and immediately promised to round off the decimals, and also asked the shopping guide to pack the goods in the warehouse as soon as possible. Then the greasy fat man took out a good cigarette from his pocket and prepared to light it for Yu Hai, but was rejected by Yu Hai. This time he came not only to buy life energy cubes, but also to buy venom. He immediately leaned close to the fat man's ear and whispered, "Do you know where to find the poison sacs on the elves?" The greasy fat man knew that those who asked such things were not good people, not to mention that he could take out more than 10 million to buy life energy cubes. He put down the cigarette silently, gently pulled out a silk scarf and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He had already thought of where to find what the other party needed, that is, the black market. In addition to the black market, there are also some places where poison sacs can be found, that is, the back kitchen of the restaurant. After all, in order to satisfy the hobbies of some diners, poisonous things are not inedible, but poison sacs and fangs and other poisonous things will be removed by the back kitchen before they are used as ingredients. "Sir, I can give you an address. Give this note to the other party. Those who see this note will understand." The greasy fat man quickly took out a pen and a notebook, wrote down the address of a certain restaurant, the person he was looking for, his identity, and his signature, and then handed the note to Yu Hai. Yu Hai took the note and saw that it was the address of a restaurant. He quietly put the note away and reminded the greasy fat man, "If you dare to play tricks on me, you know the consequences." I understand," the greasy fat man hurriedly smiled. How could he dare to cheat such a vicious man? It was good enough for such a vicious man to do business honestly. He didn't dare to expect such a man to be reasonable. Then the greasy fat man personally supervised the packing of 2,000 boxes of life energy cubes, fearing that there would be problems with this batch of goods, and even more afraid that Yu Hai, the vicious man, would come to trouble him. He didn't want to die on the street. Until he ensured that each box of energy cubes was a fine product, the greasy fat man was very considerate and sent 10 more boxes, fearing that 1 or 2 would be missed when the factory was packing. The last 2,010 boxes of life energy cubes were all placed in front of Yu Hai, and a bill was also placed in front of him for his review. The life energy cubes of 7,000 a box became 5,600 a box after a 20% discount, and 2,000 boxes were 11,200,000, more than 11 million. Total after removing the decimals, 11 million, 11 million. 11 million bought 1,000 boxes of life energy cubes. The greasy fat man gave him 10 more boxes. Looking at the more than 2,000 boxes of life energy cubes in front of him, he also took out more than 10 million cash from his backpack, paid the money, and slowly filled the energy cubes. When he finished filling the energy cubes, he stood up and left the department store. After he left, the greasy fat man looked at the more than 10 million on the table. Until now, the money detector has not been used up. It seems that more money detectors must be prepared next time, and his commission has doubled. The black silk shopping guide saw a lot of small money on the table, and her hands couldn't help shaking, because it was Yu Hai who was received by her, and she also had a share. Yu Hai, who left the department store, went straight to the restaurant on the note. This big restaurant was not far from the department store. He asked someone for directions and found it quickly. Entering the restaurant, he found a round table and sat down. The waitress came over, put the menu in front of him, and prepared to write down the food he wanted to order. "Sir, what do you want to eat?" "Call your chef." Yu Hai's purpose of coming here was very clear. He was not here to eat, so he naturally would not order food. "Sir, our chef is not." The waitress was about to say that he was not there. As a result, Yu Hai acted faster, holding a 10,000 yuan bill in his hand and placed it in front of the waitress to see if she was tempted. "Gudong, sir, please wait a moment." The waitress swallowed her saliva secretly after seeing the money, turned her head to see if there was anyone around, and quickly reached out to take the 10,000 yuan bill and went to the back kitchen. When the waitress came back, she was followed by a middle-aged man in a white chef's uniform. "Chef, this gentleman is looking for you." The waitress brought the chef over and ran away quickly. If she didn't leave, the chef would get angry. After all, she dragged the chef here. "Sir, I heard you want to see me." The chef wanted to ask the waitress, but the waitress ran away. He had no choice but to sit opposite Yu Hai and ask Yu Hai why he came. "Look at this first." Yu Hai pushed the greasy fat man's note over, and then he said, "I want to collect some poison sacks." "Okay, how many do you want?" After seeing the note, the chef suddenly realized that if there was no note, no matter who Yu Hai was, he would refuse to sell the waste from the kitchen. Someone would come to collect the waste regularly, and he would sell it to anyone, and he didn't want to increase unnecessary risks. "How much do you have? How much do you want?" Yu Hai thought about it. Last time, Ghastly drank about half a caddy and was drunk for 3 days. This time, collect some poison sacks and put them aside. You can give Ghastly a small amount, no more than 100 grams a day, and then increase or decrease the dosage depending on the situation. The purchase price is 300,000 per caddy. Are you sure you want as much as you want? The chef looked at Yu Hai in astonishment. He didn't expect Yu Hai to be so fierce and wanted everything at the first word. Are you sure it's 300,000 per caddy? Can you guarantee the quality? Although Yu Hai didn't know the price of the poison sack, there must be some water in it. You know, his 2 low-level poison raw materials only sold for 300,000 in total, and the venom couldn't be that expensive. 298 Chapter 292, Dues Assessment. 298. Haha, sorry, you are Fatty's friend, how about 200,000 per caddy? The chef didn't know the intention of Fatty to introduce the other party, and it was really difficult to blackmail him secretly. Okay, Yu Hai thought about it and nodded in agreement. Half a caddy of venom is 100,000, as long as the quality is good, it is acceptable. The good quality, he said, is naturally the venom of elite elves, not the venom of baby elves. He immediately reminded the chef, I want to inspect the goods, don't take out the inferior products. He didn't believe that the chef could take out venom comparable to the quality of bad frogs, at least don't use the poison sac of unicorn beetles to fool people. Sir, of course not, I will be back soon, please wait. The chef, the master, got up and said goodbye, leaving the restaurant, and returned to the kitchen to make a phone call. When the chef learned that Yu Hai was just a stranger and did not need special care, he regretted that he had quoted a low price. However, even if it was 200,000 per kilogram, it was still more expensive than the energy cube manufacturer's purchase, and they still had a profit. After all, this thing was originally a no-cost business, and it was an unspoken rule that the boss did not care about, provided that they handled it well and did not cause poisoning and death. Yu Hai did not wait for long, and the chef came back soon, but he came back empty-handed. "Sir, the goods you asked for have arrived. Where are the goods?" Yu Hai asked. "Please follow me to the kitchen." The chef could not bring goods to the place where guests eat. After all, the pungent smell of the venom will drive away the customers in the store, and he will also be deducted from his salary. Yu Hai followed the chef to the back kitchen, and then from the back kitchen to the back alley, where the goods prepared by the chef were in the chef's hands. "Sir, the poison sacks of the venom are all here, a total of 10 kilograms, you can check the goods." Yu Hai saw the chef put down the cardboard box, and he also took out the poke ball and released Ghastly. Hee, Ghastly just came out, saw Yu Hai, and stopped looking around, floating beside Yu Hai and waiting for orders. "Gas, taste these venoms to see if they are fresh, how toxic are they?" Yu Hai asked Ghastly to come out. There was nothing he could do. He only had 3 poison-type Pokémons, and the poison of the frog was already strong, and letting the frog try the venom was just adding fuel to the fire. Although the orb silk spider was poisonous, if he was poisoned, he would have to go to the Pokémon Center again. He could only let Ghastly go, only this guy was not afraid of poison. "Kauja, Kauja!" Ghastly rushed to the carton excitedly when he heard that there was venom. Seeing this, Yu Hai sighed helplessly, a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he quickly opened the carton. Seeing Ghastly lick the venom sac in the box with his long tongue, he took Ghastly back to the poke ball. Then he released Ghastly from the poke ball and asked Ghastly, "How about the venom?" "Kauja," Ghastly licked the corner of his mouth, still savoring the delicious taste just now. In response to Yu Hai's questioning, it nodded and floated to the carton again. Seeing this, Yu Hai already knew the result. This batch of venom sacs was not bad, at least not bad in Ghastly's opinion, and it was very much in line with Ghastly's taste. He thought it was okay. "Sir, these are just taken out of the cold storage, I guarantee that they are absolutely fresh." The chef saw Ghastly was startled, but fortunately Ghastly just pounced on the carton, not rushing towards him. "Here is 2 million, Yu Hai took out 2 million, picked up the carton and prepared to leave the alley. "Sir, if you want to keep it fresh, I suggest you buy a small refrigerator to keep it fresh." The chef saw Yu Hai disappear in the corner of the alley, and didn't care whether Yu Hai listened or not. Anyway, he had already reminded him, and he made a small profit this time. He collected some poison sacks from other restaurants, and with the back kitchen he was in charge of, he could actually sell more than 2 million. He can go out for a drink tonight to relieve his craving. Leaving the back alley, Yu Hai turned and went to the home appliance mall, spending 10,000 to buy a small refrigerator to keep the venom in the carton fresh. He heard what the chef said. If the venom is not kept fresh, it will stink after a long time, and he can't let Ghastly eat 10 kilograms of venom at a time. Last time, half a kilogram took 3 days to sleep. If it was 10 kilograms, it would be more than 100 days. He didn't want to wait that long. Before putting the venom in the refrigerator, he weighed the carton in the store. It was indeed 10 kilograms. The chef didn't lie to him. Next, he put on gloves, put the bags of poison sacks into the refrigerator, closed the refrigerator, tied it with ropes, and stuffed it into the space backpack. The cardboard box and gloves were thrown into the trash can. He left the deserted alley and prepared to rent a villa on the edge of the city to start the evolution experiment of Ghastly. However, after arriving in the suburbs, a small accident happened. He saw Kona and Du here. "Fuck," Yu Hai said in his heart when he saw the two people. Why did Du appear here? Wasn't this guy hosting the youth trainer competition in Hasa City? By the way, the youth trainer competition is about to end. Yu Hai thought that it was a week after leaving Hasa Island. The competition was probably over, so it was normal for Du to appear here. What the hell is normal? Yu Hai wanted to yell, but he didn't dare. He was afraid of attracting the attention of Du and Kona. It was not a good thing to be noticed by these two people now. Forget about trying to curry favor with someone. Who is he? A trainer who can't even pass the application for a certified trainer in the league. Is he worthy of being attached to the boss? He is very clear-headed. He knows his own weight. He just wants to be a nobody. When his rainy day team enters the king level, it will be the time for him to really step on the stage. It's too early now. However. Hey, that trainer, I want to challenge you. Fuck, it's not me, Yu Hai is trying to hypnotize himself. He wanted to pretend nothing happened and leave the door of Kona's villa. He didn't want to pay attention to Du and Kona, who were chatting in the backyard of Kona's villa, and the group of little brats who shouted at him to stop. They should be students who came here for extracurricular activities. After all, Kona's lectures are famous. As long as Kona accepts some funding and some people let their children come to get familiar with each other, many parents must be willing. It is such a little brat who is so fierce, and he stopped him on the spot. Hey, I'm calling you? Didn't you hear me? Yu Hai wanted to leave, but he was surrounded by these teenage brats. It was too late to leave now. Well, it's not too late. He can't run away. You know, Yulongdu is here. If he dares to run, he must be guilty and have something to hide. When Fata slaps him, he will definitely fly into the sea and be smashed to pieces. He won't be able to fight back. But these annoying brats won't let him go, and they released elves to block his way. What else can he do? He can't just force his way in. You know, these brats are accompanied by bodyguards. Those bodyguards wearing black suits, black sunglasses, and strong and muscular are not easy to mess with. He feels that these bodyguards can abuse him with their bare hands. They are all walking humanoids. Fighting Pokemon. Hey, are you a trainer? Why don't you agree? We just want to fight Pokemons. Release your Pokemons now. I have something else to do. I don't want to fight. Sorry, Yu Hai said casually, preparing to bypass the group of children and leave Kona's villa. He should have thought of it long ago. Kona has a villa here, so he shouldn't rent a house here, but go to other towns to rent a house. But it's too late to say anything now. You're lying. How can a busy trainer come here? I think you want to find Kona's sister. Kona's sister doesn't want to see you, so you're pestering her here. I didn't, Yu Hai hurriedly explained. Who is he to pester Kona? He doesn't know what this little girl is thinking about every day. As a student, he should study hard instead of being obsessed with love. Sister Kona, there is a peeping Tom outside the door, come and catch the peeping Tom. I don't know who shouted. Yu Hai was stunned for a moment, and wanted to release the gull to escape, but someone was faster than him. A tall orange figure landed beside him, staring at him fiercely, frightening him so much that he dared not move at all. You know, this is a king-level Dragonite. If he dared to move, he would be turned into a pool of meat paste in an instant. Who is the peeping Tom? Du and Kona walked out of the backyard and saw Yu Hai, who was scared by Dragonite at the door of the villa. Du Tianwang, the kids are talking nonsense, I'm just a trainer passing by here. Yu Hai saw Du and Kona appear, and immediately explained to the two what happened just now, fearing that the two would misunderstand. Stop talking nonsense, ID card. Du is an investigator, it's reasonable for him to check the ID card. Here, Yu Hai heard that he was asked for his ID card, and he quickly took out his ID card. Fortunately, after shopping, he didn't need to disguise himself. His appearance changed back to his original appearance, the same as the head portrait on the ID card. He was not afraid of Du's investigation. After getting Yu Hai's ID card, Du continued to ask, do you know me? I saw it at the Hasa City competition. Yu Hai truthfully explained that he had seen it in the competition. If he dared to say that he had seen it in the black market, he might be tortured back for investigation. Are you a trainer in Hasa City? Du looked at Yu Hai's ID card. The address was Hasa City Port, so he was sure that the other party must have seen him in Hasa City, and then asked, "Are you a certified trainer of the league?" "No." Yu Hai answered truthfully again. "You are 15 years old. According to the league regulations, you can apply to become a certified trainer of the league at the age of 10. Why didn't you apply and come out to travel?" "I am an orphan," Yu Hai said only 4 words, blocking Du's next question. "Please wait a moment," Du asked Yu Hai to wait for a while and let Dragonite watch here. He turned and entered the villa and asked Kona, "Is there a computer?" "Yes." Kona took Du to the computer in the study and asked Du curiously, "What's wrong with this person?" "It's not clear yet. I need to log into the Alliance population database to find out." Then, Du saw Yu Hai's identity information, including the 3 Pokémon that Yu Hai registered at the Pokémon Center: Frog, Orb-Spined Spider, and Swan. When Yu Hai thought of these 3 Pokémon, he regretted it a little. If he had known, he would not have registered Orb-Spined Spider. When he updated his identity information next time, he would just release Orb-Spined Spider. Yu Hai didn't wait long before Du and Kona came out. With Fata watching him, he didn't dare to run. Moreover, he had a clean record. Why should he run? Only people with guilty consciences would run. Why would he run with a clear conscience? "Trainer Yu Hai, I'll return your ID card to you. You can leave." Du returned Yu Hai's ID card to Yu Hai as soon as he came out. Yu Hai had no criminal record except that he was not a certified trainer of the Alliance. He is an orphan with a clean background. Both his parents died because of pirates. He has no ill will towards this kind of trainers. What he dislikes most is the group of villains in Team Rocket. However, this kind of orphans are also his focus, because this kind of orphans are most likely to be attracted by underground organizations, and Team Rocket especially likes to recruit these orphans. After taking the ID card, Yu Hai quietly breathed a sigh of relief. After putting the ID card away, he was ready to leave. The result. "Wait, I want to challenge you, you haven't accepted my challenge yet." "Fuck you," Yu Hai wanted to curse when he heard this, but he didn't say it out loud, and he didn't dare to say it out loud, because he was afraid that Fata would slap him away. "Sorry, I have something to do," Yu Hai apologized with a smile, and was ready to bypass these little brats and get away from this place of trouble as soon as possible. As a result, Kona whispered to Du, leave him." "Why?" Du asked puzzledly. "Stay first." Kona saw that Du didn't speak, and she didn't have time to explain, so she spoke first. "Trainer Yu Hai, do you want to stay and have a couple of games with these kids?" "Thank you for the invitation, Kona." "Sorry, I have something else to do." Yu Hai turned around to thank Kona for his kindness, and continued to walk forward without stopping. Yu Hai's abnormal behavior also made Du aware of the abnormality. Du winked at Dragonite and asked Dragonite to block Yu Hai's way again. Seeing Dragonite blocking the way again, Yu Hai didn't get angry even if he had a good temper. The reason was that he couldn't beat Dragonite. These 2 kings, no matter how many grievances they have, can only endure. "King Du." Yu Hai turned back to look at King Du, not understanding what King Du meant. Ahem. King Du looked at Kona, wanting Kona to make a decision, but Kona turned his face away and ignored Du, so Du had to find a random reason to keep Yu Hai. "Trainer Yu Hai, do you want to become a certified trainer of the league?" I can't meet the certification requirements of the league." Yu Hai was very confused. Did Du stop him just for this? But there was no need to use Dragonite. He was almost scared to death by Dragonite. "As long as you can pass the assessment, I will agree to your trainer certification application." Du was willing to give it his all to keep Yu Hai. With his status and position, it would be easy for him to get a certification certificate for a new trainer. What assessment? Yu Hai really wanted to know if the test was difficult. If he had to fight with Du and beat Du, then forget it. He didn't want to be abused. 299 Chapter 293, Mini Dragon. 299. The test is to have a few battles with these kids, Du raised his hand and pointed at the kids around him. These kids were pretty good, and generally had elite level strength, which was enough to test Yu Hai. Are you sure? Yu Hai couldn't believe it. Was the trainer certification that simple? He didn't realize that as long as Du used his connections, becoming a certified trainer in the league would be a matter of Du's words. I'm the 4 Heavenly Kings Du. Du was a little impatient. His name, Yu Long Du, wasn't it worth a newcomer certification? If he told others about it, he would be laughed to death. Well, Yu Hai only realized now that it was just a newcomer certification, which was too simple for these two people. That's not right. Isn't his goal to join a gym and become a gym apprentice? If he becomes a certified trainer here, why would he join a gym? Moreover, he refused to be led by Du into the league. It was not because he doubted Du's credibility or whether Du could do it. He did not doubt this, but he was worried that his small body could not bear it. If Du took him to apply for rookie certification, the news would be spread. What if he was targeted? Even if Du just casually informed the Pokémon Center, he was labeled as Du, which would definitely attract the attention of those who were interested. People like Du would be watched for their every move, let alone him who was led by Du. But he did not want to be watched. He just wanted to develop in a shabby way, rather than become a certified trainer of the league with great fanfare and become the focus of many people. Once people in the league knew that he was led by Du, they would pay special attention to him. His origins might be exposed, and he could not bear the cost of his identity being exposed now. When he becomes a top trainer, it doesn't matter if his identity is investigated. By then, he will already be a top trainer. Even if there are some minor flaws in his identity, they are all trivial matters. This is the weight of a top trainer. He is still too weak now. He can't even bear the gift from Du. He can only give up becoming a certified trainer in the league. But he has agreed to the battle. He can't go back on his word. That would be a slap in the face of Du, the 4 Heavenly Kings, and he can't bear it either. It seems that the battle has to be fought, but the benefits can't be taken, and the performance can't be too bad. Just use the trouble to get away with it. Oh, my head hurts, it's really troublesome. He also thought about just perfunctorily, but those are 2 4 Heavenly Kings, how can he get away with it by just perfunctorily? Besides, he is not the Rockets. There is no need to hide his shortcomings deliberately. Although he can't accept Du's kindness, it's okay to get familiar with Du and Kona. If you want to be a slacker in the league in the future, it's not bad to make friends with these 2 in advance. After all, human relationships will always be useful. Others don't even have the opportunity to show their faces in front of these 2. He should be content. While Yu Hai was in distress, Du was whispering to Kona over there. Kona, why did you keep him? Du asked Kona in a low voice. His behavior is very strange. We are the 4 Heavenly Kings, and 2 of them. He was not excited at all when he saw us, but was very scared. This is very abnormal. So that's how it is. I finally know what's strange. Du raised his hand and touched his chin in thought. Recalling the experience of meeting Yu Hai, except for being scared by Dragonite at the beginning, he really didn't show any excitement. You have to know that he is the 4 Heavenly Kings Yulong Du. No matter where he goes, he is very popular. Not to mention that everyone is supporting him, fans can fight to get close to him. He has never met someone like Yu Hai. Even if he didn't show excitement for him, he should be shaken by Kona, a beautiful woman. Where are you looking? Kona rolled her eyes at Du. How could she not know what Du was thinking? She must have charm, but it just didn't work on Yu Hai. What can she do? She was a little skeptical at first, but when she saw Du's gaze, she knew that her suspicion was unnecessary. Yu Hai was really not interested in the 2 of them. Even if they were 2 of the 4 Heavenly Kings and appeared in front of him together, he was not interested and just wanted to get away as soon as possible. Forget it, let's see how strong this boy is first. Du's frown relaxed and turned to enter the backyard of the villa. There was a battlefield there, and he was going to watch Yu Hai's battle there. Seeing Du leave, Kona also turned around and left. Yu Hai was even surrounded by children and entered the villa. These little brats were afraid that he would run away. When he stood on the battlefield, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, he was surrounded by two. The boss watched. Was he letting the little brats win in the battle? Or was he letting them win? What if he beat the little brats and made them cry? Who would he go to for justice? He couldn't afford to offend those bodyguards. I'll use Squirtle. Send out your Pokemon quickly. A little brat boy couldn't wait and released his Pokemon early. Go, Crab, Yu Hai sighed helplessly. He didn't send out the strongest frog or Scyther, but the most stable crab. Using frog was a bit of a bully. What if the little brats were beaten and cried? Scyther still needed some time to get used to it. It would take 2 friendly matches before he could play in the battle, so Crab was left. I'll be the referee. Please get ready. Count down to 3, 3, 2, 1, the battle begins. As a little brat ran out to be the referee, their battle began. Crumb, use water gun. Giant Crab, raise your claws to block it, use instant amnesia. Yu Hai also gave instructions to the elves at the same time. Cool, before the water gun arrived, the giant crab raised its big claws to block the water gun. The giant crab's huge claws can almost block the whole body. What is the kid on the opposite side thinking of using a water gun to hit a water elf? Why don't they know how to adapt? As the giant crab used instant amnesia, its big claws slowly lowered, because instant amnesia can make the elf forget what happened just now, and Yu Hai also needs to remind it in time. Giant crab, raise your claws, continue to use instant amnesia. Yu Hai's tactics remained unchanged, and he still strengthened his defense first. As long as the kid on the opposite side likes water guns, he will let the other side use enough. Then his giant crab stacked up instant amnesia and iron wall, and used sword dance once. The little kid who saw this was so angry that he cried and asked, "Why do you always improve your defense and never attack? The water gun has been used for so long. Why don't you use it when there is such a good opportunity to improve defense?" Yu Hai spread his hands helplessly, and couldn't understand why these trainers who had learned theoretical knowledge didn't use it in actual combat. It seems to make sense. The boy immediately changed his mind and shouted to Stotl, "Stotl, use Shell Break." The boy also wanted to use the enhanced move to improve his Pokemon's attack and speed, but it was too late. Giant Claw, Mud Shot. Yu Hai asked Giant Claw to kill Stotl with Mud Shot when Stotl was strengthened. Mud Shot can trigger the forced characteristic. Although the deceleration effect disappeared, the power increased by 30%. As Squirtle was defeated, Du laughed, "Kona, your student seems a little unsuitable for fighting." "He is not my student." Kona raised her thighs and denied Du's words. These children were all free-range. If they were eager to learn, she would teach them. If they didn't want to learn, she couldn't do anything about it. As the second boy came on the field, the boy learned to be smart and sent out the grass-type elf forest lizard to restrain the water-type crab. "Come on, you attack first." Yu Hai waved his hand to signal the opponent to hurry up. His crab was still strengthened, and no one could help. "Don't be too arrogant, forest lizard. Use the seed machine gun," the boy ordered the forest lizard. "Crab, shoot it down with mud." As the long-range moves of the two attributes collided, the two elves also started to fight against each other, competing for endurance. After the two moves collided, an explosion occurred instantly. The boy immediately changed his tactics. "Forest lizard, rush over with a flash of lightning, use the leaf blade." "Cha!" The forest lizard received the order from the trainer and ran quickly, rushing towards the giant crab in the smoke. "Giant crab, slap it away." Yu Hai saw the forest lizard rushing over and shouted to the giant crab. "Ku-K!" The giant crab stared at the front, and at the moment when the forest lizard rushed out of the smoke, it raised its big claws and slapped it. Bang! Before the forest lizard's leaf blade chopped the giant crab slapped the forest lizard away. Who told the forest lizard to chop in front of the giant crab? Didn't it even know how to go around? Cha! The forest lizard was slapped and hit the protective net. It fell down and screamed in pain. It supported its body with difficulty. It was about to die, but it stood up again with the encouragement of the trainer, as if it had added a buff. At this moment, 3 mud shots hit the forest lizard, completely ending the forest lizard. Another little brat was beaten and cried, holding the forest lizard and leaving the battlefield, receiving treatment from the bodyguard outside the field. With Yukai winning 2 games in a row, Wataru and Kona also began to take it seriously. You know, the giant crab has stayed in the same place since its appearance. Not only are the double resistances fully stacked, but the attack is also fully stacked, the only thing missing is speed. Facing such a giant crab, it is very difficult to defeat, especially the giant crab running. They really want to see how many games Yukai can win in a row. Then Yukai told them how many games the giant crab can win in a row. As expected, the third game was another starter, this time it was Venusaur. Seeing this Venusaur, Yukai instantly understood that the group of little brats were a group of second generation, and each of them had a starter. Alas, with a light sigh, Yukai let the giant crab face Venusaur, and finally defeated Venusaur without suspense. Next, the group of little brats came on the field one after another. He commanded the giant crab to fight for more than 10 games, and finally made the group of little brats cry. In order to make the giant crab win consecutively, he rarely let the giant crab move, let alone the reason why he said he ran was to save the crab's physical strength, otherwise the crab would not be able to fight 11 games in a row and defeat these little brats one by one. The crab's tactics are very simple. He uses mud shooting to fight against consumption, and directly slaps away in close combat. When both resistance and attack are fully stacked, coupled with the crab's accurate moves, the crab has never lost in shooting, except for the mosquito frog. Don't these kids like to rush? They all want to fight with the crab in close combat, which just fits his tactical arrangement for the crab. The crab, with full resistance, took many attacks and was fine. Instead, all the elves that approached were slapped away and hit the protective net and fainted. Pa pa pa! Wonderful, wonderful, I didn't expect you to win 11 games in a row. Du clapped his hands on the balcony. He witnessed Yuhai's 11 consecutive victories with his own eyes. Although the level of these children in commanding elves is not very good, quantitative change leads to qualitative change, and 11 consecutive victories are already worthy of his applause. Do you want to go down? Kona saw that Du was a little excited, and knew that this person must be itching to fight. After all, they all wanted to have a fight with each other, since they became the kings, except for the challenger or the other kings, they hadn't had a serious fight for a long time. Today, I finally met such an outstanding newcomer, of course, I have to have a wonderful fight, the guidance of the senior to the junior. Of course, I can't wait. Du was about to turn over and jump off the balcony, and was stopped by Kona. Du, isn't it a bit bullying? Kona could see that the giant claw crab had just reached the senior level. If Du used Dragonite, wouldn't it be a bit bullying? What are you thinking? I'll use the little dragon recovered in Hasa City. Du shook the pokeball in his hand. It was the mini dragon he recovered in Hasa City, and it was still on his body and hadn't been teleported back. Du Tianwang? What are you doing? Yuhai was about to recover the giant claw crab, explain the reason and leave, and saw Du jumping down the building, which scared him a lot. I want to have a battle with you. You should have other Pokemons. Release them quickly. Du released his Dratini without hesitation and asked Yuhai to release his Pokemons quickly. Dratini. The moment Yuhai saw Dratini, he immediately remembered the Dratinis in the black market of Hasa City Port. Could it be this one? I didn't expect to see it here. However, he needed to think carefully about the battle with Du, and asked Du Tianwang, if I beat you, can you agree to one of my requests? What request? Du looked at Dratini, then at Yuhai, thinking that this kid didn't want Dratini. This kid is really bold. Du Tianwang, it's about the certified trainer. Can you take it back? I don't want it anymore. Yu Hai scratched his head awkwardly and made the request. There was no way. He didn't want to die prematurely. It didn't feel good to be targeted by others. He just wanted to train Pokémons quietly. He didn't have much pursuit, and he didn't want to be involved in the vortex of Tianwang. That's it. Du was also confused when he heard this request. He thought the other party would ask for a mini dragon, but he didn't expect that he guessed wrong again. He had guessed wrong many times today. He was really an unexpected kid. 300 Chapter 294, Embarrassing. 300. Yes, it's that simple, Yu Hai nodded gently. He was a flat man. Could it be that Du still expected him to have higher pursuits? As for Xiaoying, who just parted this morning, it was all to deceive Xiaoying. After all, he couldn't teach Xiaoying to lie down. This was not in line with the values of the elf world. Xiaoying should have a positive and hard-working goal. Why? Du was very curious. I'm afraid of trouble, Yu Hai explained truthfully. Ha ha ha, I'm not afraid of trouble, you kid. Du, he's not afraid of you causing trouble, but he thinks the certification application you passed is troublesome. Kona stood on the balcony, gently lifted the red hair beside his ear, and instantly thought of the meaning of Yu Hai's words. He also understood Yu Hai's thoughts. After all, just look at the villa and you will know that it's troublesome to have those children here. I can agree, but you have to answer me a question. Du looked up at the little brat who still wanted to watch the game, and signaled the bodyguards behind the children to take the children away with his eyes. After receiving Du's eye instructions, the bodyguards in black suits all understood that Du had something he didn't want them to hear. They watched the battle between their young master and young lady, and then it was the battle between the four kings Du. The kings didn't want them to watch, so they couldn't peek. As the bodyguards took the kid away, only 3 people were left at the scene. Du looked at Yu Hai and asked, "Why aren't you excited to see us?" Hai. Yu Hai thought Du would ask some shocking secrets, but he didn't expect it to be just this. This time, he was confused. Ahem, Du was a little embarrassed, as if he was asking the other party why he was not his fan. Who could understand this kind of embarrassment? I don't chase stars. Yu Hai waved his hand to indicate that he didn't chase stars. This made Du suddenly realize. It's not that there are no people who don't chase stars, but they are rare. Du has met many people, but there are very few of them. Kona, who was standing on the balcony, also figured it out instantly. It's just that she was too involved before. She went to many lectures and venues and always felt that she was very popular. Now there is a non-fan. She still has some discomfort. However, this is not the point. The key point is how the opponent will defeat Du next. Although it is just a mini dragon, it is not so easy to defeat Du with Du's command ability. Because Du has a Dragonite, Du knows the situation of mini dragon very well. This battle is like challenging Du when he was young, but Du's experience is not young at all. I understand. Come and defeat me, and I will agree to your request. Du raised his hand and shook the cloak and swung it back. He was going to get serious. He didn't expect that he would have a day of passion, just because of a strange trainer. If it was to hunt down Team Rocket and fight against crime, he would have similar passion. It's really nostalgic. Be careful, Du Tianwang, Yu Hai took back the giant claw crab. For this battle, he sent out his strongest Pokémon, Frog. Yobo, Frog felt in the Pokeball that the opponent's aura this time was very strong, and it would not be timid. Yu Hai stood behind it, and it would fight to the end. Mosquito Frog, the enemy is very strong, don't hold back. Yu Hai stared at Dratini closely. Even though it was just a Dratini, it depended on who was holding it. That Dratini was in the hands of Yulongdu, the Dragon King, so no matter how careful he was, it was not enough. However, things were beyond Yu Hai's expectations. This Dratini did not evolve, which meant that its level was not over 30. Using a Dratini of over 40 levels to fight was really a bit of a bully. You have to be careful too. Dratini, electromagnetic wave. Mosquito frog, go straight up, ice fist. Yu-Hai heard the electromagnetic wave and directly let Dratini rush up with the waterfall climbing, raised the ice fist with ice crystals high, and punched Dratini heavily before it could react. And then there was nothing else. The battlefield was smashed into a big pit by the Dratini, and Dratini's eyes had already turned into mosquito eyes, and he fainted in the big pit. This Yu-Hai scratched his head awkwardly. He thought Dratini would be very strong, but he didn't expect just this. This is very embarrassing. Yobo, Frog looked back at his trainer, asking with his eyes if he had hit him too hard. Come back, Frog. Yu-Hai took back Frog first, then asked Du carefully, King Du, am I considered a winner? You kid. Du smiled bitterly and nodded, and took back Dratini with a poke ball. If Dratini was not a dragon-type Pokémon, it would probably be injured internally. Fortunately, Dratini has scales and is strong enough to withstand a beating. King Du, can I leave? Yu-Hai was also afraid that Du would regret it, so he asked carefully again. Let's go. Du didn't bother to look at Yu-Hai. This time he was defeated too miserably, and he lost at the beginning. He was probably going to be laughed to death by Kona. Yu-Hai didn't know what Du was thinking, and immediately released the owl, sat on the owl and flew away. He didn't want to stay here for a second now. If you want to ask why, it's because he hit Du's Dratini, and it was a very miserable one. After he left, Kona also came down from the building and looked at the two big pits on the battlefield. One was a pit stepped by the frog, and the other was a pit hit by the frog. There were also scattered ice crystals in the pits. Did you see clearly the movements of the frog? Du saw Kona coming over, turned around and looked at the big pit on the battlefield, and asked Kona, who was standing on the balcony watching the battle. I saw it clearly, and I didn't see it clearly. Kona nodded first and then shook her head. When she recalled it now, she felt that it was so unreal. It was so fast just now, so fast that Du just shouted out the electromagnetic wave and the Dratini fell into the big pit. It was too fast. The Dratini didn't have time to launch the electromagnetic wave, and the frog disappeared. Du stood on the battlefield and recalled the outbreak of the frog. It was really too fast. Of course it's fast, otherwise it wouldn't have stepped on a big hole on the ground. Kona came to the big hole that the mosquito-scented frog had stepped on, and just stepped lightly on the edge, and the big hole cracked and collapsed again, spreading to the surroundings. I think this mosquito-scented frog has at least the strength of a Quasi-King. Du also saw the second collapsed big hole, and he didn't know how the mosquito-scented frog used that kind of explosive power. Quasi-King is still a little short. It's not like you haven't experienced the threshold of Quasi-King. Don't you remember how long you were stuck at that threshold? Kona refuted Du. She felt that the explosive power of the mosquito-scented frog was very close to the Quasi-King, but the strength was not. Did you forget that it was a mosquito-scented frog? Du reminded Kona with a wry smile. When that mosquito-scented frog evolves into a fast-swimming frog, it will sooner or later step into the threshold of the king. We will face that guy sooner or later. Judging from the performance of this attack, that day is not far away. Why haven't you heard of such a younger generation who cultivated a mosquito-scented frog so well? Kona remembered that it was just a mosquito-scented frog after Du's reminder. This shouldn't be the performance of a frog. At least they have been fighting for so long and have never seen such a ferocious frog. Didn't we check it just now? This person is an orphan. If I want to know more information, I have to go to Hasa's city again. Du remembered the ID card he had just seen. As long as the information on it is true, the other party can't escape. Du, judging from the performance of that person just now, he should be a trainer who doesn't like to be disturbed. If you want to investigate, you have to investigate secretly. Don't even contact acquaintances. Once he is discovered by this person, he will probably hide and live under a different identity. I have thought about it. He is the first trainer who defeated me in order to make me withdraw my conditions. This time he was really defeated. Don't tell anyone, otherwise Ziba and Kikyuko will laugh at me again. Ha ha ha, this is your embarrassing thing, my hush money is not low. Kona laughed happily, she hasn't been so happy for a long time. By the way, Grandma Kikyuko is about to retire, does the alliance have a suitable candidate? After laughing, Du and Kona talked about serious topics. There are several candidates: Psychic Power Department Yishu, Poison Department Aju, Evil Department Liwa, what do you think? Kona casually mentioned a few names. Du also knew these people. However, even these few names, 3 Alliance Kings in reserve, are also 3 Rockets undercovers. If Yu Hai is here, he really worries about the Alliance. Is there no real candidate for the 4 Heavenly Kings? Why are all the selected undercovers? Is the talent training mechanism of the Rockets better than that of the Alliance, and is it easier to produce talents? Yu Hai really doesn't understand the Alliance. What do you think of that guy? Wu did not discuss the 3 candidates proposed by Kona, but mentioned Yu Hai, who had already left. He seems to be a water trainer. Kona did not expect Wu to like a strange trainer who she had only met once. She also gave her own advice: he should not be able to compete with those 3. When he grows up, I don't know how long it will take. Kanto and Johto are going to be governed separately. At that time, there will be several positions vacant. If he wants, he will come to us. Wu is looking forward to that day, but that guy obviously has a very sharp mind, strong insight, and skilled command ability. This kind of person is really a natural trainer, but he is not very motivated. He really wants to whip him and make him move faster and not be so lazy. It's a pity that the guy is not his family back. If he is, he can whip him with a whip at will. The useless family descendants have been whipped by him. Yulong Wu is the tribe does not support idlers. Then why are you worrying about it? Let those old guys in the alliance have a headache. Kona did not understand Du's excitement. After all, Du was the face of the alliance, and everything had to be considered for the development of the alliance, while Kona was on vacation in the villa. This was the difference between the 2 people's thinking. Then, Kona turned around and returned to the villa, ready to call the construction team to repair the battlefield. Du was still outside, looking up in the direction where Yu Hai disappeared, feeling that he was such an interesting boy, and he didn't know if there were any surprises waiting for him in Hasa City. Thanks. Shui Keshui is very handsome, 500 book coins. Mares 0724, 100 book coins. Xiao Guang Luiying, 100 book coins. Shui Keshui is very handsome, 1,500 book coins. Thanks to all the bosses for their monthly tickets and book coins. It has been a long time since I have received a reward from a boss. The boss who gave me a reward must be a handsome guy. Thank you for the reward. 301 Chapter 295, Ghastly's Evolution. 301. On the other side, Yu Hai, who had already flown far away, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was too scary just now. He couldn't stay here anymore. He flew a big circle in the sky and saw an inland town with a relatively large population, so he let the gull land. He planned to hide in this town for a while, just in time to study Ghastly's evolution and degeneration. When he was about to leave, he would fly back to the big city in the east to take a boat. If that didn't work, he could go to Beagle City to take a boat. He just wanted to have a good rest now. He was scared just now. He thought that the mini dragon would have to pay for it, but he didn't have that much money. Fortunately, Du is not such a stingy king. It can only be said that Du is worthy of the alliance's ranking. Du is really a good person. I hope Du will be rewarded for his good deeds. If Yu Hai knew that Du had investigated him, he probably wouldn't give Du a good card. He would definitely thank God at that time. What? It's obviously Du's fault, why do you have to thank God? Don't ask, the answer is that God won't hit him. Du will really chase him to the ends of the earth. He can't afford to offend, nor can he hide. Landing on the edge of the town, he walked into the town and came to the Pokemon Center. On the points task wall, he got the information of nearby houses. He also rented a villa with a yard on the edge of the city. It cost him 80,000 and he rented it for a month. Few people come here, which is just right for him to experiment with Ghastly's evolution. A month is enough for him to study Ghastly clearly. After closing the gate of the courtyard, he released all the Pokemon except Ghastly, including Butterfly, Frog, Crab, Rhinoceros, Scyther, Butterfree, Slowpoke, Frog, Ditto, Orb, Farfetch, and Starfish, Squidward, Magikarp. These 3 were put into the pool. Butterfly, keep an eye on them, don't let them run away, Yu-Hai told Butterfly and Butterfly to look after the other Pokemon after releasing the Pokemon. He also took out the Pokemon's energy cubes and placed them in front of Butterfly, and told Butterfly, distribute the food, eat 2 more if you want to eat. Then, he took Butterfly, Frog, Crab, Ditto into the villa and came to the storage room on the 2nd floor of the villa. He first turned on the light in the storage room, gave the crab some food, and asked the crab to guard the door. Crab, no one can come in unless I open the door. The crab nodded and promised to guard the door. He took the Frog, Scyther, and Ditto into the storage room. The storage room was very empty, with nothing and no windows. Only the crab was guarding the door, which was the exit, just right for him to study Ghastly's evolution. When he closed the wooden door, there were only the Frog, Scyther, and Ditto in the entire storage room. There were 4 elves, including the Thing and Ghastly, and he was inside. He also took out the energy cubes from his backpack to feed the 4 elves. He would start researching Ghastly's evolution only after the 4 elves had lunch. The reason why he brought 3 elves, Frog, Scyther, and Ditto, and let the crab guard the door was to prevent accidents. The crab could also block people or elves who wanted to come in. The Frog, Scyther, and Ditto inside the door were to prevent accidents when Ghastly evolved and to protect his safety. After the 4 elves finished eating the energy cubes, he took out a small notebook to record the changes in Ghastly's panel information at any time. Ghastly. Attribute, Ghost plus Poison. Gender, Male. Potential, 29.60%. Level, 17.83%. Characteristics. Ghastly's current panel has not changed much from yesterday's panel, except that the level has increased by 0.4 experience points. Ghastries, you evolve once, then degenerate once. Yu-Hai wrote down Ghastly's panel data, and then let Ghastly start evolving. Haha, Ghastly looked at the pile of life energy cubes on the ground, which were all its food, but unfortunately there was no venom, but the trainer said it would be enough, so of course it would not doubt the trainer. They had agreed before that as long as they were provided with food and accommodation, they would follow the trainer's instructions. Ghastries also began to evolve, and with a flash of white light, Ghastly evolved into Haunter, and then the evolutionary light appeared on Haunter's body again, and it degenerated into Ghastly again. Garces. Attribute, Ghost plus Poison. Gender, Male. Potential, 30.40%. Level, 16.60%. Characteristics. Potential increased by 0.8, level decreased by 1.2. Garces, continue. Yu-Hai wrote down these 2 numbers and asked Ghastly to continue evolving. He wanted to see what Ghastly's limit was. QG, Ghastly looked helpless, but in order to provide food and shelter, it could only evolve and degenerate again. Anyway, it was a small matter. As long as there was delicious food, it would be fine. The trainer could do whatever he wanted. As Ghastly's second evolution and degeneration ended, Yu-Hai opened the panel again and looked at the changes on the panel. Garces. Attribute, Ghost plus Poison. Gender, Male. Potential, 31.10%. Level, 15.50%. Characteristics. Potential increased by 0.7, level decreased by 1.1. Garces, try again. Garces. Attribute, Ghost plus Poison. Gender, male. Potential, 31.70%. Level, 14.30%. Characteristics. Potential increased by 0.6, level decreased by 1.2. Looking at the three sets of data in the notebook, Yu Hai fell into deep thought. In the first set, the potential increased by 0.8, and the level decreased by 1.2. In the second set, the potential increased by 0.7, and the level decreased by 1.1. In the third set, the potential increased by 0.6, and the level decreased by 1.2. The level deduction is basically around 1 point, and the change in the potential increase is very intriguing. It will decrease in sequence as the potential continues to increase. Garces, who is level 14, can still conduct 14 more experiments. He needs more data to get more information. Then he let Ghastly continue to evolve and degenerate, and let him eat the life energy cubes on the ground at will. In order to motivate Ghastly to continue cooperating with the research, he also took out 50 grams of venom and poured it into Ghastly's mouth to satisfy Ghastly's craving. Ghastly stuffed a lot of energy cubes into his mouth after getting the venom, and only degenerated into Ghastly after eating them. After all, he would have no hands after degeneration. Garsly. Attribute, Ghost plus Poison. Gender, Male. Potential, 32.40%. Level, 13.30%. Characteristics. The potential increased by 0.7, and the level decreased by 1 point. After seeing the fourth set of test data, Yu Hai finally understood that the reduction in level is basically about 1 point. At present, it is not clear whether the level will decrease more after the potential increases. The growth of potential should slow down as the potential continues to increase, just like the number 0.8, which only appeared once, and that was Ghastly with 29 potentials. In other words, Ghastly's potential cannot be infinitely improved, but the limit of this potential is still uncertain. Next, Yu Hai asked Ghastly to continue trying, and finally Ghastly's limit was level 3. After the level dropped to level 3, Ghastly could no longer evolve, which means that level 4 is the minimum evolution requirement. The results of the subsequent 10 evolutions increased Ghastly's potential. Garsly. Attribute, Ghost plus Poison. Gender, Male. Potential, 38.50%. Level, 3.10%. Characteristics. Not counting the extra chapter, the last chapter was only 3,000 words, and this chapter makes up for it. Wait until I write more drafts, and I can update regularly at 12 o'clock. 302 Chapter 296, Dark Stone. 302. The result of Ghastly's 10 evolutions and degenerations is that the potential increased by 6.1 and the level decreased by 10.2. In these 10 data, not only did not appear 0.8, even the number of 0.7 appearances is decreasing. Through these 14 sets of data, he has reason to suspect that with the continuous growth of potential, the potential improvement brought by Ghastly evolution will stagnate. He still doesn't know what this limit is, and what the limit of the elves is. However, he has learned that this Ghastly has the potential to be a champion, and the next step is to grind it. Ghastly needs to upgrade its level before he can continue the next experiment. If there are enough life energy cubes and venom, it should be able to upgrade 2 levels a day. It's a pity that Ghastly doesn't have the gluttonous ghost feature, which should help the elves digest food and allow the elves to absorb more energy. According to the law of conservation of energy, energy can neither be created nor disappeared out of thin air. It can only be converted from one form to another, or transferred from one object to another, and its total amount remains unchanged during the transfer or conversion process. According to the law of conservation of energy, Ghastly's level has not disappeared, but the energy required to improve the potential has been deducted from the level. Unlike the evolution of other elves not only increase their potential but also their level when they evolve. This may be related to the good things he gave the elves when they evolved, as well as the energy crystals such as gems, which were all digested by the evolution. Gas's 14 sets of evolution data did not eat these things, and there is no data for comparison. The energy cube that Ghastly just ate had no effect after degeneration. Either Ghastly could not digest the energy cube after degeneration, or the energy effect of the energy cube was too poor, and the improvement in level and potential was very small, so small that he did not notice it in the data just now. He only recorded one digit after the decimal point, and did not record the second digit after the decimal point. After all, the changes after 0.1 will not exceed 0.1, so there is no need to record it. Now it seems that the energy of the energy cube cannot fluctuate even 0.1. He must use ghost gems or even dark stones. Anyway, anything with ghost energy can be given to Ghastly to try. When Ghastly evolves, it digests and absorbs the ghost energy on these gems, and then feeds back its potential and level through evolution, so that Ghastly can improve its potential without losing level. He did it as he thought. He used the Pokeball to take away Ghastly, who had already had indigestion. Ghastly had eaten too many life energy cubes and had not digested them yet, so he was now full. After taking Ghastly back, he cleaned up the energy cube box and found that Ghastly had eaten 2.5 boxes of life energy cubes, which was 25 cubes. It must be said that he was really a glutton. He didn't stop until he was full. How hungry was Ghastly? Waiting for Ghastly to digest the energy cubes, he used the Pokeball to take back the frog and Scyther, and let Ditto turn into the face he had when he was shopping before. He went outside the door to take back the crab, and then went to the villa yard, sat on the Smurf and went to the big city he had just come from. There was no way. There was no such thing as ghost gems in this small town, let alone dark stones. If the guess was feasible, he would need a large number of ghost gems. This thing is much cheaper than the dark stone. Although both are stones full of ghost energy, the dark stone can evolve elves, but the ghost gem cannot. He had previously speculated whether the ghost gem could be the raw stone of the dark stone. When the ghost gem absorbs enough ghost energy, would it become a dark stone? After all, the ghost gem is at most a few 100,000, but it is hard to say about the dark stone. You should know that the medium-quality water stone in the Hassa City department store is priced at 3.5 million. Considering that there are more water elves in Hassa City, the demand is relatively large, so it will be much more expensive. But the dark stone is used to evolve ghost elves, and its scarcity is no less than that of the moonstone and other evolution stones. He estimates that the starting price of this thing is at least 2 million, and this is the lowest quality dark stone. If it is a medium quality dark stone, the price starts at least 4 million. If it is a high quality dark stone, he doesn't know, he has never seen it, and he has never seen high quality goods on Hassa Island. At the beginning, the prop shop owner of the department store asked him to use the medium quality evolution stone and not to explore the secrets of the high quality evolution stone. He guessed that it was monopolized and used as a bargaining chip to win over trainers, just like the club's routine to win him over. This time, he still focused on ghost gems. As for dark stones, he would collect 1 or 2 if he could find them. It didn't matter what quality the dark stones were. Anyway, he was just studying whether Ghastly could absorb the ghost energy in these stones after evolution. When he came to the previous department store and found the greasy fat man in the store, the greasy fat man was shocked when he heard him coming. Fine beads of sweat kept coming out of his forehead. It is estimated that he had thought about the dismemberment scene. "Sir, I wonder if you have something to do when you come back." The greasy fat man kept rubbing his hands, with a smile on his face, but his heart was beating. They had just separated for one morning. Could there be something wrong with the batch of goods? It shouldn't be. He personally supervised the packaging of the goods. How could there be a problem? Even if there were 1 or 2 boxes with problems, didn't he still deliver 10 boxes? Could it be that a large batch of goods had problems? "Do you want a multi-million-dollar deal?" Yu Hai didn't waste words and directly stated his purpose. However, he was very satisfied with the fat man's sweaty forehead. Fear is good. As long as fear is given, the deal will be done. Big stores like the Greasy Fatties are basically chain stores. They not only have elf food, but also elf props. A multi-million-dollar deal. After hearing the multi-million-dollar deal, the Greasy Fatty secretly swallowed his saliva and breathed a sigh of relief. He was almost scared to death by the sudden arrival of this man. Although a business of tens of millions is good, this kind of business is too scary. He is afraid that he will earn money but not spend it. Tens of millions of business, I want 20% off. Yu Hai raised his hand and made a sign of 8, indicating to the greasy fat man that if he gets 20% off, he will buy 10 million. If there is no 20% off, it will be another matter. Sir, what do you want to buy? The greasy fat man was sure that Yu Hai was here to do business, and he immediately straightened his collar and straightened his back. He was the manager. As a result, Yu Hai just hooked his fingers, and the fat on the greasy fat man's face immediately piled up into a flattering smile. He quickly moved to Yu Hai's mouth and waited obediently for Yu Hai to speak. I want something related to ghost energy, such as ghost gems, dark stones, and the like. Sir, do you have any requirements for the quality of this batch of goods? The greasy fat man raised his hand and gently wiped away the sweat on his cheek, thinking that the things this kind of fierce man needs are all things that cost lives. Life energy cubes are okay, but 10 kilograms of venom is a bit scary. Now he wants something related to ghost-type elves. Touching this kind of thing will shorten his life. He also wants to live 2 more years with the fat on his body. Of course I want the best, you know. Yu Hai gave the greasy fat man a look, letting the greasy fat man experience it himself. He believes that the greasy fat man will understand. Haha, I understand, the greasy fat man smiled knowingly, and his chubby face was full of smiles. That smile was like a blooming chrysanthemum, warm and bright, making people feel extremely ugh. Yu Hai was almost dying, it was too greasy. Not only was his hair greasy, but when he smiled, the sweat beads in the cracks of his fat, if not sweat beads, he would have suspected it was oil. If it weren't for maintaining his character, he would have slapped him. He wouldn't touch such disgusting things, greasy, but also a profiteer. After all, he had been cheated in his previous life, so he had no good impression of businessmen, especially those greasy businessmen who liked to fake smile. Okay, hurry up and prepare, I want to see the goods in half an hour. Yu Hai waved his hand, walked away from the greasy fat man, and prepared to stroll around the store and wait for the fat man to transfer the goods. Sir, you are a big customer, how can I let you wait for half an hour? I promise to transfer the goods to you in 10 minutes, the greasy fat man assured Yu Hai, turned around and whispered to the black silk shopping guide behind him. You take the distinguished guest to the box, massage the guest's shoulders, you go make a cup of tea, and you can get some fruit. If you 3 serve the guests well, you will get a commission. Okay, manager. The 3 black silk shopping guides who received the order immediately led Yu Hai to the box, 1 massaged his shoulders, 1 pounded his legs, and 1 fed him fruit, and they almost let Yu Hai sit on their laps. This scene made Yu Hai a little uncomfortable. After all, he was a lousy worker in his previous life. When had he ever enjoyed such treatment? Ah, is this the life of rich people? It really corrupts people's hearts. No wonder so many people can't stand the temptation of sugar-coated bullets. He finally understood it. If he does this every day, he will really lose the motivation to move forward. He will only lie flatter than in his previous life, as if he had been ironed with an electric iron. It is not possible now. Without the strength, it is impossible to lie flat. His goal remains unchanged. Become a top trainer first and then talk about lying flat. However, he will not be polite for the 10 minutes of service. You know, he spent 10 million. What's wrong with enjoying 10 minutes? It's all the fault of that fat guy. His half an hour was cut by 2/3. He swears to find that fat guy and get back the 20 minutes he lost. 10 minutes later, the greasy fat guy came back with a big bag of things. Sir, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I've brought you the goods you requested. I want to see the goods. You go out first. Yu Hai stood up and waved his hand, pushing away the grapes that the guide fed to his mouth, and asked the 3 guides to leave. He needed to have a good chat with the fat man. After the 3 guides left, the greasy fat man opened the gift box, which contained ghost gems, dark stones, and spell charms. He introduced to Yu Hai, "Sir, the items in the store that contain ghost energy are these 3. The things are not bad. I'm in a bad mood now." Yu Hai shook his head, put his feet on the wooden table, leaned his head back on the sofa, lowered his eyes, and stared at the greasy fat man expressionlessly. "First, sir, if there is anything that is not well received, please let me know." The greasy fat man thought that this order would be very pleasant, but he didn't expect that this mysterious customer was unhappy. He didn't know where he had offended the other party. Could it be the service just now? In fact, the greasy fat man guessed half right. 10 minutes? Great, very good. I didn't even say 10 minutes, but you're considerate of me and helped me talk for 10 minutes, so I should thank you for saving me time. Yu Hai stared at the greasy fat man with a smile, but in fact he was blackmailing him. He must take the initiative in this transaction, otherwise when bargaining later, the greasy fat man will think he is easy to talk to and take advantage of him. "Hey, the greasy fat man's hands were shaking so much that he couldn't pull out the scarf. He could only stand up quickly, raised his hand and used the cuffs of his brand new white suit to quickly wipe away the cold sweat, bowed and apologized to Yu Hai, "Sir, if you need, they will appear in your room tonight." "Hehe, do you think I need women? Or do you think I can't get a few women? Do you still need to do it?" Yu Hai kicked over the tea on the table rudely, and the greasy fat man trembled and his legs almost softened. Yu Hai felt that he was scared enough and it was time to stop. He immediately stood up and picked up the dark stone in the gift box. The panel instantly scanned out the purity. Dark stone, a magical stone that can make certain elves evolve, purity 46.12%. The stone is average, not even high level. I wonder how much it costs? After seeing the purity, Yu Hai also knew the quality of this dark stone, which was considered to be a dark stone of medium quality. Among the medium quality evolution stones, it is considered a good quality stone, but it is a pity that it is a piece of chicken before the high level. "First, sir, the price of this dark stone is 6. The greasy fat man saw Yu Hai's half smile, and he couldn't say the 6 million in his mouth. His breathing became rapid and heavy, and his hands were clenched together. The knuckles turned white because of the force. Finally, he made up his mind, and his nails were deeply embedded in his palms. Using the pain from his palms, he forced himself to calm down, and then he opened the quotation, "Sir, 4 million, this is my limit, and it's the discounted price." "Hehe, I didn't embarrass you, did I?" Yu Hai smiled, put down the dark stone, and thought of the water stone in Hasa City. If you want to give a price to the medium quality evolution stone with a large fluctuation, the price will be between 3 million and 7 million. No one will buy the medium quality water stone if it exceeds 7 million. If it is a high level evolution stone, it is really a friendly price to buy it within 10 million. After all, high level evolution stones are in short supply. You can't buy them even if you have money but no connections. "No, sir, as long as you are happy." The greasy fat man finally saw Yu Hai smile happily, not the kind of contemptuous smile, which means that the matter just now is over. "You should know that the lowest price of this dark stone in the store is 5 million. Even if there is a discount, it is 95% off. The rest is regarded as his supply to the other party. When the time comes, it will be directly deducted from the commission, and a little bit of manipulation will be done on the bill." Fortunately, the discount was called early, otherwise, if the 4 million is discounted by 20%, he will lose his underwear. It seems that he will have to sell more things later before he can make a profit. 303 Chapter 297, Super Evolution. 303. Next, Yu Hai picked up the ghost gem and checked it. He found that the purity of the gems on the table was basically around 50 or 60, and there was one with 70 purity, a total of 10 ghost gems. There is also a senior level item, the Spell Talisman, which increases the power of ghost-type moves by 20%. Spell Talisman, the elves carrying this item can increase the power of ghost-type moves, enhancement 19%. Level 41.23%. It is a newly entered senior level item, only level 41, to be honest, he doesn't like it. Garce is still experimenting in this stage, it is not impossible to buy this item. Maybe it can cause a chain reaction in Ghastly's evolution, which is also worth studying. By the way, there are also poisonous orbs and black sludge, one can produce poison, and the other can restore the physical strength of the elves because of the poison attribute. These two things are very good for Ghastly. You know, this Ghastly likes venom, and the poison talent must be good. There are also superpowers. When Ghastly eats energy cubes, it is controlled by superpowers, which shows that Ghastly's superpowers are also worth developing. If ghost, poison, and superpower can all be added to evolution research, he felt that this Ghastly was going to take off, for real. It was even more awesome than his idea of the complete waterfall climbing strategy for the frog. In the animation of the previous life, Super Evolution was to borrow the energy of the Mega Evolution Stone and the Keystone to resonate together to allow the Pokémon to super evolve. As for humans, that was just humans flattering themselves. Even without humans, Pokémon can complete super evolution by themselves. From the animation in the Kalos region, we can see from some ancient murals that Pokémon can choose to super evolve on their own. It's just that the Pokémon will not be able to super evolve if they don't have energy. Withdraw from Mega Evolution and become a normal 3-stage evolution. For example, Mewtwo is a good example of being able to Mega evolve freely. At this time, a question arises, what if the energy is enough? Can the Pokémon complete Mega Evolution alone? For example, the Ghastly in his hand, Ghost Energy, Poison Energy, and Psychic Energy, 3 kinds of energy gathered together. Fuck, my god, it's too scary. Yu-Hai felt that he was really going to take off. If he really cultivated Ghastly, it would be a Ghastly that could complete Mega Evolution alone without Mega Evolution Stone. Just because Ghastly can evolve and degenerate, and the 3 kinds of energy that are constantly accumulated in the body, it is enough to push Ghastly to Mega Evolution. If there is a limit to potential, it is Mega Evolution. When Ghastly's potential reaches the limit and the level reaches the limit, it can naturally break the limit of Mega Evolution Stone, complete Mega Evolution alone, and become a Mega Gengar. Before, he didn't think of this, he only thought of Gigantamax and level 1 God, but ignored the energy of Mega Evolution. It is because of the law of conservation of energy. Energy can neither be created nor disappear. It can only be transformed from one form to another, or transferred from one object to another. During the transfer or transformation process, its total amount remains unchanged. Ghastly only needs to convert the energy in his body into super evolution energy. The energy problem is solved. Then what about the super evolution stone? And 2 super evolution stones resonance problem? Actually, there is no need to worry about these 2 problems, because this Ghastly can control evolution freely, which means that the energy problem of Mega Evolution and the problem of Keystone Resonance have been solved, and Ghastly's Mega Evolution is just around the corner. If this plan is feasible, Mega Gengar plus Gigantamax Gengar will be Mega Gengar plus Gigantamax Gengar, which is Super Gigantamax Gengar. Fuck, if I had known, I would not have wasted the previous 17 levels, and used them to test Ghastly's absorption of gem energy. Yu-Hai sighed secretly, he didn't know before, and wasted Ghastly's evolution energy, so it's gone. From now on, every evolution test is very precious, he needs to test Ghastly's absorption of various gem energies to determine whether Ghastly can complete it independently, and his idea of Ghastly's Mega Evolution alone. Haha, I'm really looking forward to it. Yu-Hai put down the ghost gem, and had made up his mind to spend a lot of money to cultivate this Ghastly. He said to the greasy fat man, in addition to gems like this, I also need super power gems and poison gems. Give me 10 of each of these 2 gems also, poisonous gems, black silt, and curved spoons, 1 of each of these 3 props. The quality should at least not be worse than that of ghost gems, you know Gudong, I understand, the greasy fat man nodded blankly. He was not in a daze, but calculating the value of these things. All in all, it was no less than 30 million. If the greasy fat man could say wow, he would definitely say it 100 times. It's really a big business of tens of millions. This time he made a fortune. Sir, please wait a moment, I'll go pick up the goods right away. The greasy fat man just stood up and was stopped by Yu Hai. Super power energy cubes, 1000 boxes. Yu Hai reminded the greasy fat man before he left that he still needed super power energy cubes. Although the energy block cannot change the data on the panel after 0.1, the quantitative change can lead to qualitative change. If 1 box is not enough, then 100 boxes, and if 100 boxes are not enough, then 1000 boxes. Just pile up the energy. He doesn't believe that he can't pile up a super evolved Jengar. As for the poison needle? Haha, to reach the stage of super Jengar, do you still need the bonus of the poison needle? Do you need it? To be honest, he really doesn't think much of the 20% improvement. By that time, Jengar's toxins may be more poisonous than the poison needle item. He really didn't think of the super evolution before, but now that he thinks that super evolution is also caused by energy, he must try it well, otherwise he will feel like a cat's claw scratching his heart, and he will feel uncomfortable. He just happens to be rich and free, and he has also captured a ghastly that can evolve at will, and he has a panel and is a time traveler. He doesn't know what to say. These 4 things are indispensable. Many people in this world have money, and if you want to meet a ghastly that can evolve and degenerate, you can only rely on luck. Only time travelers have this panel thing, and they have their own wonderful ideas. If he is not a time traveler, he does not know about super evolution and Dynamax, and he would not have such an idea. Ha ha ha, it is true. Yu Hai thought about it and laughed subconsciously. Fortunately, there was no one in the box, otherwise he would find that his mouth was grinning to his ears, which was really wonderful. He is very happy now, and he can't help being happy. When the greasy fat man comes back, he has to restrain his happiness, which is really a pity. Although he is still very happy in his heart, he can't share his happiness with others, which is really a pity. The feeling of making a fortune in silence is really great, ha ha ha. If he doesn't laugh in his heart, he will suffocate to death, ha ha ha. Sir, the things are here, please check the goods. The greasy fat man didn't know what the mysterious man was doing. He kept his head down and his shoulders kept shaking. He now understands that he shouldn't ask what he shouldn't ask, and he shouldn't say what he shouldn't say. The more he says, the more mistakes he makes, and the less he says, the more he does. In the face of such a moody and vicious person, just do everything as you are told. Ah, I feel so sorry for him. This is a lesson learned with hundreds of thousands of small coins. Okay, check the goods. Yu Hai stopped laughing, raised his head and his expression changed instantly, becoming serious and indifferent again, and glared at the greasy fat man fiercely. The greasy fat man immediately lowered his head and dared not look at him again. This is the effect he wanted, and then he slowly began to check the goods, and found that the quality of the goods was similar, and the props were all senior level, all above level 40. The psychic gems and poison gems were all fine, and 1000 boxes of psychic energy cubes were sampled and checked, and they were all fine products, so he was relieved. Next, it was to calculate the price. The things are good, calculate the price. Yu Hai put down the bent spoon and asked the greasy fat man to calculate the price. He estimated that so many things would cost him all his worth. However, it is worth paying all his worth for a possibility, not to mention that it is a super evolved Jengar. You know, there is no news about the Kalos region yet. Even if you want to compete for the super evolution stone in the future, you need a certain strength, which is at least the king level. He also has to hurry up. After all, the little snail has come out, and the Kalos region is not far away. If he can cultivate the Super Jengar, he will be more confident. Just as he was imagining the future, the greasy fat man had already calculated the bill and gently placed it on his desk, reminding him who was in deep thought, "Sir, the calculation has been completed, please take a look." Yu Hai snorted softly, and the greasy fat man immediately stepped back. He picked up the consumption bill and looked at the expenses on the bill. Phantom gems, 10, 800,000 each, a total of 8 million. Dark stone, 1, 5 million. Spell talisman, 1, 6 million. Super power gems, 10, 800,000 each, 8 million in total. Bent spoon, 1, 7 million. Fine super power energy cubes, 1,000 boxes, 7,000 each, 7 million in total. Poison gems, 10, 600,000 each, 6 million in total. Poison orb, 1, 5.5 million. Black sludge, 1, 5.5 million. Total, 58 million, 5.5 million. They are all of the same quality, why are the prices different? Yu Hai certainly knew why there was a difference. According to the rarity of superpower, it is impossible for it to be cheaper than the poison that can be found everywhere. Sir, you are joking. The ghost and superpower you need are not simple things, so they are naturally much more expensive than the common poison. The greasy fat man smiled and answered Yu Hai's doubts. The spell talisman and the curved spoon, aren't they? Sir, these two items are fundamentally different. The curved spoon belongs to Alakazam, and the spell talisman can be made, so it's naturally cheaper than the curved spoon. I meant it's cheaper than the dark stone. Yu Hai wanted to ask why it was cheaper than the dark stone. You know, the price of the evolution stone is higher than the item. Sir, 4 million is an apology, just for this one. The greasy fat man smiled with his fat face, vaguely mentioning the 10 minutes just now, to eliminate Yu Hai's anger. This bill. Yu Hai put down the bill before he finished speaking, letting the greasy fat man figure it out and cut the price down by himself, and he also fell into deep thought. You know, in the black market of Hasa City, he bought the mysterious water drop of level 51 for 6 million. Here, the items of level 40 or so are actually more expensive than the mysterious water drop. It's understandable that ghost and psychic items are more expensive, but do poison items sell better than water items? There are also superpower gems. In the black market of Hasa City, the member price is 700,000 per gem, but here it is 800,000. This is a lot of water. You should know that ordinary members also have a gold card. The exquisite superpower energy cubes are nothing to say. They are the same price as life energy cubes. After 20% off, they are 5,600 per box. He can still accept it. But poison gems are 600,000 per gem. This is a bit too much water. You should know that the member price of water gems in the black market of Hasa City is 500,000 per gem, and ground and rock gems are only 400,000. Sir, how about this? Do you think this price is satisfactory? After Yu Hai put down the bill, the greasy fat man took it and modified it before giving it to Yu Hai for review. The modified bill became like this. Ghost gems, 10, 750,000 per gem, a total of 7.5 million. Dark stone, 1, 5 million. Spell talisman, 1, 5.5 million. Superpower gems, 10, 750,000 per gem, a total of 7.5 million. Curved spoon, 1 piece, 7 million. Fine superpower energy cubes, 1,000 boxes, 7,000 each, a total of 7 million. Poison gems, 10 pieces, 550,000 each, a total of 5.5 million. Poisonous gem, 1 piece, 5 million. Black sludge, 1 piece, 5.5 million. Total, 55,500,000, more than 55 million. 80% discount total, 44,400,000, more than 44 million. Finally total, 44 million, 44 million. After reading this bill, Yu Hai was quite satisfied. The first time, the greasy fat man gave him a reduction of 2.5 million, well, he hated this number. The second time, with a 80% discount, it was reduced by more than 10 million. The third time, he even helped him to round off the decimals, reducing another 400,000. Putting down the bill, Yu Hai felt that it was almost done and was ready to pay. He was really going to be poor again this time. More than 40 million was his entire fortune. After paying this money, he estimated that he would have only a few million left. The previous balance was 31,573,000. This morning, he bought 11 million life energy cubes, 10,000 tips for the waitress, 2 million for 10 kilograms of venom, 10,000 for a small refrigerator, and 80,000 for the villa rent. Total, 13,100,000, more than 13 million. The current balance is 18,473,000, more than 18 million. Including the 27 million in the bank card, 45,473,000, more than 45 million. It can only be said that he has completely returned to poverty. The remaining few million is just his overthinking. For this ghastly, he almost spent all his savings, more than 50 million alliance coins. In order to withdraw the 27 million in the bank card, he was deducted 270,000 yuan as a 1% handling fee. The remaining balance is 45,203,000, more than 45 million. The current balance is 1,203,000, more than 1.2 million. After paying for everything, he still has more than 1 million left. Since selling the startup capital of the Elf Hunter, he has never been so poor. Alas, the pocket for money is flat again, and there is only more than 1 million left to support life. Converted into the currency of the previous life, it is more than 60,000 yuan. Before shopping in the underground black market in Hassa City, the gold card not only has gold, the card price is 10% off. Although it is also a gold card, it is only 20% off. As for the first discount, it is the result of bargaining. The third discount is rounded off, at most it is the greasy fat man's friendship price. The shopping of the two is different. Not only the price is different, but also the discount is different. After packing the dark stone, 10 ghost gems, 10 psychic gems, 10 poison gems, and 1,000 boxes of psychic energy cubes. There are also a spell talisman, a poisonous orb, a black sludge, a curved spoon and various props, and Yu Hai is ready to leave. When he stood up, he reached out and gently patted the greasy fat man who was in a daze, and walked out of the box. The moment the greasy fat man was patted, he shuddered all over his body. It was summer now, and he suddenly felt several degrees colder. Until Yu Hai left, he reacted and hurriedly got up and chased him out, not even caring about the pile of small money on the table. When he chased him out, Yu Hai had already disappeared. He was so scared that his heartbeat accelerated. He ran to the entrance of the department store in one breath. He stood on the street and looked around, but he didn't see Yu Hai. The greasy fat man returned to the box with his head down and saw that the shopping guide was already using the money detector to check the money. "Manager, this is a big deal. The manager has made 2 big orders in a row in one day. It must be the sales champion this month. Congratulations to the manager. Congratulations to the manager, congratulations to the manager." Faced with the compliments of the black silk shopping guide, the greasy fat man was confused and didn't listen at all. He was still wondering why the man patted his shoulder. Was he warning himself? Is it because of those 10 minutes? 10 minutes is not a short time. I wanted to call a few shopping guides later and arrange a dinner to apologize, but when I saw the money, I was so dazed that I calculated how much commission I could get. I didn't even know that the other party had left. Alas, it's all my fault for being too talkative. This is a big customer worth 50 million. If we continue to develop, it will be a big sponsor worth hundreds of millions. How can I lose it just because of my mouth? The abnormal behavior of the greasy fat man in completing the big order was also seen by the black silk shopping guide, and they whispered to each other. The manager seems unhappy? I really don't understand why the manager is not happy after doing such a big business. Who knows, but that mysterious man is really rich. He bought 50 million elf resources in one day. Hehe, weren't you selected at the beginning? Didn't anything happen in there? We thought about it, but our hands were slapped away. That mysterious man didn't let us touch. What does the girl look like? Her face is white and clean, and she looks pretty. I don't know if she will come again next time. What? Do you still want to pounce on her? Since you don't want to, don't argue with me when the time comes. You wish. If Yu Hai heard the whispers of this group of shopping guides, he would definitely want to curse. Ba black shop, this is a black shop. He has been squeezed dry. What is he doing here? He no longer has any small change, really not a penny left. The last 60,000 is his retirement money. 304 Chapter 298. 304. The 8th day of the journey north, cloudy. Today the weather is good, the rain has stopped, and the elves have started training again since returning to the villa yesterday afternoon. After breakfast this morning, the training plan for the gull remained unchanged, still training to pray for rain, as well as tailwind and hold. Last time when we learned to hold together, the gull also learned to hold. After so much practice, the gull's prayer for rain can also be used in combat. Big Build Gull. Attribute, water plus flying. Gender, female. Potential, 69%. Level, 34.47%. Feature, rainfall /17.39%. Mastered moves, wind /15.59%. Feather perch /20.01%. Water flow ring /18.23%. Water gun /28.49%. Lightning flash /20.29%. Wing attack /15.58%. Water wave /9.87%. High speed movement /22.37%. Pray for rain /26.17%. Tailwind /24.11%. Hold /9.74%. The potential of the Big Build Gull has not changed much, but the level has reached level 34, one level lower than the giant claw crab. After more than 20 days of training, the proficiency of the rainfall feature has increased by 16%. It seems that the method of using rain prayer to feed back the rainfall feature is feasible. The Big Build Gull needs to keep up the good work. There are also changes in the moves of the gull. Wind rising has increased by 5%. Feather rest has increased by 6%. Water flow ring has increased by 9%. Water gun has increased by 7%. Lightning flash has increased by 11%. Wing attack has increased by 6%. Water wave has increased by 5%. High speed movement has increased by 12%, which is often used when running away. Rain call has increased by 23%, which is the move with the largest increase. Tailwind has increased by 20%, which is also used when running away. And the last one, hold on, has a proficiency of 9%. Other moves have not been trained much, and the reason why the proficiency has increased is because the level of the gull has increased, which in turn has led to the growth of the proficiency of other moves, just like the rain call feeds back the rain feature. The increase in proficiency is just not as much as the moves that are often trained, and each Pokemon has more or less similar changes. I have seen the Gull.ou's proficiency panel changed, and Yu Hai asked the big-mouthed gull to train. The training plan of the big-mouthed gull remained unchanged, and praying for rain was still the top priority. Next, we have to find time to learn the 5 moves of Rapid Return, Bubble, and Storm, as well as charging and spraying. Who said that the big-mouthed gull can't play explosive power? The power of a single spray is 100. If you charge more times, you can calculate the power yourself. This is the explosive power of the big-mouthed gull. In rainy days, bubble and storm are both big moves. In addition to charging and spraying, the big-mouthed gull is only lacking in endurance, that is, physical strength. Maintaining rainy days also requires physical strength. While training praying for rain, physical training is also taken into account. The combat power of the big-mouthed gull is not low at all. Don't underestimate the big-mouthed gull. Next is the running training of the mosquito-repellent frog, the flying mantis, the giant crab, the armored rhino, and the bad frog. The mosquito-repellent frog is weighted waterfall climbing and running, with a weight of 100 kilograms. Scyther also put on a weighted bracelet and ran with a speed-up move, carrying a weight of 100 kilograms. Gruss wore a weighted vest and ran with a speed-up move, carrying a weight of 100 kilograms. The silly rhino was also running. After being locked up in the pokeball for so long, he could now run and have fun. Frog was also running, but the running place was separate. Frog was just jogging, and the sweat on his body was also poisonous. He did not exercise with Frog and the others. Snail was practicing mud shooting. Snail had already learned mud shooting, but now he was just lacking in accuracy. I wanted to buy electric energy blocks for Snail, but I ran out of money and had to postpone it. It was the same to let Snail train the accuracy of mud shooting first. After all, accuracy was very important. If every attack is very important, all hits can achieve the best effect. Snail's accuracy must be practiced at least until it can be qualified for 4 consecutive shots on a moving target, which means it must be better than Gruss. The last main member is Ghastly. This guy doesn't need training. He can become stronger by evolution. Today's evolution experiment has not started yet. He will do research on Ghastly's evolution later. There are many elves with extraordinary talents like Ghastly, such as Crab, Rhinoceros, Scyther, Frog, Snail, Gull, Butterfree, etc., many. Silly thing, not this one. Although this one has good talent, he wants a better stupid thing. Anyway, there are many stupid things in the sea, so you can choose at will. He has only met one Ghastly with such talent. If Ghastly can complete the idea of super evolution, then Slowpoke should be able to do it. These two guys can be said to be top talents. After arranging the training tasks of the main elves, it was time for Butterfree, Slowpoke, and Starfish to train their telekinesis. There was also the guarding training of Ditto and Orbweb. Ditto turned into Orbweb. The two little guys spit out missile needles to each other to train their guarding and evasion abilities. There are also Weakling and Stupid. These two guys are the most relaxed. They will occasionally spit water guns at the gulls on the wall, and also spit water guns at the orb-spined spider and Ditto to help the 3 gulls train and defend. Finally, there is Farfetch. This duck is running with Frog and others. His training plan for Farfetch is simple physical strength, speed, accuracy, and green onion training. The green onions of Farfetch are very sharp. It is a waste of resources to use them to chop wood and boil water. Even if Farfetch is used to chop trees, there is no problem. So he still doesn't know what to do with Farfetch, so he can only keep it for now. After arranging training tasks for the elves, Yuhai brought Ghastly to the storage room yesterday and closed the wooden door. He didn't bring Frog and others this time because there was no accident yesterday. Ghastly's evolution and degeneration are controllable, so he doesn't need to worry. From yesterday to today, with enough energy cubes, Ghastly's level has reached level 5, and he can conduct 2 evolution experiments. He plans to try it with ghost gems and superpower gems. There is no need for poison gems. He knows that Ghastly who eats venom can improve the poison attribute in the body, improve potential, and even get drunk. It is risky to try this thing, so he should try the gems of the other 2 attributes first. For this reason, he took out the Dark Stone, Ghost Gem, Spell Charm, Life Energy Cube, Super Power Gem, Curved Spoon and Super Power Energy Cube, and piled them into 2 piles. He planned to let Ghastly try the Dark Stone, Ghost Gem, Spell Charm, and Life Energy Cube first. He raised his hand and pointed at the pile of things and said to Ghastly, "Gas, eat whatever you want." He. Ghastly came from the countryside and had never seen such a scene. He immediately stretched out his long tongue and didn't know which one to lick. He was so happy. It had thought that the Life Energy Cube was delicious before, but compared to the Ghost Gem, it was nothing. When it was about to lick the Ghost Gem, it saw the Spell Talisman and the Dark Stone, and suddenly felt that the ghost energy emitted by the Ghost Gem was like a candle, and the other two things were more like a 1000-watt light bulb, constantly tempting it. It's too hard to choose. Ghastly was so confused, not knowing which one to eat first. It was afraid that if it ate the Dark Stone, it would not be able to eat the Ghost Gem. It also wanted the Life Energy Cube, which had less energy but tasted good. "Gas, all of them are for you, what are you hesitating about?" Yu-Hai saw that Ghastly was reluctant to eat. Could it be that this glutton could not eat any more? It shouldn't be. After digesting 25 energy cubes last night, Yu-Hai was so hungry that he could not eat any more. Measure the cubes, and then eat half a box. This guy is the most gluttonous Pokemon he has ever seen. He eats half a box of life energy cubes in one meal. With the evolution, he can eat a whole box in one meal. Ghastly floated to the sky above the energy that also exuded temptation, but it was superpower energy, and asked Yu-Hai if this pile of things belonged to him. "All of them are yours," Yu-Hai nodded gently, indicating that all of them were Ghastly's food. Ghastly circled around Yu-Hai happily for several circles, and then stopped above the ghost energy, happily eating things containing ghost energy. After Ghastly swallowed the Dark Stone, a Ghost Gem, the Spell Talisman, and a box of Life Energy Cubes, Yu-Hai let Ghastly start to evolve, and let Ghastly absorb the ghost energy in the props with all his strength. Ghastly heard that it was evolving again, and a strong white light instantly burst out from his body. The white light was so bright that I had to raise my hand to block my sight. From a visual point of view, the light of evolution this time was much stronger than the light of evolution before without taking any supplements. After Ghastly evolved, Haunter knew that the next step was degeneration. Without Yu-Hai's reminder, Haunter degenerated into Ghastly again. Yu-Hai also opened Ghastly's proficiency panel and prepared to record Ghastly swallowing the gem. Garcis. Attributes: Ghost plus Poison. Gender: Male. Potential: 41.60%. Level: 6.60%. Features: Float/7.92%. Mastered moves: Strange Light /10.57%. Lick/11.55%. Hypnosis /9.41%. Black Eyes /7.48%. Curse /8.15%. Misfortunes Never Come Alone /7.23%. Wisp /8.45%. Poison /3.84%. Shadow Ball /5.82%. Dream Eater /9.12%. Same Fate /4.63%. Tit for Tat /5.26%. Evil Wave /4.41%. Sleep /5.81%. Good man, the changes this time are a bit big. Yu-Hai looked at Ghastly's panel and was secretly shocked. He found that Ghastly's potential increased by 3.1, and the level did not decrease but increased by 1.2. Not only that, the Ghost-type move Strange Light increased by 2%. Licking increased by 1%. Curse increased by 2%. Misfortunes Never Come Alone increased by 2%. Shadow Ball increased by 1%. Same Fate increased by 2%. Tit for Tooth increased by 1%. Evil Wave also increased by 1%. The proficiency of Ghost-type moves increased collectively, not only the Ghost type, but also the two evil types of Evil Wave, which means that the Dark Stone also involves the energy of the evil type. After all, there is also a Dark Crow that evolves with the Dark Stone. After looking at Ghastly's panel, Yu Hai was also stunned for a moment, and immediately recorded it, and shouted to Ghastly, "Garcelle, spit out the dark stone, ghost gem, and spell talisman for me to see." He, Ghastly hesitated. It was clearly said that it was its, so what was the trainer looking at? "I don't want to buy anything. I want to see how much the purity of the dark stone has decreased." Yu Hai reached out and touched Ghastly's head. If Ghastly didn't show his physical body, he couldn't touch it. In general, it felt good. Ghastly gave people the feeling that the temperature was a little low, just like opening the door of a refrigerator in the summer, and there was a faint sweet fragrance on his body. Hee, Ghastly heard Yu Hai say that and felt that he was too suspicious. After all, the things were his. Yu Hai would not lie to him. This trainer had never lied to him. Seeing Ghastly spit out something, Yu Hai put on gloves before picking it up to check. If he did it with his bare hands, he was afraid that he would be poisoned. Dark stone, a magical stone that can make certain elves evolve, purity 46.12%. Spell talisman, the elves carrying this item can enhance the power of ghost-type moves, enhancement 19%. Level 41.23%. Ghost gem, a small gem contains rich ghost-type energy, which has an unparalleled attraction to ghost-type elves, purity 57.92%. The above are the panel data of the 3 items before, and the current panel data is: Dark stone, purity 40.12%. Spell talisman, enhancement 19%. Level 40.23%. Ghost gem, purity 12.92%. The purity of the dark stone has actually decreased by 6%, and the spell talisman has almost fallen out of the senior level. The purity of the ghost gem has even decreased by 45%, leaving 12%. This doesn't even include the box of life energy cubes. Ghastly swallowed up as much ghost energy from 3 items, and only improved his proficiency by 3.1. Looking at Ghastly's panel data, Yu Hai felt numb, but as he looked, he suddenly saw that the potential was 41, which is the senior level. Could it be that Ghastly absorbed so much energy from 3 items in order to enter the senior level? If so, does it need to consume more energy to enter the threshold of the king? In fact, we will know if we let Ghastly do it again. Ghastly, eat the food, and evolve and degenerate again. Yu Hai really wanted to know how much potential Ghastly could improve without crossing the threshold of the senior level, how much energy it could absorb, and what was the limit of Ghastly's evolution at one time. For this reason, he took out another ghost gem and threw it to Ghastly, asking Ghastly to eat it. Ghastly happily swallowed 4 props and ate a box of energy cubes before starting to evolve and degenerate. After the degeneration ended, Yu Hai opened Ghastly's panel again. Ghastly. Attribute, ghost plus poison. Gender, male. Potential, 44.00%. Level, 6.90%. Characteristics. The potential increased by 2.4, and the level increased by 0.3. It can't be said that it didn't increase, it increased to the potential, and the level only gained a little energy. One more Ghastly, Yu Hai wrote down the potential and level, as well as the change in the increase in the move, and asked Ghastly to continue trying, and then he got the 3rd set of data. Thanks. Shui Keshui is very handsome, 1,500 book coins. Shui Keshui is very handsome, 500 book coins. Thanks for the boss's book coins. I am very happy to receive the boss's book coins, but the boss should be restrained in rewarding. It is not easy to make money now. 1,500 book coins are enough for a big bowl of noodles, and I can also add 2 eggs. Of course, if the boss is not short of money, just ignore what I said, thank the boss for the meal, and I can also add 2 eggs. Thanks, thank you. Here I have to say that Arabic numerals do not count the number of words, it doesn't matter how much you write. I forgot the chapter name, and I didn't realize it until I sent it out, haha embarrassing. 305 Chapter 299, Quasi King. 305. Garcis. Attribute, Ghost plus poison. Gender, male. Potential, 46.20%. Level, 6.80%. Features. The potential increased by 2.2, and the level decreased by 0.1. Goodfellow, the level not only did not increase, but began to decrease again. Garces, spit out the things just now, I want to see. Yu-Hai wrote down the third set of data and wanted to check the purity of the stone. As a result, the purity of the 4 items became like this. Dark Stone, a magical stone that can evolve certain specific Pokémon, purity 38.12%. Spell Talisman, Pokémon carrying this item can increase the power of Ghost-type moves, enhancement 19%. Level 39.23%. Ghost Gem, a small gem contains rich ghost energy, which has an unparalleled attraction to ghost elves, purity 39.32%. The Dark Stone has dropped by 2%, and the Spell Talisman has dropped by 1%. The first Ghost Gem has completely turned grey and its purity has been reset to 0. The second Ghost Gem has a purity of 39, which has dropped by 15%. Through these 3 sets of data, he verified 2 guesses. First, when the potential breaks through the senior level, the data is abnormal, probably caused by the threshold of the senior level. Second, there is no data abnormality in the last 2 sets of data. According to the total energy consumption, he can roughly get the consumption of Ghastly's potential improvement and the conversion efficiency. That is, the Dark Stone is reduced by 2%, the Spell Talisman is reduced by 1%, and the Ghost Gem is reduced by 112 and 115. It's not that Ghastly didn't absorb more energy, but the limit of Ghastly's energy absorption each time it evolves is just that much. After all, the data of the second and third times are close, so he got this result. As for the data anomaly of the first group, it is likely that Ghastly felt the threshold, or that Ghastly was too excited and could not control himself, which led to the data anomaly. If there is no data anomaly this time, it is likely that 2 or 3 evolutions will be needed to cross the threshold of the senior level. Then he asked Ghastly to try twice more, and confirmed his guess again, and got a result. As Ghastly's potential increased, the energy consumed by the Dark Stone and the Ghost Gem gradually increased, while the potential increase was also decreasing, and the level was even decreasing instead of increasing. The second Ghost Gem had a purity of 39, which was only enough for 2 attempts before it turned grey and the purity was reset to 0. Next, he asked Ghastly to spit out the props related to ghost energy and prepare to try the psychic props. The result was as he thought, the energy extraction of the psychic props also increased, and Ghastly's psychic move proficiency also increased. It seems that if you want to use energy to super-evolve Ghastly, you need a huge amount of resources, not to mention super-evolution. He spent 10 gems to push Ghastly's potential to the Quasi-King. The purity of the Dark Stone is only 30, the Spell Talisman has 35, and the Cursed Spoon has 34. As for the props with poison energy, he did not let Ghastly try it. He was afraid that Ghastly would get drunk and delay the next data collection. Today's research is not over yet. After the evolution test in the morning, Ghastly's panel became like this. Garsley. Attribute, Ghost plus Poison. Gender, Male. Potential, 59.97%. Level, 5.40%. Characteristics. Seeing this data, Yu-Hai remembered the fear of picking up garbage on the deserted island and being dominated by the .99. This has become a nightmare in his heart. Even the gift of the divine beast cannot break through the .99. He doesn't know how much energy is needed to cross this threshold. But this time, he had countless chances to try, just like the senior level threshold just now, and the king level threshold. If it didn't work once, he could try twice, 3 times, 4 times. He was going to try using poison energy and let Ghastly try to evolve a few more times. He didn't believe that he couldn't get over this threshold. If Ghastly fell asleep after trying the poison energy, it would be a good opportunity for Ghastly to have a good sleep and integrate and digest the 3 chaotic energy types in his body. The reason why he didn't use them together just now was because he was worried about the energy conflict. He tried ghost energy first, then psychic energy, and finally used poison energy to break through the threshold of the king. After letting Ghastly spit out all the props related to ghost and psychic, he took out the poison props and gave them to Ghastly. He asked Ghastly to eat them all. Whether he could break through the threshold of the king depended on whether the poison energy was strong enough. After Ghastly swallowed the poisonous orb and black sludge, as well as 3 poison gems and 3 pounds of venom, Ghastly immediately got high. Especially after swallowing the last 3 pounds of venom, Ghastly remembered to evolve before he passed out drunk. The light of evolution instantly burst out from his body. The result was that the evolved Haunter fell asleep, which he had not expected. He did not dare to move Ghastly. After all, he had just swallowed so many poisons, what if he was poisoned? However, he took back Haunter's pokeball and opened Haunter's panel, and found that Haunter's potential had successfully broken into the king level. He just didn't know whether Haunter could still maintain the king potential after degeneration. Now that Haunter was asleep, he had no way of knowing the result. He could only put away Haunter's pokeball first and wait for Haunter to wake up. This was only the king threshold. After thinking about the king, there was a champion threshold and a champion limit before reaching Mega Evolution. This was also unavoidable. This was the case with forced Mega Evolution without Mega Evolution Stone. He could only pile up the energy in Ghastly's body to the limit, break the Mega Evolution limit, and use the huge energy to force Ghastly to Mega Evolution. Next, he cleaned up the garbage and gift boxes on the ground, and left the storage room with the garbage and gift boxes. He didn't know when Haunter would wake up. Before Ghastly woke up, his life went on as usual. He also went to the town to buy a week's worth of fresh ingredients, preparing to train elves in the villa and wait for Haunter to wake up. If Haunter can wake up, the evolution research will continue. He said that he would see Ghastly's limit and would never give up halfway. The threshold of the champion, the 30 purity dark stone in his hand, 7 ghost gems, and 35 spell charms. Although the effect of the spell charms is not very good, these will be the energy for the last fight. Alas, I should have asked for 1 more dark stone if I had known earlier. In terms of Ghastly's efficiency in absorbing these energies, energy blocks are definitely the fastest, ghost gems are second, dark stones are third, and props are fourth. Even if there is no dark stone, there is no need to worry. Just go to the greasy fat man to exchange it. Next, his life returned to the daily routine in the villa, morning exercise, jogging, and training elves in the villa all day. On the 9th day of the journey north, Ghastly has not woken up, and life is as usual. On the 10th day of the journey to the north, Ghastly has not woken up, and life goes on as usual. On the 11th day of the journey to the north, Ghastly has not woken up, and life goes on as usual. On the 12th day of the journey to the north, Ghastly has not woken up, and life goes on as usual. On the 13th day of the journey to the north, Ghastly has not woken up, and life goes on as usual. 306 Chapter 300, Ghastly's Amazing Change. 306. On the 14th day of the journey to the north, cloudy. Today is the 7th day of Ghastly's sleep, and Haunter has woken up. Today is his 7th day of training Pokémons in the villa. Today is the 9th day of his arrival at Little Orange Island. Today is the 35th day of the Pokémon egg hatching. This Pokémon egg has been hatching for 35 days, and he still hasn't seen any signs of hatching. Today is also the hatching period of Eevee. However, since the Pokémon egg absorbed electricity, he had given up the idea that the Pokémon egg would be Eevee. This Pokémon egg could no longer be Eevee. The biggest possibility was that it was an electric Pokémon. But why the Pokémon egg had not hatched yet was the most puzzling thing for him. It would be the hatching period of a Quasi-God in 5 days. He did not think that this Pokémon egg was a Quasi-God. If the hatching period of a Quasi-God had passed, he would not have any idea whether this egg could still hatch a Pokémon. After all, it was just a brown Pokémon egg. It could not be the egg of a mythical beast. If the Pokemon hunter had such incredible luck, why would the Pokemon hunter go to rob the Pidgeot cubs? Wouldn't it be better to hatch this egg by himself? When he got the Pokemon egg, he felt a layer of dried salt crystals on the surface of the eggshell, indicating that the Pokemon hunter had picked up the Pokemon egg in the sea when he went to Dazanghanmu Fixie. Even the Pokemon hunter did not know what Pokemon this Pokemon egg was, so how could he know? He was just incubating for fun, but he didn't expect that after more than 30 days of incubation, he kept the incubator plugged in after renting the villa, just to let the electricity-hungry Pokemon eggs absorb electricity themselves. The incubator has been plugged in for 7 days. The Pokemon eggs have been absorbing electricity for the first 5 days, and it took 5 days to calm down. I don't know how much electricity the villa has consumed. Anyway, the electricity bill is included in the rent, and he doesn't plan to live here for a month, so the remaining rent will be regarded as electricity bill. The reason why he doesn't plan to live here for a month is because Haunter woke up and ate breakfast. When he wakes up, his evolution research will begin soon. This time, Haunter slept for a whole week. After Haunter woke up, he made Haunter degenerate and spit out the poison items in his mouth, the poisonous orb and the black mud, as well as the 3 poison gems. As a result, the levels of the 2 items dropped to 22 or 23, and the purity of the 3 poison gems was all cleared, turning into grey discarded transparent stones. After digesting so many poisons, Ghastly's changes were also amazing. Even if you don't look at the panel, you can see the changes in Ghastly. After all, this change is too obvious. Ghastly's originally dark face has now turned purple. He feels like he has created an incredible elf. Garces, other color. Attributes, Ghost plus Poison. Gender, Male. Potential, 60.34%. Level, 13.61%. Features. This is Ghastly's current panel. Ghastly has become an other color elf. His proficiency in Ghost, Psychic, Dark, and Poison moves has increased. Garces's proficiency in all moves has increased, and it has increased higher than Ghastly's level. I don't know if this is considered an artificial talent. After all, this is just an ordinary Ghastly. The only special thing about it is that it can evolve freely. As a result, he even made a different color. It would be fine if he met a bad frog with a strong poison talent, but he also met a different color snail with awakening power. I didn't expect Ghastly to be even more amazing. His Ghost, Psychic, and Poison moves are all higher than his level, and there are no side effects. The last poison turned Ghastly into a different colored elf, which he could never have imagined. He really found a treasure. After letting the elves do morning exercises as usual, he took Ghastly to the storage room and started researching Ghastly's evolution. After all, the king level is far from Ghastly's limit. This time Ghastly wants to hit the threshold of the champion. He does not plan to use poison energy, but ghost energy. Then the energy to improve Ghastly's potential must rely on poison energy and superpower energy. But taking too much poison energy will make you drunk. He must try out a suitable dose so that Ghastly can absorb poison energy to improve his potential without getting drunk. Closing the wooden door of the storage room, he took out the remaining evolution resources from his backpack, counted the remaining supplies, and finally came to a conclusion. If Ghastly consumed 10 million energy before, then he was going to invest the remaining 50 million into Ghastly to help Ghastly's potential reach the champion level. He didn't know if the remaining things were enough. He dared not think about the energy from champion level to super evolution, which was beyond his imagination. He estimated that it would cost 100 million. Let's first look at the remaining resources to see if they are enough for the next consumption. Things after the champion are too far away, so don't consider it now. The purity of the dark stone is still 30, there are 7 ghost gems, the spell charm is level 35, and there are more than 2,000 boxes of life energy cubes. When the time comes, you can exchange them for other elf resources. The curved spoon is level 34, there are 6 psychic gems, and more than 900 boxes of psychic energy cubes. The poisonous orb is level 22, the black sludge is level 23, and there are 7 pounds of poison gems, including the venom of the bad frog. From so much energy, he found that the energy of props has the lowest conversion efficiency, which does not include poison props. Poison props are surprisingly good for Ghastly, and he doesn't know why. Anyway, the spell charm and the curved spoon are too ineffective. Next, he planned to take 1000 boxes of life energy cubes, spell charms, and curved spoons to the greasy fat man to exchange for other elf resources. 1000 boxes of life energy cubes are 5.6 million. The level of spell charms and curved spoons has been reduced. It is unknown whether Ghastly can charge these two items and increase the energy level of the items. He can also use these two items to exchange for dark stones and ghost gems. These things are very important for Ghastly to cross the champion threshold. From the consumption just calculated, he found that only 1 dark stone and 7 ghost gems may not be enough. Ghastly needs more ghost energy. According to the energy consumed by Ghastly to enter the senior level and the king level, the resources consumed to enter the king level potential are more than 4 times that of the senior level, so the champion level will only be more, not less. In order for Ghastly to enter the champion threshold, at least 2 dark stones and 15 ghost gems are needed, which is still a conservative estimate. In order to ensure the tolerance rate during evolution, he needs at least 1 more dark stone and 10 ghost gems. In other words, he needs to buy 2 more dark stones and 18 ghost gems, plus the dark stones and 7 ghost gems in his hand to barely be enough. If those 3 things are not enough to exchange for gems, he will take out 500 boxes of life energy cubes and 500 boxes of psychic energy cubes to exchange. After calculating the needs, he plans to use the remaining resources to let Ghastly try to reach the threshold of semi-champion. Try evolution and degeneration first. Yu-Hai only let Ghastly eat energy cubes and started the evolution experiment. 307.